Chapter 301, The Underworld, The Last Will After Death. The store sells this thing for 30 merits. Okay. 30 is 30. NC didn't expect this man to be so easy to talk to. He had already prepared to lower the price a little. After all, this was someone Li Fei knew. Besides, this thing was useless to him, so it was good enough to sell it. But since he could get his money back at the original price, then this was naturally the best thing. NC would not be stupid enough to give up the merits for nothing. The deal was successfully completed. Both parties were in a good mood. Especially NC. When Mu Chung was about to leave, he kindly reminded him. This thing should probably be used with the ghost messenger, otherwise we can't get up, and the things can't be delivered, and it's better to disguise this talisman, otherwise it would be too abrupt, and normal people wouldn't touch it. Mu Chung was stunned, then nodded, and thanked him seriously. He was only thinking about using this thing to solve the current problem. But he ignored how to use it. NC's words really helped him. After NC walked away, Li Fei, who was confused, asked, "Why did you buy this? What's the matter? Does my sister-in-law have an enemy there, or do you have an enemy?" If it wasn't for the above situation, Li Fei really couldn't think of why he bought this thing. But he also knew NC, and he couldn't persuade Mu Chung not to buy this thing in front of him. After all, it's hard to say whether this bad luck charm works. And if, according to NC's words, the investment is too large. Not only did he buy a talisman, if he wanted to use it, he also had to buy a ghost messenger. Just these two things cost 40 merits. Under normal circumstances, they would have to earn this amount in nearly 2 years. Remember I told you I was an orphan? Mu Chung looked at the bad luck talisman in his hand. His eyes were a little gloomy. Is it related to this? Li Fei was a little confused. Why did he suddenly get back to his background? They came to my house and asked Xia for compensation and insurance. At first, Li Fei didn't come back to his senses for a long time, not knowing who the they Mu Chung was talking about. But after he understood, his eyes widened and looked at him. There is such a thing, fuck. This is too weird. As a person who died early, but whose family was still happy, he thought that such things would only be seen in novels or fake news written by others. However, reality is reality. There is no need to talk about any logic at all. Anything can happen. So you want to use this on your parents? Li Fei is not a saint, and he will not persuade Mu Chung to say something stupid like they are your parents after all. Isn't this too much? He just simply thinks it's not worth it. Just to teach them a lesson, you have to spend 2 years' salary. This is too uneconomical. If Xia doesn't pay, they will go to the company to make trouble. She is still in the promotion period. In fact, Mu Chung also thinks it's not worth it, but it's not because it's not worth spending 40 merit points for Chungya, but he is worried about whether the effect of this bad luck charm can really solve the current problem. After all, the bad luck charm only affects luck. But no matter how bad the luck is, if those two people are still here, the problem has not been solved. But this is all he can do now. Mu Chung is now desperate to try any possible means, no matter if it is dead or alive. How can he know if it works without trying? Li Fei scratched his head. And there was no way for a while. After all, they were all dead, and could not interfere with the affairs of the Yang world. But they can't. Others can. This kind of thing still needs to be solved by law. It just so happens that I knew a very good lawyer before. He charges a low price, and has strong ability. I will give you the contact information later. Mu Chung calculated that he needed a bad luck charm, and 2 ghost messengers. One ghost messenger was used to send the bad luck charm to the unscrupulous couple, and the other ghost messenger was for him to write a letter to Chungya. If it weren't for the lack of merit, he would even want to buy another bad luck charm, and give one to each of them. But he heard that if bad luck hits, it will affect the people around you to some extent. Since these 2 people are going to team up to get the money, they must be together all the time. So a bad luck charm should be enough. And Mu Chung thought about it later. Instead of relying on luck, which is not sure, it is better to get Chungya something helpful. For example, the contact information of the lawyer given by Li Fei. For example, a will that leaves all the property to his wife and children, so that the couple will not get the compensation later, and will have to start with the inheritance. Regarding sending a will, Mu Chung also had a sudden idea. In fact, this idea was not his first, but a rich man's first. After all, he was a rich man, with a lot of money, cars, houses, and companies, and many wives, lovers, and mistresses' children, waiting for him to die and divide his property. Mu Chung didn't know the details of this rich man, but he only needed to know that the rich man's choice to send a will was not rejected by the ghost messenger, and it did not violate the rules of the underworld. Anyway, it was his own handwritten will, and the handwriting identification must be his own, so there was no need to worry about whether it would take effect. Originally, Mu Chung thought that the most difficult thing for him to do these things was whether he could by the ghost messenger order. After all, during this period of time, the popularity of the two new products, the ghost messenger order and the ghost pill, and the degree of difficulty in purchasing them were known to all ghosts. Even he, who had no idea of buying them before, heard a few discussions about these two things, but he didn't know if it was because of his good luck. Even though he went to the underworld store so late today, he still successfully bought the ghost messenger order, and he bought two at once. After hearing the explanations of other ghosts around him, he realized that it was not because of his good luck, but because Boss Su suddenly increased the number of ghost messenger orders today. Although he didn't know the reason, everyone must be happy about it. The only regret is that the number of ghost pills has not changed. It is still 20 pills a day, let alone grabbing them. Many ghosts have never seen the appearance of ghost pills, but this has nothing to do with Mu Chung, because of the lack of merit, and the purchase limit of one every 3 days for ghost messenger orders. He borrowed some merit from Li Fei, and also borrowed the purchase qualification of ghost messenger orders. And then, he got 2 ghost messenger orders. After he filled in all the things and information he needed to send, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 302 The Underworld. How many people have been offended? Mu Chung didn't know much about what happened afterwards. After all, he could contact Chungya, but Chungya couldn't contact him, and his death anniversary had passed, and it would take a year for him to go back and see her. Although he felt a little uneasy, a strange feeling that came from the depths of his heart told him that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily. A few days later, when he was resting, a picture suddenly appeared in front of him. An old couple with pale faces were sent to prison. This picture was fleeting, and it only appeared for less than 3 seconds in total. But Mu Chung still saw some other details. For example, the person sitting in the plaintiff's seat was not only Chungya, but also 2 other strange women he didn't recognize. The 2 women looked only a few years older than him. One was dressed exquisitely and gorgeously, with disgust and resentment in her eyes. The other had a faint expression, but the expression deep in her eyes was not much different from the previous one. He seemed to see the similarities between the 2 strange women from their facial features. Not only the similarities between them, but also the similarities with himself. He looked at the handful of ashes that appeared in his hand out of thin air. Although he could not see its original appearance, Mu Chung knew that it was a bad luck charm. The picture just now was the result of the bad luck charm after it became invalid. After the ghost pill, another new product that can be called the new star of the underworld appeared in the public sight. That is, the bad luck charm. As for the water of separation, what is the water of separation? Does it exist? Ahem. In life, it is impossible for everything to go as planned, because people always have some unpleasant things or conflicts. Everyone has someone they hate, even if it is just a momentary dislike. But if it is just some conflicts and misunderstandings that cause unpleasantness, it is still not worth using the bad luck charm. Of course, if someone is really so petty, unless that person is a bad person, otherwise, he will always have to pay a price for using the bad luck charm to harm others. Apart from these unworthy situations, there must be someone who had a deep hatred with certain people before his death. These people usually died not long ago, and their hearts are filled with hatred, and this bad luck charm is equivalent to something for them to vent their anger. For a while, the ghosts in the underworld who were sent by the ghosts were busy, delivering letters or bad luck charms every day. Their greatest pleasure is to watch what happens to the unlucky people cursed by the bad luck charms after delivering things. Have you heard that XX company was investigated for tax evasion? Over $1 billion. I heard that the CEO ran to the airport and almost had 1 foot on the plane, but he was brought back in the end. These ghosts achieved their mission goal for today. They were just worried about having nothing to do. Now they finally have something to eat, so they are naturally very curious. Tell me in detail. The CEO had covered it up very well, and was very fast. He was almost leaving, but when he was about to leave, he found that his ticket, ID card and passport were all gone. If his things were gone, he couldn't leave. Before he could find them, he was arrested. After he was arrested, he found out that a thief had stolen all his belongings. Then the thief was also arrested. He deserved it. He had previously owed wages to his employees. Several families with poor conditions had problems. Some of the most serious cases jumped off the building. The one who used the bad luck charm on him this time was the daughter of one of the families. Speaking of which, I gave him the charm. I didn't expect it to work so quickly. Otherwise, with so many people at the airport, why did the thief steal from him instead of anyone else? And since he was escaping, the boss's actions and dress must be cautious and low-key. So if the thief wanted to choose a victim, he would not usually be chosen. Even if he was chosen, with the tense nerves of a person who was about to be arrested, any slight movement would easily attract his attention. Unless the thief is a master thief, or if he is just an ordinary thief who only knows a little trick, it would be more difficult than an ordinary person to steal important items such as ID cards and passports from him. If you think about it this way, something that is basically impossible has happened, then it is almost certain that there is an abnormal external force referring to the bad luck charm at work. So I also thought of one just yesterday. I also went to give a charm. Hey, this is really strange, guess what? The ghost's behavior of keeping things secret quickly caused dissatisfaction. There was also a melon that he couldn't help but want to share with everyone. The ghost rolled his eyes impatiently. Okay, there's nothing to keep secret about this. If you don't want to tell me, then I'll tell you. His desire to share is very strong. Okay, and this kind of thing is boring to watch by yourself. It's better to tell it to everyone. No. I mean, I saw several express boxes in that person's house. As soon as these words came out, the ghosts around couldn't help but roll their eyes. That's it? They thought something was wrong. Is it necessary to be so shocked? Suddenly, everyone felt cheated. If you play tricks on me again, I won't be polite. Hey, don't do it. I haven't finished talking. Express boxes are not uncommon. But what if there is a bad luck charm on each express box? A group of ghosts? Good guy. Anyone who has done a little evil. One bad luck charm is enough for them. Not to mention that this person actually has several bad luck charms. And they were all delivered by express delivery. Could it be that they were delivered by group purchase? How many people did they offend? No. Since he could get so many bad luck charms, I guess this person himself is not a good person. So wouldn't it be even worse? For a moment, the ghost messengers forgot that he was still keeping the secret and provoking the ghosts to dislike him, and began to ask about the follow-up. How would I know the follow-up? I had a lot of orders yesterday. After delivering to one store, I wanted to fly to the door of the next store. How could I have time to watch the show? I think you are just looking for a fight. Eating half of the melon directly suffocated the ghost messengers to death. Before they could do anything, the ghost who told the story had already run away without a trace. I think he was very self-aware. He knew that his behavior would arouse public anger, so he ran away very quickly. But although everyone was angry, they didn't doubt that what the ghost messenger said was false. After all, ghosts like them don't lie easily. Every lie will eventually accumulate into karma, and too much karma is not a good thing. Chapter 303 The Underworld. The wind and water turn. But at this moment, they wished that the ghost messenger was lying. Because after knowing that this matter was true, they wanted to know the truth and the follow-up even more. If the ghost pills only caused a sensation in a small area because of the relatively small number, and the bad luck charms were more numerous and more practical, especially those who were obsessed with hatred, they didn't care about the price at all. They just spent merit to buy bad luck charms to teach their enemies a lesson. Even if the merits were not enough, they would spend all their efforts to accumulate them. And in addition, the use of bad luck charms required the cooperation of the ghost messenger order, which led to more people knowing the truth. It was less than 5 days after the bad luck charms were put on the shelves. The news that the underworld store in the southern area seemed to be different from the other 3 stores spread in a seemingly secretive way, but in fact everyone knew it. Specifically, it can be summarized as follows. Ghost Messenger 1. Hey, I'll tell you something secretly. You know there's a new underworld merchant in the southern region, right? This merchant is incredible. She sells some items you've never seen before. Ghost Messenger 2. Don't waste time. What's the point of saying half of it? Why don't you tell me what this merchant sells? Ghost Messenger 1. What? You want to know what's being sold? No. This is something that needs to be kept secret. There are not many items to begin with. If it gets out, then we won't have enough to buy. Ghost Messenger 2. Oh, you don't know me yet? Am I that kind of ghost? Ghost Messenger 1. Okay, I'll tell you in secret. You mustn't tell other ghosts. Ghost Messenger 2. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. The next day, after happily grabbing the ghost pill and buying the bad luck charm, that could teach the bastard who framed him a lesson, the ghost messenger returned to his work area with great joy. Perhaps his excited behavior was too eye-catching, so he attracted the attention of many ghosts on the road, especially after meeting an acquaintance. They saw the two things in his hand that they had never seen before, especially the ghost pills they did not recognize. But they had an inexplicable attraction to them. A soul-collecting envoy could not resist his inner curiosity, nor could he resist the attraction of the ghost pills to him. So he finally could not help but step forward to ask. Soul Catcher, hey, don't go, what good stuff is this? How come I've never seen it before? Ghost Catcher 2, sorry. Brother, I promise not to tell anyone. Soul Catcher, oh, as long as you don't tell, how can other ghosts know that you told it? And what kind of relationship do we have? If you tell me, I will definitely keep it a secret. Ghost Catcher 2, okay then. Just like that, as one secret after another spread, suddenly one day, the ghosts or soul catchers in the southern region gradually found that it seemed that there were more and more ghosts in their area. The difficulty of buying things also began to increase. When they observed carefully, they found that most of the extra ghosts were not locals, but came from other 3 areas to buy things. What about the confidentiality? Don't let me know which bastard told it. It's really so speechless. Do you think there are not enough ghosts here? And it's too easy to rob things without any challenge. So you want to increase the difficulty for yourself? Or are you so kind and saintly that you told this matter? After this incident, the complaints of local ghosts gradually increased. But the incident had already happened, and the news had already leaked out. They couldn't just catch the other ghosts and brainwash them one by one. Right? The only thing they could do was to strike first. Fortunately, they also noticed that Boss Sue seemed to have increased the number of every product in the store, except the ghost pills recently, which made their dissatisfaction slightly less. But then again, the incident did make them feel proud. It is said that fortune changes, and people and ghosts should not go too far. What they are doing now is a true reflection of this saying. Let the black-hearted ghosts, who bought on behalf of them before, set a high price. Now it's their turn to make the decision. Seeing that the ghosts who were arrogant before and ignored them now greeted them with a smile and were very attentive. They felt that the anger they had been holding back for several years could finally be relieved. But being relieved does not mean that they are ready to let these ghosts go. Li Fei calculated the merits he had earned from the price difference in the past few days. 3 or 4 days of work could equal the merits he had earned in the previous year. Although it was a bit troublesome, and the competition pressure was also great, after all. There were many ghosts who wanted to earn merits in this way, but as long as he earned a lot, what was the trouble? The only pity was that the ghost messenger order was limited in purchase, and he spent a lot of effort to get a few. However, the ghost messenger order was also the best-selling item. Compared to the expensive bad luck charm, the price of the ghost messenger order was acceptable to more ghosts. I didn't expect the ghost messenger order and the bad luck charm to be so easy to sell. This one can earn 30% of the price difference. Hey, Brother Moo. Why don't you come and do it with me? It just so happens that you spent so much merits at once before, and now you can make some to make up for it. Li Fei said this not to collect debts. The merits that Mu Chung owed him before had already been compensated to him. The reason why he said this was that he really wanted to make money with Mu Chung. I'll forget it, take it slow. Mu Chung shook his head, with some complicated emotions in his eyes. To be honest, I think he'd better not do this kind of thing. Although the underworld has no clear regulations prohibiting the private use of merits to buy and sell items, the problem is that there weren't so many ghosts who used merits as ghost money before. I don't know since when everyone actually used merits as a tacit trading currency. If it was just to entrust others to do some important things, it would be fine, but now merits have been turned into a business, like merchants in the Yang world. In other words, you do good things, get merits, you give merits to others, it's equivalent to this good thing being done by someone else. This is strange no matter how you think about it. Although Mu Chung is an ordinary ghost, there is no special inside information, but he always has an inexplicable premonition in his heart that the underworld will not continue this trend. Mu Chung believed that his premonition was quite accurate. Not only did it help him a lot during his lifetime, but even on the day of his accident, there was actually a voice in his heart that kept telling him not to go out. Unfortunately. Hey, Brother Mu. Don't worry. There are so many ghosts doing this job. Even if something really happens, it won't happen to me. Chapter 3:0 for the Underworld. Wonderful, like a fan-shaped chart. When Li Fei said this, his heart was actually a little relieved. It was clearly said to Mu Chung, but it was inexplicably more like comforting himself. Since he said so, Mu Chung couldn't continue to persuade him. But not long after, Li Fei's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Brother Mu, I think what you said makes sense. This sudden change made Mu Chung stun for a moment. If Li Fei hadn't been in front of him, Mu Chung might have thought that he had been punished for saying this. I will quit after I sell these 2 bad luck charms on hand. Anyway, I've made enough money. No matter if they are human or ghost. They are always greedy, but whether they can restrain it depends on themselves. Li Fei is naturally greedy, otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with this method to earn merit. It's just that he is very restrained in his greed. At least he knows to stop when he sees the good. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Don't think that everything is calm now. Who knows that the higher-ups will start dealing with this matter in a few days. Apart from the person in charge of the underworld, Su Emo is the one who knows the most about the private transactions of the ghosts below. After all the things are sold from her. How many people bought how many things, these data are still in San Sen's database. When she heard that the underworld did not want this kind of commodity trading based on merit to continue, Su Emo kindly and enthusiastically proposed a suggestion to connect the 4 areas of the underworld, so that the ghosts in the 4 places can communicate with each other. The shops in the underworld remain unchanged, and they are still open according to the arrangement of 1 in each of the east, west, south and north. In this way, although everyone still lives in different areas, they can move freely, and there is no need to entrust others to help buy things because of restricted movement. After Su Emo submitted this suggestion, there was no news, but she didn't care. Anyway, it didn't matter to her whether it was connected or not. People who need these things will naturally try their best to buy them from her. At most, she will lose a little reputation. After all, everyone is looking for a purchasing agent. But the flow of customers in this plane is very fast. So she never needs to worry about the market being saturated, let alone not earning enough reputation. At most, the speed will be a little slower. No matter how the above arranges, Su Emo has now accumulated 5,000 points of reputation, and has reached the conditions for upgrading the grocery store to level 3. Seeing that the closing time is about to come, Su Emo slowly walked to the door, and was ready to close at any time. After all, the shop has been open for a while, and the other ghosts in the shop know her rules. So everyone squeezed each other, and squeezed themselves, and the ghosts around them out of the shop one by one. After confirming that there were no customers in the shop, Su Emo was ready to close the door. But before she could close the door with her hands, she saw a transparent soul rushing into the store at a very fast speed. Su Emo. This ghost must have been an excellent sprinter in his life. But no matter whether he was a sprinter or not, it was time to close the shop today. And she never made exceptions. She was about to remind the customer to come back tomorrow. But she met a pair of eyes with countless emotions. There is madness, hatred, pain, confusion, sadness. You can joke that the emotions here are as wonderful as a fan-shaped chart, and each one is accurate. However, Su Emo thinks that this situation is obviously not suitable for joking. Su. Host. This female ghost looks good, and seems to be very, very scary. San was trembling with fear, and his stumbling speech was like a 3-year-old child who had just learned to speak. At the same time, its hair suddenly exploded, and it was full like a white feather duster. It had followed the host to so many copies of monsters and ghosts in the infinite plane before. But there had never been a ghost that made it feel so scared. Maybe it was because the copies of the infinite plane were all fabricated. Not real? Su Emo stared at the guest for a few seconds, and then retracted his gaze. It was a suicide. Although Su Emo couldn't understand. According to the rules here, suicide is a sin and will damage one's merits. So she could tell at a glance that this female ghost was different from other ghosts. Even so, her soul was not turbid, but just a little bit semi-solid. I think even if she was not a great good person in her life, she should have done some good things. Bai Qian looked at the woman in front of her with a silent look. If she guessed correctly, this should be the boss Su mentioned by the Soul Collector who brought her to the underworld. The Soul Collector said that as long as she came here and bought Mingpa soup, she could forget everything and reincarnate. But she just wanted to forget everything, and didn't want to reincarnate. Do you have to reincarnate after drinking Mingpa soup? The scary female ghost in San Sen's eyes asked the first question after she entered the store. Su Emo nodded slightly. You must reincarnate within 1 day. After drinking Mingpa soup, not only the memory is cleared, but also all the concerns about the original memory. If you don't reincarnate immediately, you will become a soul without memory and emotion. Wandering outside the plane. Don't think that wandering outside the plane looks awesome. Although there is a difference. The ending is the same as the soul flying away. Because the soul at that time is like a kite with a broken string. Because without a string, it will slowly fly away. Fly farther. Until it disappears. And this is a real disappearance. After seeing Sumo's answer, Bai Qian's mood became visibly worse. Then, is there anything that can only forget memories or emotions, but does not need to reincarnate? Bai Qian continued to ask without giving up. Oh! Sumo raised his eyebrows, thinking that this was a coincidence. According to her, what she needed was the love water. Forget the emotions. But because the memory itself exists, it is still somewhat related to this plane. So it will not float outside the plane. And naturally it will not force her to reincarnate. So Sumo enthusiastically recommended the love water to her. The result was just as Sumo imagined. After reading the introduction of the love water, Bai Qian was very satisfied. However, when she was about to pay the merit and leave with the love water, she found that her action was stopped by Boss Su. Bai Qian looked at her in confusion, her eyes full of confusion. And the complicated emotions in her eyes before were dispersed a lot. And the whole ghost did not look as scary as before. Chapter 305, The Underworld, Consumption Trap. The store is open today. So? Remember to come and buy during the opening hours tomorrow. Bai Qian's brows furrowed instantly. She couldn't quite understand. She had already entered the store. It should only take a few seconds to buy something. Is it necessary to wait until tomorrow? Love water. 30 merits. Right? I'll give you 50. You sell it to me now. Bai Qian didn't seem to want to wait until tomorrow. She glanced at the price again. Then she tried to persuade Sumo by raising the price. Unfortunately, the result disappointed her. Although Bai Qian didn't understand, she didn't have any negative emotions such as dissatisfaction in her heart. Because she had seen the rules hanging on the wall when she entered the store. San was worried that ghosts would not see it. So he deliberately placed it in a conspicuous position and enlarged the font size. The first item on it was the business hours, and the rule that customers must enter the store to purchase goods during the business hours. But Bai Qian thought she had already come in, and Boss Su was also very enthusiastic maybe, to introduce the products to her. So she thought that although the rules were rigid, they could be flexible. But what she didn't expect was that Boss Su was so magical that he let her in. Sumo, actually, no. You rushed in by yourself. And I was also shocked. And the products were recommended to me. But I had to wait until tomorrow to buy them. What is this? Is it some weird sense of ritual? Bai Qian frowned and didn't understand. But finally sighed. Forget it. Let's do it tomorrow. Are there only 5 pieces of this love water? I won't be able to buy it tomorrow. On the way here, she heard many ghosts say that the things in the underworld store are limited every day. And they will only be restocked once a day. And each item is very hard to get. Sumo gave a very positive answer to this question. No. Because from the opening of this store to now, only 5 bottles of separation water have been put on the shelves. Bai Qian looked at the 5 bottles of separation water on the shelf, and silently swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of her tongue. Sumo's words can be translated as, from the opening of the store to now, not a single bottle of separation water has been sold. If she didn't know that this was the official store of the underworld, she couldn't help but start to wonder if there was any secret or hidden story that was unknown to the ghosts. Then I'll come tomorrow. I don't know if it was because of the chat. Bai Qian's expression now is not as scary as when she first met. That dead and gloomy look. As if she was abandoned by the whole world. And despaired of the whole world. But it's also, under normal circumstances, who would choose to commit suicide. And under normal circumstances, who would choose to use separation water. It can only be said that everything she showed is abnormal in itself. After Bai Qian left, Sumo closed the store door smoothly. San also shook off the hair on his body, and walked out from behind the cabinet where he was hiding. Congratulations to the host. The grocery store's reputation has reached 5,000. The store can spend 1,000 merits to upgrade to level 3. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. By the way, divide the area on the left into 2 blocks, and put a small shelf in the empty space in front of the counter. Sumo raised his hand and pointed to a corner. The layout of the store in the underworld is similar to that of a supermarket, rows of shelves. Because San arranged it himself, with the precision of the system, The shelves are arranged very neatly, without any gaps, which makes people feel very comfortable. Not only the shelves, but also the products on the shelves seem to be printed out of the same mold. Whether it is the placement or the angle, they are completely consistent. Perhaps because they are too neat. All the shelves seem to be integrated. If it is not for the obvious difference in the products, basically no difference can be seen. And there is no obvious difference in the classification of products. Okay, host. No problem, host. San nodded like pounding garlic. First deducted merit, quickly upgraded the grocery store, and then began to change the layout of the store. After several adjustments, the layout of the store can be regarded as meeting the standards in Sumo's mind. Why does the host want to change this? Wasn't the previous layout good? San asked with some doubts. Obviously, the host has used this layout for several planes in a row without changing it. Why is it suddenly changing today? Sumo shook his head slightly. The previous layout is not bad. It's just not suitable for placing certain things. The certain things she mentioned naturally refers to the newly unlocked products in the third level mall. The third level mall has opened up the exchange rights for a total of 6 items. And Sumo is going to exchange 3 of them temporarily. The first one is the Fuyin pill. From the name alone, it can be seen that this should be a pill related to face. But in fact it is not the case. It's just that from the perspective of efficacy, it is indeed similar to the previous beauty pill. Fuyin pill purchase price, 2 merits/pill sales price, 5 merits/pill introduction. Fuyin pill can enrich the soul and restore it to the way it wants. The duration is 1 year. After taking it for 3 consecutive years, the soul body can remain as it was before leaving the underworld. At the same time, the rejuvenating pill will eliminate other traces left on the soul. The state of a person's soul after death is unstable. Some ghosts will maintain their appearance before death, while others will return to their youthful appearance. If someone has been injured before death, for example, there are obvious scars, or more serious, direct disfiguring injuries, the traces left in this case will also have a certain probability of remaining on the soul. The traces left by age will disappear after reincarnation. And the traces left on the soul, due to other reasons, are very likely to be carried over to the next reincarnation. This is why some people have things like birthmarks on their bodies after birth, which are traces left from their previous lives. The function of the rejuvenating pill is to restore the soul to the age stage that one wishes to show. And it can also remove these soul traces, so that it will not affect one's body after reincarnation, because the effect is not very outrageous. The price is also very cheap, which is the cheapest unit price of this plane in history. But because it takes 3 times to be effective, the price is 5 merits per pill. But it actually costs 15 merits. To be honest, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a consumer trap. Ahem. In addition to the Fuyin pill, Sumo also plans to unlock 2 other items, namely the Peace Amulet and the Golden Buddha. Similar to the Bad Luck Amulet, these 2 items are prepared for people in the Yang world. Chapter 306, The Underworld, the Golden Buddha of the House Amulet of Peace purchase price, 10 merits/peace. Selling price, 30 merits/peace. Introduction. Carrying it with you can ensure that ordinary ghosts do not approach you. And it can also protect you from being peaceful and healthy to a certain extent. Golden Buddha purchase price, 100 merits/peace. Selling price, 300 merits/peace. Introduction. Place it in the right place at home. It can improve the feng shui of the home and keep the home peaceful and calm. Amulets of peace are actually similar to the amulets of peace that are blessed by real masters and obtained from temples. In addition to deterring ghosts, amulets of peace can also block ghosts when they approach. If the ghosts have malicious intentions towards the carrier of the amulet of peace will even damage itself and cause harm to it, in order to achieve the purpose of protection. Not only that, amulets of peace have many other functions, such as blessing people with success in everything, dispelling bad luck, etc. But the problem that needs to be noted is that it must be blessed by a real master to count. But there are very few such masters. Ordinary masters are not all fake, but they certainly do not have the qualifications to consecrate amulets. The so-called amulets they consecrate can only deter ghosts at most, but they cannot really ensure safety. But Sumo's amulets are naturally the most complete and the most comprehensive. A piece of 30 merits is not expensive, after all. It has so many functions. Among the 3 items selected this time, the most worth mentioning is the Golden Buddha. And the Golden Buddha is what Sumo said, something that is not suitable to be placed in the previous layout. The Golden Buddha, literally, is a real Buddha made of pure gold. As long as it is worshipped at home, unless you don't pay attention to worshipping it, it can basically keep the home peaceful for at least 100 years. And it can also stabilize the feng shui and slowly improve it, although it is not necessary to worship it in the store. And Suemo herself does not believe in these things. She thinks it is better to respect it, which is why she asked San San to divide another area. She plans to worship the Golden Buddha alone in that place, and not put other things around it. Otherwise, if the Buddha statue and other elixirs and spells are piled together, it will be a bit inappropriate no matter how you look at it, because the effect of the Golden Buddha is really powerful. The price is also surprisingly high. 300 points of merit may not be accumulated by most ghosts, who stay in the underworld until their souls can no longer support themselves. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, things like golden Buddhas are different from ordinary commodities. This can be considered a luxury in this plane. It cannot be sold in bulk otherwise. If everyone in the Yang world holds a Golden Buddha, how can those demons and monsters survive? Even if the price is not so high, Suemo does not plan to buy a lot of goods to display in the store. After all, things are precious because they are rare. She planned to open the store every day to replenish 5 Golden Buddhas. Whether she can buy them depends on her own financial resources, luck and fate. Anyway, she does not expect to earn merits with this thing. Because the upgrade only gives 1 commodity exchange voucher, Suemo spent an additional 4,500 merits to buy the exchange vouchers for the other 2 commodities. 2 vouchers cost her 9,000 merits. Luckily, she has earned a lot during this period, and has more than 100,000 merits on her. Otherwise, it is really not enough to unlock a commodity. Newly unlocked goods, except for the 5 gifts that the Golden Buddha only put on the shelf that Suemo specially prepared for it, she bought another 100-piece amulets, and 300 Fuyin Dan, and it cost her more than 10,000 merits to buy these 2 things. In addition to the first time, there were also the Mingpa soup, and the soul-returning talisman and other things, which deducted about 17,000 merits one after another. After spending more than 100,000 merits, only more than 60,000 were left. Suemo asked San San to put the other things in place, and he carefully put the 5 Golden Buddhas on the independent shelf. The 5 Golden Buddhas fell on the light white shelf. From the appearance, they were all printed in the same way, as if they were made in a factory wholesale, but for some reason, they gave people a completely different feeling. It was as if each Golden Buddha had its own independent emotion. Suemo pondered for a moment, as if he remembered something, and then asked San San to make a sign and hang it under the Golden Buddha for the house. If you have a connection, Buddha is kind, you can buy it. If you don't have a connection, Buddha hates you, don't force it. You have the nerve to post it after donating so little. These people are really crazy about becoming famous these days. Do good deeds and hype it up. You post selfies wearing so little, aren't you just posting them for people to see? What's wrong with a few comments? This picture is photoshopped, and this nose doesn't look natural. It's 100% plastic surgery. You want to copy the internet celebrity with this? This popularity is inexplicable. I don't believe there is no team behind it. It's obviously a text message, but it seems to have become a physical entity, like a sword. Every word hits the heart. But the injured heart still hasn't stopped beating. And these scars are gradually accumulating on her body, becoming more and more. Bai Qian suddenly opened her eyes. The suffocating words were like a devil's sound filling her ears, choking her and making her unable to breathe. One foot seemed to step on the edge of death. It was not until she found that she didn't feel suffocated that she suddenly remembered that she was no longer a human. She was dead. Ghosts don't have entities, so they don't need to breathe. And she had died once. And it was impossible for her to die again, because she recalled the things that made her extremely angry in her life again. Her mind was wrapped in this emotion at this time, as if she had tied an unsolvable knot. After a long time, she suddenly remembered what she was going to do today. She was going to by the water of separation. Although she tried hard to persuade herself not to care about other people's eyes and opinions, she still couldn't control her emotions. Since there was no way to control it, she might as well forget it all. But she didn't want to forget the memories, because she wanted to keep these memories, to alert herself all the time, to stop being so naive. Perhaps because she wasted some time adjusting her emotions. When Bai Qian came to the underworld store she had been to yesterday, she saw a scene that surprised her. Countless ghosts came and went. It was very lively. This was completely the opposite of the scene when she came to the store yesterday. No wonder those soul catchers said that the business here was good. It really lived up to its reputation. She took a lot of effort to squeeze into the store, and just wanted to find what she needed at the location yesterday, but found that today's store seemed to be different from what she saw yesterday. She felt that the layout here seemed to have changed a little. And this change also affected the location of the love water. What you need is here. Chapter 307, The Underworld, Emotional Lack. Bai Qian's appearance was quite obvious, and her route of action was different from other ghosts. So Su Mo saw her at a glance. Because the layout had changed, there was a fairly ample space for the Golden Buddha, which also affected the placement of other products. The love water, as the least produced item, was temporarily placed on the small shelf closest to the counter. There were only 5 bottles in total, and putting them here still made the shelf, which obviously couldn't hold much, look empty. Thank you. After hearing Boss Su's voice, Bai Qian turned her head subconsciously, and her sight just happened to meet the items on the small shelf. She almost couldn't wait to buy the love water. The moment her palm left the merit stone, she opened the cork at the mouth of the bottle with one hand, and then drank the bottle of clear water. The liquid was tasteless, just like plain water, but it felt as if something was slowly disappearing. The speed of emotional stripping was much faster than expected. But for her, it seemed like a century had passed. Although she still had those memories in her mind, she no longer had any emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness in her heart, as if these things did not happen to her. Even though the memories were still there, she seemed to be out of it. She was like a bystander, and a cold-blooded bystander, without even a trace of sympathy. This feeling made her feel very strange, but she felt very comfortable from the bottom of her heart. Boss Su, this love water won't restore you after you drink it, right? She was really afraid that one day she would suddenly be able to feel the emotions in her memory again, which would be too scary. No, not only will there be no emotional rebound, but it will almost become a soul without emotions. If a suicidal soul uses love water on the first day of entering the underworld, there is a great possibility that the love water will affect the soul itself, not the memory. The consequence of the impact itself is that if she reincarnates, then Bai Qian in her next life will most likely become a patient with love disorder. Although love disorder is rare, it is not non-existent in the eyes of people in the Yang world. It is a disease. Actually, it is not wrong to say that it is a disease. But the root cause is that there is something wrong with the soul. This is also a side effect of love water. However, the conditions for suicide must be met, and the love water must be used on the day of entering the underworld. The number of such ghosts is still relatively small. Su Mo has been in business for more than half a month since he opened his shop. Except for today, he has not sold a single bottle of the love water. If Bai Qian had not happened to be a suicidal ghost, she would have almost forgotten that the love water had such a side effect. Of course, it does not mean that only those who meet the above conditions will suffer from emotional loss in their next life. Under no conditions, any ghost who drinks 3 bottles of the love water can produce the same effect. In any case, Bai Qian was obviously relieved when she heard Boss Su say that the effect would not disappear. That's good, thank you Boss Su. I've already bought everything, I'll leave first. Yeah. Without those emotional troubles, even though she still has the memory of those bad things in her heart, Bai Qian feels very relaxed. Now she has the energy to care about other things in the underworld, including watching the fun. Although she said she was leaving, when she was about to step out of the door, she suddenly heard a huge exclamation from the store. Anyone with a little curiosity would probably look back at this time, and with just this one glance, she saw the 5 very eye-catching golden Buddhas on the shelf on the left. Wow! 300 merits for one. Who can afford it? A ghost couldn't help but snort a few times, although he was also very envious of the effect of the golden Buddha. As long as he thought of his merits that were less than 1/10 of 300, his inner thoughts were instantly extinguished. Moreover, to be a little more cold-blooded, for these ghosts, the memories of the Yang world in their minds are already last life things. Although some ghosts will care about people in the Yang world, they are just concerned, and there are only a few who are willing to spend merits. Only those ghosts who have just died will buy things like the soul returning talisman and the ghost messenger. For old ghosts like them who have died for decades, the feelings of their relatives and friends in their lifetime have long faded or even forgotten. However, things can't be said so absolutely. Mu Chung is the best example. The golden Buddha is a bit expensive, but this amulet is good. If I don't have enough merit, I really want to give one to my dad. In fact, the amulet is a low-end version of the golden Buddha. Right? I feel that the effects are similar. In this case, isn't it more cost-effective for everyone to have an amulet than to buy a golden Buddha? In the eyes of the ghost who spoke, the price of the golden Buddha and the amulet is 10 times different. Unless there are more than 10 people to give it to. It is better to give an amulet to each person one by one. Moreover, the golden Buddha can only be placed at home. If something really happens to a person, the Buddha will not be able to take care of it in time. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it is not as cost-effective as the peace amulet. This statement makes sense at first, but within a few seconds, it was refuted by another person who seemed to be quite knowledgeable in this area. The peace amulet is a low-end version of the golden Buddha? I think you are possessed. This peace amulet can be made by any master with Taoism. But the golden Buddha is a real Buddha. Have you ever seen a comparison between a person and a Buddha? Even the master dare not say this. Santu shook his head helplessly, thinking that if these ghosts really bought the golden Buddha, it would be a waste. The ghosts around him also thought it made sense. But they did not understand these things. And they did not have so much merit to buy it. So they mostly watched here for fun. At most, some ghosts listened to Santu's words. And some became interested, and could not help wanting to know more. If you know, please tell me more. We don't know these things. Don't blame us. Seeing that they seemed to be really curious, Santu couldn't help but talk about his own personal experience. He was a Buddhist in his lifetime. Although he had no skills, and was just an ordinary person, he knew a real master with great skills. At first, he helped the master when he was in trouble. He thought it was just a small matter, and even forgot about it. But the master was grateful, and gave him things like amulets almost every year. Chapter 308 The Underworld. Popular internet celebrity check-in spots in the underworld. The master even gave him a Buddha statue last year. Although it is a pity that the Buddha in the statue has already left. But no matter what, it is a place where the real Buddha has been. And it is still a good thing. So he worshipped the Buddha statue well. Since then, everything in their family can be said to be going smoothly. His son got a promotion, and his granddaughter's grades improved. The most obvious thing is his health. He is old and got sick. He always couldn't sleep at night because of physical discomfort. But since the Buddha statue came, he slept well every night. And his body felt much more relaxed. At first, he thought it was a psychological effect, but when he went to the hospital for a checkup, although his condition did not improve, at least it did not continue to deteriorate. And even the doctor was very surprised. Although he died, brought here by the soul catcher. The Buddha statue had delayed his illness from 3 months to 1 year. And he did not suffer any pain during the process, which was already very good. After he left, his only wish was that his children would worship the Buddha statue well. If they really did not want to, or thought it was troublesome, then they could return the statue to the master, and it should not be wasted. If a statue of a real Buddha really existed, it would be absolutely priceless, and it would cause people to rob it in the Yang world. If a family worships Buddha, as long as they do not do bad things, then the golden Buddha can at least guarantee 100 years of peace for the family. And even this time will change with the merits of the family. It can only be said that the explanation in words and language is still too superficial. And the literal introduction alone is not enough to reflect the power of the golden Buddha. You still have to experience it in person to understand it. Even if Santu said so, the ghosts around only thought that the golden Buddha was indeed very powerful. But they could not think of more profound things. But this was enough. They just knew that the golden Buddha was powerful. After a group of ghosts looked at it for a long time, no one bought the golden Buddha. And they knew that the high price really blocked almost 99% of the ghosts. So they prepared to leave. After all, not everyone has time to waste here. Several groups of ghosts came to buy things in succession. And almost every group came to pay homage to the 5 golden Buddhas before leaving. It was as if doing so would make them luckier and things would go more smoothly. It was not until the afternoon that almost all the ghosts in the southern region knew about the golden Buddha. This attracted a lot of ghosts, who didn't need to buy anything and didn't plan to go to the underworld store. They just wanted to take a look at the golden Buddha. This can really be regarded as a pleasant surprise. Suemo looked at the rapidly rising values on the panel, and was very satisfied. San was even more overjoyed. And his little tail trembled with joy. The news of the golden Buddha attracted many ghosts, who had never been to the store before. Even if these ghosts did not buy anything, they could increase their reputation by just taking a look. In just this afternoon, her reputation increased by nearly 1,000. Of course, in addition to the ghosts who came to watch, there were also some customers who did not intend to buy anything but could not help but spend money after coming to the store. Seeing that the store was about to become a popular check-in point for internet celebrities in the underworld. But there were still no ghosts buying. These ghosts gave up the idea of watching the remaining local tycoons buy golden Buddhas. In their opinion, since no ghosts bought it after waiting for a whole day, it is estimated that it will not be sold in a short time. However, no one expected that when they came to the store the next day, they unexpectedly found that only 4 of the 5 golden Buddhas on the shelf were left. In other words, a ghost had already taken one away without them knowing. Did anyone see who bought it? I thought no one would buy it. But I didn't expect it. How could no one buy a good thing? There are many ghosts with great merit in the underworld, but they don't come out often, so they are not well informed. I guess they just came to take it down after hearing the news. Just when everyone was regretting that they didn't see the ghost with great merit take the golden Buddha away, they actually saw a ghost with a faint golden light of merit all over his body walking towards the golden Buddha. The ghosts looked at each other and held their breath. Tianwei looked at the golden Buddha in front of him with confidence, and his eyes were full of determination. He slowly reached out, carefully preparing to pick up one of the Buddha statues he had chosen. Ah! Just when everyone thought they could finally see what a magical scene it would be to ask the Buddha statue to leave, the ghost with a clear and transparent soul suddenly screamed. They didn't know if it was their illusion, but they always felt that the ghost's soul seemed to have a hint of gloomy black air. But in just a moment, it returned to its original transparent and pure appearance. Tianwei covered his hand that seemed to be burned by flames, looking at the golden Buddha with disbelief on his face, but in fact, he was already a little panicked in his heart. Then, he forced himself to calm down. It's impossible. He did it so secretly, it's impossible to be discovered. Besides, it's just a dead object. The pain in his hand seemed to remind him of what had just happened, but Tianwei kept comforting himself. He reluctantly stretched out his hand again, but unfortunately, he couldn't even touch the golden Buddha this time, and was bounced back a few steps by an inexplicable and strange force. Perhaps because his soul state was very attractive, and because he was going to buy the golden Buddha, there were already quite a few people around him. What happened to Tianwei just now was enough to attract their attention, and everyone who didn't understand what happened was discussing it privately. What's going on? Ghosts with such merits can't touch the golden Buddha? But think about it. This kind of Buddha statue is supposed to be used to suppress ghosts. Since we can't touch it, why does Boss Su sell it? No. There must be other problems. Is it because we don't have a destiny? I saw that the sign says don't force it if you don't have a destiny. That's not the case. You didn't see it. His hands are almost rotten, as if they were put into the fire and burned. It hurts to look at. Even if there is no destiny, it shouldn't be like this, right? Seeing more and more ghosts watching, Tianwei subconsciously wiped the non-existent sweat on his head, pretending to say to himself, forget about the lack of destiny. I won't buy it. After saying that, he was ready to leave. But before he took 2 steps, he was caught by a mysterious man in a black cloak. Chapter 309 Hell, Sister. Please give me some face. Chapter 309 Hell, Sister. Please give me some face. And this person is Xiao Hei, who has not appeared for a long time. Who are you? What do you do? Let me go. This not only scared Tianwei, but also scared other ghosts around. They all looked at the man in black, who suddenly appeared in their sight without knowing why. They took a step back in fear, but they were shouting in their hearts that there was something exciting to watch. But while watching the excitement, they were also a little surprised and daunted. They were surprised that they didn't know where this man in black came from. Someone dared to make trouble in the store in the underworld. They were afraid that this incident would affect them. Everyone was curious about what kind of answer this man in black would give, but what they didn't expect was that Xiao Hei didn't say anything at all, and didn't plan to say anything. But it's not a big deal if it goes on like this. What happened here has affected other customers. Tianwei also took advantage of the fact that there were many ghosts, and started to yell that the man in black was going to harm him. Seeing that the matter was about to get bigger and bigger, everyone saw Boss Su, who basically never left his place, walking towards this direction, because the ghosts who dared to cause trouble in the underworld store had not appeared yet. Xiao Hei had never been useful except today, so these ghosts did not recognize him at all, and did not know that he was actually Sumo's man. Just when everyone was thinking about how Boss Su would deal with this matter, whether he would find a ghost to take away the man in black who was causing trouble for no reason. They found that the matter was completely different from what they imagined. Take him to the back. Don't affect other guests. Sumo's guests? This is not right. It turns out that Boss Su recognized this man in black. They are actually in the same group? Just when everyone was still immersed in shock. Tian Wei, who was about to be taken away, was naturally unhappy. He was patient before because he didn't want to make things too ugly. After all, he felt guilty. But now, they were going to take him away. How could he care whether it was ugly or not? I was wondering how dare this man in black arrest me. It turned out to be Boss Su's man. I wonder if Boss Su can tell me what I did wrong. Tian Wei was a little scheming. He said that he wanted Sumo to give him an explanation. But he didn't actually let her speak. He started to stir up the atmosphere around him again. This is only my second time to come to the underworld store. Nothing happened before. Today I just want to buy a golden Buddha. Halfway through, Tian Wei paused, and then took out his hand that had just been injured. But I have no destiny with this golden Buddha. And he heard me. But I don't care about it. You can judge for yourself. I didn't offend the golden Buddha. And I won't force it if we are not destined to be together. Could it be that Boss Su is going to force a sale? Perhaps because he was in a weak position. And his tone was too indignant. The other ghosts around him couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for him. Some ghosts who were easily brainwashed even believed what he said. And then from the gossip at the beginning, they began to help Tian Wei question. Sumo raised her eyebrows. I didn't expect that this person had such a good psychological quality when he was alive. And he was still so shameless after his death. For sale is naturally not. Sumo was about to say something. But before she finished, she was interrupted by Tian Wei. Sumo didn't like others interrupting her. But this person was already at the end of his strength. And she was too lazy to argue with a dead person. I don't know where Tian Wei got the courage from. Maybe because he saw other ghosts were speaking for him. He knew that he had done something terrible. But he still had to pretend to be tough. Boss Su believes that she likes to convince people with reason. And she doesn't want this incident to have any impact on her own shop. Otherwise she would have asked Xiao Hei to drag him away. TSK. Let them pay more. Why did Boss Su detain me if it wasn't a forced sale? Isn't it because of my merits? If other ghosts said this, most of them would not believe it. But the state of Tian Wei's soul body is that of a person with great merits. So, some of those who didn't believe it before also had doubts. At this moment, a sudden chuckle came from the crowd, and everyone's eyes turned to the ghost who made the sound. It was a female ghost in white clothes, and the state of her soul was even better than that of Tian Wei. Even the merits of Tian Wei were nothing compared to hers. Even though Qingxi knew that laughing out loud would attract attention from others, she couldn't help it. She felt the gazes around her. But she didn't show any fear. Instead, she looked back generously. What? Can't I laugh? Everyone looked at her merits, which almost blinded them. These ghosts said nothing on the surface. But in their hearts they were thinking, yes, yes, yes. Whatever the merit boss said is right. Would there really be any ghosts who believe what he said? The underworld store does business for the entire underworld. And they would look down on his merits? It was as if a business tycoon who had opened chain stores all over the world would kidnap a local tycoon. And it was just for money. It's outrageous to say it out loud. The scene was deadlocked for a while. At this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew outside. Except for Qingxi and other great meritorious ghosts, who were also hiding in the crowd watching the show, the souls of other ghosts shook subconsciously. This is. The 4 envoys of Yama are doing their jobs according to orders. The irrelevant ghosts should leave quickly. Sumo rolled his eyes. What are you going to leave? Take it away quickly, don't affect my business. The customers have all left, they are not buying things? Yama's 4 envoys. Sister, please give us some face. Don't we want face? Sumo, you want face even if you affect my business. The scene was quiet again. After hearing the words of the 4 envoys, the surrounding ghosts were ready to leave, but they heard the more arrogant words of Boss Su, and couldn't help but stop. The 4 messengers of Yama are doing business. People may not see it once even after decades of death. It's not easy to get such an opportunity to see it. How could they miss it? Now it's not just the customers in the store who are ready to eat melons and watch the show. Even the other ghosts attracted by the 4 messengers on their way here are blocked outside the store. The layout of the underworld store is that the wall of the gate is all transparent glass, so everyone can clearly see the ghosts huddled together outside, each with a hideous face, but in the atmosphere at this time, not only does it not look scary, but it looks a bit funny. The ghost who had just questioned Boss Sue with confidence suddenly became like a dying person who was grabbed by the throat, and his face suddenly became gray. Chapter 310 Hell. Is this something they can hear? They only saw the 4 envoys take out something. The soul that was clear and transparent a second ago gradually solidified, and then turned black and turbid at a rapid speed. The good ghost with merits a moment ago became a demon that crawled out of hell the next moment. This scene can be said to have scared many ghosts. Although they are ghosts, this is also their first time to be ghosts. Where have they seen such a scene? In the end, the 4 envoys took Tian Wei, who was as dead as ashes, away without saying a word. Xiao He, who completed the task, also hid his merits and fame, and quietly hid in the store. Although the matter was resolved quickly, this scene was still remembered by many ghosts, and left a shadow in their hearts. After the 4 envoys left, in order to avoid getting into trouble, although everyone had their own doubts in their hearts, no one said it out loud. The ghosts that were able to dispatch the 4 envoys under Yama to catch must have been in big trouble. Moreover, it is obvious that this is something that they cannot touch without thinking about it. Boss Su, what did that ghost do just now? Qingxi sat on the chair, staring at Suemo curiously, asking questions that other ghosts dare not even think about. It was agreed that it was something that they could not touch. How could he ask it like that? Is it okay to ask? A group of ghosts with great curiosity thought they had covered up well and gathered around the counter, pretending to look at the things on the shelf, but in fact, they had no intention of buying anything, and all their ears were erected to listen to the movement behind them. Suemo naturally knew that countless ears were waiting for her answer. But this matter itself was not a secret, and there was no need to hide it, so she could say it or not. Want to know? Suemo raised her eyebrows slightly. Qingxi nodded. Even though the group of ghosts behind knew that this question was not for them, they couldn't help but nod. Boss Su, let's hear it. I'll ask for a golden Buddha later, as the fee for listening to gossip, Qingxi said with a smile. Good guy, it turned out that the merit boss paid for gossip. Is this something they can listen to? Before they could decide whether they should listen or not, they heard Boss Su had already spoken. The merits on him are not his own. The amount of information contained in a short sentence was huge, making all the ghosts who heard it stunned. Even Qingxi took several seconds to digest it before understanding what she meant. Boss Su means that ghost just stole someone else's merits? Yes. Qingxi frowned. No wonder she always felt that man was unlucky. It turns out that all the merits on him were stolen. Although this answer sounds a bit outrageous, but if you think about it carefully, it may really be the case. This can also explain why the Golden Buddha didn't let him get close, and why he later became so scary. Rather than saying that the 4 envoys did something to him, it's more like he revealed his true form. But Qingxi still has a question. But don't everyone say that the merit book cannot be robbed? This is not just her problem, but also the problem of all the ghosts present. It was said before that the merit book is bound to one's own soul, and it cannot be robbed or lost unless it is voluntary. If this is not the case, then if today's incident is spread out, it will definitely cause a panic. I didn't say that he stole the merit from the merit book. Suemo knew that they would definitely think wrong. But this is normal. Those who can think of this method should not be standing here. They should be taken away by the 4 envoys and Tian Wei. He did evil in his lifetime, but the method was more secretive, and he thought he would not be discovered. After saying this, Suemo glanced coldly at all the creatures present, and then said, but don't worry. The merit book is absolutely safe. Don't spread it randomly when the time comes. Otherwise, I will be warned to spread rumors. These days, no matter where you are, rumors are always the most terrifying. If Suemo doesn't warn them, then within 3 days, it is estimated that the outrageous rumor that you can steal merit by touching other ghosts will spread outside. All the ghosts felt her gaze, and they shuddered, and then shook their heads frantically. Don't worry, Boss Su. We will never spread rumors. Yes. 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 Don't worry. We will tell you the original words even if we have to. The topic ended there. Although many ghosts pointed at Qingxi and asked her to ask more questions, they could also take the opportunity to hear more news. But unfortunately, they were still disappointed. After asking the second question, Qingxi went to pick the Golden Buddha. She is not a fool. Boss Su only said that Tian Wei did evil and used a secret method, but did not say the specific content. Isn't it obvious that it is not convenient to say? since it is not convenient to say. How could she continue to ask questions and make herself bored? People have given her enough face today. She would not think that it was because she wanted to buy the golden Buddha that Boss Su answered her question. Just as she said before, Boss Su was doing business for the entire underworld, and he was not interested in the merits of a few hundred. Before choosing the golden Buddha, Qingxi bowed solemnly, and then looked up and observed carefully. Perhaps because of her many merits, the 4 golden Buddhas were very friendly to her, and nothing happened even if she touched them one by one. This was completely opposite to the situation when Tianwei touched the golden Buddha before. This is the difference between true merit and false merit. Ordinary ghosts cannot tell the difference, but the Buddha has his own destiny. In the end, Qingxi asked for the second golden Buddha to leave, because she saw the lotus on the base of the golden Buddha, and Qingxi and her mother liked the lotus the most. When asking the Buddha to leave, everyone could vaguely see a faint golden phantom, and the Sanskrit sound with no specific tone could be heard in their ears. But it was only a matter of a moment. They felt it was magical, and tried hard to recall the appearance of the phantom and the tone of the Sanskrit sound, but found that they could not remember it at all. The speed at which Tianwei's news spread was faster than Su Imo had imagined. Although there was no network in the underworld, and no communication equipment, because everyone was a soul, they all flew, and moved very fast, so the speed at which the news spread was also very fast. In addition, there was no entertainment in the underworld, just like the infinite plane before, so everyone was particularly cherishing this hard-won gossip. And the way they cherished it was to mention it whenever they saw a ghost, even if it was a ghost they didn't know. But no matter how they spread it, they all remembered what Boss Su warned them that day, and they didn't dare to say anything that distorted the facts. That was someone who dared to harm the 4 messengers of Yama. Chapter 311. The Underworld. Can't afford to offend. Is this something they can afford to offend? Can't afford to offend. Of course, the spread of this news is still good for the Underworld store. Before saying this, it is necessary to mention one thing first, that is, the 4 areas of the Underworld have all been opened up. The opening up of the 4 areas itself means that the traffic of the Underworld store will be greatly impacted in a short period of time, because the other ghosts next door, who can't buy goods such as ghost orders, will definitely come to Su Imo to buy things. And because of Tianwei's matter, the popularity of the Underworld store in the south has been further improved. There have been ghosts in other areas who have heard about the golden Buddha and want to come and pay homage. They didn't dare to spread the news about Tianwei, but the golden Buddha was spread by them as a miracle, and they almost said that if you buy the golden Buddha, you will have a chance to ascend to heaven after death. It took 2 days for the 2 golden Buddhas to be taken away at the beginning. A few days after this incident happened, that is, starting from about the 5th day after the golden Buddhas were put on the shelf, the newly placed golden Buddhas every day would be taken away, not a single one would be left. This simply shocked the ghosts. It was said that no ghost could afford it. In the end, a big guy secretly bought all the golden Buddhas at this time. They still didn't know what kind of sensation this batch of golden Buddhas would cause in the Yang world. This is not the first time that Qingmu has seen something inexplicable at home, but she still couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But Qingmu quickly realized that this should be something said by Qingxi. When she opened the box and saw the letter with Qingxi's name inside, she confirmed her thoughts. How could she not recognize her daughter's handwriting? There was not much in the letter, only half a page in total. It was nothing more than Qingxi saying that she was doing well, and asking them not to worry, and take good care of themselves. There was nothing more. After all, it was all unspeakable. These contents occupied 70% of the entire letter, and the remaining 30% was used to introduce the items in the box. After reading the letter carefully, Qing's mother first opened an exquisite box, folded the letter neatly and put it in, and then carefully held up the box in her hand. From the letter, we can know that the thing inside is a real golden Buddha that Qingxi invited. It just so happened that Qing's mother also had the habit of worshipping Buddha, especially after Qingxi left. She would go to the temple every once in a while to pray for her and her family. Therefore, the family also set up an altar, but the Buddha statue had not been brought in yet, so the altar was empty, and the one sent by Qingxi could be placed here. She carefully opened the box, and saw the golden Buddha inside at a glance, although it had not been taken out yet. Just by looking at it, Qing's mother knew that it was an excellent golden Buddha. In addition, Qingxi got it from below, so she dared not neglect it, until the golden Buddha was placed on the altar. Qing's mother destroyed the packaging, lit incense, and sincerely worshipped the Buddha. The sound of the aunt opening the door and greeting guests sounded in the entrance downstairs. Thinking of Ching's father saying yesterday that he might bring the president of another company he had recently cooperated with back for dinner today. As the hostess, she couldn't delay here, so she changed her clothes and went downstairs. Madam, do you believe in Buddhism? Although it is said that people should not talk while eating or sleeping, the dinner table is usually the best time to keep in touch. The simple chat before the meal has made Ching's father and mother somewhat familiar with Mr. Zhang Tang, so it is not presumptuous for him to say this now. Ching's mother nodded slightly at first, and then asked, how did Mr. Zhang know? Ching's father and him are only working partners, so he will definitely not take the initiative to mention his wife to his partners. In addition, it is Zhang Tang's first time to come as a guest, and his first time to meet Ching's mother, so it seems a bit strange for him to ask this question. After all, this kind of question is basically asked only when there is a confirmed basis. Just when Madame came downstairs, she asked about the smell of incense and candles. Zhang Tang may also know that his words just now are easy to cause misunderstanding, so he explained quickly. No wonder, I did light incense just now. After that, they started a discussion on this topic. After chatting, Ching's father and mother learned that Zhang Tang's family also had some connection with this aspect, which was why they were so sensitive and concerned about it. Even after dinner, Zhang Tang took the initiative to offer to help them check the authenticity of the Buddha statue and the setting of the altar. After all, the golden Buddha was delivered today, and Ching's mother was worried that she might have some details that she had not handled well, which would expose the source of the golden Buddha, so she was ready to refuse at first. But Zhang Tang cited an example of his friend who almost got into trouble by worshipping a fake Buddha, so she couldn't say anything more. Moreover, after dinner, Zhang Tang and Ching's father were going to the study to discuss official business, and the location of the golden Buddha was on the only way to the study. Helplessly, Ching's mother could only agree, although she didn't know why Zhang Tang was so enthusiastic. She didn't see any bad intentions from Mr. Zhang, so she let him see it. After Ching's mother agreed, Ching's father was a little confused. After all, he remembered that there was no Buddha statue in his home before, and the master he contacted also said that he had never seen a suitable one, so he kept delaying it. Could it be such a coincidence that it was delivered today? Although he was a little confused, Ching's father cooperated with Ching's mother and greeted Zhang Tang upstairs. While going upstairs, Ching's mother took advantage of Zhang Tang's inattention and secretly hinted to Ching's father that the golden Buddha was sent by Chingxi, and he suddenly realized it. No wonder. After a few steps, the three of them came to the altar. Zhang Tang originally came with the intention of showing them the Buddha statue, but the moment he saw the Buddha statue, he was stunned. His performance was too obvious, so Ching's father and mother soon discovered the problem. Mr. Zhang, do you have any questions? No problem. No problem. Mr. Ching, your family is really blessed. After all, there are people involved in this field in the family. Zhang Tang has been exposed to it since he was a child, and naturally knows a lot. He can tell at a glance that this golden Buddha is not only real, but also likely to exist in the real Buddha, and it has been consecrated in front of the big Buddha, and it has been worshipped. When he approached just now, not only did he feel a strange energy, which made him stand solemnly, but he also heard a faint Sanskrit sound in his ears. This is not an illusion. This can only be achieved by the Buddha statue that exists in the real Buddha. Even if it is a fake Buddha that looks real, it is still fake, and it certainly does not have such an effect. Chapter 312. Hell, this can't be a GIF. Right? Zhang Tang almost forgot when he last saw this kind of Buddha statue. Being able to get a real Buddha statue, it seems that the Qing family is not simple. Originally, he wanted to come and see the Buddha statue to ensure the safety of this cooperation. After all, if something happened to Qing's father, as a partner, he would definitely suffer some losses. But what he didn't expect was that they were worshipping a real golden Buddha. And the golden Buddha was very kind and satisfied with the family. A family blessed by the golden Buddha, I think their careers will be very smooth, and there may even be unexpected surprises. As a partner, he didn't dare to say that he would eat meat and drink soup, but he could still take advantage of it and get a little advantage. However, such a good thing, how could he not be tempted? So when Qing's father and mother heard that Zhang Tang was willing to pay for the golden Buddha, they were really surprised. Of course, it was not that he wanted to buy it that shocked her, but the price he offered. Boss Qing, I'm not lying to you. Your golden Buddha is indeed top-notch. My price is indeed a little low. But as long as you agree, I will let those people give me another 2% profit on the contract. What do you think? A contract worth 50 million plus an extra 2% profit. This is not a small amount. Although Qing's mother knew a little about the company's affairs, she only knew a little bit, and didn't know how valuable Zhang Tang's words were. Giving him these 2% profit would not only affect the money, but also the right to speak on this cooperation case in the future. If what Zhang Tang said was true, then this contract is worth much more than 50 million. This is a deal worth hundreds of millions. Just giving up a golden Buddha can exchange for hundreds of millions of wealth. If Qing's father hadn't known that this was a gift from Qingxi, he might have been tempted. After Qing's father declined, Zhang Tang was still obviously unwilling. Perhaps he thought that he didn't give enough. So he gritted his teeth and added another 10 million and 0.5% interest. I'm really sorry. This Buddha is a gift from my daughter. Qing's father originally didn't want to link Qingxi and the golden Buddha. But if Zhang Tang raised the price like this, if he didn't give a reason, it would be easy for people to think that he was greedy. After hearing what Qing's father said, Zhang Tang was stunned. The affairs of the Qing family are not a secret. Since they cooperated with Qing's father, they naturally knew about it. In his memory, this Miss Qing was said to have passed away due to an accident. In other words, this golden Buddha is almost like a relic. And it is normal for Qing's father and mother not to sell it. If the person is alive, there is still room for negotiation. But since the person is gone, he can only regretfully give up. Otherwise, if he continues to raise the price, it will make him look aggressive. I'm really sorry. Qing's father looked at the plan that the two finally agreed on, with a complicated expression. And he didn't know what he was thinking. Although the sale of the golden Buddha was not successful, Zhang Tang still gave up half of the profit in this cooperation, which was the biggest concession he could make without affecting his right to speak. Qing's father would naturally not miss such a good thing. So the two of them were very harmonious when discussing cooperation. And they didn't spend much effort at all. And there were no excessive disputes, which can be said to be very rare. After Zhang Tang left, Qing's father couldn't help but take another look at the golden Buddha. Apart from the meaning of the golden Buddha itself, the price alone was not worth the price he had offered before. But they were both businessmen. Qing's father could naturally see the other value of the golden Buddha from Zhang Tang's previous performance. He thought about it, opened his phone, took a photo, and sent it to the master who had agreed to find a Buddha statue for him. This kind of thing still needs to be seen by an expert, so that you can see it clearly. It was also a fate that he could meet this master. The master is quite busy and doesn't often use electronic devices. Qing's father thought he would have to wait a few days to receive a reply. But he didn't expect that only 10 minutes after sending the message, he received a message. Master, what are you doing? The little apprentice stared in amazement at the man who had said he would never go out and suddenly started packing his luggage. His hands almost rubbed his eyes red. And then he confirmed that this was what he saw. And it was not an illusion. Tell them, I won't go to this conference. If you really need someone, let your uncle go. Master Gu Xing looked at his dumbfounded little apprentice, not knowing if he heard it or not, and slapped him on the forehead. Did you hear it? I heard it. I heard it. The little apprentice was used to being beaten, so when he saw Master Gu Xing raising his hand, he cleverly hid his head, and even after dodging, he still asked his own question. Master, didn't you say you couldn't go out? What else could be more important than the conference? This conference is very important, not only Master Gu Xing, but also many hermits, who usually don't appear in the public eye. The main purpose of this conference, a simple translation is, Cultivation Exchange Meeting. The exchange meeting is held every other year, and every 5th year it will be more grand, called the Cultivation Exchange Conference. The difference between the conference and the ordinary exchange meeting is that they will invite big men from all over the country to answer questions and solve doubts for those who have just embarked on the road of cultivation, and give their own cultivation methods and tricks, etc. And Master Gu Xing is one of the people invited this year. Although it is not good to change his mind in the middle of the meeting, it is not a temporary change of mind. At least it is 3 days in advance, which is enough for them to find someone to replace him. Even if they can't find someone, don't they still have their junior brothers? A good junior brother should be used when he needs it. Master Gu Xing, who has a junior brother, has no psychological pressure even if he stands up. It's a good opportunity to train your eyesight. Master Gushing took out his cell phone, opened a picture. Take a look. The young disciple thought it was nothing at first. Isn't it just an ordinary Buddha statue? They have so many of them, as many as you want, and even many priceless ones. Is there anything worth his master showing him? Just when he was wondering in his heart, he blinked his eyes, and vaguely saw a flash of golden light on the picture. Isn't this a picture? Could it be a GIF? Master Gushing knew from the young disciple's expression and actions that he should have seen something wrong with the Buddha statue. The young disciple swallowed his saliva, and silently scolded himself several times for saying that it was just an ordinary Buddha statue. Master, is this the reason for this trip? That's right. Chapter 313, The Underworld, Invite Another Buddha. No need to say polite words. I won't ask you about the details of the Buddha statue, just take me to see it. Qing's father thought that Master Gushing's reply that he would come to see it was shocking enough. But what surprised him even more was that Master Gushing actually came to his door the next day after sending the message. This efficiency is simply amazing. If he hadn't had nothing to do at the company today, and planned to go out later, otherwise, he would have missed it. Qing's father took Master Gushing to the door, and he could feel a familiar force, and he didn't even need to push the door to know that the golden Buddha inside must be the same as what he saw in the photo. It's here. Qing's father took Master Gushing to the place where the golden Buddha was huddled. When Master Gushing saw the golden Buddha on the table, his eyes were straight, and everything was just right, so he bowed to the Buddha statue several times. No need for too many words, his actions directly explained everything. While Qing's father was sighing that he didn't know how Qingxi got this golden Buddha, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Since even Master Gushing treated it so carefully, it must be extraordinary. He didn't know whether Qingxi would affect herself in order to send it to the two of them. Because when Qingxi had a dream before, Qing's father had asked Master Gushing to interpret the dream. So when Qing's father mentioned it, he was not particularly surprised, and even felt that it was reasonable. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why Qing's father asked him to help find a Buddha statue, but ended up getting one himself. And it was a golden Buddha of such quality. Speaking of Qingxi, Master Gushing still had an impression, because when she was still alive, she would often go to the temple to donate incense and pray for amulets for her family. If an ordinary person did this, it would naturally not attract his attention. But Qingxi's merits, in the eyes of these people, can be said to be quite conspicuous. She is the protagonist with the spotlight wherever she goes. Mr. Qing has a good daughter. Master Gushing sighed, but did not say more. After all, the person is gone, and he was afraid of causing sadness to Qing's father. But in fact, for someone like Master Gushing who knows a lot of things, life and death are not as important as imagined. As long as they want, they can continue to practice as ghosts even after death. And for a good person like Qingxi, there is no need to worry too much. It's just that these things are still not convenient to tell ordinary people. Hearing his words, Qing's father smiled bitterly. Master Gushing, I actually have another question. Master Gushing turned his head to look at him, motioning him to speak first. Father Qing, my daughter didn't tell me where the golden Buddha came from. I'm really worried. Before he finished speaking, Master Gushing understood what he wanted to ask. Mr. Qing, are you worried that your daughter's request for this Buddha for you, will it have an impact on her? Yes. It's normal for him to have this worry. After all, it's something that even the master cares so much about. And he can't figure out how his always gentle and considerate daughter got it. I can't say more about other things. But Mr. Qing doesn't need to worry too much about Miss Qing. She is a person who is protected by merit, even in the underworld. Besides, the underworld is not like here. There is order there. Master Gushing's words can be translated as, Miss Qing is a ghost who is protected by merit, and she can not only eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the underworld, but also no one dares to provoke her. After understanding the hidden meaning, Qing's father was relieved, and the next words of Master Gushing also completely reassured him. The golden Buddha recognizes people. Since Miss Qing can be invited, and I think the Buddha is kind, it can prove that it also likes Miss Qing. Inviting the Buddha not only depends on merit, but also on the intention of the golden Buddha itself. If the golden Buddha is unwilling, no matter how much merit is, it cannot be invited. And since it has been invited, it must be voluntary. So there is no need to worry too much. Thank you, Master. I will take my wife to the temple to pray for blessings in a while. Since it is to pray for blessings, it will definitely not go empty-handed. At that time, it will definitely donate a considerable amount of incense money. As for why it is donated to the temple, instead of directly to Master Guxing. For this kind of master, people are willing to come because of the face of the Golden Buddha. And it has nothing to do with money. It is simply an insult to him to ask for money. Haven't you seen many rich people who can't even see the master even though they have hundreds of millions of checks in their hands? As expected, Master Guxing did not comment on Qing's father's actions. But he was not dissatisfied. He just said that the intention was there. Actually, I came here for another unwelcome request. Qing's father's spirits rose instantly. He knew that Master Guxing came here so anxiously. There must be other reasons. Boss Su, you said that I have already invited the Buddha once. Can I invite another one? Qingxi hesitated. If it weren't for her father's request from Master Guxing, if it were anyone else, she would have thought of helping. Although she prepared a golden Buddha for her parents. It was a dead object after all. If she really encountered something, she still had to rely on her connections. She naturally knew the reputation of Master Guxing. If she helped him this time, then no matter what was in the way, if Qing's father and mother encountered any problems in the future, he would come forward to help. This was not an ordinary relationship. So even though she knew that it might be taboo for one person to ask the Buddha twice, she still couldn't help but want to ask. However, Boss Su's answer was completely beyond her expectations. As long as they are willing to go with you, there is no problem. But whether they are willing to stay is their business. Although Qingxi didn't say it, Su Mo could guess that she must have asked the Buddha this time to be entrusted by someone else. Asking the Buddha for family members. As long as the family members don't do evil, most of them will give face and stay for decades or hundreds of years. But if you ask the Buddha for other people, like Qingxi's case, it depends on how this person is. If this person is not good, then the Golden Buddha will not wrong itself. They will leave by themselves. Although she has taken away dozens of Golden Buddhas in the past few days. In fact, there are quite a few Golden Buddhas that have returned. And there are only about 10 that are left in the Yang world. However, these Golden Buddhas that have returned are still considered commodities in the mall. So she still has to spend money to purchase them. But this does not mean that the same ghost can repeatedly invite Buddha. Even ghosts like Qingxi. If the Buddha that was invited out comes back, it will affect the reputation of the person ghost who invited the Buddha. Inviting the Buddha away is equivalent to finding a new home for them. Or a new home. If this home is suitable, then everyone will be happy. Chapter 314, The Underworld, a sure win. If it is not suitable, then Qingxi, as the introducer ghost, will definitely be affected. At least it will not be so easy for her to invite the Buddha again. This impact is not big, it is not small, after all. Qingxi is only going to invite the Buddha for the last time, so this impact is almost equal to nothing. And no matter whether the Golden Buddha stays or not, she is helped after all. With the Master's character, even if the Golden Buddha leaves, he must know that it is their own fault, and will not erase the Qing family's contribution. After sorting out the relationship in the middle, Qingxi decided to invite another one. Her luck today is not bad. Although there are 5 Golden Buddhas in the store every day, all of them will be invited away every day, but when she came today, there are still 2 left. Qingxi walked in front of the 2 Buddhas, did not hide the reason for her invitation, and also said that she had invited the Buddha once before. This is also her decision after thinking about it. Anyway, even if she didn't say it, if one of the Buddhas was really tricked away by her, it would know the truth by itself. Instead of doing that, it would be better to make it clear now. If no Golden Buddha is willing today, she will come again tomorrow. Anyway, she is idle in the underworld, and she has time to wait slowly. After Qingxi expressed her intention, although the 2 Golden Buddhas did not show any displeasure towards her, they were obviously unwilling. In this case, Qingxi could only leave with regret. After coming for 3 consecutive days, finally on the morning of the 3rd day, Qingxi waited for the Golden Buddha who was willing to go with her. Qingxi was naturally happy. She immediately wrote another letter, and then packed the Golden Buddha and the letter together, and sent them up by the ghost messenger just like the first time. Qingxi didn't know what happened afterwards. But she had another dream. In the dream, the Golden Buddha did not leave. But it was only temporary. This time, Master Guxing invited the Buddha for a good friend of his. His good friend did something stupid and got into debt. The Master thought of the past feelings, and finally decided to help. For the sake of Master Guxing and Qingxi, the Golden Buddha only agreed to stay temporarily. After the matter was resolved and the man had redeemed his sins, Master Gushing would take it back to the temple to find the next destined person. This time, Qing's father also got 2 favors. One from Master Gushing, and the other from that good friend. Master Gushing's good friend was not short of money. On the day when the Golden Buddha was delivered, the man transferred a huge sum of money to Qingfu's account. Qingfu naturally did not dare to accept such money, so he donated it all in the name of Qingxi, and added some of his own money. The matter was basically settled at this point. But the matter of the Golden Buddha was no longer a secret in some circles in the Yang world. There were rich people who were willing to spend a lot of money just to buy a Golden Buddha. Later, it turned into an inexplicably strange but reasonable assembly line. The rich who needed the Golden Buddha paid money in the name of the ghost, and the merits went to the ghost. And then the ghost would use the merits to ask the Buddha to give it to the rich man. Su Mo was not interested in knowing how these people communicated with the ghosts and reached an agreement. But since the underworld did not stop it, it proves that it is allowed. After all, no matter whether this transaction is reasonable or not, the money donated by these rich people is real and cannot be faked. It is also because more and more people have been helped, and the development above is getting better and better, so they acquiesce in this behavior. Moreover, even if the rich can buy the Golden Buddha with a huge sum of money, if their own behavior is not good, then the Golden Buddha will leave. In this way, the final winner of this matter is Boss Su himself and those who have been helped. Boss Su is sure to make money. Business is getting better and better. People in need are also helped. The rich have also got the Golden Buddha, and the Golden Buddha can also find the right person. It's really wonderful. The popularity of the Golden Buddha has not yet passed. Su Mo took this opportunity to unlock all the remaining 3 third-level products. Spirit Pill purchase price, 20 merits/pill. Selling price, 50 merits/pill. Introduction. Taking Spirit Pill can temper the body, increase one's own cultivation speed and spiritual energy absorption speed, can only be used once. Only for Soul Body Reincarnation Book purchase price, 50 merits/book. Selling price, 150 merits/book. Introduction. After signing the Reincarnation Book, you can enter reincarnation directly without drinking Mingpa soup. Note, this will seriously affect the user's fate in the next life, and the past memories cannot be told to others in any form. Please use with caution. Eliminate since purchase price, 299 merits/sheet. Selling price, 300 merits/sheet. Introduction. It can eliminate one's own sins, so that karma will not affect the process of reincarnation and the fate of the next life. The Spirit Pill is actually another version of the Ghost Pill, except that this one is for the ghost messengers in the underworld, a general term for ghost messengers, soul-collecting messengers, and four-way messengers, while the Ghost Pill is for ordinary ghosts. With the Spirit Pill, those ghost messengers no longer have to compete with these ordinary ghosts for the Ghost Pill. After all, even if the Ghost Pill can slightly improve their use, it is really too limited. No one's merits are blown by the wind. If there are better things, they will not be stupid enough to waste merits to continue buying Ghost Pills. It is obvious that once the Spirit Pill is released, it will soon set off a wave in the underworld. Let's talk about the Reincarnation Book. In the past, there were always some rumors in the Yang world that someone was actually reincarnated, had memories, and remembered things in the previous life. Although most of these are false, it does not mean that reincarnation with memories does not exist. This is the function of the Reincarnation Book. Don't underestimate this thing's powerful functions. But in this plane, the more powerful things are, the more restrictions they have. So what if it carries memories? These memories must never be told to others, whether in words or body language. There is no loophole to exploit. Not only that, because of the existence of memories, the fate of the user's body after reincarnation will also change. Whether this change is good or bad depends entirely on the user. But one thing that is clear is that if the memory is used to do evil, the retribution suffered by the user will definitely increase exponentially. In Sumo's opinion, the product of the Reincarnation Book is also unpopular. Although it is better than the Love Water, it is just a difference of 50 steps and 100 steps. As for the last product, the Evil Elimination Talisman, it is prepared for those who have done many evil things. Take Tian Wei, who robbed people's merits a few days ago, as an example. In the end, the merits he robbed were returned to the original owner, and he himself went to hell to atone for his many evil deeds. Chapter 315. The Underworld. Not written does not mean it does not exist. But the atonement here only means to make up for the merits that he has already lost. When his merits are made up to 0, he can come out of hell. But this does not mean that he can be reincarnated safely. After all, merits are just numerical expressions of sins, and cannot be used as an absolute standard for judgment. His sins will follow him into the next life, and have a series of impacts on his fate. The more sins he has, the greater the impact, and the longer it will take, and the role of the evil eliminating talisman is to offset this part of the impact. Some people may think that this evil eliminating talisman is to excuse bad people, clear the obstacles for bad people to do bad things, so that they don't have worries. But this is only the surface of the evil eliminating talisman. It is said that the more powerful something is, the more restrictions it has, but as long as you go back and read it, you will find that the evil eliminating talisman does not explain what its usage restrictions are. Does not writing mean it does not exist? In other words, if you don't do this, how can anyone be willing to buy it? The more perfect the product looks, the more problems it may have. After unlocking these 3 new products, Suemo has exchanged all the first 3 levels of the mall. If you want to add something new, you have to wait until the reputation value reaches 50,000 and the system is upgraded to level 4 to unlock the level 4 mall. Putting aside the problems of the product itself, 50,000 reputation points seem to be a lot. But because of the recent surge in customer traffic, the speed of reputation value growth is also very fast. The reputation value displayed on the system panel has made a great improvement compared to before on average. It increases by about 3,000 to 5,000 every day. The reason for this effect, part of the credit, and the most important credit, is that the 4 areas of the underworld have been connected. Now, not only some ghost messengers with authority can freely enter and exit other areas, all ghosts who normally enter the underworld can freely travel throughout the underworld. This is just like a long time ago, when the underworld had not yet been divided into areas. It's just that although the areas have been connected, the other 3 underworld stores still exist. The reason is also very simple, in order to prevent merchants in a certain area from suddenly leaving, causing the underworld process to be paralyzed. In addition to connecting the 4 areas, the above also drastically rectified the agent purchase. Not only were all the ghost messengers who had done too much before warned, but also deducted some of their merits to serve as a warning to others. After achieving the purpose of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the remaining ghost messengers gradually extinguished their thoughts. Besides, now that the underworld is completely connected, there is no room for them to operate. If people want to buy things, they can buy them by themselves. Only fools will buy things from them at high prices. After this incident, many big ghosts above were all dealt with. Suemo also vaguely knew why the suggestions he gave before did not receive any response. To put it bluntly, it is still because of the connections above. The people below make money to honor the people above. And they can lie down and collect money. No one will push the money out. And they will even try every means to keep this way of making money. However, these connections probably did not expect that the underworld would be so determined to prepare for rectification this time. So they not only failed to save those ghost officials, but also lost themselves. Suemo, who had eaten a small melon for no reason, tooted her tongue twice, and was particularly grateful to these people for making more and more noise before. If they hadn't been so noisy, the underworld really couldn't stand it. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so thoroughly rectified. And it might have chosen to ignore and let it go as before. Now, after the underworld was fully opened, the biggest gainer was Boss Su. With such a gain, not only did San excitedly whisper in her ear that this plane had completed the task very quickly, but Suemo also felt happy, as Suemo had guessed long ago. As soon as the soul pill was put on the shelf, it caused quite a stir. Compared with the scene when the news of the Golden Buddha spread, it can be said to be even worse. After all, the soul pill is for oneself, but the Golden Buddha is for people in the Yang world. Every ghost may not have relatives who need to be taken care of, but basically no ghost would not want to live a better life. This is the most obvious difference. Besides, the price of the soul pill and the Golden Buddha is very different. Comparing 50 merits to 300 merits, although the former is also a lot, but you can still buy it with a little bit of grit. But 300 merits are different. You really can't afford it. If it weren't for the restriction that the soul pill can only be used once, it would be even more difficult for them to buy it. According to Boss Su, she seems to be planning to sell only 100 soul pills a day for the time being. Although 100 is a lot, the number of ghost messengers in the underworld is in the tens of thousands, and that doesn't include those ghost messengers who are not registered in the underworld. Not only that, they also discovered a very important problem. The soul pill did not limit them to ghost messengers. It only said only for soul bodies. However, the ordinary souls brought down from the yang world also belong to the soul body. In other words, as long as they also have a heart to practice, and they think they can reach the qualifications of ghost messengers through practice before their souls can no longer support them, they can become their colleagues. After becoming ghost messengers, they can stay in the underworld forever, without having to continue reincarnating. This discovery can be said to have shocked the ghost messengers, and it also made them more nervous. It's over. I thought that with the soul pill, I saw the hope of practice. But when these ghost messengers thought that they had to compete with the ghosts of the entire underworld for the 100 soul pills, they felt their scalps tingling. A group of ghosts gathered together to discuss how to find a way to grab a soul pill. Compared with these ghosts, there are two ghosts who seem to be particularly out of place. Qi Ming and Wu San sat idly by the side, waiting for today's soul-collecting mission to refresh. Compared with other ghosts, they looked very lazy and totally out of tune with the other ghost messengers around. A ghost messenger noticed that something was wrong with them and couldn't help asking, "Aren't you too nervous? Why are you nervous?" Wu San glanced at his brother Qi, then turned to the ghost messenger and shook his head. "Don't you want to practice? That's a pill that can speed up the practice." The ghost messenger was very puzzled. Are there still ghosts who don't want to practice these days? Do you too just want to be a soul-collecting messenger in your life? Have some ambition. Young man. Chapter 316 The Underworld. Boss Su is forced to start other businesses. Even if you become a ghost, you must be a ghost with dreams. The ghost looked at the two of them with a look of disappointment. Qi Ming listened to their conversation and twitched his mouth speechlessly. Just when he was thinking about how to tactfully tell the little ghost that they had not only bought the soul pill, but had even finished eating it, Wu San was casually catering to the ghost's words. "Yes, so I asked Brother Qi to buy the soul pill early yesterday morning, speaking of which, the soul pill tastes pretty good." "Ghost, you are kidding me." It feels like he is persuading his colleagues, who are slacking off at work to make progress, but the other person turned around and told him that he was a rich second generation who came to experience life. Qi Ming didn't expect Wu San to be so quick-witted. After rolling his eyes speechlessly, he opened his mouth to help explain a few words. "We are lucky. We saw it on the first day when Boss Su put new products on the shelves. On the first day when new products were put on the shelves, not many ghosts knew about Lingpa pills. There were naturally fewer competitors. They bought it by accident." But after hearing Qi Ming's words, the ghost messenger felt even more depressed. "We are all ghost messengers, so why don't I have the good luck to see Boss Su put new products on the shelves? In fact, it's not difficult to buy Lingpa pills if you really want to. You just need to get up early and line up. It's best to get in before the gate of the area opens. After all, we are local ghost messengers." The ghost messengers in the other 3 areas are really anxious. Although ghost messengers can travel freely in the 4 areas of the underworld, at night, they all have to return to their residences to rest. Otherwise, at the end of the day, no matter if it is the ghost messenger who helps deliver things or the soul collector who is responsible for collecting souls, the energy consumed by their work will not be able to sustain. Their residences are all within the area where they are employed. And the same is true for the ghosts they collect. In other words, the ghost messengers who work in the southern area live in the southern area, and the souls collected by the soul collectors in the southern area also live in the southern area. In this way, it is naturally much more convenient for them to buy things than ghosts living in other areas. Moreover, although each area is now connected, in order to avoid confusion, there is a gate between each area. This gate is opened and closed at a fixed time and point. Although there is no clear regulation, before closing the gate every day, basically every ghost will go back to their own home. Because the yin qi in the underworld is particularly heavy at night. If you don't go home and wander around, and accidentally hurt your soul by the yin qi, it will be a loss, and the consequences will be unimaginable. That is to say, if the ghosts in the South District want to buy soul pills, they only need to wait in line at the door of the store before the door opens. Even if the ghosts from other areas come earlier, they must abide by the time of the door opening and closing, and can come to the South District after the door opens. Thinking about it this way, I am from the South District, which seems to be quite good. Anyway, I can go to the store whenever I want. That's right. You don't know how many ghost messengers want to transfer from other districts to ours in the past 2 days. It's simply impossible to count them. Last time I went to see the boss, his door was full of ghosts, who wanted to change jobs. I came early. I think the number of soul-collecting messengers in the South District should be full. Right? It's full a long time ago. Even if those people want to spend merit to switch jobs, they can't do it. They have merits, but can't spend them. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had come to the South District a long time ago. While feeling lucky, they also felt a little proud. After all, if they couldn't even buy the soul pill, then ghosts from other districts would have no chance of buying it. Each ghost could only use the soul pill once. And the store also had a limit of 1 pill per person, which meant that they would be able to buy it one day. But ghosts from other districts would have to wait until they could buy the soul pill. Thinking of this, everyone felt better and had a mind to work. In addition to the soul pill, the reincarnation book also attracted the attention of many ghosts who were preparing to reincarnate. Reincarnation without drinking Mingpa soup meant that they could have memories of their previous lives. This kind of plot, which only appeared in novels, simply made them feel a little excited. But they were not fools. The bold red handwriting at the end also clearly stated the consequences of doing so. Should they drink Mingpa soup to be reborn and live a dull life? Or sign the reincarnation book and become a reborn person, referring to a person who reincarnates with memories, who is always constrained but has memories of past lives that others will never know. Moreover, if they sign the reincarnation book, their fate in the next life will change dramatically. But no one knows whether this change is good or bad. As countless ghosts are moved, their worries and fears about the unknown future still extinguish the flames in their hearts. Of course, fear is one reason, and another reason is the price. The price of 150 merits is equivalent to half a golden Buddha. If they really have this merit, they can be reborn into a relatively wealthy family in the next life. Not to mention the delicacies of mountains and seas. At least they will not have to worry about food and clothing. Why not do this? Why buy the reincarnation book? After thinking about it, another group of ghosts gave up the reincarnation book. In the end, there were still a few ghosts who wanted to buy the reincarnation book. And Bai Qian was one of them. Although with the increase in the number of customers, there were all kinds of ghosts, and many bought the love water, but Su Mo still had some memories of the customer who bought the first bottle of love water. First he bought the love water, and now he is interested in the reincarnation book. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qian had walked in front of her. Hello. Boss Su, nice to meet you again. Are you interested in listening to my story? Boss Su, who was not the first time to be the object of these ghosts' confession, did not know when she started the tree hole business, but after a moment of silence, she nodded indifferently. Anyway, she was free. It was good to have a story to listen to. In this plane, if nothing else, she heard more love, hate, and vengeance than the previous planes combined. Even System San, who had no human emotions, had learned to complain to her after listening to the story. To be honest, if these contents could be written and put in the Yang world, it might be a hit book. Her story is short and simple. Although it is written in the third person throughout, it is obvious that the protagonist of the story is herself. Bai Qian is just an ordinary girl. If there is something unusual about her, it might be her parents who gave her a face that is slightly better than that of ordinary people. Chapter 317 The Underworld. A whole story. Some time ago, a natural disaster occurred in a certain area of the Yang world. Out of sympathy, Bai Qian donated a small amount of money, which was not much, but not too little, and then forwarded the relevant dynamic information. Originally, this was a very ordinary thing, but perhaps she was unlucky. It was precisely because of this good deed that the following things happened inexplicably. There was nothing in the first few days after the donation, but because the natural disaster was more serious, the news has been on the hot list for a long time, and some related information has become more popular than usual. Some people will forward the donation information in order to get some popularity, and attach their own donation records, just to gain some popularity and increase some fans. If it is to exchange donations for popularity, it will be fine. But some people did not even donate money, and I don't know where they stole the screenshots of the donation records, and said that they donated money. This involves another person. This person is an internet celebrity. She also claimed that she donated money, although it was not much. It was a good deed after all. In addition, due to good marketing and publicity, she also gained a lot of fans. However, the truth is that all the donation records of this internet celebrity were stolen, and Bai Qian was one of the targets of the theft. There are many internet celebrities competing with each other, Her opponent also found Bai Qian's donation records from somewhere, and found that the time, amount, number, mobile phone model, and power level, and other information on it were consistent with that of this internet celebrity. So he bought Water Army to attack this internet celebrity, who made fake donations. Fake donations are naturally unacceptable. So the internet celebrity naturally said that it was Bai Qian who made fake donations, and also communicated with public relations, and bought Water Army to attack Bai Qian and her opponents. Fans didn't understand the twists and turns, and the first person to be attacked was definitely Bai Qian. So she was labeled with inexplicable malicious titles such as pretending to be poor and fake good person on the internet. Not only was her personal information stripped away, but some crazy fans even harassed her directly through phone calls and text messages. This was simply an unprovoked disaster for Bai Qian. Things got worse and worse afterwards. Even if someone later found out the time of the donation, it was used to prove that Bai Qian's record was earlier than that of the internet celebrity. If someone wanted to steal, it would definitely be the one who stole the information later. But there were always people who couldn't stand the slap in the face, and they had to say that this could only prove that the internet celebrity's pictures were stolen from Bai Qian. And it couldn't prove that Bai Qian's donation records were her own. Bai Qian was just a girl in her early 20s, living alone, and she would receive strange calls or text messages at any time. Even if she changed her phone card, it would still be useless, as someone would still find a new mobile phone number. When the situation was at its worst, someone even knocked on her door in the middle of the night. The final result was that Bai Qian was so annoyed that she jumped off the building and committed suicide. If it weren't for Suimo knowing that she had drunk the love water, based on Bai Qian's attitude in telling the story, people who didn't know the truth would really think that this was just a story. A story that had nothing to do with her, because her performance was too bland, without any joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. She didn't even look like a bystander, let alone the protagonist of the story. After the story ended, Bai Qian sighed, as if it was true or false. This reincarnation book is quite expensive. It seems that I have to find a way to accumulate some merits. Although most people hope that they can forget their unpleasant experiences, Bai Qian is not such a person. She hoped that she could remember these things, so that she might be stronger in the future. She had so many ways to solve the problem, but she chose the simplest and most painful one. If you want to use the reincarnation book, remember to buy another bottle of separation water before reincarnation. Although it has been said before that the effect of separation water is permanent and will not be restored, the prerequisite is that you have to be in the underworld. If you stay in the underworld, the effect of separation water will naturally not disappear. According to the normal reincarnation process, after drinking Mpa soup, the memory is gone, let alone the emotion. But the reincarnation book is different. After signing the reincarnation book, the memory of the previous life is still there. But it is only the memory of the previous life. The memory of the underworld will still disappear, and the soul that leaves the underworld through reincarnation, before that, will clear all the influences on the soul in the underworld. This includes the influence of separation water on forgetting emotions. If you only want to carry the memories, but not the emotions, then you have to drink the love water after signing the reincarnation book. All the drinks before are ineffective. After hearing Ba Su's explanation, Bai Qian was stunned for a moment, and then laughed teasingly. If Ba Su could have signed the reincarnation book earlier, I wouldn't have wasted a bottle of love water. It doesn't matter, there are no other ghosts competing with you, you can buy it anytime. Since the last time Bai Qian bought a bottle of love water, until now, at least half a month has passed, and only less than 20 bottles have been sold in total. On average, it's only about 1 or 2 bottles a day. This sales volume is a world of difference compared to other products, not even a fraction of it. Is this what I meant? What I meant was that I wasted the merit money for a bottle of separation water. Bai Qian didn't expect that Ba Su, who looked cold and aloof, could be so humorous. Although his humor was a bit cold. But Bai Qian didn't care. Instead, she was a little grateful to Ba Su for reminding her. But when she thought that she had to spend an extra 30 merits to buy a bottle of separation water, she felt a little headache. But fortunately, she had a lot of merits. The 150 merits of the reincarnation book plus the 30 merits of the separation water, a total of 180 merits. At most 1 month, she could accumulate all of them. But she didn't need to be so anxious, because she felt that life in the underworld was pretty good. Although there were no entertainment devices such as mobile phones and computers, and no various delicacies to eat, It was rare to come to the underworld in life, and it would be a shame if she didn't try something new. Speaking of which, Suemo didn't know how she had just put a reincarnation book on the shelf, and how she had touched the ghost's sad feelings. More and more ghosts came to her to confide in her these past 2 days. Suemo even felt that San could start a new business of a tree hole. Not to mention merit, at least give her some reputation points. It was worth it that her ears were callous from listening to stories these 2 days. The point is, most of the stories are some common trivial things. Suemo has heard a lot of them. For her, these ghosts have only given a beginning. She can basically guess what the end of the story will be. This kind of story is not interesting. It's not even possible to relieve boredom by listening to it. Chapter 318, The Underworld, by Moore. But more and more ghosts came to the tree hole, which annoyed Boss Sue. Finally, she simply opened a storytelling hut next to the underworld store. Each room in the storytelling hut has 2 compartments, and the wall between the compartments is not soundproof. When the time comes, a ghost will sit in each compartment, and the 2 ghosts will tell each other stories. There are also 2 doors in the room, one for each compartment, so that the 2 parties will not bump into each other when they go out. During the storytelling process, the person who listens to the story is only responsible for listening, and may not interrupt, and may not ask questions. The storyteller may not involve any real information in the story, and may not maliciously delay the time. And after telling the story, you must also listen to the other party's story, and cannot leave directly, unless the other party has no story or both parties have finished telling the story. Another point is that the content of the story can be spread and discussed, but the content cannot be maliciously changed, and the real information cannot be leaked. Regarding the above regulations, there is no need to worry that they will not comply, because every ghost entering the story house needs to sign a guarantee. Once the regulations are violated, the consequences are at their own risk. Regarding the cost issue, each ghost needs to spend a little merit to rent a compartment. The duration is 2 hours, cannot be extended, and is limited to once a day. After setting up a few basic rules, the story house suddenly opened. The popularity of it stunned San, who was initially distressed about the merit. This inevitably reminded him of a previous plane, where his host also opened a sideline store next door, and the business was equally hot. She seems to be very good at this. On the first day of opening, the story house achieved a record of 20,000 merits. That is to say, in this day, a full 20,000 ghosts came to visit. You know, the number of mobile ghosts in the entire underworld is only a few 100,000, and the proportion of nearly 1/10 is simply ridiculous. The most important thing is that the total cost of this 7-story story house is less than 10,000 merits in one day. Not only did it recover the cost, but the profit doubled, which made everyone greedy. Especially the big ghosts above. They were even more greedy. Just when they were ready to talk to this new underworld businessman to see if they could share some money, they soon learned that Boss Sue had handed over the story house to the underworld. Now, private things have become public, and they dare not move even if they have any thoughts. And Sumo's 10,000 merits were not wasted. She also got equivalent benefits from above before exchanging things. San had not been involved in the transaction, so he did not know what his host had exchanged. Although he was usually stupid, he was smart enough not to ask these questions at this time. Of course, even if he asked, Suemo would probably not tell him. So the matter just passed like this, for a period of time afterwards. Because of its location, the popularity of the story house also boosted the economy of the store. Many ghosts who came just to listen to the stories began to enter the store to spend money without knowing it. Of course, even if they did not spend money, Suemo would welcome them. After all, each ghost had a reputation point, which was given to them when they entered the store. There was no reason to refuse it. 129 Mingpa soups left, 11 soul-returning talismans left, nil ghost pills left, nil evil-eliminating talismans left. San was helping the host count today's goods, and while counting, it vaguely found something wrong. It had only read half of the things, and suddenly looked back. All the evil-eliminating talismans are sold out? I clearly remember that it was full in the morning. The full in San's mouth actually means 5. This evil-eliminating talisman is the same as the bad luck talisman, and it is also something that few ghosts buy. It has been on the shelf for several days, and the 5 pieces given away when the product was unlocked at the beginning are still on the shelf. I thought it would take some time for ghosts to buy it, but I didn't expect it to be sold out today, and all 5 pieces were sold out. Where did this group of evil ghosts come from? They bought everything together. Suemo heard San shouting, and looked at the small shelf. As expected, the 5 evil eliminating talismans were gone. Only the most evil people would buy this kind of thing. So it was really strange that they could sell it. And 5 of them were sold at once. Before Suemo could react, San started to talk about the news he heard from somewhere. I was wondering why all the evil eliminating talismans were gone. Today is the day when a group of evil ghosts came out of hell. No wonder. Speaking of this group of evil ghosts, they are quite famous. When they were alive, they cheated and deceived. Anything with color, addiction, and money, they would get involved. Not only that, they also specifically bullied the elderly and children, and deceived those college students who had just entered society. I thought they would be quiet after death, but I didn't expect them to be so bold as to be arrogant in the underworld. At first, there was no measure to bind the soul in the merit book. The reason why it was added later was because of this group of people. They squatted by the Naiha bridge, bullied the ghosts who drank Mungpa soup and lost their memories, and robbed them of merit by deceiving them. After being discovered, the underworld was naturally furious and directly dispatched hundreds of Yama's 4 messengers to capture them. It is not clear what happened at that time. After all, this happened thousands of years ago. San also looked up a lot of information before finding it. In short, it must have taken a lot of effort to catch this group of evil ghosts. It's a pity that when they were caught, the merit books had been thrown away or destroyed. It was also because of this incident that the measure of binding the merit book to the soul was later introduced. Although this group of evil ghosts are indeed completely devoid of conscience, it must be said that they are indeed powerful, so powerful that they can even ask the underworld to modify the regulations for them, so powerful that the underworld actually dispatched so many 4-way messengers. But such a powerful group of people would do anything else, but chose to go astray. After being arrested, this group of evil ghosts were judged and sent to hell, and it is said that they have to atone their sins in there for 1,000 years before they can be released. Calculating the date, it is a coincidence that they should all be released in the next 2 days. San's words were very emotional, and Suemo also listened with relish, and then turned around and exchanged another batch of evil eliminating talismans. Don't they like to use them? Then let them use them as much as they want. There is no reason to push customers away. Boss Su is eager for them to buy more, so that every ghost can use them. Chapter 319, The Underworld, Inyang Shop. In order to allow them to buy the evil eliminating talisman smoothly, Suemo also specially asked San to put the evil eliminating talisman near the door, but in an inconspicuous position. This look of trying to cover up the truth made San shake his head in confusion, and his hair that had just been straightened was instantly blown apart. What's wrong again? Suemo looked at a stupid system that suddenly started to freak out for some reason. San listened to the host's slightly strange tone, and he couldn't help but shudder. Nothing, I'll go restock. Suemo looked at San's back as he left, and felt more and more that the stupidity of his own system should be innate. Even if there were interference from other programs, it would not affect the IQ of the system itself to such an extent. Old 9, you only bought 5. Which is not enough for the brothers. The ghost called Old 9 touched the non-existent sweat on his head, and his tone of voice was a little trembling. They had known each other for such a long time, not counting the decades before they were alive. They had been together in the underworld for 100 years. They had even lived together for 1,000 years in hell. But he still couldn't help being afraid of the person in front of him. No, it should be a ghost. Don't get me wrong, boss. It's not that I don't want to buy it. There are only 5 tickets in the store. Lao Jio smiled and explained with a nod, fearing that the ghost in front of him, which exuded a thick black aura, would kill him in one go. He knew that for other ghosts, the hell they avoided and the inhuman tortures in it were nothing to him. Even if he was upset with me and strangled me to death, I would have to stay in there for another 100 years at most. I had survived 1,000 years. So what was a mere 100 years? He didn't dare to provoke such a lunatic. What about other stores? Lao He looked at the characters in his hand that he couldn't understand, and his tone was gloomy. Boss, go and ask. Everyone in the underworld knows that this is the first thing in the underworld store in the South District. There is no other area. Otherwise I would definitely buy it all for you. Lao Jio was afraid that he didn't believe what he said, so he specially pulled other ghosts to prove that what he said was true. Lao He stared at him for a few seconds, and then smiled faintly. However, the smile didn't even enter his eyes, and his eyes were still cold. How long do we have to wait? 5 tickets a day. There are dozens of people here, And he doesn't have time to wait for 10 days or half a month. After staying in hell for 1,000 years, he was already bored, and he wanted to go there to play right away. Recalling the greedy, frightened or sad expressions of people, he felt relieved. His question could be said to have stumped Lao Jio. Although he was the first one in the team to come out of hell, he was only 2 days early. The underworld after 1,000 years was completely different from that 1,000 years ago. It was good enough that he could spend 2 days to find out the situation here, and then get a batch of merit to buy this evil eliminating talisman. How could he know other things? But he naturally couldn't say such words, so he could only try to get by with nice words. Don't worry, boss. I heard that the boss would purchase goods every day. Maybe he could get everything together tomorrow. In fact, when Lao Jio said this, he was not sure. After all, those ghosts only said that the boss would purchase goods every day, but they didn't say how much he would purchase. Now he could only pray silently that the boss could purchase more evil eliminating talismans. He didn't know if his prayers worked. The day after he was threatened by Lao He, he found a large stack of evil eliminating talismans in the corner of the door of the underworld store. He counted them carefully. Wow! There were more than 50 pieces. This could almost be said to be 2 pieces per person. He moved very quickly, pointed out the number he needed, and then sneaked to the counter to pay for the merit. It's no wonder he was so sneaky. The main reason was that the merit he had on hand was not legitimate, and he was afraid of being discovered, and then being arrested and tortured for hundreds of years. Fortunately, the location of the evil eliminating talisman was close to the door. He could see it at a glance without spending time looking for it. Moreover, the location was not very conspicuous, so he wouldn't be crowded with other ghosts when buying it, and it was even less likely to reveal any flaws. After buying the things they needed more smoothly than expected, Lao Jio couldn't help but sigh that the boss was really nice. After getting more than 30 evil eliminating talismans, they, a group of old evil ghosts who were captured thousands of years ago, were so happy that they used them up immediately. However, they didn't know if it was their illusion. After they used the evil eliminating talismans, they did feel a sense of lightness, but they also felt as if there was an invisible rope tying them up. At first, they just thought it was an illusion, until Lao He and this group of ghosts were reincarnated into another world where the laws were not very perfect, and they were ready to show their skills as before. They found that as long as they wanted to do something bad, their limbs would become weak and their hands and feet would be powerless, and they could not move at all, just like a vegetable. Eliminating Sin's talisman, it can eliminate one's own sins, so that karma will not affect the process of reincarnation and the fate of the next life. The user will be bound by the talisman after the talisman disappears, and will not be able to put the intention of harming others into action. This is the real talisman of eliminating sins. Before she knew it, Su Imo had been in this plane for a month. Near the end of the month, she finally waited for San San to remind her of the system upgrade. Congratulations, host. The grocery store's reputation has reached 50,000 points. The store can spend 10,000 merits to upgrade to level 4. Do you want to upgrade? The time when the reminder sounded was exactly the closing time. So after Su Imo nodded, San San began to work on the upgrade. Before the store upgrade was completed, Su Imo received a notification to unlock new permissions. There are 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds left before the store upgrade. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Yin Yang shop's permissions. The Yin Yang shop will appear after the store upgrade is complete. This upgrade can be said to have given Su Imo a big surprise. Let alone what this strange-sounding Yin Yang shop is, the fact that the upgrade takes 12 hours is completely different from before. This is the first time that the upgrade takes so long. Usually it only takes a few seconds, no more than 3 to 5 minutes. During this period, Su Imo called San San several times, but there was no response. After flipping through the system, she found out that because of the upgrade, it had also entered hibernation. Su Imo had no choice, but she was too lazy to flip through the system manual page by page to see what was going on. So after she calculated the time and found that there was no problem, she went upstairs to rest. Chapter 320 The Underworld, opened. Closed. The so-called time is the business hours. Su Imo set the closing time at 8 p.m. and the opening time is 10 a.m., so even if it takes 12 hours to upgrade, it will not affect the normal operation of the store tomorrow. There are even 2 hours tomorrow morning for her to understand what is going on. 12 hours is not a long time, it is about the time of a nap. And the store is upgraded. Under San-san's explanation, Su-mo came to the second floor of the store that was newly added after the upgrade. According to it, the second floor is the Inyang shop. And the reason why it took 12 hours was to renovate the second floor, so that it can be turned into a small shop that can appear in the Yang world. That's right. Inyang shop means a shop that can appear in the Yang world and the Yin world at the same time, and the Yin world here refers to the underworld. It should be noted that the Inyang shop can only open in the Yang world for 1 hour a day, that is, 2 hours. This time can only be shorter, and cannot be exceeded. Once the time is up, the Inyang shop will disappear. If there are still customers in the shop at this time, the customers will be sent out directly. During the period when the Inyang shop appears in the Yang world, any goods that Su-mo puts on the second floor will appear in the Inyang shop in the Yang world at the same time. But they are virtualized goods. Humans can only buy them, but cannot take them home on the spot. The real things will be delivered to the door by the ghost messenger at 12 o'clock that night. In other words, the Inyang shop in the Yang world is the projection of the Yin world. It looks very real, but it is actually fake. But the things you buy are real. After the basic introduction of Inyang shop, Su-mo briefly asked about the limitations of Inyang shop. San-san probably guessed that she would ask this question a long time ago. So even when the shop entered the dormant period when upgrading, it arranged the system program to automatically sort out the limitations of Inyang shop. So when Su-mo asked this question, it almost immediately gave a complete answer. In addition to the time limit, there is also a separate limit on the number of sales of each product. And not all products can be sold in Yang shop. Su-mo decides how many goods she wants to import from the underworld every day. As long as she has enough merit, she can buy a golden Buddha worth tens of thousands of yuan to save all ghosts. But Yang shop is different. The number limit of Yang shop's products has been set. In addition, not all products can be placed in Yang shop. For example, things like Mengpa Soup's soul returning talisman are obviously not for living people to use, and naturally cannot be placed in Yang shop. So far, among all the products that Su-mo has unlocked, only 2 can be placed in Yang shop. One is a peace charm, and the other is a golden Buddha. In addition, the goods sold in the Yang shop are purchased in the form of merit plus money. For example, the price of a certain product in the underworld is 100 merits, but in the Yang world, the price may be 10 million plus 100 merits. The same product, the price in the Yang world is only higher than the price in the underworld, and the specific price is determined by the product itself and the buyer. But this is not something Su-mo needs to worry about, anyway. The prices of most products are already set. She was more concerned about another question. Can I use the money they spent? If the goods sold in Yangpu are really merit plus money, what should be done with the extra money? Could it be? Just when San-san was about to explain, the host skillfully opened the mall. San-san, if you do this, I will feel useless, really. The original mall interface only had 1 general category and 5 subcategories. The general category was all the goods, and the 5 subcategories corresponded to the 5 levels. And I don't know when, on the right side of the general category, there was a new category. Although San-san was not there yesterday, the mall can be opened. It's just that because the upgrade is in progress, the 4th level mall cannot be unlocked, but the unlocked goods can be purchased. Su-mo didn't think there was a problem with her memory, but when she bought the goods yesterday, there was no extra category, so it should have been added this morning. Clicking it open, there are countless goods listed densely. The functions of these commodities vary, but they all have one common feature: they can be unlocked and purchased with money. The types of commodities include, but are not limited to, electronic equipment, clothing, food, entertainment toys, literary books, etc. In short, everything that exists in the Yang world is available here. Su-mo even saw a small category called high-tech weapons. He clicked on it, and saw that it was full of various nuclear weapons, any one of which could destroy an area. San-san looked at the host's slightly speechless expression, and thought she was shocked by the completeness of the commodity types. Instantly, the previous depressed thoughts were swept away. What do you think, host? It's complete enough, right? Su-mo nodded without any hesitation, with a perfunctory tone. Yeah. It's just too complete. How could she exchange for nuclear bombs and other messy things? But more things are better than less. This newly added category was renamed the Money Mall, and the original one was the Merit Mall, because she didn't have money for the time being. Su-mo looked at the things in the Money Mall and closed it. Anyway, she couldn't buy it, so it was useless to look at it. After learning all the information about the yin yang shop, Suemo went to the second floor to take a look, and then moved a small part of the amulets on the first floor to the second floor, because the time for the upgrade to end was not very good. She had used up the number of purchases, and she had to wait until the store closed tonight to purchase more. But she didn't want the second floor to be empty, so she could only temporarily allocate some from the first floor. It was just that 10 amulets were distributed, and none of the golden Buddhas were moved. After all, Suemo knew how powerful the system was. When she couldn't go to the Yang world to see the specific situation of the store, who knows where the Yang store was arranged? Even if she put too many things, no one would see them, and no one would buy them even if they saw them. In a word, there is no need to put too many things. 2 hours passed quickly. Suemo opened the door of the store in the underworld, and also opened the door of the Yang store. However, before 5 minutes had passed, San saw that the host suddenly closed the Yang store. At first, it didn't find any problems, and thought that the host simply wanted to open the door at a different time. Who knew? A few minutes later, the Yang store opened. A few minutes later, the Yang store closed again. A few minutes later, the Yang store opened again. Chapter 321 The Underworld. Where do single dogs get children from? San, who keeps receiving information about the opening and closing of shops. Is it interesting? Is it fun? If you can, play with me. Am I not more fun than the shops? Suemo, who didn't know that her own system was full of resentment, found a problem in the opening and closing. Youngpoo didn't seem to limit the number of times the shop could be opened. That is to say, if Suemo was bored, she could open the shop for 1 minute every 5 minutes and then close it. In this way, although the 2-hour opening time was shorter, the operating space was much larger. After all, the total opening time was not the point. The point was to open the shop when there were customers. Thinking of this, Suemo looked up and was about to say something, but met a pair of resentful black eyes. Suemo was rarely at a loss for a moment, then vaguely guessed the reason. Then she turned around and directly turned off the prompt sound of the opening and closing of Youngpoo. Although it was Suemo who shut it down, this is considered blocking the information, so San will not receive relevant information in the future. Otherwise, if she really wants to operate Youngpoo like this in the future, well, San will probably be annoyed and her head will be buzzing. Without the interference of the prompt sound, San retracted her resentful expression. Did the host have any questions just now? Suemo nodded slightly. Can I check the situation of Youngpoo? I want to know if anyone is passing by. Thinking of the host's operation just now, San felt that he seemed to have guessed what the host was going to do. For example, if there is no one, close the door, and if there is someone, open the door, etc. Although it is a bit troublesome, this can completely solve the problem of insufficient opening time. But there is still a prerequisite. She must be able to see the situation around the Youngpoo. If she can't see it, it's better to open the store directly, which will save trouble. Host, we can see the situation around the store, but the range is very small. How small can it be? Suemo glanced at the range that looked like a surveillance screen, and just happened to be able to take in the dead end in front of the store. By the way, dead end? Suemo looked again uncertainly. It is really not easy to find a deserted alley in this day and age. It is said that good wine is not afraid of deep alleys, but their alley has always been very deep, the kind that is bottomless. San seemed to have seen something from the host's eyes, and immediately began to explain. Don't blame me this time, because only this location is suitable for opening a yin and yang shop, since it is a store that can connect the yin and yang worlds. Then the location selection is naturally particular. First of all, the yin and yang chi cannot be too strong or too poor. The most basic requirement is balance. And secondly, the feng shui must be suitable, but it also needs to be in line with the balance of the two energies. And it also needs to be suitable for feng shui. Such a good location is even rarer. San was able to find a purely natural location that fully meets the requirements in a short period of time, which can be said to be quite difficult. Therefore, Suemo did not complain too much. The order of the underworld store has already formed its own system, and she does not need to worry too much. So she spent almost the whole morning staring at the surveillance at the door of the Youngpoo. Although the location here is indeed a bit off, it is not yet so deserted. In the morning, 7 or 8 people came to the alley one after another. There were cats and dogs that were lost in the dead end. So people came here to look for their pets. There were old people who were walking on the street and accidentally took the wrong road. There was even a couple who were in love and came here to be intimate. But there were only 2 people who actually walked into the store. One was a little girl who came here to look for her pet cat. And the other was an old man who took the wrong road while walking. Not long after the little girl entered the store, she was called back by the parents who came to look for their child. The old man did look into the store for several times, but after glancing at the prices, he muttered crazy. Crazy, and shook his head and left. Sumo. It was numb. Sumo sighed and prepared to take a break. It was lunchtime, and there was still a lot of time left for Yongpu to open today. So she opened the store and prepared to have lunch. Not long after the surveillance camera was turned off, a young man came to the alley by mistake. No way. I'm so unlucky. This kind of thing can happen to me 3 times in a row. Calm, he looked at the woman in front of him, who seemed to be holding a baby and crying. Not only did he get goosebumps all over his body, but his legs, which his friends usually joked could participate in a sprint competition, also became weak. He muttered to himself, regretting it deeply. I should have not agreed to work overtime earlier. What overtime? I was almost scared to death. Is money more important than life? It was dark at night, and there was only a dim street lamp that seemed to be out of power to barely illuminate the area. Not only that, there was no one around except him, and he couldn't find a second person even if he wanted to ask for help. What? You asked if the woman was human? Isn't that nonsense? Would a real person have no shadow? Would a real person cry so weirdly in the middle of the night while holding a bloody child in white clothes? Calm, he complained in his heart, while taking this opportunity to comfort himself. Don't be afraid. Just pretend that you didn't see anything. Just walk over slowly. Just like before, anyway. He hadn't done anything wrong. This female ghost definitely wasn't looking for him. There was no need for him to be afraid. Yes, it's a pity that although Kong Hee's self-comforting skills are very good, this female ghost is obviously not going to reason today. Just as he passed by the female ghost who was crying with tears in her eyes, while holding the child a second ago, gradually stopped crying. For a moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Kong Hee felt a chill behind him, as if something was standing behind him. Now, he didn't even have the strength to walk. Why don't you like children? Look at him. Hearing the faint female voice behind his ear, Kong Hee almost stopped breathing. Kong Hee's sister. Listen to my explanation. I don't dislike children. Kong Hee, not only do I like children, my father likes children, my mother likes children, my sister likes children, my whole family likes children. The problem is, how can I, a single dog, have children? You can't just recognize the father of a child just because you are a ghost. Kong Hee felt that he was neither right nor wrong. The only thing he could do was to turn his head stiffly. Shit! The sight of a bloody baby's head almost sent Kong Hee away on the spot. Because of fear, he subconsciously took 2 steps back, and his expression that tried to maintain a calm expression collapsed instantly. Who knew that this action seemed to have angered the female ghost, she went crazy directly, and rushed towards Kong Hee with her teeth and claws. Chapter 322. The Underworld. Are you coming again? God knows when the female ghost pounced on him just now, Kong Hee really thought he was going to die. Who knew that a golden light suddenly flashed, and he was so blinded by the sudden dazzling light that he couldn't open his eyes. But when he regained his vision again, the female ghost had disappeared. If it weren't for the dark blue fingerprints on his hands, he would have doubted whether everything that had just happened was an illusion. At the same time, he saw a man in ancient Chinese clothes in front of him. His eyes accidentally touched the Buddhist beads in his hand. Kong Hee quickly guessed that it was the man in front of him who saved him. The words of thanks came out before he even thought about it. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Kong Hee's enthusiastic attitude made the Master stunned for a moment, and then he found that the Master looked at him, with some hesitation and doubt in his eyes. It wasn't me who saved you. Ah? If it wasn't the Master who saved you, then who else could it be? Could it be that there is something here that he can't see? Thinking of this, Kong Hee's heart, which had just relaxed, was instantly lifted up again. He looked around furtively, and his heart was beating fast. The man called the Master looked at him, with a frown on his face. At first, he didn't notice that there were ghosts wandering around here. What attracted him here was not the energy of the female ghost, but a kind of power full of merit. He just wanted to come over to see the situation, and by the way, see if there was anything he could help. Who knew that when he approached, he saw a beam of golden light disperse a ghost. He didn't do anything at all. The energy of merit contained in the golden light was extraordinary. He thought it was some little ghost who dared to offend the heavenly master. But it turned out to be an ordinary person. Although there are heavenly masters who do not want to reveal their identities, they will hide their strength and disguise themselves as ordinary people. But they are barely considered half of their peers. And peers generally do not hide from each other. Not only that, he also saw the whole process. If Kong He is really a heavenly master, there is no need for him to continue to hide his identity. And he does not think that Kong He's words and deeds are disguised. But if he is not a heavenly master, then how did he use the power of merit to repel the female ghost just now? Ordinary people can never do this. The more he couldn't figure it out, the more interested he became in Kong He. What I saw was that you saved yourself. This time Kong He was even more confused. How could he not know that he was so powerful? She could save him when she met a female ghost, but there was no need for this stranger to lie to him. He had seen people who did good deeds without leaving their names, but he had never seen anyone who refused to admit it after being caught on the spot. This was not a bad thing. How could I have this ability, master? Please stop joking. Kong He laughed dryly, and after thinking for a long time, he just thought that the master was afraid that after he saved someone, he would be entangled, so he was unwilling to admit it. After all, masters are common these days, but those with abilities are rare, and it costs a lot of money to meet them, not to mention asking the master for help. I'm not joking. You can think back to see if there is anything on you that can ward off ghosts. After confirming that Kong He was really an ordinary person, the man began to doubt what he had. If Kong He had something that had been blessed, then what had just happened was understandable. It was just that the person who could make the blessed item exert such power must be extraordinary. If possible, he would like to meet him. It just so happened that he had been stuck in a bottleneck recently. If he could get an epiphany from the discussion with another master, it would be a good thing. The man's words reminded Kong He. He shook his numb arms, and then fumbled up and down. After a few seconds, he found a triangular talisman. It was called a triangular talisman, but one of the corners of the triangle had turned to ashes. The man took a look and understood. This talisman has been half destroyed to save you. If the female ghost comes again, it can probably be used once more. Remember to bring it with you. Kong He was numb all of a sudden. He did not feel the joy of picking up a treasure at this time. His mind was full of the two words come back from the master's mouth. What did he, a good young man, do to offend anyone? Come again. If he comes again, he will be scared to death by the ghost if he is not killed by her. If you are willing to answer a few questions for me, I can help you solve the ghost problem. The man's words were undoubtedly a timely help to Kong He. He nodded hurriedly, as if he was afraid that the man would regret it. No problem, as long as the master can help me with this, not to mention asking questions, you can ask for anything. Just kidding, he is going to die. What does he still expect from those material things? It's okay even if the master takes away all his wealth. Although this talisman can work once more, it's only once, he will die again next time. I don't want anything else from you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Just answer them well. The first question is, which master did you ask for this talisman? A talisman? I didn't ask for it. I bought it. Speaking of this talisman, Kong He was a little embarrassed. He had always thought it was a hoax, so even when the man said that it was not him who saved him, he didn't think of this thing at the first time. I bought this in an alley. I don't know what happened that day. I walked there inexplicably. I was about to leave, but I saw a store inside, and then I went in to look around. It was about his life, so Kong He spoke in great detail. During the period, the man asked a few questions, and he answered them seriously. Except for a few details that he really couldn't remember, the man had almost mastered the information of this mysterious store. An unmanned shop in a dead end. There are things on the shelves, but you can't touch them. It looks like a very realistic projection technology. And things that appear inexplicably in your home. Every little bit is enough to show that this shop is extraordinary. You mean, you received this talisman the same night you bought it? Kong He nodded, then shook his head. Actually, I don't know the exact time. The shop's rules say it will be delivered at 12 o'clock that night. I wanted to wait and see, but I fell asleep. When I woke up, this thing was on my desk. Originally, he bought something and even paid for it but didn't receive it, and he was ready to call the police, but strangely, he couldn't get through the phone at that time. In addition, he had been seeing ghosts repeatedly during that period, so he didn't dare to think too much, and just ran away from the shop. Originally, he didn't care whether the talisman existed or not, At most he would just treat it as a way to get rid of bad luck. Chapter 323 The Underworld. The unlucky old man who was framed. Who knew that this thing actually existed? Thinking of it this way, he saved his life. If he hadn't walked into that store by mistake that day, he wouldn't have been able to buy the amulet. Without the amulet, he would be in danger tonight. If Kong, he was still hesitating in the morning whether to carry this amulet of unknown origin with him, then he really wanted to go to that store to buy another amulet and stick it all over his body. It's a pity that it's so late now. He wants to go home quickly now. Staying outside all the time, plus, after what he just experienced, he always feels very insecure. I have asked all my questions. I can solve your problem next. The man was trustworthy and didn't perfunctorily answer Kong-hee. However, the time today was not suitable. It was almost 12 o'clock. So the man only sent Kong-hee to his home, left a contact number and a peace amulet that he had blessed, and left. The next day, Kong-hee took a leave of absence, contacted the man and solved his problems. The ghost girl did not have any disputes with Kong-hee during her lifetime, but they had not met before. The woman's former boyfriend was Kong-hee's colleague, so he had met him several times. But that was not the point. The point was that Kong-hee knew that his colleague had a wife, and he was not unmarried when he was with the woman. Kong-hee had thought about reminding him, but he never had the chance. Another point was that he had never seen the woman again after she appeared a few times. He thought they had broken up, but it turned out to be, the woman didn't know her boyfriend was married. She didn't even know that the name her boyfriend had given her was fake, and the colleague didn't know if it was intentional. But the fake name he used was Kong-ha. Later, the woman became pregnant and wanted to meet her colleague's parents to get married. But he not only refused, but also asked to break up and have an abortion. On the surface, her death was an accident. Because of excessive sadness and anger, she became emotionally unstable and eventually rolled down the stairs, resulting in 2 deaths. This is what she thought. But in fact, the truth was that she was pushed by someone when she was walking down the stairs. The person's original intention was just to make her abort the child, but he didn't expect that she would lose the adult. As for who the murderer was, the answer was obvious. Because she had a heavy resentment after death, and she was a pregnant woman, she was not taken to the underworld. The emotional instability before her death caused her memory to be confused in her soul state. She only remembered the name Kong-hee and the address of the company. This was also the reason why she accidentally found the real Kong-hee. After listening to the explanation of the female ghost, Kong-hee was so angry that his face turned red. If the matter had not been resolved, he really wanted to rush to the company to settle accounts with the scumbag. You are a married man who doesn't abide by male ethics and deceives the feelings of other girls. And then you frame him. He almost died for this. Is there such an outrageous thing in the world? Fortunately, the man is really capable. He helped the woman recover her memory and gave her a soul-fixing item. With this, she can stay in the Yang world for 3 more days. And after 3 days, a soul catcher will come to take her away. During these 3 days, as long as she does not harm innocent people or kill anyone, she can deal with the scumbag. So far, the matter is resolved. Although Kong-hee also wanted to take revenge on this colleague. But when he thought that the female ghost had gone, he decided to watch the show for a while. What happened next? He would talk about it later. He had other things to do now. Master Lin. This is it. The Master Lin he mentioned by Kong, he was the man who had been helping him before. After solving the problem of the female ghost, Kong-hee took Lin-hee to the place where he bought the amulet before. When they reached the entrance of the alley, they looked inside. The alley was just an ordinary dead end, surrounded by walls, and it didn't look like there was a store, or that a store could be opened. Kong-hee was also stunned when he saw the empty alley. And then he hurriedly explained, I clearly remember that I saw the shop here. How come it's gone? He thought that Master Lin had helped him so much, and he brought people here to find a shop but found nothing, which made him seem like he was teasing the master. However, Lin-hee obviously didn't care, because from the eyes, there was really nothing here. But relying on his own sense, he had already discovered the difference of this location. Although the alley was narrow, the feng shui was unexpectedly good, and it was also a rare place with balanced 2 energies. I believe you. Lin-hee's words blocked Kong-hee's move to continue explaining. Kong-hee saw the master walk in, and he hurriedly followed him. He couldn't stop looking around, trying to find a trace of the shop that once existed on the wall. Unfortunately, He found nothing. But when he turned his head and looked forward, he couldn't help but be shocked to see that the place that was originally a wall a second ago actually appeared in the appearance of the shop he had seen before. It should be some means of covering up. Don't pay too much attention to it. He didn't know that this was a shop that could be controlled to appear or disappear at will, and just thought it was a trick. But if he wanted to understand it this way, there would be no problem. It's just that he can understand and not care. But Kong, he can't. Although he has just seen a ghost, he has been an ordinary person for more than 20 years after all. Everything he experienced in the past 2 days can be said to have increased the amount of information in his mind. Not only was his 3 views completely refreshed at once, but he also felt a little dizzy. He narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sign. Yang Shop. Yang? No wonder he chose such a place. Thinking of what his uncle had said, that the ghost messengers had been frequently dispatched to the Yang world recently. He vaguely felt that it seemed to be related to this. He wanted to take out the sound transmission device to inform his elders, but thinking that there was an ordinary person behind him, he temporarily gave up this idea and decided to go into the Yang shop to see what was going on. Just as Kong, he said, the Yang shop was indeed empty. The most conspicuous thing after entering the store was the sign on the counter, which listed several rules of the store. Among them was the warm reminder that Kong he mentioned before. The delivery time is 12 o'clock that night. In addition, there are some other rules, such as not damaging the facilities in the store. The opening hours are not fixed, and each person can only buy 1 item in the store every day. Chapter 324, The Underworld, Voting to Decide on New Products. Although there are many rules, they are all quite reasonable. He was looking at the brand, while Kong he walked to the place where he bought the amulet last time. Although 2,000 apiece was a little expensive, as long as he thought that it was a truly useful treasure, and it saved his life, he didn't care about the price. He even thought it would be best to buy a few more, so that he could bring them to his parents and sister when he returned home. But when he looked at the place where the amulet should have been placed, he saw something he had never seen before. On the second day of the Yang shop's opening, Suemo seized the opportunity to unlock the products in the level 4 mall that he had not unlocked before. It is worth mentioning that, although there are only 4 items in the level 4 mall, 3 of them can be sold in the Yang shop. For example, Yang Stone, for example, Shieling Pill, for example, Crystal Bead. Yang Stone purchase price, 30 merits/piece. Selling price, 100 merits/piece. Introduction. Also known as the Yang Eyes, integrated into the blood or soul, there is a probability that it can have the ability to see yin and yang. The probability depends on one's own talent. Each person can only use it once. Shieling Pill purchase price, 20 merits/tablet. Selling price, 50 merits/tablet. Introduction. After humans take it, it can slightly increase the body's absorption of spiritual energy, speed up the absorption speed of spiritual energy, affect the rate of cultivation. The specific effect depends on one's own talent. Each person can only use it 3 times at most. Crystal Bead purchase price, 30 merits/piece. Selling price, 100 merits/piece. Introduction. There is a probability that the user's recent disaster can be predicted, and the scene is reflected, it will break after watching. These 3 things, no matter which one, can be regarded as top treasures. If placed in the Yang world, it is worth hiding in the treasure pavilions of various sects. However, there are many restrictions on the things in the Yang shop. For example, Yang Stone. At most 10 can be put on the shelf every day, 20 pills of cleansing pills, and 10 crystal beads. Even if Suemo maxes out the limit every day, he can only earn more than 2,000 merits. This merit is not even enough for a fraction of the daily income of the Hell store. But this is not important. After all, the ultimate goal of the Yang shop is not to earn merits, but to earn money. And the things exchanged for money are sold in the Yin world, which is the real way to use the Yang shop to earn merits. The 2,000 yuan that Kong he spent on buying the amulet has already arrived at Sumo's side. But this money is still a little less. At most it is enough to buy some snacks. The price of devices like mobile phones is similar to that in the Yang world. Basically several thousand yuan. In addition, unlocking the purchase rights of the money mall also costs money. So 2,000 yuan is definitely not enough. Therefore, the 2,000 yuan has been in the system for a long time, and has not been used for several days. Until today, Suemo saw the customer who bought the amulet before. That is, Kong He, who took Lin He to the Yang shop. From the way Lin He was dressed, she knew at a glance that he must be an extraordinary person. Of course, it doesn't matter to her whether his identity is ordinary or not. What's important is that she knows that this person is rich. At the same time, she was somewhat glad that she put all the newly unlocked yin yang stones, washing spirit pills, and crystal beads in the Yang shop. Otherwise it might not attract Lin He. As expected, Lin He was not very interested in the amulet. After all, if he wanted to, he could get a lot of this kind of thing. Although it might not be as effective as the one here, it would be fine as long as it could be used. The one that attracted him the most was the soul cleansing pill. It is no exaggeration to say that the soul cleansing pill was not only the most attractive to him, but also had an extremely strong attraction to practitioners all over the world. Of course, the crystal beads and the yin yang stone were also good, but they were far less attractive than the soul cleansing pill. In the end, Lin He bought the soul cleansing pill for 50 merits plus 200,000. Kong He was stunned and watched him spend 200,000 without blinking, silently feeling the disparity of the world. But when he thought that he was a real master with ability, as long as he wanted, there would be countless rich people rushing to give him money every day, and a mere 200,000 was really nothing. Feeling Kong He's gaze, Lin He's movements paused slightly, and then an idea came to his mind. Kong He. Ah? I'm here. Master Lin. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Lin He hesitated and glanced at the sign on the counter, frowned and thought about it. And the idea that came up before was quickly dispelled by himself. Originally, Lin He wanted to ask Kong He if he was willing to help him. Lin He would pay for it himself, and then Kong He would buy him a pill of Shieling pill. He believed that as long as he asked, Kong He would definitely have no reason to refuse. However, although the rules of the store did not state that the things bought must be used by oneself, they did state that things bought from the store must not be bought and sold privately. He did not want to lose the big picture for the small. He didn't want to break the rules of yin yang shop just to save a day. Lin He was not stupid enough to think that as long as he left the yin yang shop to do this business, it would not be discovered. Moreover, as an insider, he understood that the business here did not refer to only monetary transactions. Nothing. Just call me. Ah. Okay. Master Lin. You can always find me if you have something. I have something to do in the company, so I will leave first. Kong He knew that Lin He was lying, but he didn't care and didn't ask any more questions. Not only that, after Kong He found that he was a bit of a hindrance to stay here, he found an excuse to leave. Yeah. At the same time Kong He left, Lin He took out the sound transmission talisman and contacted his master. Because Lin He called people, the business of Yang shop gradually began to improve, and every day there were customers contributing large sums of money. After Su Mo discovered this, she also started to prepare to buy things in the money mall. Before that, when she didn't have enough money to buy things in the money mall, Su Mo had already made preparations in advance. She asked San San to put a lot of boxes at the door of the underworld store, and a large basket of white things that looked like ping-pong balls. The boxes were written with the names of a series of products such as food, mobile phone, novel, comic, etc. Any customer who has spent any amount of money in the underworld store can get a white ball for free. A white ball counts as a vote, and everyone can throw the white ball into the box of the product they want. Every day, Su Mo will select the product with the most votes that day as the new product to be unlocked next time. Chapter 325 The Underworld. Admitting that you are a waste. 2 days have passed since the voting began. On the first day, because of the limited space, Su Mo picked out 10 items that he thought were necessary as choices. The voting time was from the opening of the underworld store to the closing of the store at night. The total number of votes was more than 11,000, which means that 11,000 ghosts participated in this event. This group of ghosts who were fed up with the boring life in the underworld were extremely enthusiastic about this event. That night, even though the store was closed, there were tens of thousands of ghosts outside the store, a huge crowd, both in the sky and on the ground. They were all waiting for the results of the vote. Su Mo was not going to announce the results at first, since she didn't have enough money for the time being, and she couldn't get the goods even if she announced it. But seeing that so many ghosts were waiting, she still closed the store a minute later. In the first day of voting, Mobile Phone won the first place with 5,400 votes, beating the second place by more than 3,000 votes. Mobile Phone, A mobile phone that ghosts can use. It can be used in the underworld, and has all the functions of mobile phones in the Yang world. The store will have mobile phones in 2 days. The price is 10 spirit coins. Please check the notice board for questions about spirit coins tomorrow. After that, everyone saw Boss Sue coldly close the door. Very good. This is very Boss Sue. Although the ghosts were full of questions, they could only look at the closed store door and leave helplessly. The winning product on the second day was the food bag. Food bag contains delicious food that ghosts can eat. Holding the food bag in hand, you can get whatever you think about. At the same time, everyone also learned about the information about spirit coins from the announcement. Spirit coins are a new currency exchanged from merit in the underworld store. 1 point of merit is equal to 100 spirit coins, which is equivalent to 1 point of merit buying 10 mobile phones that can be used in the underworld. This price is not cheap, but at least every ghost can afford it. As for whether they are willing to buy it, that is another matter. After that, all the goods exchanged from the money mall will be sold in spirit coins. For this price, some ghosts think it is okay and acceptable, but whether they will buy it is another matter. Others think it is too expensive. Mobile phones, which everyone in the Yang world has, are actually sold for 1/10 of merit? At first, they thought that this kind of goods in the Yang world would be sold at the price of underworld money. Unexpectedly, Boss Sue even created a new currency for this purpose. I don't know if Suemo has been too harmless during this period, although it seems hard to talk to him. Everyone knows that Boss Sue is a good person. Therefore, some people with inflated minds came up with a bad idea with some friends around them. They planned to use the will of the people to pressure Boss Sue to change the currency of these spiritual coins to ghost money. In this regard, they thought their actions were very secretive. But in fact, Suemo knew all their actions. Although spiritual coins are spiritual coins and merits are merits. Because the only way to obtain spiritual coins is to exchange merits. It is not an exaggeration to say that spiritual coins equals merits. She had long guessed that if the things in the money mall were purchased with merit as currency, it would cause dissatisfaction among some people. But so what? This is a seller's market. If they try to use the voice of the masses to force themselves, then they are still too naive. Some people are greedy when they are alive, and they are not at peace even after they die. No ghost knows what the hell money is like in the underworld. In the Yang world, you can buy hundreds of millions of hell money with just a few dollars. This is even more outrageous than the fact that a truckload of paper money in a certain place could not buy a piece of bread. If the things in the money mall are really sold at the price of hell money, then it would be better to give it away for free. So when a ghost asked Suemo suggestively, "Is it too expensive to use merit to buy things like mobile phones and food?" How did she answer? "Is it expensive?" Suemo smiled, then restrained the expression on her face, and looked at the ghost who asked the question calmly. The laziest ghost in the underworld can earn 10 merits a year, which is equivalent to earning a mobile phone in 3.5 days. How many people in the Yang world can earn a mobile phone in 3.5 days? And this is the lower limit. The upper limit is unlimited. Some ghosts can earn merits for more than 10 mobile phones a day, as long as they are willing. They can use one to watch TV series, one to play games, one to read novels, and one for daily communication. What's more, the price-performance ratio of the mobile phone Suemo exchanged is still top-notch. Apart from other things, it has all the functions that all mobile phones on the market have. And because it is produced by the system, it will never be damaged unless it is deliberately damaged. To sum up, is the price of 10 spirit coins really expensive? I don't want to work hard when I'm alive, but I start to dislike it when I die. There are really so many trivial things. Boss Sue's suggestion is to reincarnate quickly and enjoy the beatings of the Yang world society. Boss Sue's answer directly choked the ghost. Afterwards, he couldn't stand the strange gazes of the whole store and chose to flee. Suemo didn't care whether the ghost who asked this question was unintentional or intentional. Anyway, since he chose to ask this question, he was not innocent. When she lowered her head, the store, which had become silent because of her words, began to slowly restore its original atmosphere. From then on, no ghost dared to be stupid enough to ask about the price of Yang world products such as mobile phones. After all, Boss Sue said it so bluntly. The laziest ghost can earn a mobile phone in 4 days. If they have any other opinions, wouldn't they admit that they are even more useless than the laziest ghost? Just like that, those little thoughts behind the scenes were instantly disintegrated because of Sumo's words. Time slowly came to the 2 days later that Suemo had mentioned before. The ghosts who came to the door early in the morning to wait could already see a brand new shelf with mobile phones that they had been eager to have through the transparent door. Mobile phone. Can I finally play games and watch TV series in the underworld? I don't know if there are any applications in this phone, such as games and some commonly used software apps. Shouldn't you be most concerned about whether the mobile phone has a signal and whether it needs a network? I was so dazzled by the mobile phone before. But I remembered yesterday that there is no signal and no Wi-Fi in the underworld. Right? It seems to make sense. So the mobile phone is useless? No one really buys a mobile phone just to make calls and send text messages. Chapter 326 The Underworld. Who knows if teammates are human or ghost? As they chatted, everyone's previous enthusiasm seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. The anticipation of more than 2 days disappeared in an instant. Although 10 spirit coins are not expensive, and it seems that Boss Su is also preparing to release more things in the Yang world that can be purchased with spirit coins in the future, they don't need to worry about not being able to spend the remaining 90 spirit coins. But this does not mean that they are willing to waste 10 spirit coins to buy useless mobile phones. The vast majority of ghosts who want to buy mobile phones mainly hope to use their mobile phones to watch videos, read novels, play games to kill time, entertain and relax. But they are in the underworld now. A place where it seems impossible to have a signal and a network. Even if the mobile phone has all the software, it is useless. I think you don't need to worry about this problem at all. If the phone doesn't work, why would Boss Su sell it? That makes sense. I think we should stop thinking too much. If we really have so many questions, we can just ask Boss Su directly. She won't lie to us about this kind of thing. Even if she does, she can't. After all, we know whether it can be used after we buy it. The restless minds of the ghosts gradually calmed down, and they patiently waited for the store to open. However, before the store opened, some ghosts had already discovered a problem. Why is there no voting box at the door today? Although the voting starts when the store opens, the box is placed 24 hours a day. But no one knows when. All the voting boxes at the door disappeared, just when everyone's mind was wandering to some strange place. The bell at the door of the underworld store suddenly began to shake gently, making a crisp sound. This was the countdown to the door opening. About 3 seconds later, the door of the store slowly opened, and the ghosts, who had been waiting outside the door, swarmed in. Almost the moment they walked into the store, Suemo heard a lot of questions. Some asked whether the mobile phone could be used because there was no signal and network in the underworld. Some asked why there was no voting box outside today. And some asked what to do if the mobile phone ran out of power. Fortunately, Suemo was prepared. She had prepared the corresponding answers to such questions early in the morning, and then posted them on the shelf belonging to mobile phones. You can go there to check for yourself if you have questions about mobile phones. Following the direction indicated by Suemo, they saw the wooden sign hanging on the shelf. Such a familiar practice, just like before. In addition, regarding the issue of voting, in the future, voting will be conducted on mobile phones. Before, we had to use such a troublesome method to vote because we didn't have mobile phones. Now that we have mobile phones, we naturally have to keep up with the times. Each mobile phone has a built-in software called Underworld Forum that cannot be deleted. This software is temporarily managed by San. Suemo will hand it over to the Underworld for management when he leaves this plane. Well, it would be even better if I could make some money by cheating. One of the functions of the forum is to launch a vote to unlock new products every day. As long as there is a ghost with a mobile phone, you can choose to vote every day or create a new product option. Before, they could only choose from the 10 items selected by Suemo every day. But it was different on the forum. If they didn't find what they wanted among the 10 items, they could submit what they wanted. The information submitted would be filtered out first to remove duplicates and outrageous items such as nuclear bombs, rockets, and airplanes. The remaining items would be included in the options the next day. Those who were still stupid were still listening to Boss Su talking about how to vote with their mobile phones, while those who were quick to react had already rushed to exchange spirit coins to buy mobile phones. In order to get ahead, many ghosts didn't even pay attention to the content on the wooden sign, and directly bought the mobile phone. After paying, they breathed a sigh of relief and began to read the information on the wooden sign carefully. Q question about the network problem of the mobile phone. A answer: the software on the mobile phone does not require the network. Question about the mobile phone signal problem. A: There is signal in all 4 underworld areas, and cross-regional communication is possible. Question about the battery problem of the mobile phone. A. Like the mobile phones in the Yang world, it needs to be charged normally. But the way to charge is to connect the energy stone to the mobile phone. The specific operation is as follows. The energy stone can be purchased in the 4 stores in the underworld, and the price is 1 spirit coin/box, including 100 pieces. There are many questions like this, and the answers are very detailed. When they saw that the 3 most important problems, signal, network, and power, had solutions, they had no worries at all. They even found that there were many problems here that they had not thought of, such as, question: can the underworld software communicate with the Yang world? Many ghosts who have bought mobile phones have found that the software on the mobile phones is very familiar. For example, a certain honor game, a certain browser, a certain blog, a certain music, a certain goose. After seeing the familiar icons, they all began to doubt whether the software on them is interoperable with the Yang world. For example, when they play games, will they be matched with players from the Yang world? It's exciting to think about it. No one knows whether the teammates playing games with you are human or ghosts. This sentence used to be a joke, but now it seems that it may really become a reality. Unfortunately, the answer to this question made them a little disappointed. A. The software server in the Hell mobile phone is an independent server of the Hell. The independent server of the Hell means that it is not possible. But this has already made them very satisfied. After a group of ghosts who have no entertainment life in the Hell got the mobile phone, they could be happy all day even if they played a connected of game. Such happiness is really plain and simple. Unfortunately, there are only 1,000 lucky people who have happiness, because there are only 1,000 mobile phones on the shelf. The ghosts who didn't buy a mobile phone can only complain about why there are so few mobile phones, blame themselves for being late, blame themselves for not being fast enough, or say I wouldn't have hesitated if I had known. Because they are familiar with Boss Su's rules, they dare not urge Boss Su to purchase goods, and can only resign themselves to waiting for tomorrow. Su Mo also knows that 1,000 mobile phones are definitely not enough. After all, on the first day of voting, more than 5,000 ghosts voted for mobile phones. But she has no choice after all. The money on her is limited. The things in the money store are not the same as the merit store. The purchase price and the selling price of the currency are the same, and you can earn more and more. The purchase price and the selling price of the currency are different. The more money you use, the less money you have, and the more merit you earn. In order to unlock the mobile phone and energy stone, and purchase goods, she has spent more than 2 million, and the money balance on her is basically almost gone. Chapter 327, The Underworld. With this technology, there are many things you can do. But fortunately, a group of new customers have come to Yangpu today, and they are very valuable customers. Otherwise, her mobile phone has only been on the shelf for 1 day, and she will face the crisis of running out of stock and having no money to buy things. The story has to start from the day when Kong he left, and Lin he called the elders of his sect. Lin he first sent a message with his mobile phone, and then suddenly remembered that his master was a stubborn old man, and he didn't like to use mobile phones very much. In order to avoid message delays and affect major events, Lin he used a sound transmission talisman just in case. After that, after he wrote down the address here, he went to the nearest hotel to stay. After waiting for about 2 days, he didn't wait for his master, but waited for his uncle, Master Gu Xing. Your master went to attend the Cultivation Exchange Conference. Speaking of which, he pushed this matter to his junior brother himself. However, Master Gu Xing did not feel guilty at all. When facing Lin He's slightly doubtful eyes, he looked calm and indifferent. Lin He had been away for nearly a year, because his master wanted to train him. He had little contact with the sect, so he naturally did not know about this matter. After a brief period of doubt, Lin he did not doubt too much. At the urging of Master Gu Xing, he took him to the door of the Yin Yang shop. Because he had been here several times in the 2 days of waiting for Master Gu Xing, he was very familiar with the path here, and could find his way here with his eyes closed. It is not an exaggeration to say that when he left for the first time, he deliberately left a recording stone here similar to the combination of a video recorder and a surveillance camera, and then based on the image left by the recording stone, he deduced a little rule of this Yin Yang shop. For example, it will appear when someone passes by. The cumulative store opening time is about 2 hours a day. When delivering goods at night, it will force people nearby to be stunned, so that they cannot find out how the goods are delivered to the customers. Lin he originally wanted to play a trick. He placed a lot of image-retaining stones in his room, hoping to leave something behind. Unfortunately, when he got up the next day to check, he found that all the image-retaining stones in more obvious places were gone. Even the few he hid on his body did not record any clues. After trying once without success, Lin he gave up. Master Gu Xing did not expect that this nephew was more capable than his own stupid apprentice, and he even figured out this kind of thing. If it were his stupid apprentice, he probably would not even think of sending a sound transmission note, and the phone would crackle a little, and then he would wait here stupidly, and he would not even notice that he did not use the phone much. You did the right thing. Master Gu Xing nodded in appreciation. Being able to come up with such good things, and having such ghostly abilities, it is obvious that they cannot afford to offend. Their seemingly obscure little actions may actually be like clowns in the eyes of these people. Although they are unlikely to care, they should be cautious. Otherwise it will be bad if they are annoyed. It is here. Master Gu Xing took a step forward. Before he entered the store, his eyes had already landed on a place in the store. This is... Master Gu Xing rarely showed a look of surprise. Lin he followed his line of sight and saw something. It was a golden Buddha shining with golden light. Although the color of the golden Buddha itself is golden, Lin he always felt that the light of this golden Buddha did not come from its own color. Clearly, there was no golden Buddha when he came here 2 days ago. Could it be that he remembered it wrong? While Lin he was still frowning and recalling, Master Gu Xing had already strode into the store. It was normal for Lin he outside the door not to recognize this, but Master Gu Xing was very familiar with it, because it was exactly the same as the golden Buddha he saw in the Qing family. There was even a special place in the main hall of the door to worship another golden Buddha of the same origin, which was the second golden Buddha that Qingxi later entrusted to ask for. His friend had escaped the disaster of being framed by others, and was still atonement for his sins. The golden Buddha was no longer useful, so he took it back to worship. Sure enough, Master Gu Xing chanted a Buddhist name, and then saw the golden Buddha, which looked different but still familiar, and his inner guess became a reality. Whether it was the golden Buddha of the Qing family, or the one in the main hall of the gate, they were all sent by Miss Qing from the underworld. Since he saw it here again, does it prove that this Yin-Yang shop was opened by someone from the underworld? Of course, there is another possibility. The things in this shop were obtained by someone from the Yang world in some unknown way, and then opened this shop. However, this possibility is not great. After all, no matter how powerful this person is, he can get the source of goods. But he does not believe that this person can even use ghost messengers. The existence of ghost messengers is not a secret. Especially in the past month, the activities of ghost messengers have become more frequent, and rumors are everywhere. Master Gu Xing even encountered a ghost messenger, but he only saw a black shadow at that time, and then his eyes went black, and after a short dizziness, there was nothing left. Master, is there anything wrong with this golden Buddha? Lin he saw Master Gu Xing walking straight towards the golden Buddha, and ignored other things, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Although he had to admit that this golden Buddha was not ordinary, but compared with other things, except for the amulet, those things that were basically unheard of, the golden Buddha and the amulet seemed a little ordinary. There were many Buddha statues in the sect. Even because they were worshipped and worshipped for many years, the power of those Buddha statues was stronger than that of this golden Buddha. Nothing, I just felt that it looked familiar. This kind of thing was difficult to explain, so Master Gu Xing didn't say much, and his attention shifted to other things. Is this the soul-cleansing pill you mentioned? Master Gu Xing looked at a porcelain bottle, and subconsciously wanted to pick it up and take a look. When his hand passed through the porcelain bottle, he suddenly remembered that everything in this store was an illusion. Even the illusion can project the light of the golden Buddha, so this store is even less likely to be related to the human beings in the Yang world. Otherwise, with this projection technology, what can't be done? You can make a living in any industry, and if it can be used by the country, it will be even better. Yes. Lin he took out 2 bottles from his wide sleeves, like a magic trick. No matter the material or appearance of the porcelain bottles, they are exactly the same as the illusions projected on the shelf. Excluding this time, he came here 3 times in total, and bought soul-cleansing pills every time. Except the one he bought on the first day, which he had already consumed, he kept the remaining 2 bottles. Chapter 328 The Underworld. The right of interpretation belongs to this store. Master Gu Xing took a bottle, removed the cork, and a clear fragrance came to his nose. This unique smell alone can tell that this must be a good thing. At the same time, Lin He heard in detail the changes and feelings of his body after taking it. The effect of the pill is very good, there is no impurity, almost the moment of taking it. You can clearly feel the changes in your body. Although it was only used once, Lin He knew the importance of this thing, so he carefully recorded every change when using it. If it weren't for the fact that when he took the shielding pill, his body spontaneously entered the state of cultivation, and he couldn't force it out otherwise. He really wanted to take notes at that time, so as not to miss anything. No impurities? Master Gu Xing was really shocked this time. He subconsciously grabbed Lin He's wrist, checking his body. In addition to being startled by his actions at the beginning, Lin He calmed down and didn't resist at all. Just kidding. He has to resist. Lin He, who has been teased by his master, uncles and uncles since he was a child, has long been accustomed to the seemingly serious, but actually frightened personalities of these old men. A few minutes later, Master Gu Xing's face was full of surprise and mixed emotions. Although I don't know what you have gained this year, I remember that your meridians will be a little smaller than they are now before you go out. To use a suitable metaphor, the meridians are equivalent to water pipes. The thicker the water pipe, the faster the water will be filled. The thicker the meridians, the faster the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. The impurities in the so-called elixir are like the scale and sludge hidden in the water pipe. The more impurities there are, the easier it is to clog the water pipe. When the water pipe is clogged, it will naturally be impossible to fill it with water. For all the elixirs they refine, the efficacy is one aspect, and the impurities are another extremely important aspect. The fewer impurities in the elixir, the greater the difference in efficacy, even if it is 1 point worse. From ancient times to the present, no matter what they have seen or what has been passed down in ancient books, they have never heard of a flawless elixir. In this way, the value of this shielding pill is probably going to be even higher. Originally, the elixir with 0 impurities is already popular enough, but the effect of this elixir itself is even more eye-catching. With a double bonus, if those people knew about this shielding pill, it might be auctioned at a sky-high price. You should know that the last time a pill that can directly improve strength appeared was 3 years ago. There were 4 pills in total, and the average price was more than 100 million. The highest one even reached 150 million, and the lowest was 90 million. According to this price, it would not be surprising if the shielding pill was sold for 300 to 500 million. Because there are no impurities. As long as it is properly operated, it can attract the old monsters in the big families, and it is not a problem to increase the price by 30 to 50%. After all, pills that instantly improve strength are only temporary, but the meridians widened by the shielding pill are lifelong. It's like the difference between giving you 10,000 yuan directly or giving you 1,000 yuan every month. As long as you are not a fool, you will understand which one is more valuable. After understanding the value of the shielding pill, Master Gu Xing began to check other things. In addition to the golden Buddha and the amulets they had already seen, and the amulets they could make themselves, both the yin-yang stone and the crystal beads were all rare treasures. Especially the yin-yang stone, which might not be very useful to them, but to the heavenly master, it was simply a treasure that maintained their foundation. The decline of the heavenly master in recent years was partly due to the fact that too few people were born with yin-yang eyes. As for the crystal beads, the function of predicting disasters was also relatively useless for people like them. But in life, fate is changing, and no one can predict it. If you can carry one with you for protection, your own safety will be greatly guaranteed. After Master Gu Xing finished looking at all these things, he and Lin He both chose the shielding pill to buy. When it came to the final payment, Lin He paid 200,000 like the previous 3 times. But when it came to Master Gu Xing, the price became 100,000. After a brief moment of shock, Lin He recalled that there seemed to be a few rules in the yin-yang shop that were related to the price. All goods in the store are sold in the form of merit plus money. The merit price is not marked. Please do not buy if you mind. If you find that you cannot buy it, it means that the merit is insufficient. The price of money fluctuates, and the specific price depends on the product itself and the buyer. In addition to these 3 items, there is also a very domineering sentence at the bottom of all the regulations. The right to interpret the above regulations belongs to this store. No compensation will be given for conflicts caused by misunderstanding of the regulations. Those who make trouble will be blacklisted by this store. The 3rd item states that the price of money is floating. But before this, he never understood what the floating here meant. Now he finally understood. Thinking of this, he took a peace amulet to ask the price. The 500 displayed on it proved that it was not a coincidence that the price of the master's purchase was different from his. Because he clearly remembered that he said that he spent 2,000 on the peace amulet. But now, he didn't know what the standard of this price fluctuation was. Master Gu Xing had also read the dense regulations before. So he was not too surprised that the two of them bought the same thing. And the price was different. In other words, not only was he not too surprised, he could even vaguely guess some pricing rules. The difference in price did not affect their purchase. After leaving the yin-yang shop, Master Gu Xing thought for a while, and finally sighed, put away his selfishness, and then took out his mobile phone that he had not used for a long time, and sent a message to the group with the help of Lin He. As one of the few well-known masters in the Yang realm, the credibility of a message from Master Gu Xing is naturally not to be underestimated, especially those he notified, whose status and identity are equal to his, and who are also powerful people in the world. They know Master Gu Xing very well, and will definitely not joke about such things. So when they got the news that a small shop actually sold rare treasures such as Shilling pills, especially when the authenticity of this news was extremely high, it caused a big sensation in almost all sects. It's just that they concealed it very well, so only a few people knew about it. Even Master Gu Xing did not think about concealing it. After all, he was a human first, and then a so-called master. People are greedy, but it depends on whether they can control it. Master Gu Xing controlled his greed. Otherwise he could have concealed the news. Chapter 329 The Underworld. Ghosts come and go in a swarm. However, as long as he thought of the stagnant cultivation world, he could not really take such things for himself. Master Gu Xing was a person who could control his greed. The development was very smooth afterwards. Especially because after knowing that there were more people in the yin-yang shop, the speed of news spread faster. Gradually, the people who came became more complicated. But no matter how complicated it was, they had to abide by the rules. These people were just ordinary customers. And they were quite valuable customers. Because the people who came after hearing the news were nothing more than powerful and rich people, after all. Only such people could have such news channels. According to the unspeakable algorithm, the money these people needed to spend when buying things was far more than He, Lin He and Master Gu Xing. But this was a transaction that was willing to be made by both parties. Even if a rich man spent nearly 10 million to buy a disposable crystal bead, and later spent hundreds of thousands to buy a peace amulet, there was no dissatisfaction in his heart. On the contrary, he was still excited and happy that he could buy good things. Even his fellow travelers were extremely envious of him, because of the support from the humans in the Yang world. Su Mo lived a life of lying down and collecting money. As the subsequent income from money became more and more stable, it was not only enough to support her unlocking new products, but also to ensure the purchase of new products. After all, with more customers, there was no need to worry about sales. And with more sales, there was no need to worry about money. After having more money, the number of mobile phones purchased was also slowly increasing every day. But Su Mo did not increase too much at once, mainly because she was afraid of affecting the quantity of other products. And she liked a gradual process. The mobile phone on the first day has brought countless surprises to everyone. Many ghosts have basically found a feeling of rebirth in the process of using mobile phones. They are the same as before. Like to browse forums, read gossip, watch videos, play games, and browse Taobao although they can't buy things. Later in the game, some ghosts were more keen to discover that all the software that can be uploaded independently in the mobile phone is basically divided into two blocks. One is the reality block, and the other is the underworld block. All the videos in the reality block are moved from the Yang world by San San, and then published with the underworld account, which can also make up for the problem of all information gaps in the underworld software at the beginning. The so-called information gap means that there are no videos to watch in the video software, no novels to read in the novel software, and no comics in the comic software. After all, it is an independent server, and the videos, novels and comics uploaded and published by humans in the Yang world cannot be synchronized to the following. So moving is the best method. However, this is still a moral issue. Although the underworld has not targeted the Yang world, and the Yang world has not issued any cross-border copyright protection law against the underworld, Su Mo still provides a reward mechanism for these transferred materials. The reward currency is Lingdo. 1 Ling coin can be exchanged for 100 Lingdo, and the minimum reward is 1 Lingdo. To put it simply, 1 point of merit is equal to 100 ling coins, which is equal to 10,000 lingo. As long as you watch these transferred materials, you can reward them. The merits of the reward will not affect the fate of these people in the Yang world in this life. They will only be included in their merit books after they come to the underworld and become part of their merits. Another point is that Sumo will give all the spiritual beings of the reward to the person concerned without charging any handling fees. If there are 100 spiritual beings, the data reported is 100 spiritual beings. Of course, Sumo's non-charge does not mean that the higher authorities will not charge fees. Sumo has no say on what figures can be written in the merit book. If someone is talented and gets a reward of 18,000 yuan, but ends up doing many evil things in his life, then the 18,000 yuan will be deducted and nothing will be left. It has nothing to do with Sumo. That's basically the end of the matter with mobile phones. Food packs, as the product that topped the voting list on the second day, are also attracting much attention. Although souls don't need to eat and won't get hungry. Are there really people who eat just to fill their stomachs? At least a large number of people don't. Food is the first necessity of the people. And the prosperous food industry in the Yang world is not just because of this saying, when they think that they will soon be able to eat the long-lost spicy crayfish, various barbecues, various fried chicken, hamburgers and fries in the underworld, and even many expensive ingredients that they have never eaten even when they were alive. No matter what kind of delicacies from land and sea. This feeling is simply closing their eyes, and tears begin to flow from the corners of their mouths. And the most important thing is that although their ghosts will not be hungry, they will not be full either. The complete absence of hunger and fullness allows them to be more arbitrary and wantonly eat everything they want to eat. What is weight loss? What is indigestion? What is gastrointestinal disease? It doesn't exist. Okay, even because ghosts don't get sick, those who used to be obese can still eat delicious and spicy food, and eat as many carbohydrates as they want. Former diabetic patients no longer have to avoid certain foods, and they can eat handfuls of candies that they used to be so greedy for. So after the food packages were put on the shelves, hundreds of ghosts bought them in packs of 10 or 8. A pack only costs 1 spirit coin, and so they say packs, but they are actually boxes. Each box is as big as the cardboard boxes used for moving. Even if you want to buy dozens of delicacies at once, it can only be barely full. Anyway, the food won't spoil. If calculated based on 3 meals a day, this box is enough for them to eat for nearly a week, and the cost performance is great. The only difficulty is that it is not easy to buy, because there are too many ghosts. This is why they buy more than 10 at a time. After this time, who knows when they will buy it next time. Sumo bought a total of 10,000 food bags for the first batch. This number is not small. After all, the store has tens of thousands of customers a day. Under normal circumstances, it is not a problem for each person to have 1 bag. However, everyone bought 8 or 10 bags, and after just a few minutes of opening, there was nothing left. It is really a swarm of ghosts coming and going, and the shelves are empty when ghosts leave. Mobile phones have the same treatment, from 1,000 at the beginning to 1,500 now. Although the number has increased by 50%, they are still sold out in a few minutes. God knows how envious these ghosts are when they see their friends playing with their phones. Now they finally have mobile phones too. Chapter 330 The Underworld. What was that before? Things went much more smoothly afterwards. After having a mobile phone, socializing in the underworld became much more convenient. Sumo still spent most of her energy on the Yangpu every day. The 2-hour business hours required her to keep an eye on the situation there. Especially now that the customers have more time. If she loses focus, she might miss a few customers. After monitoring for a few days in a row, Sumo collected some data, and then divided the 2 hours of business, which is 120 minutes, into 4 parts. After that, she set 4 business time periods. Each time period is half an hour. The first time period is from 6 to 6:30 in the morning. The second time period is from 10 to 10:30 in the morning. The third time period is from 3 to 3:30 in the afternoon. The fourth time period is from 8 to 8:30 in the evening. These 4 times are the peak time periods calculated by Sumo based on the time arrangements of the customers coming and going during this period. That is, there will always be more customers in these 4 time periods than normal. When the shop just opened, it was because there were no customers. So Sumo had to accommodate them and do manual operations to save time. But now there is a customer base, and it is a seller's market, with her as the main one. So even if she opens the door at night, those people will definitely come to buy things eagerly. and they can't complain at all. But she won't really arrange such a weird time point. And the current arrangement is very good. At least in the past few days. When Sumo hung the business hours on the sign at the door, the customers didn't seem to have any other opinions. And everyone was abiding by the rules of the yin-yang shop. Of course. It's as if they can have opinions. There's no one in this shop. Not even ghosts. What opinions can they have? Are they going to show their opinions to the air? So, even if there are a few people who can't spare time in these 4 time periods, they can only resign themselves to their fate and think of ways to adjust their schedules. The development of Yongpu is smoother than expected. As the goods in the money mall become more and more abundant, those ghosts who once said that they would never spend merit to buy such ordinary things that can be bought in the Yang world, their inner thoughts began to gradually loosen. In the end, foodies can't resist the temptation of food bags, otakus can't resist the attraction of various comic figures, people who like to dress up can't control their hands that want to buy all kinds of clothes and cosmetics, people who like gossip can't help but buy a daily copy of the Gossip Daily. No matter what kind of personality the ghosts have, as long as they are not without desire, then there will definitely be something that attracts them. If they don't buy, it doesn't mean that they don't have money or don't want to buy, it's just that they don't have what they want for the time being. At the same time, because of the increase in the variety of convenient goods, more and more ghosts are gradually beginning to be reluctant to reincarnate and leave. According to the data that the underworld can collect every month, in the past half month, the number of new ghosts coming to the underworld has increased by 1.51%, which is a very normal fluctuation. But in the past half month, the number of reincarnated ghosts has decreased by a full 9.31%. If we don't count those ghosts who were forced to leave because their souls could not support it, then this data will increase by 0.5. Under normal circumstances, if the number of new ghosts increases, the number of reincarnated ghosts will definitely increase. But this time, not only did it not increase, but it decreased a lot, which is obviously abnormal. But as long as someone comes into contact with the daily life of these ghosts, who choose to stay for some reason, this abnormality becomes quite normal. Sir, the population of the Yang world has been controlled. A ghost messenger handed over the report with great excitement. Every data on it was obviously reduced in green. Hearing this news, Yen Luo, who had a long beard on the inside, also smiled. Good. Good. It's great. Looking at the reduced data above, Yen Luo's mood can't be described by the simple word happy. But he was only happy for a while. Because it was far from enough. With the development of tens of thousands of years, the population has grown wildly. And the planets of the Yang world have gradually begun to be unable to support so many people. If there is no slight intervention, once the population exceeds the bearing capacity of the planet, the consequences can be imagined. In fact, part of the reason for birth in the Yang world is related to their Yin world. In other words, the number of people who are reincarnated will affect the number of pregnant people. For example, if 100 ghosts are reincarnated today, it is impossible that 101 are pregnant. Right? What is the extra one? Unless it is an extremely rare soul transmigrating person, or it is an extremely unlucky soulless fetus. I won't talk about soul transmigrating, those who understand will understand. A soulless fetus is actually similar to a dead fetus, which is actually a body without a soul, which is no different from a corpse. So if you want to control the population of the Yang world, in addition to the behavior of the people above, if the Yin world wants to interfere a little, then it can only find a way to reduce the number of reincarnated ghosts. With fewer reincarnations, there will naturally be fewer pregnancies. Of course, the specific arrangements still depend on God's will, and there is only so much that Yen Luo can do. Although Sumo will open a money mall regardless of whether the population is too many or too few, after all. It will affect her income after it is opened. But her move really helped Yen Luo a lot. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to do. The worst result is to limit the purchase of Mingpa soup. Without Mingpa soup, they can't reincarnate, and they can effectively control the upper limit of reincarnation by controlling the amount of Mingpa soup. But this method is still too extreme. After all, people just want to reincarnate, and don't want to stay in the underworld. It is too unreasonable to force them to stay by reducing the tickets. After a long time, no one knows what consequences will be caused. But now it's different. Now these ghosts are staying here voluntarily. They even wish they could stay longer. Everything is going in a very good direction. Just as Ba Su said before, send the reward she gave us for helping us take down the God-defying last time, including this time. Although it's not our commission, it's still a help, so send a portion of the next level of reward. Yen Luo's tone was somewhat relieved. But after a few seconds, his expression returned to his original serious look, even with a bit of anger. This time the entrusted system is still reliable. Look at what it was before. Chapter 331 The Underworld. It's outrageous. Why would a coward take on a mission from the underworld? When he thought of this, Yen Luo got angry. God knows when he received the notice of giving up the commission, and saw that the reason was because the host of the system was afraid of ghosts, he was completely sick. According to the host, he saw so many ghosts floating around every day, which scared him so much that he couldn't eat or sleep well. After persisting for a few years, he finally couldn't persist any longer. It sounds quite reasonable. Bullshit. A person with such a small courage, how dare he accept the task of the underworld? This is just opening the door to the outrageous. Isn't it outrageous? Don't you know what the underworld looks like? It's full of ghosts. Could it be that it's a beautiful place with clear water and birds singing and flowers blooming? The task details are so detailed, but you didn't even read them. Your eyes are all fixed on the rewards. You came just because you saw the rewards are big, and you didn't even look at what kind of person you are, how much you weigh, and whether you can carry the burden. Yen Luo became more and more angry as he thought about it, and almost dropped the things in his hand. The surrounding ghost messengers had already slipped away at this time. They knew that their master liked to dig up old scores and hold grudges, so when he was angry, they ran faster and faster, for fear of being pissed off if they stayed. And here, Su Mo was in a good mood after receiving the reward from the ghost messenger, especially when she found that the reward seemed to be more than what was originally agreed upon. After listening to the explanation of the ghost messenger, Su Mo understood, and then accepted the things with peace of mind. She didn't expect that she could get such a reward by opening the money mall normally, and selling money goods. Thinking that there was something she hadn't unlocked in the 4th level merit mall, Su Mo couldn't help but curl her lips. Ask your Yama. If I can effectively influence the speed of reincarnation of a large number of ghosts, the master will definitely give you more rewards. Rewards. Before Su Mo finished speaking, the ghost messenger hurriedly spoke. This ghost messenger is quite smart. He originally wanted to say reward, but the word reward always has a subordinate relationship. But reward is different. It is the most suitable word for a commission relationship. But this is a ghost messenger following Yama after all. It is normal for him to be more flexible. As long as Boss Su can help, the master will definitely be very happy. In the past few days, their master has lost many hairs on his beard because of this matter. And they have seen it all. If this new underworld merchant really has other good ideas, their family is not stingy, it is not a problem to give another reward. That's good. After sending away the ghost, who was hesitant to speak, and seemed to be about to ask Su Mo what she was going to do, she opened the mall interface, and spent 13,500 merits to unlock the last item of the 4th level mall. The Underworld Deed. Underworld Deed purchase price, 33 merits/piece. Selling price, 99 merits/piece. Introduction. With the Underworld Deed, you can have a house in the underworld. In the house, you can reduce the consumption of ghost spirits, and extend the time you can stay in the underworld. Originally, she didn't plan to exchange it so early. After all, the Underworld Deed is equivalent to a house in the Yang world. And the price is not cheap. The ghosts in the underworld are calm in spending merits, and are not easily impulsive. After all, they are all ghosts who have died once. And their quality in this regard is simply excellent. They are used to living their own lives first, meeting their daily needs, and then considering other things. If the underworld is not attractive enough for them, then they will not choose to settle here, and the underworld deeds will naturally not be sold. But that was the underworld in the past. The underworld now is almost day and night, and there is no blue sky, white clouds, sun and moon. In terms of daily life, it is close to life in the Yang world. In this case, life in the underworld is enough to attract these ghosts. With attraction, they will think about buying a house to live here. According to her plan, she was going to wait for the unlocking of 30 products in the money mall. The time is about the end of this month. At that time, she will unlock the underworld deeds. With the support of so many things, it is equivalent to having enough attraction to make them stay. But now, more than a dozen items have been exchanged, according to their enthusiasm for buying things. Even though the info deed was launched more than 10 days in advance, there should be many ghosts who would be tempted. But no matter how tempted they are, their wallets will not allow them to act. After all, the info deed is not like a house in the Yang world, which can be paid in installments through mortgages. Boss Sue's things have always been paid for and delivered. Installment payment. Buy one get one free. Discounts. These are completely impossible. So if they want to buy the info deed, it is equivalent to buying a house with full payment. The pressure is still not small. This is also the reason why Sumo postponed the listing of the info deed at the beginning. This is not to let them save more money. First use the goods in the money mall to stimulate their consumption, and then stimulate them to make money, and then let them buy a house to live in, and then make money to spend. It's perfect, but it doesn't matter when it is listed. There shouldn't be many ghosts buying in the short term, just like the Golden Buddha at the beginning, at first. At most only rich ghosts will come to buy houses. Therefore, Sumo didn't prepare to purchase goods, first put out 5 info deeds given as unlocked goods to test the waters. It would be good if ghosts bought them, and if no ghosts bought them, just put them aside. If there are not enough to sell, don't worry anyway. You can purchase once a day. If they really want to buy, they won't have to wait for a day. The news that the new goods on the shelves of the Hell store are houses quickly spread throughout the Hell. The speed is so fast, mainly thanks to mobile phones. With the support of mobile social platforms, everyone has become accustomed to reading daily entertainment gossip, daily news, and interesting stories of the underworld on the Underworld forum. Even the official Underworld has specially found San to get an account with special permissions, just to facilitate notifications. If this thing had existed thousands of years ago, there wouldn't be so many ghosts foolishly being cheated of merit. Send out a warning notice directly, even a fool would know to be a little vigilant. On the Underworld forum, the first interface is obviously the Underworld store, which introduces the location of all Underworld stores, the things sold, the prices, the functions, and other information in great detail. Every ghost can submit new product information or modify product information on it. These submitted information will be officially modified and displayed after being reviewed and confirmed to be correct. Chapter 332 The Underworld, Title Party. Because the information is absolutely correct, everyone has become accustomed to looking up what they need on this website. It is precisely because of this that the speed at which the Underworld contract was discovered and spread has greatly increased. Originally, only ghosts who went to the store could know the existence of the Underworld contract. Only after they left, if they told others, the news would begin to spread. But now it is different. When some ghosts saw the Underworld contract, some ghosts had already uploaded the information of the Underworld contract to the forum. Now, even ghosts who did not come to the store know about the existence of the Underworld contract, and they know that they can buy a house to live in even in the Underworld. The influence of the Underworld contract is undoubtedly huge. Because Sumo had heard many ghosts say before that they wanted to stay in the Underworld, it would be best if they could stay in the Underworld for a lifetime. At that time, the Underworld did not have so many things for entertainment and relaxation. Now that these things are available, the ghosts who originally had this idea will definitely want to stay even more. The Underworld contract is undoubtedly an excellent medium. Although every ghost has a place to live now, they live in the public area. The land and houses in the public area are allocated by the Underworld. If one day, a certain place needs to be rebuilt, they have no right to protest and must move out. After all, it is not their house. And it is not even a rental house. This is not the point. The most important thing is that ordinary Underworld buildings do not have the magical effect of reducing the consumption of ghosts. Many ghosts do not want to leave the Underworld voluntarily. But each person's soul can only sustain so much consumption. When they can no longer bear it, they must leave. There is no other way. But now with the Underworld contract, it is different. The house built by the Underworld contract can isolate the erosion and consumption of the Underworld's chi to ghosts to a certain extent. In other words, staying in the house of the Underworld contract, the consumption of ghosts will become very small, almost zero. In this way, after having their own house, according to the normal life of ghosts in the Underworld, they can stay in the Underworld for a full doubling. 50 years directly becomes 100 years. If the ghost is strong, with the help of ghost pills, it can reach at least 150 years. Of course, this is the lower limit, and the upper limit is still determined by the soul state of different ghosts. But San roughly calculated that, for now, if one buys both the ghost pill and the Underworld contract, the ghost that can stay in the Underworld the longest can reach more than 400 years. This is already 5 lifetimes for a normal human being, which is already very long. In order to promote the Underworld contract, San originally just wanted to make the introduction of the Underworld contract a little more detailed and more attractive according to the host's statement. In the end, It found that all the introductions were not as attractive as the actual data. So he posted the data of 400 years and the calculation results on the forum. After buying this thing, the soul can stay in the underworld for 400 years at most. It can be said to be a complete clickbait. And it can be seen that it was learned from some websites. Although this title is not false. 400 years can only be achieved if everything is arranged according to the most perfect plan. For example, eating ghost pills continuously, staying in your own house for a long time, increasing the time of dormancy, going out less, reducing the consumption of merit, etc. Ordinary ghosts can only live for 100 or 200 years at most, which is considered a long time. But this is enough to attract ghosts. On the day when the underworld deed was put on the shelves, there was a great response, but few people actually bought it. Although the 99 merits are lower than the 300 merits of the Golden Buddha, it is not cheap, and most ghosts still cannot afford it. Even if some can afford it, it is basically the same as going bankrupt after buying it. Therefore, after the first day, only 3 of the 5 underworld deeds were sold. One of them was bought by an old acquaintance, Jinxie. She originally came here to buy food. And by the way, buy a recently launched computer to watch TV series. But she didn't expect to see a house to buy. As a ghost who had bought 2 Golden Buddha statues, would Jinxie care about something that was only 1/3 the price of a Golden Buddha statue? No, not at all. So she took away a copy of the underworld deed in a carefree manner amid the envious gazes of the ghosts, and moved into the new house at a very fast speed. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that when she was in the new house, her soul felt lighter. It was as if she had a backpack on her back. And then the backpack suddenly disappeared. Not only that, she also felt that the inexplicable sense of depression and gloom she had felt during her stay in the underworld was slowly disappearing. Jinxie skillfully took out her favorite drinks and snacks from the food bag, then installed the computer, and then turned on the online drama. The wonderful life has just begun. Jinxie sighed, then lowered her head and took a sip of the fragrant milk tea, and then took a bite of the egg tart, and instantly felt that the whole world was beautiful. The effect of the mansion is undoubtedly obvious. On the first day of listing, only 3 were sold, but on the second day, this data more than tripled, that is, a total of 10 copies were sold. Of course, this is not because only 10 ghosts bought the underworld deed, but because there were only 10 copies on the shelf. At the beginning, I don't know which smart person said privately that this thing was an IQ tax, and there was no actual proof that the mansion had the effect it said. Until a local tyrant who bought the mansion held a party, any ghost who had entered the mansion could clearly find the changes in their souls. And this change disappeared after they left the mansion. So what if they can't see it? The effects they experience personally can't be fake. Ghosts, who can be invited by the rich to have a party, are definitely not ordinary ghosts. Almost all of these ghosts have the financial resources to buy the underworld deed, but they couldn't confirm the effect before, so they hesitated. Now that the effect has been confirmed, they started to buy it without hesitation. But they never thought that there were still some things left on the first day, but on the second day, they couldn't buy them even if they wanted to. When they thought of this, they regretted it a little. Boss Sue obviously opened a store in the underworld, and she had taken out so many magical things before. Why didn't they think of believing her yesterday? If they bought the underworld deed yesterday, they wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow. But regret is regret. You can't afford to wait for a day. Chapter 333. The Underworld. Fans are ecstatic, but their ideas are beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. On the third day after the underworld deed was put on the shelves, Sue Mo bought a total of 20 copies, which is equivalent to doubling every day, but it was still the same as yesterday, and it was sold out in an instant. It was even faster than yesterday. This also led to the ghosts who originally thought of buying today to find that they didn't buy anything today. How could a group of ghosts who even had to save energy stones suddenly appear to compete with them for houses? What is going on? After the group of ghosts who didn't buy houses went to the forum, they learned the truth of the matter. On the first day, a total of 3 underworld deeds were sold. 1 was bought by Jinxie, 1 was bought by a rich man who was having a party, and the third was bought by an extremely immature man. After the immature man bought the underworld deed, he found that he could freely modify the size of the mansion, architectural style, interior and exterior, etc. He kept changing it until he liked it. So, the man expanded the mansion to its largest size. And then, except for his bedroom, all other rooms were built into themed rooms of his favorite anime or TV series. Every room no matter in terms of layout, color, decoration, furniture, etc., is completely in line with the theme. Not only that, he also specially turned the largest room into his figure exhibition hall. From left to right, the neat cabinets are filled with various figures. And the source of these figures is all the Underworld store. One spirit coin can buy a blind box. And each blind box can open a figure that has never been opened. Collectors are ecstatic. The second dimension is ecstatic. Otakus are ecstatic. And these figures are neatly arranged in a row of cabinets. A simple calculation shows that there are at least thousands of them. Thinking this way, it is no wonder that people who are willing to spend more than a dozen merits to buy figures can afford a house. Perhaps because the house is too big, or because the appearance of the house is too eye-catching, therefore, it has attracted many ghosts to watch. It is precisely because of this that these ghosts know that this info deed is so awesome. Whether they can reduce their ghost consumption in the underworld is secondary. Just being able to customize the house they like is already amazing. Perhaps it is because of this reason that the info deed, which was only sold 3 times on the first day, was sold out directly on the second day. Someone even took a photo and uploaded it of the huge villa castle, as well as rooms with various themes, and a figure collection house comparable to an exhibition hall. After these photos appeared on the forum, it really caused quite a stir. Before San intervened, this post full of pictures had already become the hottest post of the day. Not to mention that San later pinned this post, which attracted even more traffic. This is one of the reasons why the Underworld deeds sold so quickly today. Even in the next few days. If you come a little later, you will not be able to see the shadow of the Underworld deeds, let alone buy them. By the end of the month, about 200 houses had been built in the Underworld, with all kinds of styles. Everyone thought that the castle-like house of the middle school boy was outrageous enough. But who knew that there would be something even more outrageous later? For example, the tree house, which is like treating oneself as an elf in a fairy tale. Another ghost's house is the Yongxin Palace, which is also outrageous. And it can be said that he treats himself as the emperor. Even more outrageous is that the shape of the legendary alien UFO has appeared. This has led to, during this period of time, everyone's focus has always been on the various strange buildings that have appeared in the underworld. Suemo even heard that a ghost wanted to replicate the Great Wall. Of course, this was definitely unsuccessful in the end. Although the size of the mansion in the underworld can be set, there is no lower limit to the minimum, but there is an upper limit to the maximum. This is also to prevent a ghost from suddenly having the idea of building a house that is comparable to the size of the entire area, or even the entire underworld. By then, wouldn't Yama have to give way to this clever guy? After all, the entire underworld belongs to someone else. This kind of thing must be avoided from the beginning. The popularity of the mansion is gradually rising here, and the business of the underworld store is getting better and better. After discovering that life in the underworld is so beautiful, more and more ghosts are willing to stay. The more people stay, the fewer people will be reincarnated. In this way, the problem that Yanluo has been worrying about is solved so easily. After most ghosts stay, in order to enjoy a better life, they go to the forum to vote every day, hoping that the next product unlocked is what they like and what they need. The emergence of money products has undoubtedly greatly changed the status quo of the underworld. Similarly, because of the emergence of money products, those ghosts who were not prepared to buy things from the Merit store originally also contributed part of their strength to money products. Therefore, the store's reputation has also increased significantly during this period of time. It takes a total of 500,000 reputation points to upgrade from a level 4 grocery store to a level 5 grocery store. After closing the store today, the store's reputation has risen to nearly 400,000. According to the recent rate of 20,000 to 30,000 a day, the store can be upgraded in no more than 4 days. However, the number of ghosts left in the underworld is still very small compared to the entire human society. It does not even reach the population of an ordinary city. There are only 200,000 to 300,000 ghosts in the entire underworld. In other words, the total reputation value is at most 200 to 300,000, which is still a long way from the 100 million required for the task. Moreover, as time goes by, the later it is, the slower the growth rate of this reputation is when it approaches the upper limit. However, because of the new things released during this period, it attracted those ghosts who don't go out often, and the growth of the reputation value will show a blowout period. After a while, at most half a month, this reputation value will basically reach saturation. The speed of reputation value increase after saturation will definitely be slower. If ghosts are not mobile, there will be soul catchers bringing new ghosts down at any time. Otherwise, Sumo will not be able to complete the task in this plane. But even so, after Sumo's calculation, at the current speed, she will have to stay in this plane for about 10 years to complete the task. And what hinders her progress is reputation. On the contrary, Merit has already earned millions during this period of time, to the point where he can't spend it all. But reputation is difficult to get. No matter how powerful Sumo is, he can't force living people to come down to buy things. Right? Chapter 330 for the Underworld, the treasure of the store. Of course, if you really want to earn reputation points, there are ways. Because the Yang shop of the Yin Yang shop is in the Yang world, you can also earn reputation points by operating the Yang shop. And the calculation method is the same. As long as Sumo can find a way to publicize the Yin Yang shop, it doesn't need to be too much. As long as he can stay on any social platform in the Yang world for a day, or even a few hours, then the people attracted will definitely make the reputation points rise quickly. After all, although there are only a few 100,000 ghosts in the underworld, the Yang world has a population of nearly 10 billion. This is completely not of the same order of magnitude. It's just that Sumo is not going to do this. The things in the Yang shop have a huge attraction to humans, and everyone is desperate for the benefits. If this matter is really known to many people, then there are too many monks and too little porridge. How to distribute is one problem, and the consequences of unbalanced distribution are another problem. The most terrible thing is that if this news spreads to other countries, the consequences can be imagined. By then, there will be waves of open and covert struggles that will endanger the lives of many people. If things go on like this, it may even affect the social order of the Yang world. Although the current business of the Yang shop is average, it is enough to support the purchase and consumption of money and goods. Sumo does not expect anything else. She does not want Yin Luo, who is still worried about the rapid increase in the population of the Yang world, to collapse and run away again after a period of time due to a series of problems such as insufficient number of soul collectors due to too many deaths in the Yang world, insufficient space in the underworld, too few people in the Yang world, and social disorder. But it is different now. Anyone who knows the news about Yin Yang shop is an insider in the Yang realm martial artist training circle. Such people generally will not take the initiative to expose such things, especially to other countries. Not only that, they should also have their own way to prevent information leakage, so Sumo doesn't need to worry about it. After all, if the news about Yin Yang shop is really leaked, there will be many more people who are more anxious than her. After thinking about it, there is no good way to solve the problem of the slow increase in reputation after saturation. Since this is the case, Sumo can only wait and see. If he really has to stay in this plane for more than 10 years, there is nothing he can do. After another 3 days, the grocery store has reached the conditions for upgrading. Congratulations to the host. The grocery store's reputation has reached 500,000. The store can spend 50,000 merits to upgrade to level 5. Do you want to upgrade? Sumo was still looking at the business situation of Youngpu, but San's reminder directly called her back to her senses. At this time, she happened to see a familiar rich man preparing to buy crystal beads, so she didn't answer San immediately. If she remembered correctly, this person should have come once some time ago, but he didn't have enough merits at that time. Sumo didn't know, in such a short time, what proper methods or ways could be used to obtain so much merits. Even if he donated hundreds of millions or billions at one time, it wouldn't work. But she didn't care much. If this person had a problem with his merits, he would naturally get a lesson. Host? San saw that the host did not respond, and shouted again. Sumo turned off the surveillance of Youngpu, and then said, upgrade it. Okay. Confirmed to upgrade the 5th level grocery store, and 50,000 merits have been deducted. During the upgrade, Sumo took another look at the transaction status of these things in Youngpu, and then blacklisted several people, and these people violated the same rule, and it was a rule that was particularly prone to controversy. Items purchased in the store shall not be sold privately. Regarding this rule, it was actually mentioned before, but ordinary people usually think of money transactions. But in fact, the transaction here does not only refer to money transactions. For example, if a person seeks some personal benefits in order to please someone, whether it is in career or personal aspects, then it is also considered a transaction. Take one of the blacklisted people as an example. This person was in the promotion period, and bought a peace charm, and some other material things to bribe his boss. The result is that this person whose professional quality and ability are inferior to that of the other person, succeeded in getting promoted because of this amulet, and the other person was replaced. There was indeed no substantial money transaction during this period, but this person's career success was exchanged for the amulet. Using the amulet to buy a successful promotion is another kind of trading. The other blacklisted people are more or less in similar situations, except that the things used for trading are different. Of course, there are many different situations. If this person has strong personal ability, he can get the promotion opportunity without giving the amulet. Then it is not considered a transaction, because the amulet does not affect the final result. In this case, although Sumo will not block this person directly, he will keep a close watch on this person. If there is a next time, it will still be very dangerous. Of course, there is another situation, such as Kong He, who bought the amulet to give to his family for safety. In this case, there is basically no interest relationship, and naturally it is not considered a transaction. The things in Yangpu cannot be bought and sold, but it does not say that they cannot be given to each other. But if you want to use giving as a cover, it is actually an act of exchanging interests, which is impossible to hide, because Sumo can see the causal line here. The so-called causal line is the causal relationship caused by a certain item. For example, since this person gave the amulet to his boss, this causal line has changed from the connection between him and the amulet to the connection between his boss and the amulet, and then spread to the subsequent promotion of it. And the final result has also changed. Sumo didn't need to think too much. As long as she saw this, she knew that this must have caused an impact. This was a situation that needed to be blacklisted. After Sumo blacklisted those who violated the rules, the grocery store had also been upgraded. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 5, rewarding a level 5 product exchange voucher *1, and the level 5 mall is now open. Because there are very few products in this plane, Sumo had already looked through all the things in the merit mall early in the morning. She could remember the merits of almost every product. This naturally includes the products in the level 5 mall. The things in the level 5 mall are naturally the best and the least. There are only 2 products in the entire level 5 mall. The prices are more expensive than the other, and the effects are more outrageous than the other. One is the Book of Destiny, the other is the Book of Life, both of which can be called the treasures of the store. Chapter 335, The Underworld, End. Purchase price, 1,000 merits/time. Selling price, 2,000 merits/time. Introduction. It can increase the lifespan of people in the Yang world who meet the conditions. A person's name can only appear on the lifespan book 3 times at most. The specific length of lifespan increased is determined by one's own merits, with no lower limit and no upper limit. Book of Destiny purchase price, 500 merits/book. Selling price, 1,000 merits/book. Introduction. You can choose your own reincarnated identity and destiny. After choosing, it cannot be changed, but the trajectory of destiny will change to a certain extent when it is greatly affected. And, the same soul cannot sign the reincarnation book and the Book of Destiny at the same time. Otherwise, how can it be said that they are the last 2 things of the finale and the finale? One is so awesome that it can increase lifespan, and the other is so awesome that it can directly choose its own destiny. Both are outrageous. It is hard to say which one is more awesome. But no matter how powerful it is useless. After all, the price is here. It can be said that 99.99% of the ghosts are directly dissuaded by the price. At this price, even Qingxi dare not say that she can afford it. After all, she has spent 600 merits to invite the Golden Buddha, and also bought a lot of dream talismans and other things. If she didn't buy these, she would still have the money to buy a destiny book. But if she wants to buy a life book, it is still a little short. You can imagine how high this price is. Sumo naturally knows about the price, but she herself did not expect to make money with these 2 things. Whether it is the life book or the destiny book, it is more of a store town. As for the so-called treasures of the store, these 2 are definitely the best. The main thing is that there is nothing more powerful than these 2 things. And if nothing goes wrong, these treasures of the store can still play a big role. For example, it can inspire everyone's fighting spirit to earn merits. Although everyone can't afford the life book, and even can't reach the purchase price of the destiny book, it doesn't mean that everyone doesn't want to buy it. I guess when these 2 things appear in everyone's sight tomorrow, buying a destiny book, or having a chance to write their names on the life book, will become the wish of all ghosts. If it were before, wishes would only be wishes. And 50 years would not be enough for them to accumulate so much merit. But now it's different. With ghost pills and ghosts in their own mansions, it's always no problem to live for 100 or 200 years. Even the laziest ghost in the underworld can earn 10 merits a year. This is what Suemo said at the beginning. This statement is true, not a lie that Suemo told to mock the ghost. She didn't need to do that. According to this basis, then 100 years is 1,000 merits, and the Book of Destiny is in her hands. If she can stay for another 100 years, then 2,000 merits can directly get the Book of Life. Calculated in this way, isn't this price not expensive? And this is the lower limit. As long as they are diligent enough, according to the average of 25 merits per year, then it only takes 40 years to accumulate 1,000 merits, and 80 years to accumulate 2,000 merits. Compared to the lifespan of 100 or 200 years in the underworld, they still have a long time to waste. So although the prices of the Life Book and the Destiny Book seem outrageous, they are not completely impossible to achieve. Ahem. Of course, this calculation method still has a big problem. Nowadays, everyone now uses spiritual coins exchanged for merits for daily consumption. Some ghosts are even willing to exchange spiritual beans for their favorite videos, comics, novels, and other works. So it is still very difficult to let them stay for 40 or 80 years without eating or drinking or buying anything just to buy these two things. But none of this matters, after all. As I said at the beginning, the most important role of these two products is to keep the store, and the derivative role is to motivate everyone, so that everyone has a sense of purpose, hope, and goals in life in the underworld. If there are really ghosts who want to buy, then they will work harder to make money. At the same time, they will choose to stay in the underworld, and will not reincarnate quickly. Therefore, the appearance of these two things can be regarded as further alleviating the problem of ghosts' reincarnation rate. The appearance of the Destiny Book is actually a thick book. After opening it, you can choose your own destiny in detail, including but not limited to the birth environment, family conditions, rich, well-off, ordinary, poor, etc., family members, whether there are brothers and sisters, various relatives. After these basic options are selected, the Fate Book will automatically filter out suitable reincarnation conditions. And then the ghost can choose according to the fate trajectory displayed by the filter. As for the Life Book, because what is sold is the number of times the name is written. The product is a pen. Using this pen, you can summon the Life Book and write a series of information such as the name and the corresponding birth date on it. Each pen can only be used once. If the information is not filled in completely, it will be considered invalid and can be rewritten. If the information is filled in normally, the name will remain in the Life Book and the pen will disappear. Regarding the restrictions, as mentioned in the introduction, the same person's name can only appear 3 times, even if these 3 times are written by different ghosts, because there is no expectation that these two things can sell much. Sumo's arrangement for this is the same as the Golden Buddha. He does not buy too much, and only needs to replenish 5 pieces each time. When everyone sees these two products, their reactions are almost exactly the same as imagined. First, they are shocked by the powerful effect. Then they lament the outrageous price. And finally they start to think whether they can really save so much merit to buy it. Therefore, there are really quite a few ghosts who stay in the underworld because of the Life Book and the Destiny Book. However, most of the ghosts want to buy a Destiny Book, so that they can live better in the next life. There is nothing wrong with it. This is a very normal idea. In the days that followed, the ghosts either enjoyed the good life in the underworld, or struggled to buy these two things. And Suemo had already upgraded the grocery store to the maximum level, so there was no need to do more. Just when she thought that she might really stay in this plane for more than 10 years, things took a turn for the better. The underworld took over an ancient plane. The so-called taking over means that from now on, the soul collectors of this underworld will not only collect ghosts from the modern Yon world plane, but they will also receive tasks from this ancient plane. Moreover, because this ancient plane was a state of 4 kingdoms, but because a certain emperor wanted to unify the world, therefore, there were wars everywhere. During the war, the death toll can be imagined, and tens of thousands of people died every day just because of the war, so the number of ghosts also increased rapidly. It is said that the reason why the previous underworld transferred this plane was because there were too many deaths, which led to too many ghosts in the underworld, and the underworld space was not enough to accommodate so many ghosts. So it was handed over to the underworld plane where Suemo is now. Originally, this is quite normal, But it is also convenient for Sumo, because in this way, the new ghosts become new customers of the grocery store. The grocery store can obtain a new 10 points of reputation from them. So, the problem of Sumo's reputation not being able to increase, which has been worrying about it, is solved. The task that was originally expected to take more than 10 years to complete, finally took less than 4 years. Before leaving this plane, Sumo handed over the store to the underworld according to the previous arrangement. And San also gave up his relevant authority. In order to take over a store that was doing very well, the underworld paid a considerable price. In addition to a series of software equipment, with rules and regulations such as the underworld forum. However, in general, the negotiation between the two parties was relatively harmonious and friendly. And the final result ended with everyone being happy. After solving all the problems in this plane, Sumo quickly entered the next plane. Chapter 336 Interstellar Technology Tree System Mission Details Time and Space Interstellar Plane Goal: Reach 10 billion Popularity Unfinished 10 billion interstellar coins referred to as interstellar coins unfinished initial resources. Grocery store *1 Technology Tree Upgrade Times *1 Interstellar Coins *10 000. Sumo just opened her eyes and was dazzled by the 3 words 10 billion. After she finished reading the information of this plane and the things in her own mall, she finally understood why the data of this plane was so expanded. After a little analysis, there are mainly 2 reasons for this expansion. One is because of the population of the plane, and the other is because of the background environment of this plane itself. Let's talk about the first population reason first. First of all, this is an interstellar plane with extremely advanced technology, and the total population is not measured in 100 million, but in the number of planets. Basically, a normal habitable planet has hundreds of millions, or even billions of people. In the interstellar plane, there are thousands of habitable planets. It is conceivable how terrifying the population of this plane is. It is no exaggeration to say that the total population of the previous planes may not be as large as that of this plane. In comparison, the popularity of 10 billion people is nothing compared to this huge population. This plane is similar to the Beast World plane. But it is just similar. Not exactly the same. There are 3 types of humans in the interstellar plane. The first type is ordinary people, which is the most common, and basically exists in every plane. Humans have no other special abilities. The second type is warriors with beast patterns. This kind of people are born with obvious beast patterns on their bodies. This is not only a proof of identity, but also a proof of strength. These beast patterns will be activated at around 10 years old. After activation, they can summon by themselves, or find the spirit beast corresponding to the beast pattern to make a contract later. After the contract, the spirit beast and the beast pattern warrior are in spiritual communication, live and die together. The spirit beast will obey the command of the beast pattern warrior and fight together. And after the contract, the strength of both parties will be improved to a certain extent. Compared with ordinary people, the number of beast pattern warriors is relatively small, which leads to the higher status of beast pattern warriors. Whether in daily life or in career work, they can have good and more generous treatment. For example, some jobs only recruit beast pattern warriors, and some schools also prefer beast pattern warriors, especially military academies. More than 90% of the soldiers in this plane are beast pattern warriors. Even the minority of 10% of non-beast pattern warriors are not doing work on the front battlefield, but logistics work. The third type of people are called soul-soothing masters. Soul-soothing masters are different from beast pattern warriors. They have no obvious signs. The existence of this kind of people is related to talent. They are born with a series of special abilities such as healing and soothing. Healing refers to the ability to heal beast patterns and contracted spirit beasts. Soothing refers to the ability used by beast pattern warriors after they overuse their abilities and fall into mania. It's just that because of the rare talent, the number of soul-soothing masters is even rarer than that of beast pattern warriors. Among the tens of billions of humans, the number of registered soul-soothing masters is even only in the 3 digits. Therefore, their existence can only serve a small number of beast-marked warriors. And most beast-marked warriors still cannot cure the mania caused by radiation. The above is the information about humans in this plane. Let's talk about the second reason for data expansion. The background environment of the plane itself. Although this plane is technologically advanced, it also lacks a lot of things. And what a coincidence is that Sumo saw all the things they lack in the mall. This means that as long as there is a chance, the grocery store will definitely be popular in the entire galaxy. With the strength of the entire galaxy, It is not difficult for the grocery store to get hundreds of billions of interstellar coins. Of course, even if there is no chance, it doesn't matter. Suimo can create such things by himself. After Suimo had read all the information about this plane, Sen hurried to notify a new message. Host, the unlocking method of the mall in this plane is different from before. If you have any questions, you can ask at any time regarding the mall. Suimo just glanced at it in order to read the plane information before, and did not pay too much attention to the details. Now that Sen had said so, she would naturally take it to heart. So she immediately opened the mall interface the next moment. Just as Sen said, the mall interface this time was indeed very different from the previous one. The mall before was divided into two types. One was the most familiar level mode, which unlocked new products according to the level promotion. The other was the full unlock mode, where Suimo could see and unlock any product in the mall if he had enough currency, without any restrictions. As for the new mode of this plane, it can be roughly summarized as the technology tree mode. The main branches of the technology tree are the types of all commodities. For example, there are many obvious main branches in the mall now, such as biology, medicine, technology, etc. Biology includes both plants and animals. Medicine includes various drugs, medical equipment, related knowledge texts or practical cases, etc. Suimo unlocks commodities in this plane by upgrading the branches of the technology tree. Each upgrade consumes interstellar coins. After the upgrade, you can choose any number of commodities under the branch category. For example, Suimo can upgrade the branch of edible fruits and then obtain the right to unlock things under this category. For example, various fruits, such as bananas, apples, grapes, watermelons, etc. Under the technology tree system, the main branches are particularly important. Although the grocery store in this plane is a technology tree system, it can also be upgraded. You can choose to unlock a main branch for each upgrade to reduce the consumption of upgrading the branch. For example, at the beginning, Suimo needs to consume 10,000 interstellar coins to upgrade a certain category. After setting this category as the main branch, the upgrade may only cost 5,000. In addition, there are several top-level products at the end of each category that can only be unlocked after the main branch is set. The technology tree system looks complicated, but Suimo still understands this new mall system thoroughly without Sen's explanation. This makes Sen proud, but also a little sad. Sen, it's really another day that makes me feel useless. I just came to this plane. Although there is no product exchange voucher at the beginning, there is a thing called technology tree upgrade times in the initial resources. This thing has the same function as the product exchange voucher. As long as Suimo upgrades a branch now, he can unlock new products as the initial products. Because he has read the background of this plane in detail before, Suimo did not hesitate too much and had already selected the branch to be upgraded. Chapter 337 StarCraft, Synthetic Fruit. Brother, Ruby and I are going shopping. Toya poked her head out furtively, and was mercilessly pushed back by Toro. Toro had a splitting headache for this sister who was gentle, cute and caring in front of her parents. He didn't understand. How could such a cute girl be like a devil in front of him? The brother-sister relationship between the two of them from childhood to adulthood was always caused by Toro taking the blame for her, and it was the same when they grew up. This also caused Toro's head to buzz when he looked at her now, and he wished he could stay thousands of miles away from her. But when he thought of his parents going out for a trip and leaving his sister to take care of him, Toro suddenly felt numb all over. Dear Mom and Dad, you two are simply going to kill your son. No matter how much he complained, Toro still took good care of Toya. But when he heard that Toya was leaving, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Toro not only showed his joy with his actions, but also spoke with an impatient tone. Go. Go. Go quickly, so as not to bother me at home. Toya curled her lips, snorted and prepared to leave. However, before closing the door, she still received the shopping expenses from her brother. Looking at the several zeros on it, Toya's eyes narrowed with laughter. I love my brother the most. I will come back early in the evening, and I will not leave you and Duo alone as empty-nest old dogs. The Duo in Toya's mouth is Toro's contracted spirit beast. The species is Alaskan, so what she said is not wrong. But it sounds like something is not right. The speaker has a good intention, and the listener also understands what she means. Toro was so angry that he picked up his shoes and ran to the door. If you say another word, transfer the money back to me. I won't listen. I won't listen to you. Toya quickly changed her shoes, and then ran out of the house at a very fast speed. Toro behind her only saw a closed door when he rushed to the door. Toya rushed out of the house, and went downstairs, and saw a familiar hover car outside the community at a glance. She was very familiar with this car, and it was the adult gift she bought with Ruby. Slow down. Slow down. Why are you running so fast? You can't remember the lesson of the last wrestling. Ruby opened the car door and waved to her bestie. Seeing her running over breathlessly, she couldn't help but frown, and there was a little helplessness in her tone. Hey, don't mention the last time, it was so embarrassing. Originally, she had forgotten that she accidentally fell down in front of the whole class while running in the academy, but Ruby actually brought it up again. She felt so embarrassed when she thought about it. She fell hard at the time. Not only did she hurt herself, but the large wound also scared the teachers around her. This has led to, until now, whether it is the teachers or classmates in the class, they all agree that Toya in their class is a weak and delicate student. You know it's embarrassing. But you're still so careless. Ruby rolled her eyes, and then urged her to get in the car quickly. I'll take you to the new street today. The so-called new street is a newly opened shopping street. The planet they were currently on was a B-class resource planet. It was not big, but it was more than enough compared to most planets. There were originally 15 shopping streets on the planet. But just a week ago, the planet owner opened a new shopping street. They had been playing in the previous 15 shopping streets since they were young. They could walk around with their eyes closed. They were tired of shopping there. Now a new one had opened. So they naturally wanted to see what was new. What kind of shops can there be in a new street that has only been open for a week? Toya held her chin up in anticipation. In addition to playing, she also wanted to buy some flowers from the flower shop. She got angry when she thought of this. The flowers she bought last time were all torn by Duo. Ruby couldn't answer Toya's question. She had never been to the new street, so she didn't know. If there was really nothing new, then at most they could go back to the old street. Anyway, she had a car, so it was convenient for her to go anywhere. About 15 minutes later, the hovercraft stopped at the entrance of the new street. At this time, there were many people crowded around here. Toya asked for directions, and found out that there were many shops holding opening activities. But think about it. The new street has only been open for a week. And these shops have only been open for a week at most. Some have just opened today. So it is normal to be a little busy. Ruby parked the car. And then the two of them squeezed into the new street and looked around at the shops around. Most of them were branches of some old street shops. They had no interest in them. They would only go in and take a look when they saw a sign they had never seen before. It was a pity that the things sold in the shops across the galaxy were basically the same, just with a different name and sign, which basically could not arouse their interest. No. I'm tired. To be precise, I'm not physically tired, but mentally tired. There's nothing new. But it's hard to find something new these days. After all, everyone wants to make money. Everyone does whatever makes money, and sells whatever is popular. Therefore, no matter what store they go into, there are always the same old things. Synthetic fruit again. Tuyo looked at the familiar batches of synthetic fruit and left the store without looking back. And Ruby beside her didn't want to buy anything. Although interstellar technology is advanced, the environment of basically every planet is extremely poor. More than 99% of the planets have polluted soil, and the air environment is full of interstellar radiation. In this environment, plants cannot survive, let alone grow, so plants are very precious. In interstellar, even an ordinary weed that has no ornamental value cannot be eaten, and has no value, can be worth a high price, not to mention edible fruit. Some time ago, a businessman seized this business opportunity and made synthetic fruits with the synthetic materials of nutrient supplements. Even though it was synthetic fruit, it was still a rare thing for interstellar people who rarely saw plants. Therefore, the market value of synthetic fruit skyrocketed. And the person who invented this thing became a billionaire in just 1 week. This speed of making money made countless businessmen jealous. So the market was suddenly filled with all kinds of synthetic fruits. The market for synthetic fruits was also destroyed by the impact of a large amount of goods. But even so, they still made great profits from it. Even now, basically no interstellar people will spend money to eat synthetic fruits that taste like nutrient supplements. And they are still popular commodities. Chapter 338 StarCraft, The Last Shop. There seems to be a new shop there. Would you like to go take a look? The two of them walked from the beginning to the end of the street for so long, it was almost time for lunch, and it was time to take a break. Toya looked at the shop listlessly. No, it must be synthetic fruits and crystal flowers again. Ruby nodded in agreement. As green plants and flowers are also in short supply, there have been smart merchants who have made crystal artificial flowers, plastic artificial flowers, and other substitutes. Fake flowers, like synthetic fruits, are also one of the best-selling products, so they are available in almost every store. Before the two were about to leave, Toya couldn't help but look in the direction of the last store. Lulu. The vines at the door of that store look real. Ruby was stunned when her name was called. And then she looked over. She saw that on the pillars at the door of the store they just missed, there were green vines winding around. And some of the vines branched out. And there were a few playful and beautiful white flowers. In the interstellar space with few plants. This touch of green looks very precious. At first glance from a distance. If it weren't for the scarcity of interstellar plants, I think no one would use it to decorate the pillars at the door. Otherwise Toya might really think that this is a real plant vine. It does look real. I remember that there is a record of this vine in the teacher's plant illustrations. It seems to be called the green snake vine? For a moment, Ruby really thought she saw the real green snake vine. But within a few seconds, she couldn't help but smile. Although it's fake, the shop owner's craftsmanship is quite good. The imitation of the green snake vine looks just like the real thing. I want to bring some back to show my teacher. Toya nodded. She instantly forgot what she had said before. If she wasn't going to this store, then she took Ruby's hand and walked towards the store they almost missed. When they reached the door of the store, both of them couldn't help but hold their breath. Even though both of them were children from wealthy families, and had seen a lot of good things since childhood, but when they saw the fresh green vines, they still couldn't help but be stunned. Is this really fake? Are there really fake plants that look so real? Even though she was 1 meter away from the flower, she still seemed to smell a refreshing and sweet fragrance. Is this imitation flower fragrance perfume? Looking at it, Toya couldn't help but reach out and want to touch the small white flower that was so close, but her action was quickly stopped by Ruby. Shia. Ruby shook her head disapprovingly. Whether it was real or fake, it was someone else's thing after all, and it was not suitable to touch it randomly. Besides, there was always a voice in Ruby's heart telling her that this was a real vine. And a real flower. Not a synthetic one. Toya came to her senses, quickly retracted her hand, and shook her head as if it had been hit by a magic incense. At this moment, they heard another female voice. It's okay. This vine is not that fragile. And neither are the flowers. Toya and Ruby subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. And they saw a woman who was dressed simply, but still couldn't hide her elegance. And this person was Sue Mo. The two of them didn't know Sue Mo. But it was not difficult to guess from her words that this woman, who looked about the same age as them, should be the owner of this store. Excuse me, are you the owner of this store? Although she had already guessed it, but out of politeness, and to prevent misunderstandings, Ruby still asked again. When she saw the woman in front of her nod, she was relieved. My last name is Sue, just call me Boss Sue. Sue Mo smiled at the two of them, and then pointed to the store. Are you interested in seeing what's inside? While Ruby was still hesitating, Toya had already walked in with some curiosity. After all, this was the first time she had seen such simulated plants, so could she also look forward to it, and there were more simulated plants in the store? Anyway, she went out to buy flowers this time, and it didn't matter where she bought them. Since she was here, she shouldn't miss it. Until now, Ruby and Toya still thought that the vines and flowers outside were fake. Just as they were amazed at such superb simulation technology, they saw something that shocked them. They actually saw a kind of fruit they had never seen before in the store, as well as fruits that looked like natural plants, and pots of potted plants that were as simulated as the vines outside. Apple, a fruit that grows on trees, from the earth, sweet and sour, crisp, juicy, and rich in nutrients. Spiny cone, a fruit that grows in bushes, with green thorns on the skin. After peeling off the shell, the flesh is refreshing and sweet, and full of juice. Silver star grass, a plant with small silver-white flowers, named because the flowers look like stars, like the moon, like cool and humid environments, and hate dry, hot, and sunny environments. Of the three things mentioned above, the only one they knew was the thorn cone. The other two things seemed to have never appeared in their memories. As mentioned in the introduction, the thorn cone is a fruit that grows in the bushes and is a specialty of a certain A-level planet. Its low yield and delicious fruit make its price ridiculously high. A thorn cone the size of a baby's fist costs 300 interstellar coins. And there is no market for it. Every time the planet harvests thorn cones, the thorn cones sold on the star network will be swept away by many interstellar people in a short time. There are only two types of people who can buy thorn cones. One is powerful, and the other is lucky. But the boss Sue in front of him didn't look like the former. How could the former lower himself to sell such things? But she didn't look like the latter either. There were 5 large and round thorn cones on the shelf. Even the thorns on the outside were green and attractive, which were obviously high-quality thorn cones. You know, although thorn cones are sold on StarNet, most of them are of average quality. Those of this quality are mostly sold privately to certain people. Thinking of this, the identity of this boss Sue seemed very mysterious again. Of course, there is actually a possibility that this thorn cone is synthetic, so no matter what the appearance is, it is easy to understand. After all, the appearance of synthetic fruits can be made by yourself. All of them are plump and round. But no matter how they looked at it, they didn't think that this thorn cone was synthetic. Both Toya and Ruby had eaten real thorn cones and synthetic thorn cones, so they were also very clear about the difference between the two. Chapter 339 Star. It's really. Toya looked at the tempting thorn fruit and instantly recalled the sweet and delicious taste of this thing, which made her swallow her saliva. But she was still very calm, because she had also seen many powerful people use various means to disguise synthetic fruits as natural fruits. Therefore, as long as she didn't get a clear explanation that this is a natural fruit, all her self-made imaginations might be false. Boss Sue, is this thorn fruit a synthetic fruit? Toya tried hard to move her eyes away from the green fruit, so as not to do something embarrassing later. To be honest, she really hoped that this thorn cone was not a synthetic fruit, but a natural fruit. After all, she could eat high-quality thorn cones in this way. This is something that many people would never think of in their lifetime. But she felt that she would most likely be disappointed. All the products in this store are naturally produced, and there is no secondary synthesis. You must be kidding. How could the system sell secondary synthetic things? That would be too embarrassing. When Toya and Ruby heard her answer, they subconsciously showed regretful expressions. It's really synthetic. Before Toya could say a word, she was stunned, and then showed a look of shock. Although Ruby was usually more reserved, she was just as surprised as her at this time. Boss Sue means that this thorn cone is a natural fruit? As soon as she finished speaking, Ruby continued to add, everything in the store is naturally produced. So can I understand that not only the thorn cones, but also the apples on the shelf and the silver star grass are all real plants? Toya looked at Ruby blankly, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Sue-Imo was not surprised by their shock. After all, she knew what these things meant to the interstellar people. Yes. Sue-Imo looked at their shocked and numb expressions, and added, including the vines outside. Even the green snake vines used as decorations outside are real plants instead of plastic or plastic composites? Ruby rubbed her face, which was a little stiff due to excessive excitement, and then walked out of the door to observe the vines on the pillar carefully. Whether from the color, the number of leaves, the degree of branching, the shape of the petals, the position, the size and other details, they are exactly the same as what she saw in the illustrations. And they are completely in line with the habits her teacher said. It likes shade. It will entwine around other objects when it grows. The roots are located in the middle of the vines, and the roots are white, with at least 3 branches, excluding the possibility that this boss Sue has specialized in plants. At least he must have specialized in studying the green snake vine. Otherwise, there is only the possibility that this is really a green snake vine. Otherwise, if there is no real material, it is very difficult for ordinary people to imitate it so realistically. So when Boss Sue said it was real, Ruby believed it. She believed in her own eyes when looking at plants, and even more so in her eyes when looking at people. If it was just for money, she felt that Boss Sue had no need to deceive her, let alone the possibility of deceiving herself. On every planet, if there is fraud in the opening of a store in a shopping street, the person needs to be arrested. Especially the fraudulent behavior in relation to plants, which is even more serious. This is why even if those businessmen want to make money, they must admit the difference between synthetic fruits and natural fruits. After all, they just want to make money, but they don't want to go in for free food and accommodation. The price is too high. Lulu. This thorn fruit is really. What really? Just when Ruby turned her head in confusion, she saw her friend bought a thorn fruit at some point, peeled off the outer thorny shell, and revealed the crystal clear flesh inside. Toya took a bite, and the thorn fruit flesh overflowed with juice. She seemed to have eaten something extremely delicious. She squinted comfortably, and enjoyed the sweet and refreshing taste bursting in her mouth. It's really delicious. Although thorn fruits are rare, Toya has eaten a lot of thorn fruits since she was a child because of her family relationship. She has even tasted those thorn fruits that are not sold to the public. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most delicious thorn cone she has ever eaten. It's just that the price is a little expensive. Normally, an ordinary quality thorn cone costs 300 star coins. But she just spent 800 star coins to buy this one. This is nearly 3 times the price. So far, the best quality thorn cone she has seen only costs 500 to 600 star coins. And this price of 800 is really expensive. If it weren't for the really good taste and quality, Toya would never buy it again. Although this thorn cone is expensive, it is within her acceptable range. If Ruby wasn't there, she would even want to buy all the remaining 3 thorn cones. Lulu. Try it. I swear. Don't look at it as expensive. But it's really delicious. Ruby naturally believed Toya. And the thorn cone itself didn't look unpalatable. But when she really tasted this delicacy, she realized that everything she had just imagined in her mind was too scarce. How is it? Isn't it delicious? Toya came over. Her tone was sly. Yeah. Ruby nodded, agreeing deeply. This was also the most delicious thorn cone she had ever eaten. After that, the 2 of them were not polite. And they also bought the remaining 3 thorn cones. 2 of them were bought by Toya. And she planned to eat another one herself, and then take the remaining one back to her brother. Ruby also knew that Toya had a brother, so she didn't fight with her and only bought one. Suemo, who received 4,000 star coins at one time, narrowed her eyes in a good mood. The embarrassing situation of a balance of 0 finally disappeared. She had a chance to upgrade the technology tree for free before, and she chose to upgrade the branch of edible fruits, and then chose apples and thorn cones. After that, she spent another 10,000 star coins, which was all the star coins given at the beginning, to upgrade the flowers and plants, and then chose to unlock the inexpensive and good quality silver star grass. As for the green snake vine outside, it was just a decoration of the grocery store, and had nothing to do with the goods. Therefore, when Ruby proposed to spend money to buy the green snake vine, Boss Sue refused. Seeing the customer's slightly disappointed expression, Boss Sue enthusiastically recommended the silver star grass to her. If it's just for the viewing effect, then the silver star grass is more suitable than the green snake vine. Ruby looked at the potted plant swaying with silver white star flowers, and she was also a little moved. However, she didn't buy the silver star grass for the viewing effect, but wanted to give it to someone. Chapter 340 Starry Sky, Glowing. Silver star grass glows at night. Suemo smiled and said a characteristic of silver star grass that was enough to attract the 2 of them. Whether Ruby was tempted or not was not the point. Toya was tempted anyway. She went out today to buy flowers. Although the silver star grass was considered a grass plant, it actually had flowers, and its appearance was not inferior to those fake flowers she had bought before. Toya even felt that it was too insulting to compare silver star grass with those fake flowers she had bought before. But if they had not seen this plant before, and were not sure whether what Suemo said was true, and she had already spent too much money on buying thorn cones before, she would really want to get the silver star grass. Toya's heart was moved, and Boss Sue naturally saw it. She smiled gently, and spoke slowly. Finally, when Toya and Ruby left the store, each of them had a delicate potted plant in their hands. The silver star grass in each potted plant was full of vitality. There were several buds on the branches, and some branches had several silver star flowers the size of fingernails. Just one look at it, you will feel happy, and when you are near the potted plants, you can also smell a faint fragrance. According to Boss Sue, this should be the fragrance of the silver star grass. So, how did the 2 of them get persuaded to buy the silver star grass? The 2 looked at each other, and fell into deep thought at the same time. Is it because it looks good? Or because it glows at night? Or is it because Boss Sue said it has a fragrance, and the fragrance has the effect of calming the mind and sleeping? Although they can't say they regret it, the 2 of them have an inexplicable feeling of being fooled. But no matter what, the things have been bought, the money has been paid, even if they want to regret it. It's too late. But then again, the silver star grass is really good looking. It was only a matter of time before the two of them walked from the end of the street to the main street. They met many passers-by who came up to them and asked them where they bought the silver star grass and what the price was. This made them feel much better, because it at least proved that their aesthetics were not a problem. If the silver star grass was not good looking, there wouldn't be so many people asking them. But after hearing the price of 1,500 star coins for a pot, these people couldn't help but retreat. Some even looked at Ruby and Toya with strange eyes. The meaning contained in their eyes was very obvious. They almost said that the two of them were stupid and had too much money. You have to know that although interstellar plants are precious, fake flowers and fake grass are not worth much. Although they must admit that this silver star grass is indeed beautiful. No matter how beautiful it is not a real plant. Spend 1,500 star coins to buy those imitation flowers and plants at the flower shop. You can easily buy dozens or hundreds of bunches. And you can even customize your favorite flowers and plants. To put it bluntly, they are unwilling to believe that this is a real plant. But this is normal. Interstellar technology is advanced. And various imitation methods are emerging in an endless stream. In the eyes of interstellar people who are used to being deceived, it is not uncommon to see such things that are sold in the name of natural plants, but are actually synthetic products. Not to mention the rarity of natural plants. Just talking about the price. It is impossible to be a real natural plant. After all, a news was released some time ago that a person accidentally found a wild flower in the backyard of his home. After it was identified as a natural plant, it was directly bought by a local tycoon for hundreds of thousands of yuan. You have to know that when the wild flower was bought, it was in a state of drooping, lifeless, and not even 1/10 of the beauty of the silver star grass. Compared with 100,000 star coins, what is 1,500? In other words, how can 1,500 buy a natural plant? According to this statement, if the silver star grass is really a natural plant, it must be sold at a guaranteed price of 1 million. In short, even if everyone thinks that the silver star grass is beautiful, it does look like a natural plant. But they don't think it is a natural plant. Some kind ants even suggested that Ruby and Toya return the goods quickly. If the boss doesn't allow the return, they can call and report the sale of fake goods. Ruby and Toya didn't think of returning the goods. After all, they didn't need the money. They just felt a little distressed. Besides, Boss Su looked nice. And the thorn cones were really delicious. Of course, Ruby still had a little idea in her heart that the potted plant in her hand was really a natural plant. After all, she was 90% sure that the green snake vine at the door of Boss Su was real, which proved that Boss Su had some channels to obtain natural plants. As for Toya, she didn't think so much. Returning goods is such a troublesome thing. And this silver star flower is really beautiful. If she really asked her to return it, she would be reluctant to do so. Besides, she was really attracted by what Boss Su said, that the little white star flowers would glow at night. What if they really glow? If they don't glow, it won't be too late to consider returning them then. Why kill them with one blow? After sending away the enthusiastic ants, Ruby and Toya breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Who knew that before they could finish their sigh, they both saw someone they didn't like very much. This shopping street is so big. The road is so wide. But the people who are disliked don't know themselves. I don't know if she really didn't see it, or she deliberately ignored the alienation in their eyes. A girl in a delicate dress walked towards them. When did you two fall to the point of buying imitation plants? It was the familiar arrogant attitude again. If it was at the beginning, Toya and Ruby would still be angry. Now they are completely familiar with the behavior and habits of this young lady. So they each rolled their eyes, and then pretended not to see this peacock who likes to show off his noble status everywhere, and prepared to leave directly. It was noon, and they hadn't eaten yet, and they were hungry. So they didn't have time to chat with this peacock. Seeing that the two people ignored her, Aizy stamped her feet in frustration, and then continued to walk in front of the two of them, blocking their way. My uncle came back from the A-level planet yesterday. He brought a batch of brand new natural flowers. If you two are willing to say a few nice words, I can sell you a pot. Toya paused, pretending to be surprised, and looked at her. Sell it to us? I thought that with the generosity of the young lady, she would give it to us directly. Ruby, who was standing next to her, resisted the urge to laugh, and gently fiddled with the flowers of the silver star flower in the pot with her fingers. Aizy's eyes widened. Her red lips slightly parted, as if she had not expected that she could hear such shameless words. Chapter 341 Interstellar, Non-Existent Planet. This look reduced her arrogance a bit, and she became inexplicably cute. Ruby knew that although Miss AIC had a bad mouth, she was not a bad person. Last time, she brought the wrong book to the botany class, and it was Miss AIC who lent it to her, although during the borrowing process, she was still scolded by Miss AIC. But it didn't matter. Since that time, Ruby could see that Miss AIC was just a spoiled young lady with a hard mouth and a soft heart and a little bit of arrogance. Thinking about everything that AIC had done, it seemed that apart from talking, she had not really done anything to the two of them, or had put any obstacles in their way. Even the bad words were said in front of the two of them. However, Ruby couldn't possibly know what was going on behind the scenes. But she once accidentally saw AIC refuting someone who mocked and slandered her. How come Ruby in your class was selected to participate in the competition again? I saw you working so hard during this period, but... who knows? Forget it. Don't mention it. Why don't you mention it? You worked so hard for so long, but you were replaced by someone else. If I were to say, it must have something to do with her teacher. Isn't her teacher one of the judges of this competition? This is too unfair. Forget it, we just know whether it's fair or not. Originally, Ruby wanted to leave when she heard this, but she saw someone walking over from the side. In order to avoid being discovered, everyone would be embarrassed, so she stayed and prepared to leave later. Do you know whether it is fair or not? Why do I feel that you don't know? If you really know, why don't you go to the teacher and tell him that it is unfair? Why do you do this behind his back? You say that you have worked hard for so long, but every time you take an exam, your grades are not even in the top 5. You don't think about your own problems, and you still say bad things about others behind their backs. You are pretending to be a pitiful and innocent person. Ruby always gets first place in grades. What's wrong with participating in a competition, even if you use a backdoor? So what? Does the first place not deserve to participate in the competition? Why, do you deserve it? You can't even get into the top 3. And you still want to bring honor to the college. I think you'd better not embarrass yourself, so that there will be rumors about our school that are not worthy of its reputation. It is really unfortunate for the college to have you. Ruby, who was forced to eavesdrop, said, You are indeed you. Just by listening to the tone of voice and the extremely arrogant words, Ruby could guess who the person was. Not only that, she could also imagine the way the young lady spoke, which must have been very infuriating. She was very good at talking. What happened later was that AIC talked alone for 5 minutes, which directly made the student who pretended to be a White Lotus cry, and then ran away. This incident left a very deep memory for Ruby. So no matter how AIC usually showed off in front of her, Ruby didn't confront her. She would just ignore her and leave. It was just that this time it seemed more troublesome, because Toya was arguing with her. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Let's go. I'm still hungry. Stop right there. I want to buy the flowers in your hand. Toya raised her eyebrows. Didn't you say this is a fake plant? You buy a fake one? It looks okay. It should be good to take it home and put it at the door to ward off evil. Name a price. Ruby. I don't know how Boss Sue would feel if she heard someone use her plants to ward off evil. Anyway, Ruby didn't know how Boss Sue felt. She was really afraid that the two would quarrel. So she stuffed the silver star flower in her hand into AIC's hand, and then took Toya away. Toya and AIC didn't expect things to develop like this. They were both stunned at the same time. Ruby also took Toya away smoothly. This pot is 15,000. AIC. Don't forget to pay Ruby. AIC? Do I look easy to deceive? You just told others that it was 1,500 star coins. Ruby. It's not clear whether AIC is easy to deceive. Anyway, the 3 of them are considered to be separated, because Ruby gave the silver star grass in her hand away. After the 2 finished lunch, they found an opportunity to drive the hover car back to Boss Sue's store to buy another pot. Perhaps because the store's location is not good. The business is not good, so the store looks deserted, and there is only Boss Sue. Moreover, the number of items on the shelf remained the same as when they left in the morning. It was obvious that no one had come to buy anything. Sue Emma was still a little surprised to see the 2 of them again, especially when Ruby asked to buy another pot of silver star grass. But she would never turn away business that came to her door without violating the rules, so she just sold it, and didn't care why. After paying, Ruby saw Toya's eyes staring at the round red fruit on the shelf. Want to buy it? Toya pursed her lips, said with some hesitation and reluctance, Yes, it smells really good. It's even more fragrant than the warm yellow fruit we ate when we went to Xinglua Forest. It's a pity that it's too expensive. Just this apple actually costs a full 1,000 star coins. This is 200 more expensive than the thorn cone. Although this fruit is much larger than the thorn cone, and the skin looks thin, the actual amount of flesh should be more than twice that of the thorn cone. But it is still very expensive. She has spent a full 3,900 star coins in this store today. Originally, she had a small treasury of more than 5,000, and Toro transferred 2,000 to her before leaving, but now there is less than half left. Although money is not omnipotent, but without money is really impossible, Ruby stared at the apple for a few seconds, then turned to ask Boss Sue a question. Boss Sue, is this Earth the name of a planet? To be precise, it is a planet that no longer exists. The Earth was destroyed a long time ago, so it is normal for them not to know. Especially now that some experts have changed the name of the Earth, so even if they know about the Earth, the corresponding name is not Earth. Originally, in order to conform to the culture of this plane, Sam was going to modify all the descriptions of related products in the system. But Suemo stopped him. It no longer exists? Ruby frowned. There are too many planets destroyed every year due to radiation or other reasons. But she has never heard of the name of such a planet. Toya was also a little curious. So she decisively chose to open her light brain and search the internet for the word Earth. Chapter 342 Star Interstellar, Want Some Tea? Originally, she had already prepared herself for the possibility that Boss Sue had made up a random name for a planet to deceive them in order to sell things. So she had no hope of finding any information on the star internet. But what she didn't expect was that, after the webpage finished loading, she actually found relevant information. Earth, also known as the ancient blue planet, is rumored to be the planet where humans lived thousands of years ago. Later, due to overexploitation, the natural environment was destroyed, and the ecological cycle was damaged and destroyed. The content of the short few hundred words was not much, but the amount of information was huge. When she heard the 3 words ancient blue planet, Ruby suddenly realized. No wonder she always felt that the word Earth sounded familiar. It turned out that this was the old name of the ancient blue star. She knew about the ancient blue star. But as for the Earth, she only heard the teacher mention it briefly at the beginning. So she didn't remember it very clearly. But it doesn't matter. What's important is, why does Boss Sue have fruits from a planet that was destroyed thousands of years ago? Is he really not a liar? Has the destruction of the planet been used as a cover for doing business these days? Ruby's pupils shrank slightly. And then, she quickly began to comfort herself from her already somewhat dazed mood. She couldn't think like that. What if it was really the ancient blue star? What if? Ruby couldn't help but curse secretly. And her heart was so uneasy for the first time. This is simply impossible. It is said that the royal family invests a lot of money every year to study the ancient books and materials left over from the ancient blue star. Because all the information left from that time proves that in the human society at that time, plants were not as endangered as they are now. It is very easy for people to cultivate plants. So they want to study ways to revive natural plants. But after hundreds of years, they still have nothing to show for it. They can only watch the green on every planet slowly disappear. Again, if what Boss Sue said is true, where did she get these apples? Why did she still come up with something like this when the research funded by the royal family failed? The more she thought about it, the more turbulent waves rose in Ruby's heart. She suddenly had a feeling. An inexplicable feeling. But this feeling was not a bad one. Boss Sue looked at the 2 guests who were stunned, and calmly poured a cup of clear and transparent tea from the teapot, and then took a sip. The moment the emerald green color flowed out of the spout, Ruby and Toya felt as if they smelled a fragrant fragrance. Very strange. And very good. What shocked them even more was that, as if they smelled the fragrance, their animal patterns began to heat up slightly, and an inexplicable restlessness surged in their hearts. Just celebrate the first day of opening. Do you want to have a drink? Ruby and Toya watched as Boss Sue took out 2 more cups as if by magic, and then looked at them with a smile. In the end, the 2 of them couldn't resist the temptation, and sat on the chairs on both sides of Boss Sue for no reason, and then watched the teacup in front of them being slowly poured to 70% full, looking at the emerald green liquid in the cup. The 2 of them felt an urge in their hearts to drink. 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 Then they drank. The teacup was not big, and it was only 70% full. So for them, who didn't understand tea, or even knew tea, it was just a taste, and it couldn't even quench their thirst, although they are not thirsty now. A mouthful of tea went down their throats, turning into a light bitterness. The taste was not good, but it had an inexplicable lingering aftertaste, making people feel relaxed and happy. At the same time, they all found that their beast patterns that had just heated up gradually subsided, as if nothing had happened. It was just an illusion. After drinking the tea, they should have put down the cup, thanked and left, or continued to consider whether to trust Boss Sue, buy this so-called fruit from the earth, and go back to taste it. But Toya saw that her best friend, who seemed to be polite and reserved, held the teacup in her hand for a long time without putting it down. Lulu? Ruby seemed not to hear her voice, and her fingers gently rubbed the teacup. Why does the material of this cup look a bit like plastic? No, this is not plastic. This is purple clay. It is the purple clay that those nobles and rich people are scrambling for everywhere, 1 gram of which is worth thousands of gold. It is said that drinking water carried by purple clay as a container, human physical fitness will be greatly enhanced. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, it does not affect these people spending a lot of money on purple clay, even if it is the size of a fingernail. They are rich. They don't care about money. And they don't care whether it is real or fake. Even if it is fake. So what? As long as the public knows that it is real, it is enough. Even if it is not good for the body. As long as it has no harm. It is a good choice to use it as a display of their financial strength, in short, showing off their wealth. Ruby cannot confirm whether the existence of the apple is real or fake. After all, she has never seen it. Nor has she heard of it. But purple clay is different. Her grandfather happened to have a pair of precious purple clay cups that looked like eyeballs. She has watched and played with it since she was a child. Her grandfather also told her a lot about purple sand, especially how to identify and maintain it. Therefore, she can say with certainty that this must be purple sand. Not only the cup in her hand, but everything on the table is made of purple sand. Not to mention the things on the table. Just the teacup in her hand, which is not even the size of the palm, is enough to be auctioned at a sky-high price of at least 1 million. Because the quality of this purple sand is so good, and it is well maintained. And the craftsmanship is also good. The cup body is surrounded by a plant that she can't name, which seems to be integrated with the whole cup, without any abruptness. Even if it is carved by a well-known craftsman, it is no more than this. When Ruby thought that she just drank water with a cup worth millions, she felt that what she just drank was not water, but money. It was all white money. However, this is not the point. The point is, what kind of identity does Boss Sue have who can take out such things to give to 2 strangers to drink water? Ruby raised her head with complicated eyes, and happened to meet a pair of eyes. Giving people something worth millions to drink water shouldn't be a scam, right? Could it be that what Boss Sue said was true? What Ruby didn't know was that when she had this idea, someone's purpose of doing so had already been achieved. After that, Ruby gritted her teeth and bought 2 apples under Toya's incomprehensible gaze. After watching the 2 people leave again, Sue Mo closed the store door. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 10,500 interstellar coins. A little over 10,000 interstellar coins is not a small amount. But it is not durable. After all, Sue Mo needs 10,000 interstellar coins to upgrade the technology tree casually. Chapter 343 Star. Prove that apples are apples. The money here is only enough for her to upgrade once. But she will definitely not use this money to upgrade now, otherwise she will have no money to buy more goods. Today, she sold 2 apples, 5 thorn cones, 3 pots of silver star grass, which means there are 3 apples and 2 pots of silver star grass left. If she doesn't replenish some goods, then there will be nothing to sell tomorrow. Among these 3 things, the apples are purchased at 300 star coins, and sold at 1,000 star coins. The thorn cones are purchased at 250 star coins, and sold at 800 star coins. The silver star grass is purchased at 500 star coins, and sold at 1,500 star coins. According to this price, Sue Mo replenished 3 apples, 20 thorn cones, and 3 pots of silver star grass, and the total expenditure was 6,900 star coins. The reason for the large difference in the purchase quantity is that Sue Mo plans to temporarily focus on thorn cones, and apples, and silver star grass as a kind of specialty of the store. And the special nature of this plane also means that she can only make profits through thorn cones for the time being. This plane is different from the previous planes. In the previous planes, she can use the items in the current plane to improve the credibility and popularity of the store, or the functions of many things can be proven by practice. For example, In the fantasy plane, she starts by selling ordinary healing potions and magic potions, and then slowly adds other things. Although customers have never heard of products such as space scrolls and teleportation scrolls, the effects of these two things can be proven by use. But this plane is different. How can Sumo prove that apples are apples? How can she prove that thorn cones are thorn cones? In the interstellar plane where natural plants are scarce and synthetic fruits are rampant, she said that the things in her hands are real. It would be strange if anyone believed it. The only way to prove it is that she takes these things to relevant institutions for testing, and then puts the results in the store. But she couldn't do that. Because the inspection agency was in chaos, any movement might attract the attention of some people. Although the number of thorn cones was small in this plane, at least they existed, and she could explain the source of them if they were of better quality. But how could she explain the source of the apples? She didn't want the store to be taken over by the royal family or some powerful people before she sold much. Even if Xiao He was invincible, it would only be useful when those people attacked her or the store. If they chose to fence off this area and not let anyone come in to buy, Sumo would still be helpless. So what she had to do was to keep a low profile for a while and run her own store slowly. This planet was far away from the planet where the royal family and dignitaries lived, and the planet itself was low-key and inconspicuous. Therefore, even if she caused any trouble here later, the speed at which the news spread to the other side, until the speed at which people were sent over there, was enough for her to deal with it. Of course, there was actually a safer way, that was that she only sold thorn cones. In this way, people will be curious about her source of goods, and speculate about her special supply channels, but will not do anything to her. However, it is impossible for Sumo to complete the tasks of this plane entirely by relying on the thorn cone. Many things on the technology tree do not exist in this plane, and she will need to take them out one day. Therefore, from now on, in addition to running the store, she will also have to slowly manage her own identity. For example, a pure descendant of the Earth? The only descendant of the ancient blue star? Or maybe she is lucky enough to accidentally obtain something that the Earth once had. No matter which identity it is, the ultimate goal is to allow her to take out these things legitimately. Just like in the Beast World plane, didn't she also use the identity of the messenger to take out a bunch of things that the Beastmen had never heard of? Speaking of which, if there was no fake messenger at the beginning, although the subsequent tasks would definitely be completed, it would definitely not be so smooth. Well, so to put it this way, the worst is still the altar, because she can pretend to be a messenger even if she doesn't smash the altar. Ahem. Speaking of which, after Sumo closed the store, she turned on the optical computer that San configured for her. From a certain perspective, Sumo is an illegal resident in this plane, the kind of person who cannot be found in the entire galaxy, just like the holographic plane. But for convenience, something like an optical computer is still necessary, so San made one for the host himself. This optical computer does not contain any personal information, has strict protection measures, and the anti-reconnaissance program that exceeds the plane level allows Sumo to view all information on the internet at will without being tracked by others. Sumo went online this time mainly to find out a few things. One is how much Earth culture is left in this plane. After understanding this, she can better grasp the timing of each product. In addition, Sumo also looked up the most common natural plants in the current plane, whether edible or inedible. She wants to avoid such things in her store as much as possible. At least not now, because such resources are generally in the hands of the rich and powerful, and various channels are almost monopolized. Those people have many means. If they know that the things that make money for their subordinates have inexplicably appeared in an unknown store, and the price is so low, the consequences can be imagined. This is why Sumo only took out the thorn cone. Because the thorn cone is rare, it is considered a relatively common natural fruit. In comparison, there are many ways to obtain it, and it is not easy to attract attention. And the silver star grass is a natural plant in the interstellar, because the planet where it exists has not been discovered by the interstellar, that is to say, no one has mastered and monopolized it, which is one of the reasons why Sumo chose it. The sky gradually darkened. Sumo rubbed his aching head, and casually closed the web page and prepared to go upstairs to rest his eyes that were tired from looking at the light screen too much. After a whole day of crazy fun, Ruby drove a hover car to send Toya to the gate of the community. When she was about to get off the car, Toya looked at the small flower in her hand with surprise, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Lulu, Boss Sue didn't lie to us. This silver star grass really glows. Ruby looked at the potted plant in her hand, then tilted her head to look at the man behind her, who looked a bit like her, whose face was clearly angry, and couldn't help but cough twice. Ahem. Shioya, your brother is here to pick you up. Ah? Toya was stunned, and the surprise she felt from seeing something new and strange disappeared instantly. Toro frowned, thanked Ruby for sending his sister home, and took her away. Along the way, Toya felt extremely guilty, after all. She had said before she left that she would go home early, but now it was already 10:30 in the evening. Chapter 344 Star. So fragrant. So fragrant. So fragrant. In order to break the dull atmosphere, Toya held the flowers and walked around in front of Toro, but still failed to get a good look. Finally, when she reached the door of her house, Toya remembered that she had a gift for him. Brother, don't be angry, this is what I left for you today. The quality of the thorn cone is S. Any fruit has a quality grade, from good to bad. They are S+, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, a total of 8 grades. The basis for judgment is the appearance, quality, ingredients, and the degree of radiation of the fruit. Although I don't know the degree of radiation of the thorn cone of Boss Su's house, but from other aspects, it can definitely be called S level. If the radiation level is very low, then the S+ rating is more than enough. Toya even thinks that S+ is not worthy of this thorn cone. After all, she had heard that the best quality thorn cones were not as big as this one, and the flesh was not as crystal clear as this one. Toro couldn't hold it back any longer. He couldn't stand her acting like a spoiled child. If Toya hadn't come back too late today and hadn't told him yet. The most important thing was, this little girl dared not even answer his call. Do you know you're wrong? Toro opened the door and glanced back at her. I know. I know. I will definitely come back earlier next time. Answer your call. And report everything I do. Toya muttered to herself as she quickly slipped into the house, fearing that she would be locked out later. Will there be a next time? No. Toya answered righteously, and her voice was louder than usual. Toro nodded, which was considered letting her go. And Toya was relieved. Since he had forgiven her, he probably wouldn't call her parents. Right, you know. She wasn't really afraid of this man's bad face. She was mainly afraid that he would complain, and then she would definitely be scolded by her mother for a few hours. But she couldn't hang up the phone. If she dared to hang up, she would get a call from her father. When these two took turns scolding her, she really couldn't stand it. After entering the door, Toya put down the silver star grass in her hand, and saw a white figure rushing over like a fly. Duo, don't touch my potted plants. When Toya saw the furry dog, she felt sick. All the fake flowers she bought before were destroyed by Duo, so she had to buy new ones every time. But that's fine. This fake flower is not expensive. It's only a few dozen star coins. It's fine if it's damaged. But this silver star grass is different. She spent 1,500 star coins to buy it. If it gets damaged, Toya can't guarantee what she will do. Toya's words caught Toro's attention. He first used his mind and his spiritual energy to make it sit still. The snow-white Alaska suddenly became listless, and its furry triangular ears drooped down in grievance. If it were in the past, Toya would have been unable to resist hugging it when she saw its deliberately aggrieved look, but it was different now. Touching her potted plants would be like asking for her life, you know. She is less than 15,000 yuan now. It's no use pretending to be aggrieved, you are just a dog. Why do you always want to mess with my flowers? Toya snorted, and rubbed the dog's head with both hands, and the originally neat and smooth hair instantly became messy. Ah woof, woo, woo. Duo struggled to break free from her clutches, and then looked at the silver star grass with eager eyes. It smells so good, the ones before didn't smell so good, pooh. The ones before didn't smell good at all, and they didn't taste good either. I want to eat this. I want to eat this. I want to eat this. Looking at its appearance, Toya knew that it would definitely remember to eat but not to be beaten, so she immediately pressed the dog's head and started to teach it a lesson. While her sister was teaching her spirit beast, Toro shifted his attention to the pot of silver star grass. The green branches, the snow-white star flowers, which emitted a faint fluorescence, each place exuded a vibrant smell. And he didn't know if it was his illusion. He felt as if he smelled a faint smell, clear and natural. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he visited the only small forest in the galaxy. There were green trees and vines everywhere, and the forest after the rain had a natural smell of soil mixed with fallen leaves, which was refreshing. Before Toro knew it, he had walked to the pot of unnamed plants. Is this really a synthetic plant? This can't be a natural plant. How could there be natural plants in such a place? And it only costs 1,500 star coins? Toro was a little helpless. He felt that everything just now was just his illusion. Brother? Toro suddenly came back to his senses, and the complicated emotions in his eyes were instantly swept away. How about it? Isn't this silver star grass beautiful? It cost me 1,500, Toya said, while looking at the person in front of her carefully. Just when she thought she was going to be scolded for spending money again, she found that Toro didn't say anything. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then took out the thorn fruit that she hadn't had time to give away before. Is this the thorn fruit you just mentioned? Toro looked at the thorn fruit in his hand in surprise. This quality. It seems to be just as Toya just said. It is no problem to be rated S grade. He thought that what Toya said just now was a joke, but it turned out to be true. Yeah. How is it? Is it of good quality? Not only does it look good, but it's also delicious. The flesh is sweet and plump, and it's juicy. As she spoke, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She couldn't help but think back to the time when she ate this thorn fruit before. Seeing how greedy she was, Toro pushed the thorn fruit in his hand towards her. If you really like it, take it and eat it. To be honest, his words were quite tempting, but Toya waved her hands quickly. No. 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 You eat it. I bought it to honor you. Are you really not going to eat it? Toya looked at the emerald green fruit in his hand, and then decisively turned her head and closed her eyes. I can't see it. As long as I can't see it, I don't want to eat it. Seeing that she really didn't want to eat it, Toro didn't say anything, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then peeled off the shell in a few strokes, revealing the crystal flesh inside. Because he used too much force, the juice splashed on his hand. The quality is really good. Where did you buy it? Toro sighed, and he could tell at a glance that this was probably the highest quality thorn fruit. Although he had eaten it before, he had only eaten it once, and he still remembered the taste until now. Chapter 345 Star, The Taste of the Forest. In theory, the thorn cones of this quality are consumed internally by the powerful, or presented to the royal family, and basically not much will flow out. But according to Toya, she and Ruby both bought them today, which means that the number of thorn cones is more than this one. What happened again? Why so many thorn cones flow out? Thinking of some of the news he received before, Toro felt that things seemed a little bit uneasy recently. Toya didn't know what her brother was thinking, and answered directly when he asked about the thorn cones. There was nothing to hide anyway. Isn't this a new shopping street? I bought it in a store at the end of the shopping street. Also, this silver star grass was also bought there. Where did you buy this potted plant? Toro paused while eating, and quickly returned to his original state. The things in that store are pretty good, but a little expensive. Silver star grass costs 1,500 star coins, and the prickly cone costs 800 star coins. Even a fruit that is said to be from Earth costs 1,000 star coins. If this silver star grass wasn't really pretty, I would never buy it. Toya is a chatterbox, especially in front of her relatives or acquaintances. Once she starts talking, she can talk for a long time. For a few minutes, she even mentioned the green snake vine that was wrapped around the pillar at the door of the store. Toro has long been accustomed to her way of speaking. It was fine when he just listened to the beginning, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Until she finished speaking, Toro quickly summarized a few key points. First, the thorn cone and the silver star grass that looks like a natural plant come from the same store. Secondly, the vines used as decorations at the entrance of this store are likely to be natural plants. Finally, the owner of this store can actually bring out fruits from Earth. Toro is not these two girls. He knows that Earth is the current ancient blue planet. Thinking that the royal family spent a lot of money to invest in research institutes and search teams, they still couldn't find anything from the ruined planet. But now someone suddenly took something out. Toro felt inexplicably that he had explored something incredible. Just when he was about to remind Toya, he saw that his silly sister was ready to go back to the room with the silver star grass to rest. And Duo, who had just been taught a lesson, also followed him happily. It was obvious that his purpose was not pure. So Duo did not succeed. He was chased out by Toya just as he was about to enter the door. For a while, there was only one person and one dog in the living room looking at each other. Grievance Duo dog, woo woo. Toro held his forehead in silence. You are a contracted beast, not an ordinary dog. Being like a little wife, it's really embarrassing for the contracted beast. Those who don't know would think he abused his contracted beast. The beast pattern warrior and the contracted beast are connected in mind. So although Duo can't speak, he can understand Toro's words, and it can also communicate with him through thoughts. I want to eat. Duoduo's voice kept echoing in his mind. Toro was annoyed. He snorted coldly, and patted the dog's head lightly. Eating meat every day doesn't hurt you. Why eat grass? If Xiaoya beats you up, I won't help you. Very fragrant, same as the smell of the forest. Duoduo likes it. Duoduo feels comfortable. Although Duoduo looks big, according to the age of the contracted beast, it is only a 2-year-old baby, so its thinking is more childish, and it makes trouble sometimes, but they are too lazy to bother with it. Because they are young. It is difficult for them to communicate. Duoduo will subconsciously repeat many words many times. And Toro needs a while to understand. But this time is different. It rarely mentions the word forest. When it mentions this, Toro's face changes slightly. And then, he suddenly approaches Duoduo. This posture directly scares the dog. And he performs a role in a single game. Why does my Toro have such a stupid contract beast in his life? Complaining? Toro did not forget the question he wanted to ask. Do you smell the smell of the forest? Duoduo did not speak, but nodded frantically. And his flowing hair covered his master's face. Toro did not care about this. And his heart seemed to be in turmoil. It turned out that it was not his illusion. Duoduo also smelled it. Whether it was a spirit beast or a contracted beast, or even an ordinary wild beast, they were extremely sensitive to the smell of nature. Plus, they had a keen sense of smell. So Toro did not doubt that Duoduo smelled it wrong. What's more, he also smelled that smell, and Duoduo's statement undoubtedly confirmed his idea. He had always been unwilling to believe that this silver star grass was a natural plant, and even repeatedly doubted it. At most, he was amazed that the shop owner's imitation technology was so superb, and he must be able to make a lot of money in the future synthetic plant market. But these were his previous thoughts. Now his only thought was, why did this boss sell natural plants at a low price? Yes, Toro was 100% sure that this was a natural plant. Although Duoduo also liked to toss fake flowers and fake grass before, it never said anything similar, and Toro also knew that the reason why it did that was simply because it was naughty. To sum it up in 4 words, it was itchy. Since the silver star grass is real, the thorn cone is real, and the quality is so good, and the green snake vine used for the door decoration is also real, then is the apple that is said to be fruit from the earth also real? The more Toro thought about it, the more he felt that things seemed to be going in another direction. If other people really knew that there was a store that actually sold natural plants and things from the earth, then other people would definitely go crazy. Let alone whether other people are crazy or not. Toro himself is almost crazy anyway. He even had the urge to go to this store and pack up everything back now. If it weren't for the dark sky reminding him that the time was not right, he might have really done so. But this did not affect him taking out a simple communicator and then passing the message to another person in the form of a code. Although personal optical computers are extremely private, as long as the technology is superb, the information can be intercepted and viewed after all. So in order to act cautiously, he still chose to use a communicator. After sending the message, there was no immediate reply, but Toro didn't care. After putting away his things, he had already thought about tomorrow's arrangements. He would go to this store first, and it would be best if he could buy apples and silver star grass and send them for inspection. If it is confirmed that silver star grass is a natural food, and apples are indeed fruits from Earth, then they would need to investigate the store owner. Chapter 346 Star Interstellar. It is a natural plant. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. When Toya woke up, she felt relaxed physically and mentally, which was completely different from the groggy state she was in the past. She had never had a good sleep quality at night, and it was rare that she had never woken up in the middle of the night. And as soon as she opened her eyes, she could smell a faint fragrance. Perhaps because her body was awake, but her soul was not awake, so Toya was stunned for a long time before she remembered that this fragrance was not the smell of perfume, but the fragrance of a potted plant she bought yesterday. It's strange to say, I didn't smell anything when I bought it before. How come in the morning, this fragrance becomes so obvious? Could it be that this flower only emits fragrance at night, and in the morning? It's really strange. But Toya didn't care. The star interstellar is so big that there are all kinds of things. This silver star grass will glow at night, and it doesn't seem to be anything special to emit fragrance. So, Basu didn't seem to lie to her. At first, when she said that the fragrance could help her calm down and sleep, Toya didn't believe it. After all, she didn't smell any fragrance. But now, the facts have proved it. And she couldn't help but believe it. Did a good morning. Little Master the robot in Toya's room made the sound. Because it has been with Toya since she was a child. The name Little Master has never been changed. Toya is also used to this name, and feels very kind. So she didn't ask the robot to change it. Good morning, Toya greeted habitually, and then stretched and prepared to get up. At this moment, the robot has rolled its wheels to the bedside. It stretched out its mechanical hands to pick up the potted plant on the bedside table and put it on the balcony. The information data inside the robot told it that flowers and plants like to bask in the sun. But it didn't expect that this was a potted plant with a completely different personality from ordinary plants. Not only did it not like to bask in the sun, but it hated the sun. After seeing this scene, Toya couldn't help but think of the record about this plant she saw yesterday, and then hurriedly stopped the robot. Don't let it bask in the sun. It will die. Although Toya thought it was a synthetic plant, there is a kind of high-tech synthetic plant that can simulate the growth state of plants in order to meet human needs. In other words, although synthetic plants are fake, there is also the possibility that if they are not cared for according to the growth environment of plants, they will die. This is like a string of codes waiting for input commands. If the input is correct, the code continues to run. If the input is wrong, the code reports an error and stops. The robot obeyed the orders. After hearing what the little master said, it put the potted plant back to its original position. This is called silver star grass. It likes a cool and humid environment. If I am not at home and the sun shines on it, remember to change its position. Okay, little master. The robot quickly recorded the data about silver star grass, and then saved its habits in its own database, because it can be seen that its little master cares about this potted plant. After recording the data, the robot began to play today's external status. Today's temperature is 25 degrees Celsius, sunny and rainless, and the current ambient air radiation, 202 There was no problem at first, but when Toya heard the current ambient air radiation, her eyes widened, and she almost swallowed a mouthful of foam while brushing her teeth. After a few dry coughs and a quick wash, she walked to the robot, and then reached out and knocked on its head. It's not broken. Why did it suddenly report an error? The robot didn't know why its little master suddenly knocked on it, and immediately reached out to hug its head in grievance. Little master, I didn't report an error. How could it report a radiation level of 200 without an error? This is impossible. You should know that the average radiation level on this planet is 641 Only in the city and in the living area will radiation purification machines be placed. But this kind of machine is very expensive. Not only is the purchase price expensive, but the subsequent energy consumption and maintenance costs are also expensive. Therefore, the radiation level in a normal community is maintained at 350 which is within the range that normal humans can bear, and is relatively extreme. You should know that in the past month, the average radiation level reported by the robot was 313 and the lowest was only 287 which is already very low in the community, because their house is located next to the radiation purification machine. It is normal for the radiation level to be low, and the house price is also ridiculously expensive. Other places in the community are within the limit of 350 every day, and it is not impossible to exceed it slightly. It is conceivable how outrageous the 202 today is. Although the robot feels that there is no problem with itself, it also knows that the little master said there is no problem. So it turned on the self-check mode, and then checked every part inside and outside. The inspection was very fast, and it took only half a minute. The inspection results came out. Ding! This inspection took 31 seconds. And the inspection results, no data errors, no parts damage, no program errors. The inspection results were all green, which inevitably made Toya suspicious. But before she could say anything, the robot started to analyze the environment. The so-called environmental analysis is to compare the environmental factors when detecting radiation data today with the previous ones, and then find out the possible reasons for the sudden change of the data. While the robot was still analyzing, Toya was originally going to chat with Ruby. But at this time, there was a knock on the door. There were only 2 siblings at home. Robots generally would not disturb the owner, and Duo generally would not knock on the door, but would only scratch the door. So it was easy to guess who was knocking on the door. Brother? Come in. What's the matter? As soon as the voice fell, the door opened in response, revealing the person outside, who was Toro, with a serious expression. Not only that, there was a snow-white dog behind him. The moment the door opened, Duo rushed in like a small cannonball. Its target was very clear. It was the potted plant with silver-white star flowers swaying on the bedside table. This time, with the robot here, Toya didn't have to do anything. The robot, which was still analyzing, was able to do two things at once and directly stretched out its mechanical arm to grab it. Toro listened to the perverted dog-like voice in his mind and felt speechless and embarrassed, and asked the robot to put it down. Xiaoya, I suspect that what you bought is not a synthetic plant, but a natural plant. This sentence was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, which shocked Toya. And Duo also called out a few times in response. Chapter 347 Interstellar, Absorbing Radiation. The most coincidental thing is that the robot's analysis results came out at this time. After analysis, the reason for the abnormal change in radiation is most likely the potted silver star grass. In order to confirm its own analysis results, the robot will also release several pieces of evidence. One is the furniture and furnishings in the house in the past 30 days. During this period, in addition to the changes in some daily necessities, the only additional furnishings are this pot of silver star grass. The second is a series of radiation data. The detection variable of these data is the distance from the silver star grass. At the door farthest from the silver star grass, the radiation is 271 s. Compared to 202 s, this is a very common data, but it still breaks the previous lowest value. And at the position closest to the silver star grass, the robot is almost sticking to the leaves for detection. The radiation here is only 176 s. The 202 s given by the robot before is actually an average value. I thought the average value was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect the lowest value to be even more outrageous. Although there are radiation data detected at different locations in the room, it is not important anymore. These two data are enough to prove everything. Although Toro does not know what happened before, he can also restore the truth from the series of data displayed by the robot. In just one night, so much radiation can be purified. This can only be natural plants. There is no second possibility. It is precisely because natural plants have a stronger ability to purify radiation than professional purifiers that interstellar humans are crazy about them. Because natural plants purify radiation by direct absorption, which is equivalent to eating it directly, eating a little less. The principle of the purifier is to use a special substance to absorb the radiation molecules, which is the consumable of the purifier. And the purifier does not completely absorb the radiation. It cannot do so well. It can only absorb a little. At present, the maximum radiation that the best purifier in the interstellar can purify is only 50 s. It cannot be lower. Even those dignitaries have to live in an environment with 50 s radiation. Only the royal family, and some humans, who have a very small amount of natural plants can enjoy the treatment of using natural plants to purify the air. The radiation in the interstellar has really tortured them for too long. Once they leave the urban area, without the protection of the purifier, their bodies will suffer great damage. Especially the beast pattern warriors. Although they are powerful, they also have a fatal flaw. The damage caused by radiation to them is far greater than that of ordinary humans. Once the radiation in the body of the beast pattern warrior exceeds a certain range, they will fall into mania, and their contracted beasts will also be out of control. This is the so-called mania, a symptom that only appears in beast pattern warriors, and is comparable to a terminal illness. Every year, the number of beast pattern warriors who die from mania is far more than 3 times the number of natural deaths. The role of the soothing master is to use his ability to soothe the beast pattern warriors' emotions and calm them down when they fall into madness. But mania is irreversible, and the soothing master can only soothe them, but not remove the substances in their bodies that make them manic. Not only that, the environmental degradation of each planet is also closely related to radiation. They have no natural plants. There is no way to purify the environment, so they can't grow natural plants. And since they can't grow natural plants, there are naturally no natural plants. This is undoubtedly a vicious circle. At this time, Toya was still in a surprise that she actually spent 1,500 to buy a pot of natural plants, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She didn't expect that, in the eyes of everyone, the extremely precious plants would be placed on the bedside table so casually by herself. With the preciousness of natural plants, she should worship it, water it with the purest dew every day, and accompany it to bask in the moonlight every night. Toro didn't know that his silly sister's brain circuit was so strange. The first reaction when she knew that silver star grass was a natural plant was not why does the store owner have natural plants, or why does the store owner sell natural plants at such a low price. What is her purpose? But thinking about how to serve natural plants. Duo smelled the scent of silver star grass yesterday. So I had doubts. And it seems that my doubts were correct. Toro briefly summarized the reasons why he ran here so early in the morning. And then shook his sister back to her senses. Where is that store? Take me to see it. After Toya came back to her senses, she first hugged the flower pot and kissed it hard. And then called her brother who couldn't wait. Don't worry. It's useless to go now. The rule of Boss Su's store is to open at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's still early. Although they slept late yesterday. None of them like to stay in bed. So it's only a little after 7 o'clock now. It only takes half an hour to drive from home to this shopping street. And then from the beginning to the end of the street. If they really set off now, they will have to wait there for more than 2 hours. I didn't expect that I actually picked up a treasure. Yesterday. Lulu and I always thought that this was a natural plant. This is too real. Oh my god. Toya held her cheeks with both hands, looking at the silver star grass with burning eyes. Duo lay quietly beside the potted plant. After being taught a lesson by the contract master, it knew the preciousness of natural plants and naturally did not dare to think about eating it. But it likes the smell of natural plants. So it stayed here and refused to leave. Hearing his sister's words, Toro frowned. Obviously, he didn't expect that this store would have such a rule. While feeling puzzled, he couldn't help but have greater doubts about the owner of this store. Boss Su has natural plants. Natural fruits of excellent quality. And even fruits that have been lost on Earth. If ordinary people accidentally get one of them, they would want to sell it for a high price and live a life of extravagance. But she is different. Although the price of the thorn cone is a little higher than the market price. Because of the quality problem. The extra price is nothing. Moreover, Toro has checked the shell of the thorn cone he threw away yesterday. And the radiation level on it is 0. You know, as long as the radiation level is less than 100. And the quality of other aspects is up to standard. It can be marked as S+. And this thorn cone has only 0 radiation. Which means that after eating it, it is not only harmless to the human body, but also eating more can reduce the radiation level in the body. Although the effect is minimal, there is no problem even if it is rated SSS+, because it has reached the limit of the thorn cone fruit. According to this statement, let alone 800 star coins per piece, even if there is a 0 at the end, it will cause countless people to rush to buy it. Chapter 348 Star Interstellar, Repeat Customers. Also, the apple, although I have never seen it, I can guess that it is probably a good thing. After all, the thorn cone can reach 0 radiation, then the apple should not be much worse, and with the label of Earth fruit, the price will only be higher. There is no shortage of rich people in the Star Interstellar, let alone people who are afraid of death. If money can buy life, and buy the joy of enjoying life, they would be more than happy. Not to mention the silver star grass, which costs only 1,500 yuan, which is much more powerful than the thorn cone. As long as it is alive, it can continue to absorb radiation in the air. If long-term use of 0 radiation food is only a temporary solution, then natural plants are the key to solving all this. Toro couldn't figure out why this Boss Su did this, but since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't plan to think about it. Anyway, he would go to the store and ask the person in a while. But before that, Toro wanted to ask what the full name of this Boss Su was, and then investigate it first. Unfortunately, even after asking Toya didn't know the answer. After all, Boss Su didn't introduce her name at that time. Only her last name. It was their first meeting. So it was not easy to ask, and she didn't think to ask. In this case, Toro had no choice but to ask the store's location and number, and then use his connections to see if he could find the store's registration information. At the same time, Ruby, who also bought the silver star grass, also discovered the special features of the silver star grass. It can even be said that she discovered it earlier than the brother and sister. After all, she is a professional botany major, and her grades are excellent. She has more knowledge in both theory and practice. And her family also has a relevant database and equipment for research. After discovering the mystery of Boss Su and the special aroma of the silver star grass, she used a special gas collector to capture the smell, and then put it on the analysis equipment. The analysis time was very long, far longer than the time for analyzing ordinary gases. But Ruby did not waste this time. She took out the second thorn cone that she had not eaten yet to test the radiation. The result of the test was a huge 0, which shocked Ruby. And she was also glad that she was doing the test at home, if she went to the college for testing. Although the equipment was more complete and the operation was more convenient, the equipment and instruments in the college were backed up. And as a student, she naturally could not delete or modify these backups at will. In other words, the data of zero radiation would be retained in the instruments in the college. In this way, once someone discovered it, Ruby would be in big trouble, since the radiation of the thorn cone is zero. What about the apple? Thinking of this, Ruby immediately replaced a clean container, and then did the same test on the apple again. The result was exactly the same as before. Ruby tried to suppress her inner joy, and then analyzed the material composition of the apple. The results showed that the apple contained various minerals, vitamins, cellulose, and other nutrients. This is absolutely impossible for synthetic fruits to achieve. This is enough to prove that this apple is a natural fruit. After staying up all night to finish this series of research, although Ruby was exhausted, she still sat on the sofa with joy to rest, without any sleepiness, and was full of energy. Everything on Boss Sue's side is real, whether it is the decoration at the door, the goods in the store, or even the items used to entertain guests. They are all real. Although Ruby is curious about Boss Sue's identity, she also knows that since someone can come up with so many good things, he must not be an ordinary person. And the identity of such a person is not something she can explore. She only needed to know that Boss Sue did not seem to have any ambitions, and that he would continue to sell these natural fruits or plants steadily in the future. During the break, Ruby called the Interstellar Courier, and then packed the apples and silver star grass tightly. The tightness of Interstellar Courier is first class, so she does not have to worry about the contents leaking out. After the robot came to pick up the courier, Ruby turned on the optical brain and sent a message to her grandfather. Ruby's grandfather was a beast warrior and a soldier. When he was young, he participated in a war with alien beasts and was forced to bear a lot of radiation, so his body gradually deteriorated. Although he retired with honor, he was left with a root of disease that could not be cured. Every month, the old man had to endure the torture of mania, including the Snow White Wolf King, who was her plush toy and pillow when she was a child. It used to be so majestic, but now it has lost its elegance and is old. Ruby knew the effects of natural plants and fruits. So after checking that there was no problem with the things, she immediately sent all of them to Grandpa. She only hoped that these things were really useful, and could really reduce the torture of Grandpa and his contracted beast. Time gradually came to 10 o'clock in the morning. In addition to the Toro brothers and sisters, who had been waiting at the door of the store for a long time, there was also Ruby, who came for natural plants and fruits. Lulu, do you also know that those things yesterday were real? While there were still 2 minutes before the door opened, Toya came to her friend and said in a low voice. Ruby nodded slightly, then looked at her in confusion. Didn't I send you a message? Didn't you see it? Message? What message? Toya was stunned, then turned on the light brain, and saw a new message. This message was received in the early morning of last night, but she had fallen asleep at that time, and she was so excited about the natural plants in the morning that she forgot to check if there were any unread messages. So she naturally missed it. She clicked it, and saw that the content of Ruby's message was very simple, and the key point was one sentence. Silver star grass is a natural plant. Take good care of it. Ruby knew that her flowers and plants were damaged by the dog at home before. But if it was fake, it would be fine. But this is a natural plant. When she thought of the natural plants being damaged by the dog, Ruby felt very distressed, which was why she sent a message to remind her in the middle of the night. However, it seems that although Toya didn't see the message, she also knew that silver star grass was a natural plant. After Toya finished telling her what happened this morning, before Ruby could say anything, she heard the door open. Suemo had expected repeat customers, so she was not particularly surprised when she saw 3 people standing at the door like door gods. She even had time to glance at Toro, whom she met for the first time. When she found the similarities between his face and Toya's, she could already guess his identity. Chapter 349 Star, Eating Apples. Because they knew the details of the things in the store, Ruby and Toya were much more enthusiastic towards Boss Sue than they were yesterday. Boss Sue, I never thought that the things you have here are all real. Ruby said something with emotion that could be said to be the voice of everyone present. That's right. No one would have thought that this could be true. Suemo smiled without saying anything and welcomed the 3 people in. Because it was not the first time for Ruby and Toya to come here, They were relatively familiar with it. When they saw the shells that had been filled, and the full row of thorn cones that seemed to be printed out of molds, they were more surprised than when they found out that these things were natural plants. They thought that even if Boss Sue could supply this kind of goods for a long time, it would take some time to purchase them. Who would have thought that in just one night, not only would all the things be filled, but the number of thorn cones was 3 times more than yesterday. Looking at these 20 juicy thorn cones, it is impossible not to be greedy. However, when she thought of her little treasury, she felt sad. She originally thought that Toro was here, and he could help buy some things. After all, she had no money, but her brother did. However, Toro obviously had no time to care about this at this time. He was obviously more interested in the source of these things. But he also knew that if he asked this question, anyone who was not a fool would definitely not answer. After all, the preciousness of natural plants was well known. But he still had a bit of luck, and was ready to inquire about the source of the things in this store. Hello, Boss Sue. After all, he was asking for help. Toro's attitude was very friendly. Although Suemo had guessed what he wanted to say, she did not have too much resentment. After all, as long as more people found the things in the store in the future, there will definitely be more people with the same questions. Although she didn't want to repeat the answer, this was inevitable. I know what you want to ask, and you know what my answer is. Toro didn't expect that he would be rejected before he even had time to ask the question. Although it was expected, it was inevitable that he still felt a little regretful. Will Boss Sue provide these things in a long-term and stable manner in the future? Toro was still very good at understanding the signs, knowing that he couldn't get any results from asking, so he simply didn't ask, so as not to annoy others. No matter where these things came from, since he dared to take them out, then he must have made some preparations. Without knowing the information of Boss Sue, he must not be offended. After all, the sign on the counter clearly states that if you displease the boss, you may be blacklisted at any time. No one wants to lose the qualification to buy natural plants because of something that can be avoided. Suemo doesn't care whether he really gives up investigating the source of the things, or just pretends to let her relax her vigilance. But so what? Anyway, they will definitely not find anything. It can be provided stably for a long time. If there are more people in the future, we will consider limiting the quantity. The variety of goods in our store is far more than these. Toro's eyes lit up. Boss Sue's words undoubtedly gave him a reassurance. He is different from those people who are greedy for money and power. If they see these things, they will definitely want to take them for themselves, and they will achieve their goals even if they have to do anything. But they are just ordinary people. All they want is a place to buy natural plants, nothing more. If what Boss Sue said is true, then there is no need to ask her whether there are other products in the future, as long as she can provide the Silver Star grass stably for a long time. Then about the price. The price will never change. As he said, Suemo glanced at him. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. Toro took a breath, and then hurriedly explained. No. Boss Sue. You misunderstood. How can this price be expensive? In fact, according to the price of natural plants, even if it is sold for tens of millions, it is normal, and this price of 15,000 is almost the same as giving it away for free. But perhaps it is because the price is really too low, then he feels unreal. I always feel that there is some conspiracy here. It's no wonder he thinks so. There is no such thing as a free lunch. It's normal to be suspicious. If what I said just now offends Boss Sue, please don't mind it. Yeah. She didn't care anyway. After the simple exchange, Toro felt that he didn't get any particularly useful information. The only good news is that Boss Sue doesn't seem to be ambitious, and his current goal seems to be simply to sell things. But it's okay this way. Toya and Ruby didn't know what they talked about. The two good sisters saw that Toro and Boss Sue were chatting happily, so they each bought an apple, and sat on the chairs for customers to rest in the store, and ate it slowly. Although Ruby bought 2 yesterday, she packed them all up and gave them to her grandfather. So she hasn't tasted them yet. Now that she has the chance, she will not miss it. Although Toya said that she had no money, she still had the money to buy an apple. However, after buying this apple, she only had 100 star coins left. The thought of buying a thorn cone to show off was instantly extinguished. Now she could only hope that this legendary fruit from the ancient blue star will not taste too bad, so that she can make up for the regret of not eating the thorn cone today, because it was the first time to eat it. The two of them were a little at a loss when holding the apple. In the end, Ruby searched the ancient books and found out how to eat apples. It was not as complicated as they thought. Just chew it directly. If you are more particular, you can peel it before eating. But they obviously didn't care about this. At a time when natural plants are so precious, eating them with the skin is the least wasteful, so they washed them with a faucet in the store, and then bit into them directly. The crisp taste, the sour and sweet taste, instantly captured the taste buds of the two people. Unlike the sweet and chewy taste of the thorn cone, the taste and texture of apples and thorn cones are completely different, but both are delicious. But perhaps because they have never eaten apples, so with the filter bonus, the two of them always think that apples taste better than thorn cones. Of course, the most important thing is that the apple is very large, the size of an adult's fist, and weighs half a pound. Although the size is similar to that of the thorn cone in appearance, after the thorn cone is peeled off, the size is instantly reduced by 1/3. Chapter 350 StarCraft. If you have money, you can have it all. In terms of quantity alone, the thorn cone cannot compare to an apple. Although it is big, it cannot resist the two people eating it as fast as little squirrels, and only the core in the middle of the apple is left in an instant. If Sumo had not stopped them in time, the two of them would have almost eaten the apple core together. You can't eat the core, it's poisonous. Although you have to eat a lot to be poisoned, the apple core itself is not delicious, bitter and astringent. There is really no need to continue eating, not to mention that there are apples on the shelf. You can buy more if you don't eat enough. Looking at the apple core that has been eaten clean in their hands, the two people feel a little unsatisfied, always wanting to have another one, but after eating, they can't help but burp. Ruby. Toya. Toro didn't expect that while he was trying every way to get information, although he didn't succeed, the other side had already started eating. But he recalled the taste of the thorn cone yesterday, turned his head, and looked at the row of juicy thorn cones on the shelf, and he was a little eager to try it. Toya also noticed her brother's gaze, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, look at so many thorn cones. Let's buy some for Mom and Dad. The two old people may never have eaten S+ quality thorn cones in their lives. Although she said she bought them for Mom and Dad, in fact. Toya was drooling. After all, she was his sister who he had raised for more than 10 years. How could Toro not know what she was thinking? Toro sneered twice, and mercilessly exposed her. If Mom and Dad knew you called them old people, believe it or not, they would buy tickets for the same day and fly back to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Toya immediately became timid, and subconsciously shrank her neck like a quail. Just when Toya thought that she would not get the natural fruit today, and could only find a way to ask her dear parents for some pocket money, a notification sounded from the optical computer. And then Toya saw that her account had added a full 50,000 star coins. Toya. She knew that her brother was not such a cruel person. She finally got her pocket money. The Visi couple. The full name of the brother and sister is Visi Toro. Visi Toya have always been more relaxed in their education of their children. As long as they don't do bad things and don't grow up crooked, they basically don't care. And they never treat them badly in terms of money. It's just that they advocate that boys should be raised freely and girls should be pampered. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, Toya's pocket money is twice that of her brother. But Toya can only get half of her pocket money every time, and the remaining half is in the hands of her brother. This is mainly because the Visi couple knows that their daughter is a person who doesn't calculate or grasp when spending money. So they let Toro, as her brother, manage the money on their behalf. Originally, the 50,000 star coins were to be given to her at the end of the month. But now that such a treasure shop has been discovered, it doesn't matter if it is given in advance, as long as she doesn't buy a bunch of junk and make the house a mess, and spends the money on natural plants. Toro still has no objection. After having the money, Toya started to buy without hesitation. However, before she bought anything, she asked Ruby beside her, Lulu, do you want to buy more? I'll save some for you. If you don't have enough money, I'll lend you some. Ruby, who knew her friend's personality, did not refuse her kindness. She first looked at the money on her, calculated how much she needed to buy, and then said, I want 2 pots of silver star grass, and 10 thorn cones. Lend me 2,000 star coins, and I'll pay you back next week. Ruby's family style is more strict. Although she doesn't treat her badly, she is far less wealthy than Toya in terms of money. She only had more than 9,000 yuan left. If she wanted to buy the things she mentioned, she would need 11,000 star coins. She could borrow 2,000 from Toya to buy them. However, after buying them, she didn't have much money left. However, Ruby didn't spend much money. Apart from the necessary daily expenses eating, traveling, etc., her other expenses every month were almost zero. So she didn't have to worry about not having money. Besides, next week, the prize money for her last competition would be approved. By then, she would have money, and could pay back the money she borrowed from Toya. Okay, Lulu doesn't want apples? She quickly transferred 2,000 star coins to her, and then asked casually. She saw that Ruby liked apples very much. No, just buy it if you like it. Ruby shook her head slightly. The things she bought this time were for her grandfather. She had already said 2 apples yesterday, so she still wanted to send some thorn cones. Of course, the main reason was that she didn't know if Grandpa could eat apples, or if he liked apples, although this possibility was not high. In order to prevent this extremely small possibility, she still chose the more common thorn cones. As for the silver star grass, she was also going to send another pot over, and she also needed to keep another pot for research. If there was a chance, maybe she could bring the silver star grass to the teacher to see. After Ruby bought what she needed, Toya looked at the 3 apples, 10 thorn cones, and 3 pots of silver star grass left on the shelf. She directly played her characteristic of loving to buy and bought, and decisively bought all the things. Choose? Why choose? You only make choices when you have no money, and of course you buy everything when you have money. Just for these 16 items, she spent more than 15,000 star coins, and the 50,000 star coins she just received had not even warmed up yet, and nearly 1/3 of them evaporated. 6 of the 10 thorn cones were mailed to my parents, 2 pots of silver star grass were mailed, and 2 apples were mailed. After buying the things, Toya began to nag and handed all the things that needed to be packed and mailed to the interstellar courier who had just called. These things looked a lot, but because they were all small, they only took up a small courier box after being packed. There were only 2 potted plants, so they were packed separately in special packaging because they were worried that they would crush the plants on top. After paying, the interstellar courier ran away. Toya looked at the remaining 4 thorn cones, an apple, and a pot of silver star grass in her hand, and continued to distribute them. She said she was distributing the fruits, but in fact she only took 2 thorn cones, and gave the rest to Toro. It was simple to understand why they divided the fruits in this way. Each of them took half of the thorn cones. She had eaten the apples, and there was already a pot of silver star grass in her room. Toro looked at the things in his hand, and he felt a rare comfort in his heart. He felt that his silly sister had finally grown up and cared about him. Chapter 351 Star, I Recognize Money. Thanks to Ruby and Toya, Sue Emma once again enjoyed the joy of opening and closing the store. Just when the two were about to leave the store, Toya's light brain suddenly rang like crazy. She frowned, opened it, and saw that the name displayed on it was AC. Although she didn't know what was wrong with this young lady, Toya still answered the phone. The purpose of AC's call was very simple. She wanted to know where the pot of silver star grass that Ruby stuffed into her yesterday was bought from. The moment she heard this, Toya's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She almost forgot about this, since even she could discover the magic of silver star grass. It was not surprising that AC could discover it. Especially, AIC's family has a special small garden. Although there are only a few precious wild flowers in the small garden, the others are fake as a foil. But it doesn't matter, compared with most interstellar people who have never seen natural plants. AIC is a person with extremely abundant experience in getting along with natural plants. Moreover, even if she can't find the problem, as long as the robot at home reports the radiation level, even a fool will know that there is something wrong. Although Toya thinks that AIC should have known that the silver star grass is a natural plant, she does not take her own opinion as the truth. She is still thinking about testing AIC's attitude. What if she doesn't know? Wouldn't it be stupid if she admitted it directly? You don't dislike it because it is a fake plant. Why should I tell you where I bought it? Toya's tone deliberately carried a hint of disdain. If it were normal times, AIC would definitely be furious. But now that she knows the preciousness of the silver star grass, she naturally doesn't bother to care about it. Yes, AIC already knew that the silver star grass was a natural plant. As for how she knew it, actually, it was very simple. After she brought it home, she found that the silver star grass was very similar to the natural plant, so she wanted to analyze what material it was made of. However, this result, God knows that she was just curious about what material could be simulated to this extent, but when the inspection result told her that this was a pot of real natural plants, she was shocked. As the owner of natural plants, she knew how much they cherished natural plants, so she was no less shocked than Ruby and Toya. She was not shocked by the existence of natural plants, but that these two people bought this natural plant for only 1,500 star coins. Don't pretend, I know this is a natural plant. Even if you don't tell me, I can still find this store by checking what store you two visited yesterday. It's just that this is more troublesome. And AIC doesn't like to do this. Since she had said it to this point, Toya had no need to keep it a secret any longer. But she was not prepared to tell AIC the address so easily. So after the two of them bickered like elementary school kids for 5 minutes, the call was finally hung up. Toya stopped walking out and turned around to see Boss Sue, who was about to close the door. Boss Sue. You just opened the door not long ago. Right. Sue Mo nodded. Yes, it's only been open for less than half an hour. Toya was a little confused. Just closed? Don't worry about how Boss Sue felt when he heard this, anyway. Toro was speechless by his silly sister. Everything is sold out. Of course we're closing the store. Sue Mo nodded in agreement. Toya finally came to her senses. And then she remembered that she was one of the people who cleared out most of the goods in the store. Toya. It's all AIC's fault. Why did you look for her for no reason? It took me a long time to react. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Toya still mentioned AIC. Boss Sue. I might bring someone to buy things tomorrow. It shouldn't matter. Right? It doesn't matter. I recognize money. As long as they can pay. And they are not on the blacklist. And they don't violate the rules of the store. She doesn't care who comes to buy things. What she said was really simple and rough. Not at all pretentious. And she showed the inner desire of a store owner to make money very vividly. But others said they recognized money. Toya believed it. But Boss Sue said she recognized money. They didn't say they didn't believe it. But they always felt that there was something strange. Would someone who cares about money give money to others? Although natural plants are not money, they are much more valuable than money. They couldn't figure this out, so they simply gave up thinking about it. They were about to close the shop, and it was not good for them to stay here any longer, so the two siblings left quickly. On the other hand, AC, who learned that she could only buy the silver star grass tomorrow, was a little disappointed, but she was not stupid. This is a natural plant. It's a good thing. She is lucky to be able to buy it, and it's at such a low price. Tomorrow is tomorrow. It doesn't matter. But she is very curious about what kind of person can get the natural plants, and then sell them at such a low price. Speaking of which, although Miss AIC has a bad temper, she still has brains. Although she knew that the silver star grass was a natural plant, she did not reveal any information to others. Not even her closest parents and elders. In her opinion, this treasure shop was discovered by Ruby and Toya. If she told her parents at this time, let alone what her mother would do. Her father was now competing for a key position, and countless eyes were staring at him. Any movement might attract other people's attention. If she had not been sent here since she was a child, many people would not know her existence. Otherwise her situation would become as difficult as her father's. If other people discovered this shop earlier, the consequence would be nothing more than being occupied and taken over by themselves. Of course, there is a possibility that this shop can be preserved, but it is very small. Because this possibility requires the background of this shop to be strong enough. Strong enough to resist all royal families and dignitaries. Even if this shop is just opened by an ordinary royal family or dignitary, it is useless. Because it is impossible for someone to let natural plants be controlled by an individual, unless that person is oneself. Since it is impossible to be owned by an individual, then it can only be owned by the public. But the public here is only the public resources of the upper class, which has nothing to do with ordinary people. Although I don't know why. AIC always feels that she can't say it, and it's not appropriate to say it. At least not now. Anyway, whether she says it or not, it won't affect her having more natural plants tomorrow. It doesn't matter if her father and mother can't buy them. Anyway, they don't like natural plants. But they are far less beautiful than the silver star grass. Chapter 352 Interstellar, Leafy Tufts. Congratulations to the host. Today's store revenue, 28,500 interstellar coins. Because everything was sold out today, the revenue has also increased greatly. It's just that this revenue looks high, but it's not enough. After all, the cost of upgrading a technology tree is in the tens of thousands, especially the more times you upgrade, the more expensive it is. For example, Sue Mo has upgraded edible fruit and flower plants. The former originally cost 7,000, but now it costs 15,000, and the latter originally cost her 10,000, but now it costs 20,000. This is almost doubling. It is conceivable that, as the level increases, the cost of upgrading the technology tree later is a huge expense. This is just two of the branches. SUMO has more branches that have not been unlocked. Today's income plus the remaining funds from yesterday, a total of 32,100 interstellar coins. SUMO hesitated for a while between upgrading and waiting, finally did some calculations, and chose to upgrade the flower and plant category again. Confirmed to upgrade the flower and plant branch, 20,000 interstellar coins have been deducted. Currently 12,100 interstellar coins are left. After the upgrade, the number 1 in the lower right corner of the flower and plant branch changed to 2, which proves that the category has been upgraded twice. And the cost of upgrading to level 3 has also increased from 20,000 to 50,000. It's said to be doubled, but in fact it's more than doubled. This time, SUMO chose to unlock a flower called Leafy Tufts. Since we are talking about flowers and plants, of course there should be flowers and plants. Leafy Tufts purchase price, 2,000 star coin/pot. Selling price, 5,000 star coin/pot. Introduction. A flower that looks like countless fluffy balls may be very popular with cats. Leafy Tufts like warm environments, love to enjoy the sun, and do not need much water. They can grow well. After unlocking the Leafy Tufts, 5 pots of similar appearance appeared in front of SUMO. Each pot is covered with fluffy tufts, which are fluffy balls surrounded by countless small flowers the size of a fingernail, and the colors are also varied, but they are not gaudy or ugly at all, but are unique. After all, they are natural plants, and they are much more pleasing to the eye than imitation synthetic plants. As long as you touch each tuft with your hand, you can feel the softness of your fingers sinking into cotton. Not only that, tufts are relatively sensitive flowers. As long as they are touched, the small flowers that make up the tough balls at the top will tremble and close their petals, until no one touches them. They will slowly open. This is similar to a plant called mimosa that SUMO had seen before, except that one is a flower and the other is a grass. After unlocking new products, SUMO used the remaining star coins to buy 10 apples, 20 thorn cones, and 5 pots of silver star grass. These things cost a total of 10,500 interstellar coins, and SUMO only had 1,600 star coins left in his pocket. Apples and thorn cones are food and fruits, so they are placed closer, in the middle. Silver star grass and multi-leaf tufts are placed on the shelves near the door. Because the wall is made of transparent material, people outside can see these delicate and beautiful flowers and plants even if they don't enter the store. From a certain perspective, it can also attract people's attention, although SUMO thinks it is useless. After all, although the new shopping street was lively at the beginning, it was also because many new stores opened and held many activities, which attracted so many customers. Now in the past few days, the activities have long ended, except for a few older chain stores that are doing okay business. Other stores are deserted. Especially the location of the grocery store is not good. The end of the street is the least visited location, and there are almost no people who can walk from the beginning to the end like Ruby and Toya. What's more, with the development of technology these days, most people don't like shopping, and they only need to go to the Star Network to buy things. Moreover, robots in the interstellar space are already popular. Delivery and other things are done by robots. The speed is fast and stable, and there will be no mistakes. The delivery fee is also very cheap. In this way, SUMO was lucky to run into 2 customers a few days before the store opened. In other words, the interstellar plane is not very suitable for opening a physical store. If she could open a store on the interstellar network, just like Taobao before, then she doesn't have to worry about no one coming to shop and no one buying things. Although opening a store on the interstellar network is not troublesome, it also requires relevant personal information documents. However, this kind of thing, SUMO has none of them. After all, she is now almost like an illegal resident, and her personal information does not exist in the interstellar database at all. But it's not a difficult task. You just need San to forge an identity. San, can you forge an interstellar identity? San shook his head. Not for now. If not for now, then you can do it later. What does the host need an identity for? Is there anything San can help with? San didn't think the host was just talking about it casually, so it was quite concerned, thinking about the feasibility of opening a store on the Star Network. In fact, She was not only thinking about the feasibility, she was already thinking about how to use the system to hack into the interstellar database to get herself an identity. It's just that she didn't need to do this for the time being, and she also felt that she didn't seem to need to do this. Although opening a store on the Star Network was something she had to do later. After all, those people could affect her business in real life, but they couldn't affect her opening a store on the Star Network. The Star Network store was open to the entire Star Network. Everyone could buy it as long as they saw it, so she wouldn't be constrained by space. But things haven't developed to that point yet. Offline stores can still be opened, and it's necessary to open them. San had no idea that in just a short while, his host had already thought of so many things. It shook its head happily and said, "Hey, the host doesn't need to worry about this. Upgrading the technology tree a few more levels can perfectly solve this problem." This sentence translates to after the technology tree is upgraded to a certain level, the permission of the Star Network store will be unlocked. Suemo naturally understood the meaning of this sentence, but she didn't know how many levels she needed to upgrade to unlock this permission. But this is not important. According to San, the level requirement for unlocking the permission should be within level 10. Otherwise it would not say it so easily. That's good. Since the system took care of the Star Network store, she didn't have to worry about it, and just needed to concentrate on upgrading. Chapter 353 Interstellar, Sleepiness. "Ding master, you have a new package, please check it." The housekeeper heard the noise outside the door, and hurriedly opened the door to receive the package. The old man had been talking about his granddaughter's gift for him yesterday, but he didn't get anything after waiting for 2 days, which made the old man feel very sorry. Auntie was not in good health, and he couldn't sleep for several days because of the gift. Now the things are finally delivered, the old man can finally sleep well. The housekeeper sighed, and when he was ready to sign for it, the robot sounded the prompt tone of the signatory does not match. "Ding! This express is a private expedited item, only the person can sign for it, and it cannot be collected on behalf of others. If the person is not here, the robot number 123 will notify the sender to handle it." Under normal circumstances, Interstellar Express is divided into 3 types. One is ordinary, one is private, and one is expedited. Expedited delivery is easy to understand. It is nothing more than spending money to buy time, so that the courier can give priority to expedited delivery. As for ordinary delivery, it can be collected on behalf of others, as long as the person signing for it is authorized by the recipient. But private delivery is different. Private delivery is a kind of delivery with extremely strong confidentiality. This kind of delivery can only be signed by the person in person. Not only that, the things in private delivery are generally more important. It is not enough to just sign your name. Fingerprint and face recognition are also required, mainly to ensure that the things are delivered to the person in person. The housekeeper had no choice but to take the robot to the study on the 2nd floor. At this time, Mr. Auntie should be practicing calligraphy in the study. After knocking on the door and explaining the reason, the door of the study opened, and an energetic old man walked out. "The recipient's location has been detected. Please check it." After the items were signed, the housekeeper sent the robot out again, and did not forget to close the door before leaving. After that, Mr. Ant was left alone in the study to check the gift of his beloved granddaughter. The express delivery was divided into 2 pieces, one smaller and one larger. Whether it was large or small, the weight was very light. This made the old man even more curious about what Ruby had sent him. He opened the small package first, and saw 2 round, fruit-like things inside. The skin of one of the fruits seemed to be cut off artificially, because it was well preserved. The exposed flesh was not oxidized. The bright red fruit exuded a rich aroma. Although the old man didn't know what it was, he still thought it was very tempting, and he had an impulse to eat it. The white wolf lying on the ground was also quite excited. The old wolf, who didn't like to move much, seemed to smell something. He got up and walked slowly and gracefully to the old man. Ah, if it were normal, the old man would definitely tease his contracted beast. But now all his attention was attracted by the 2 reports in the package. One was a material composition report, and the other was a nutritional composition analysis report. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the contents of the report seriously, and the shock in his heart deepened little by little. Although Ruby did not leave any other information, just these 2 pieces of paper were enough. "This is natural fruit. No wonder you, old man, want to eat it too." The old man smiled, and then reached out to pat the back of the white wolf beside him. The white wolf roared again, staring at the 2 apples with undisguised desire. But you can't eat them yet. I have to wash them. As he said that, he walked into the bathroom with 2 apples in each hand. Originally, this kind of thing only needed to be handed over to the servants. But because the old man did not want others to know the existence of the apples, he decided to do it himself. Anyway, washing an apple is not that difficult. Even during the time of washing the apples, the white wolf shook his fur and followed him into the bathroom. The old man was not paying attention, and he was almost tripped by the wolf when he turned around. Hey, you can't wait even for this moment? The old man was both angry and amused, and then he decisively threw the defective apple with a hole in front of him. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the white wolf is old, but its reaction speed is still as fast as it was back then. Following the parabola, the white wolf opened its mouth and waited at the end of the landing. The bright red apple fell right into its mouth, as if the old man had thrown it at it on purpose. The white wolf bit the apple smoothly, and didn't care that the apple was defective, and lowered his head and started to eat it directly. The old man had just finished the treatment of mania 2 days ago, and he had no appetite at all, but seeing his old friend chewing an unknown fruit with relish, his appetite also improved to a certain extent. Is it really that delicious? The white wolf paused, staring at the apple in his hand with his eyes openly, looking like if you don't eat it, I will. Old Man Ant would naturally not give him the remaining apple, so he opened his mouth and took a bite. 5 minutes later, the man and the wolf looked at the apple core on their hands' paws and fell into deep thought. Especially Old Man Ant. If he hadn't received a message from Ruby reminding him that the apple core couldn't be eaten, he might have really resisted chewing it together. The first package had been opened, and the second package was next. With the previous package as a prelude, Old Man Ant was already full of interest in the second package. And not only him, the white wolf was also particularly interested in the food in the second package. Unfortunately, the package did not contain food, but a potted plant whose name could not be told. Similarly, in addition to the potted plant, there was also a gas analysis report in the package. In comparison, this report is far less detailed than the previous 2 reports. Because Ruby's equipment is not very sufficient, so all she can do is analyze the gas composition. If it weren't for Boss Su saying that the scent of Silverstar grass has the effect of calming the mind and regulating sleep, Ruby probably wouldn't have thought of analyzing the smell of Silverstar grass. This is a natural plant. The old man was shocked at first, and then quickly put away the emotions on his face. Although Silverstar grass cannot be eaten, the smell it emits is loved by any animal. So the white wolf did not leave to rest, but walked a few steps to the potted plant, lowered his head, and sniffed it gently. It makes me feel sleepy. Very comfortable. Listening to the words of his old partner, the old man felt a little complicated, and his fingers couldn't help but touch the white flowers gently. Chapter 354 Star. Finally I can have a good rest. Because of mania, the old man has not had a good sleep for a long time. It's not just him, the white wolf, who is a contracted beast, is also the same. So when the old man heard the white wolf say that he was sleepy, he felt a lot more relaxed. You can finally have a good rest. You too. The white wolf yawned, and didn't continue talking. It rarely showed its gentle side, leaning down and rubbing the branches of the Silverstar grass, and then returned to the small nest dedicated to contracted beasts to rest. After lying on the cushion, it subconsciously looked up at the snow-white star flowers, and then closed its eyes with a pair of dark green animal eyes. Watching the white wolf resting peacefully, the old man didn't know what he thought of, and he picked up and put down the light computer in his hand. There are too many people who suffer from mania due to radiation like him. A large part of them are soldiers, and even his comrades in arms. If possible, he hoped that there would be more Silverstar grass. More, not to mention curing mania, but at least allowing them to sleep peacefully. But he also knew the rarity of natural plants, although he didn't know where Ruby got these 2 things from. But Mr. Ant thought that these 2 things must have been hard-won, and that she was able to get such a good pot for him, which was enough to show her filial piety. As an elder, there was no need to embarrass her because of such things. But even if he thought so, he was a little unwilling to give up. After all, after so many years of hard work, it has almost become a conclusion that natural plants are the only treatment for mania. But where can they find such precious natural plants? Now that they have a clue, how could he give up? After thinking it over, the old man turned on the light brain, first transferred a sum of money to Ruby for her to spend as she pleases, and then prepared to ask about the Silverstar grass and apples. Of course, the main thing is to ask if there is a way to get more Silverstar grass. The smell of this silver star grass is indeed quite good, and the effect of regulating sleep seems to be quite deceptive, but it actually works. Didn't you see that a white wolf is sleeping soundly in that den, not long after the old man sent the message? He received a call. After the call was connected, Ruby's soft voice came from the other side. Grandpa, are you doing well recently? Are apples delicious? Yes. Yes, very good. This apple tastes really good. White Wolf likes it too. Although the grandfather and grandson chatted not very often, they would chat for a long time every time. Ruby would first ask about the old man's situation, and then talk about some trivial things that happened around her. But this time, the call was obviously a new topic because of the package that had just arrived. Grandpa, what do you think of the silver star grass? In fact, Ruby could guess the answer without asking. Grandpa must like the silver star grass very much, otherwise he would not ask her about this matter. When Grandpa retired, he was also allocated a few pots of natural plants, but most of them were scattered weeds, and all of them added up could not compare with the whole plant of vibrant silver star grass. But even these inconspicuous weeds, if put outside, would cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan. Many people waved their money, but they couldn't buy it. Later, they didn't know whether it was due to improper planting or too much radiation. But all the pots of wild grass withered. After that, the old man never brought natural plants again. It's not that he didn't want to give them, but he didn't want them. In his opinion, he was an old man, and the pain and torture caused by mania were almost commonplace. Instead of wasting these natural plants on himself, it would be better to give them to the young soldiers. Silver star grass is very good. White Wolf is still sleeping soundly after smelling it. The old man's seemingly casual words made Ruby capture other information. Although the fragrance of silver star grass can help you sleep, this effect is not so strong that you fall asleep as soon as you smell it. Otherwise, it would not help you sleep, but be a drug incense. Only the more sleep-deprived creatures are, the greater the impact of silver star grass on them will be. It is conceivable that the White Wolf and his grandfather, who is the White Wolf's contract master, must not have had a good rest during this period. What he said before was just to reassure himself. But Ruby did not expose it. She only said that she bought 2 more pots of silver star grass, and had mailed them to her grandfather, and he should receive them in 2 days. She originally planned to keep 1 pot of the 2 pots of silver star grass for herself, but since her grandfather asked about it, Ruby simply sent them all. Anyway, Ba Su's store is nearby, and she can buy it anytime she wants. In addition to the silver star grass, there are some thorn cones in it. If you like it, I will buy some more and send them to you. The more the old man listened, the more moved he was. Besides being moved, there was also endless regret in his heart. If it weren't for those things, he wouldn't have watched them send such a good child to such a distant planet. Isn't this better than those juniors, who only know how to be like flies around him all day? If it weren't for knowing that Ruby is living a good life now, and even has the opportunity to come into contact with natural plants and fruits, otherwise, the old man really wants to bring her back. Okay. Lulu is still the most sensible. Grandpa transferred money to you, you must accept it. If it's not enough, tell Grandpa. Your parents. Halfway through the words, the old man wanted to hit himself, and the other end of the phone was quiet instantly. Why did he say something wrong again? He sighed and changed the subject. Lulu wants to come back. Tell Grandpa. You are alone there. And Grandpa is worried. Ruby smiled indifferently. She is not as fragile as Grandpa imagined. She didn't care about those things a long time ago. Go back? Why would she go back? She has good friends here, a teacher who cares about her, and her studies are not yet completed. Not only that, there is also a mysterious shop waiting for her to explore. If she really chooses to leave, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Grandpa, don't worry. You see, I can buy these things. What else can I do wrong? Although the old man was worried, but after hearing her say this, he didn't think it was a problem. But Ruby's words made him discover a problem. These natural plants and fruits were actually bought by her? How much did it cost? She is a little girl, living alone outside, relying on herself for everything. Where did she get so much money to buy these things? Chapter 355 Star. Actors of the Cold Joke Theater. Lulu, tell me the truth. Where did you get the money to buy natural plants? The old man was quite clear about how much money Ruby had. Although those 2 people would give her money every month, it was definitely not much, let alone enough to buy natural plants and natural fruits, and such good natural plants and natural fruits. The old man was not ignorant of the value of goods. Just the things in this package, the value could definitely exceed 1 million. He originally thought that Ruby had some adventure, and accidentally discovered these natural plants. After all, she majored in plants. It was not surprising that she had related experience, and she had shared photos of natural plants with him before. But he never thought that all these were bought by Ruby herself. Where could she get 1 million? I'm afraid that since she was sent to that planet, she might not be able to save all the money even if she didn't eat or drink. The worry in the old man's words was obvious, and Ruby knew that he must have misunderstood. Grandpa, don't worry. These things are very cheap. If Ruby hadn't actually met Boss Sue and gone to the store to buy things, she wouldn't have believed what he said. How could natural plants be cheap? Besides, this can no longer be described as cheap. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a discount sale. As expected, the old man didn't believe what Ruby said. And not only did he not believe it, but he became more worried. Fortunately, Ruby reacted quickly and explained the matter in time. When he heard that this pot of silver star grass only cost 1,500 star coins, the old man was stunned. 1,500 star coins? Isn't this really 2 zeros less? Ruby also knew that she had never experienced this kind of thing in person, and it was too unreliable to hear it from others. So she didn't explain too much. Explaining too much would make the old man think too much. Until the phone was hung up. The old man couldn't recover from the huge shock of information. He sat alone in the chair for a long time. And it was not until the housekeeper knocked on the door and said that the doctor was here that he got rid of his thoughts from his wild thoughts. Although this sounded too outrageous, he felt that he seemed to have no other way except to believe Ruby. After all, the preciousness of natural plants meant that this could not be a trap. No one would use natural plants to do any conspiracy just to target a young girl who had just reached adulthood. Besides, Ruby herself was smart, and the old man didn't want to believe that she would do anything wrong for this. Because he had a manic attack a few days ago, the doctor came to check him almost every day these days, and the old man took medicine 3 times a day. But no matter how much medicine he took, it was useless. If he didn't want to listen to the doctor's nagging, the old man didn't even want to take these pills. Not only did they taste bad, but they made him sleepy. But he couldn't sleep even though he was sleepy, which was really torture. Master, Dr. Lin is here. Let him wait a moment. The old man thought about it, and decided to take the silver star grass with him. Under normal circumstances, the white wolf would also go for a checkup, but he saw that it was sleeping so comfortably, and he couldn't bear to disturb it. Being able to sleep peacefully is something that many beast warriors and contracted beasts with mania long for. The examination can be done at any time, but sleeping is not possible at any time. So after waiting for a while, Dr. Lin saw a man walking in with a potted plant in his hand. Strangely, the contracted beast that was supposed to come with him was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Ant, good afternoon. Where is our mighty white wolf king warrior? The old man has long been accustomed to the name of mighty white wolf king warrior, which is like a middle school student's disease, so there is no extra emotion on his face. It fell asleep. Although the tone was flat, Dr. Lin still heard a trace of excitement from it. Usually, the behavior of the contracted beast reflects the truest feelings and thoughts of the contract owner. In other words, since the white wolf can sleep, then Mr. Ant must be able to sleep too. Although this is indeed something worth celebrating, Dr. Lin always feels that something is a little strange. Could it be that the medicine works this time? Oh, God. It seems that I will soon become the most powerful doctor in the entire galaxy. I actually made a medicine that can treat insomnia after mania. The old man looked at him with disdain, and then ruthlessly interrupted his self-flattering behavior. It's not because of the medicine. I haven't taken it today. I was going to take it, but I forgot to eat the apple. The old man would never admit that he deliberately forgot to take the medicine in order not to take it. Mr. Ant, whether it is not following the doctor's advice or cruelly breaking a doctor's beautiful dream, it is wrong. Dr. Lin did not care about the old man's ridicule. He pushed his glasses and said his mistakes seriously. Where did the military find such talents? Such people should not be doctors, but actors in cold joke theaters. Fortunately, although Dr. Lin's brain circuits and logic of speaking are sometimes a bit strange, he still has the basic qualities of this profession. He naturally knew that this could not be the credit of the medicine he prescribed. Otherwise it would have taken effect long ago. Put away the nonsense just now. Maybe Mr. Ant can tell me what happened today. Seeing that he finally became serious, The old man simply told him about how Buying felt sleepy and fell asleep after eating an apple today and smelling the fragrance of silver star grass. Because it involves natural plants and natural fruits. And they are varieties that have never appeared on the market. The topic seems a bit serious. In order to protect Ruby, the old man did not say that these were sent by her, but only said that they were fruits and plants that he got by accident. Although Dr. Lin saw that he was hiding something, the source of the things did not affect the condition. He was just a doctor, not an intelligence agent, so he did not ask about this aspect. The old man was also quite satisfied with his understanding. After asking a few simple questions about physical feelings, Dr. Lin took out the instrument for examination. The results of the examination did not change much compared with the previous ones. That is, neither the apple nor the silver star grass had any effect on the body. The white wolf slept only because of the fragrance, not because the fragrance affected a certain part of the body, which then caused them to feel sleepy. But the data of this examination was not accurate. After all, the old man only ate an apple, and the silver star grass was only brought in for 1 day. Chapter 356 Interstellar, Set a Flag. If you want to know whether these two things will have an impact on mania, whether it is suppression, relief or cure, this requires the old man to have a longer contact with the silver star grass. Although there are natural plants in the interstellar at present, but those natural plants, except for absorbing radiation, have no obvious effects on the human body. This silver star grass is the first plant he has ever seen that can affect sleep, and perhaps the first plant that can affect the human body. The importance of this can be imagined. If someone else knew about this, they would definitely take it for themselves. The greedy ones would sell it for money, and the ambitious ones could use it to do something. It's a pity that the only two people who know the truth in the room at present are, one is unwilling to say anything about it in order to protect the source of the silver star grass, and the other is a professional doctor who is also a little sick in the brain. Dr. Lin is devoted to medicine, and his mind is full of thoughts about how to use the silver star grass for research. It would be best if the smell of the silver star grass could be extracted separately and used for other humans affected by insomnia after mania. He only thought so. But he never considered using it to make any profit, gain any power or wealth. Perhaps it was because of this that the old man was relieved to tell him about the silver star grass. Today's examination took a lot longer than usual. So long that the housekeeper was a little worried. He then saw Dr. Lin push open the door and walk out. Dr. Lin, how is our master's health? The housekeeper saw that only one person came out of the room, and this time the examination took so long, he couldn't help but feel a little worried, so his tone was obviously anxious. Dr. Lin pushed his glasses, looking calm and composed, which calmed the housekeeper down. Mr. Ant is resting, don't let anyone disturb him, I will come again tomorrow. He usually came for an examination every 3 days before, and he had already finished the examination today, so it was impossible for him to come for another examination tomorrow. The main reason was that the old man really didn't agree to let him take the silver star grass away, otherwise he wouldn't have to come tomorrow. He didn't bring all the instruments today, so he couldn't take the samples back, so he could only wait until he had everything, and come again tomorrow. The housekeeper widened his eyes, with an obvious look of disbelief on his face. Rest means falling asleep? He had seen how long his master hadn't slept well. Now that he had finally fallen asleep, the housekeeper naturally wouldn't let anyone disturb him. After sending Dr. Lin away, he decisively turned off all the devices in the villa that could make sounds, and muted those that couldn't be turned off, and the robots also went into hibernation. Instantly, the whole villa fell into silence. Ruby, who didn't know that the silver star grass she had given away was surprisingly effective, was chatting with Toya at this time. As the two chatted, Toya mentioned that she would take AIC to Boss Su to buy natural plants tomorrow. She already knows that the silver star grass is a natural plant. As she said that, Toya sighed with some sadness. Although Boss Su's shop is inconspicuous now. As a real interstellar person, Toya knows clearly that Boss Su's shop has unlimited potential, and is the best in the entire galaxy. Because there is no other shop that can offer so many natural plants and natural fruits. There is no other shop that can sell natural plants and natural fruits at such a popular price. There is no other shop that can offer things that belong to Earth. If an ordinary shop can achieve any one of these, it will be popular in the entire galaxy. But there is no shop in the entire galaxy that meets even one of the above requirements. Boss Su's shop has all three conditions at the same time. If it is not popular, who will be popular? How could there be a second shop that surpasses it? It is impossible. The two of them can only buy these things now, while the shop has not been discovered by others. If any news spreads in the future, they will not even see a leaf of natural plants in the future. The enthusiasm of interstellar people for natural plants will definitely make the shop empty every day. Ace also knows? Ruby was a little surprised at first, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. I gave her the pot of silver star grass I had before. Besides, AIC herself often comes into contact with natural plants. She must have several pots at home, so it's not surprising that she can recognize it. As for why AIC wants to spend money to buy natural plants when she has them at home, star people will never dislike having too many natural plants. They will only want more. What's more? It's so cheap, it's almost the same price as giving it away for free. It's normal for her to know. By the way, Boss Sue seems to hope that more customers can patronize the store. Huh? Why do you say that? Toya didn't think so. If Boss Sue wants to have customers, it's such a simple thing. For other people, running a store well is a difficult thing. But for Boss Sue it's very simple. Just because the products in her hands are what everyone wants. She only needs to go to the Natural Plant Research Institute for an appraisal, and then hang it in the store, and send the photos to the Star Network, and she can easily have millions of customers. No, if Boss Sue really does that, then what will greet her is not millions of customers, but closing the store. Ruby felt that what she just said was not accurate. Boss Sue does not want more customers, but to have more customers without attracting the attention of certain people. Toya was silent for a while. She had to admit that. She felt that Ruby was right. Let's not talk about whether Boss Sue really wants to have customers, but she certainly can't actively promote it, otherwise the consequence will be what Ruby said. But this is not something we need to worry about. We can think of things, and Boss Sue can definitely think of them. That's right. To put it more ruthlessly, the store is not theirs anyway. Why should they worry about it? If the store really closed, at most they would just return to their original lives. But after enjoying the low radiation environment brought by natural plants, and tasting the deliciousness of high-quality natural fruits, they would always feel very sorry when they thought that they would not be able to buy these things in the future. The more Toya thought about it, the worse she felt. In the end, she could only comfort herself that Boss Sue's store was located in a remote area, so it should not be so easy to be discovered. Chapter 357 Star Live Broadcast. From a certain perspective, Toya's idea is not a problem. Boss Sue's store is indeed not so easy to be discovered by the public. But there are exceptions and accidents to everything. Coincidentally, Sue Mo just ran into an accident. On the afternoon when she just unlocked the new flower, an uninvited guest came to the store, and then set his sights on the grocery store. Hey, you just don't believe it. I've said it. There must be a store here. Look, is there a... Jia held up the light brain with one hand to shoot the scene behind him, while watching the barrage of comments flying across the screen, capturing the audience's language information. There are actually idiots who open a store at the end of the street? Isn't it because they have too much money to burn? You know what? The one on the left of the anchor should be the last store on the new shopping street. Right? The exterior decoration is well done, but I don't know what it's like inside, and what they sell. What else can you sell, these days? Everyone is selling synthetic fruits. The more advanced ones are synthetic plants that can simulate the habits of natural plants. These are sold everywhere. I am tired of seeing them. By the way, the host's optical computer has really good pixels. Even the decorations at the door of the store can be seen clearly. The green vines are really beautiful. They look like the real thing. The host. Go ask the boss where the vines were customized. I also want to buy some to put at home. If you find out, I will send you 5 bouquets. The bouquet is a gift on the live broadcast platform where Jia is located. It is worth 100 star coins. According to the 50-50 split, Jia can get 50 star coins for 1 bouquet, and 250 star coins for 5 bouquets. Just asking a question can earn you 250 star coins. Although the numbers sound a bit ugly, Jia doesn't mind. Boss, you have to keep your word, Jia said with a smile. He just noticed that the door of this store was closed, and it was not open for business. If you want to ask a question, you have to knock on the door and call the store owner. If the boss has a good temper, it's okay. If he encounters a bad temper, he will suffer in vain. I will send it to you if you ask it. Okay. I will go if the boss says so. Jia is not worried that the audience will not keep their word, because he noticed that the color of the bullet screen is purple. In this live broadcast platform, the colors of the bullet screen are divided into 6 types: white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. White represents the audience whose total consumption on the live broadcast platform is less than 100. As long as the consumption exceeds 100, it will turn green. The requirement for purple bullet screens is that the monthly consumption reaches more than 50,000. Note, it is monthly consumption within the past 30 days, not total consumption. A viewer who can spend 50,000 star coins on gifts in a month is obviously not short of money. This big boss basically means what he says, and he always keeps his word, and there is no such thing as a broken promise. With the temptation of money, Jia is obviously more motivated. He tidied his clothes, tidied his hair, and then put the light brain on his hand to hide what he was doing on the live broadcast. The camera of the bracelet is facing the direction of the store. As he approached, everyone in the live broadcast room gradually saw the appearance of the store. Although the store had a glass window outside, it was closed inside because of the curtains, so the inside could not be seen. Before Jia knocked on the door, he took a closer look at the vines wrapped around the pillars. Before he could say anything, the barrage of comments exploded again. I thought the vines looked real because they were far away, and they would be exposed if I got closer. I didn't expect them to be so real if I looked closer. This simulation technology is simply amazing. I opened my eyes wide and looked at it. You told me it was fake? Huh? It's fake? I suspect I'm the fake one. I've never seen such a real imitation plant. Popular science, this plant is called the green snake vine, and it likes to grow by clinging to other objects. Don't popularize science. You are talking as if everyone can touch the real thing. Does the host know what material this imitation is made of? At this time, Jia couldn't help but be attracted by the green snake vine at the door. He rarely catered to the audience and spoke, but couldn't help but reach out to touch the emerald green vine. The moment his fingers touched the vine, he felt a slight coolness and smoothness, and the feeling under his fingertips was something he had never felt before. To say that for the live broadcast, Jia also learned a lot of strange knowledge, including the synthetic fruits and imitation plants that have been popular recently. In order to attract viewers, he even made a video of guessing the material with eyes blindfolded to attract traffic. The main content of the video is that he covered his eyes with a cloth, touched the synthetic fruits and imitation plants bought on the market with his hands, and then guessed what materials these things were made of. Although he was not always right, there was definitely some editing involved, but he could definitely say that he knew all the materials for all the synthetic items on the market, but today he hit a wall. He really didn't recognize the material of this thing. There were quite a few viewers asking this question on the barrage, but Jia couldn't answer it. This was not a recorded broadcast, it was a live broadcast. There was no way to edit it. If he was right, it would be fine, but if he was wrong, it would be a big joke. The video of guessing things with eyes blindfolded is still on his homepage. In order to change the subject, Jia coughed dryly, pretending to knock on the door. The store door is closed. I don't know if the boss is at home. Seeing that the anchor was already preparing to look for the boss, the barrage also quieted down for a while. Jia breathed a sigh of relief, then saw the golden bell hanging at the door. He reached out and shook it, and a crisp bell rang. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. There was no sign of the store door opening, and the curtains inside the store were still tightly closed. Jia was a little unwilling, and someone in the barrage urged him, so he rang the bell several times. At the same time, Suemo, who was originally busy with his own things, also heard the bell from outside. At the same time, he received a reminder from San. Host, there is a man outside the store, and he is ringing the bell. San glanced outside and continued, this man is broadcasting live, and he just touched the green snake vine at the door. Live broadcast? Suemo paused. Did he find that the vine is a natural plant? No. He and the audience think it is a replica. But he did ring the bell for the vine. I found his live broadcast room and took a look. This person came because a viewer wanted to know where the host bought the vine decoration at the door. As long as he asked, the audience would give him gifts. Chapter 358 StarCraft, not for sale. After waiting at the door for 5 minutes without any response, Jia was already a little impatient. But the boss who wanted to give him gifts had already given him gifts and asked him to wait. Jia's impatience disappeared instantly. Thank you for the 5 bouquets. After standing for only 5 minutes, he got a gift worth 500 yuan. Only a fool would be unwilling to do such a good thing. Not to mention 5 minutes, as long as there are gifts, he would be willing to stand for 5 hours. As a person, you should be more realistic. Eating is the most important thing. Since the boss likes the decoration at the door so much, then wait a little longer. Jia Yi felt that waiting like this was not a solution, so after ringing the bell for the third time, he was ready to shout at the top of his voice. I don't know if it was Jia Yi's illusion, he seemed to hear footsteps coming from the store, and he was happy to think that his shouting had successfully called the store owner. Is the boss here? Excuse me. I just want to ask a question. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened as if it was voice activated. If Jia Yi hadn't reacted quickly and held the wall with his hand, he would have almost stumbled and fallen in. What's the matter? A cold female voice came into his ears. Although Jia Yi hadn't looked up to see what the boss looked like, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he knew it was a woman. After all, in everyone's opinion, women are always easier to talk to than men. Jia Yi took back his hand holding the wall, raised his head with a smile on his face, and when he saw the woman in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. It's a pity that now is not the time. Otherwise Jia Yi would definitely appreciate the beauty, and then boost the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. You are the owner of this store, right? Yes. Suemo felt that the man in front of her was just talking nonsense. If she didn't need him, she wouldn't have come out here. Jia Yi also knew that he seemed to have asked a stupid question. He laughed dryly, and without wasting time, pointed to the vines at the door, and got straight to the point. I'm really sorry to bother you, boss. I really saw that the vine decoration outside was so beautiful, so I wanted to ask which store it was customized from. He had already said the purpose of his visit, so when Suemo heard this, she knew he was lying. But Jia Yi disguised well, and did not reveal that she was live streaming in her words, and her purpose was not to expose him, so Suemo was not going to pursue this. It's not customized by someone else, it belongs to our store. Sumo's words made Jia Yi even happier. He had suspected that the vine was from this store. After all, he had never seen this material on the market, so the only possibility was that it was newly launched. And this shopping street was just opened. And the shops were naturally just established, which also met the requirements. However, Jia Yi did not notice that Suemo said this is something that belongs to this store, and did not say this is the product of this store. Goods are for sale, but things in the store may not be for sale. So, when Jia Yi asked enthusiastically, "Boss, how much do you sell this vine?" he was told that it was not for sale, which became a matter of course. Ah? Not for sale? Jia Yi was really stunned this time. He never thought that there would be people who would not even take the money. He glanced at the computer in his hand with a veiled look, pretending to play with it, and looking at the comments on it. The boss is actually a young lady, and her voice is quite nice, but I can't see her face. The anchor. Please move the camera. We want to see the young lady. It's impossible to move it. And it's impossible to move it in this life. Jia Yi thinks he is a serious anchor, and he doesn't want to be reported for violating his portrait rights. You have to know that these days, whether it is live broadcast or video, it is illegal to secretly take pictures without the person's permission, or to conceal the live broadcast without telling the truth. This is also the reason why Jia Yi has never let Suemo into the camera. As long as he doesn't take pictures of his face, it's okay. If he takes pictures of his face, he's screwed. Let the boss name a price. I can buy it at a high price. This comment is from the rich audience, who gave him a gift before and asked him to help ask questions. As soon as one comment was sent out, another 5 bouquets of flowers were sent out. Jia Yi's face immediately lit up with joy. As expected of a boss who spends 50,000 yuan a month, he gave a gift of 1,000 yuan in such a short time. However, Suemo was still in front of him, so he couldn't thank him for the gift, and could only think of ways to persuade the boss to sell him the vines. Anything else? No. I'm closing the shop. Suemo pretended not to see the complicated expression of this person smiling and worrying in front of him like a fool. After not getting a reply from Jia Yi for a long time, she pretended to close the shop door. Jia Yi suddenly came to her senses, and quickly stopped her action. After seeing the impatient look on Sumo's face, she also decisively apologized. No, sorry. Sorry, for bothering you again. Suemo glanced at him, and signaled him to speak quickly if he had anything to say. It's like this, I really like this vine, it's very realistic, I think it looks exactly like a natural plant. As long as you are willing to sell it, the price is negotiable. Will you sell it for 10,000 star coins? Jia Yi saw this comment with his sharp eyes, and knew that it must be the rich audience who spoke, and he also cooperated to reveal the price. It's a pity that the woman in front of him still refused. When Jia heard her refusal, he felt his heart ached. This is 10,000 star coins. If it were him, he would have sold it long ago, no matter how real it is. It's just a fake plant. 10,000 star coins are enough to buy a dozen fake plants to fill the whole house. This rich audience seemed to be angry and felt particularly embarrassed. If he wanted to buy this vine for decoration at the beginning, but now he has become difficult to get off the tiger. If he retreats temporarily, there will definitely be a few comments mocking him, saying things like don't pretend if you don't have money. Of course, there will definitely be people who say that the shop owner is too greedy, and that he has been refusing to sell in order to raise the price. There is always no shortage of keyboard warriors and trolls who like to watch the fun on the internet. Just as he was thinking about how to post the next bullet comment, things seem to have taken a turn for the better. This is a shop decoration, not for sale. If you are interested in plants, you can come to buy the potted plants in the store tomorrow. It can be said that Suemo has been acting for so long. Just to say this, her words can be regarded as a way for the rich audience to save their lives. After all, no matter what the other party said, he was unwilling to sell it, and he repeatedly mentioned that it was not for sale. If they still pestered, it would seem that they were being unreasonable. Besides, it is the freedom of the other party to sell or not, and there is no reason to force them to buy or sell. Chapter 359 Star, Really Beautiful Flowers. Until watching Su Missouri close the store door, Jia left here. Today's live broadcast also ended here. Before it ended, Jia did not forget to decide to come here to live broadcast tomorrow. After all, the imitation plants used as decoration outside the store are so real. Who knows if the things sold in the store are also so beautiful? No matter when, plants are always the biggest hot spot. Jia also wants to take this opportunity to increase the popularity of his live broadcast room. You know, he only live broadcast for a while today, and the number of followers has increased by more than 10,000. He dares to guarantee that more than half of these more than 10,000 followers are definitely for the purpose of wanting to see the potted plants mentioned by this boss tomorrow. In addition to the followers, he also received a lot of gifts. He received more than 700 flowers worth 1 star coin each, and more than 30 wreaths worth 10 star coins each, in addition to the 10 bouquets sent by the rich audience. He received 2 more later. He even received a flower field today, and enjoyed the feeling of being on the live broadcast announcement. A flower field is worth 1,000 star coins. It was given by the rich boss when he was about to end the live broadcast. It's a pity that he is going to end the live broadcast. Otherwise he will definitely use the audience attracted by the announcement on the flower field to mix more popularity. 3004. I received 3004 today just for gifts. Even if the platform divides half, I still have 1,700. I'm making a fortune. Jia was stunned when he looked at the data in the background. After coming to his senses, he decided that as long as the things in this store are not bad tomorrow, he must help promote this store. Jia, who didn't know that he had been used, was still looking at the balance happily. On the other hand, Suemo, who had used others to promote and even asked them to help count money, closed the live broadcast room. She also heard Jia say that he would come to the store to broadcast tomorrow. After knowing that her goal had been achieved, Suemo went back to her own business. The next day, Jia got up early and came to the door of the store with his professional live broadcast computer. But he came too early and was turned away. Looking at the closed door, Jia couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't start the live broadcast. Otherwise, he would have waited by himself. But how could he let the audience wait together? Although he didn't know what time this store opened. According to Jia's experience with these stores, such stores basically opened at 8 or 9 o'clock. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and he only had to wait for another hour at most. Standing there was not a good thing. So Jia found a place where he could see the store entrance and sit down to rest. What he never expected was that he would sit there for 2 full hours. His butt was almost numb from sitting there. And then he saw some movement at the door of the store. Jia saw 3 young girls walking straight to the door of the store and waiting. They were obviously there for a purpose, and they were probably regular customers. He thought about it and decided to go over and ask about the situation. The 3 young women Jia saw were Ruby, Toya, and AIC. Because Ruby and Toya were not here for the first time, they knew that Boss Su opened the store at 10 a.m. So they did not wait for 2 hours like Jia. But when they saw a strange man suddenly approaching, they were still alert. Jia walked up to them enthusiastically and said hello. But the three people's reactions were very flat. Good morning. Three beauties. Are you here to buy things too? Ruby didn't like Jia Yi's frivolous way of speaking. But Jia Yi was still polite. At least he knew to stand far away when talking. So he wasn't particularly annoying. Although she didn't know why he suddenly came up to chat with her. Ruby still answered his question politely. As for Toya and AIC, one was hostile to the competitor, who was suspected of also coming to buy things. And the other simply disdained to talk to strangers. Only Ruby would reluctantly respond. Yes, I'm here to buy things. Jia Yi felt alienated from the attitudes of the three of them. And he didn't want to rush to find trouble. So he stopped talking after asking this question. After a while. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The bell he had shaken yesterday swayed without wind, making a pleasant sound. Then the door of the store slowly opened. And the curtain inside the store was also pulled open. Seeing this, Jia Yi hurriedly turned on the live broadcast secretly. He didn't even have time to say hello to the audience. And was stunned by the beautiful scene through the window. 5 pots of emerald green plants were lined up, dotted with scattered white flowers. If you look carefully, you can find that the white flowers are in the shape of stars. Not only that, there are 5 pots of colorful plush balls in the second row, which are also beautiful and cute. These 2 rows of 10 potted plants attracted enough attention. Not only Jia Yi was stunned, but even Toya and Ruby, who had been to the store twice, were also amazed by the colorful multi-leaf tufts. AIC couldn't help blinking, as if to confirm whether what she saw was real. Obviously, there was no such thing yesterday. Could it be a new variety of flowers? And, is this flower also a natural plant? Although reason told them that natural plants were rare, it was unlikely that this flower was a natural plant. But when they thought of what Boss Su had said, all the goods in the store are naturally produced, and there is no secondary synthesis, they began to have a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The first to break the silence was Jia Yi. Although he was stunned, the live broadcast light brain in his hand reminded him that he was broadcasting live. Since the door of the store was open, he naturally had to go in and take a look. Hello, boss. I'm here again today. Suemo nodded, opened all the curtains, and returned to the store. Seeing this, Jia Yi hurriedly followed. Boss, the potted plants here are so beautiful. Although Jia Yi always said what he said to people. But what he said now was sincere. Besides, it wasn't just him who thought the potted plants were pretty. Even the audience in the live broadcast room thought so. I thought the green snake vine at the door yesterday was real enough, but I didn't expect the things in the store were even better. No wonder the boss said yesterday that he came to buy potted plants. The flowers in this potted plant are really pretty. Anchor, come closer. I want to see the flowers. Anchor, don't be silly. Hundreds of thousands of viewers want to see the flowers. How can you take a picture of the ceiling? Jia Yi quickly supported the optical computer and pointed the camera at the 10 potted plants that everyone had seen through the window before. His strange behavior quickly attracted the attention of Toya and the other 2 who came in from outside. Chapter 360 StarCraft. My conscience hurts. Hey, what are you doing? What are you filming? Because Jia Yi's movements were so obvious, Toya immediately guessed that he was fiddling with the camera. But she only thought he was filming something. But she didn't expect that he was actually live streaming. Boss Su, someone is filming here secretly. Toya still remembers the issue she discussed with Ruby yesterday. In her opinion, the things in Boss Su's store are all secret treasures that cannot be announced. This person is suspicious because he is sneaky. Now he takes out a light computer to film secretly, which is even more suspicious. The moment Jia Yi heard Toya's words, he knew that it was bad. He hurriedly apologized to the audience and hurriedly turned off the live broadcast. The beautiful scenery in front of him instantly turned black, and all the audience were stunned. But they also heard Toya's words, and understood that the anchor should be secretly broadcasting, and had not obtained the permission of the store owner, so it was understandable that he suddenly stopped the broadcast. But being able to understand doesn't mean they want to understand. Anyone who suddenly sees such beautiful flowers and plants, and then is suddenly interrupted, will feel dissatisfied. What's more, many of them saw the green snake vine at the door yesterday, and were looking forward to seeing more high-quality imitation plants today, but before they had time to appreciate them, the live broadcast was suddenly cut off. Who would be satisfied? The most speechless were the audience, who had just entered the live broadcast room, and they hadn't even seen a leaf, and the screen was gone in a flash. And while they were urging the anchor to start the broadcast, The anchor himself was also trying very hard to explain his behavior. Boss Sue. I'm really sorry. I didn't hide it from you on purpose. I wasn't filming secretly just now. I was live streaming. Live streaming? Tuya stared. She had originally thought that if it was a photo or video, she could just ask someone to delete it. But how to delete it during live streaming? Can they also delete the audience's memory? Jia didn't know why this girl looked more excited than the store owner, but he was the one at fault now, and he hadn't explained his own affairs clearly, so he couldn't ask anything. He secretly glanced at Boss Sue, but found that he had no expression on his face. Jia, who was always glib during live streaming, didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, he could only use 2 words to describe his heart, that is, regret. If he had known that this would happen, he might as well have made it clear to the other party at the beginning, and then asked Boss Sue for his opinion. What if the other party was willing to let him live stream in the store? Now, the live streaming matter was forced to be exposed, and the other party might not be willing to let him live stream even if he had a good temper. Are you live streaming? Yesterday too? Jia nodded quickly, and then, as if afraid of being misunderstood, he hurriedly explained, Boss Sue. Don't worry, I didn't take pictures of your face, and your people were not in the picture. I definitely won't do such illegal things. Hearing this, Toya laughed, although she didn't say anything, but it was full of sarcasm. This laugh made Jia blush, and he was so embarrassed that he lowered his head as if he wanted to find a crack to crawl into. But no matter how embarrassed he was, he still had to explain. So Jia told the story of a rich visitor who wanted to buy the vines at the door yesterday. He didn't know that Suemo actually knew the truth. So in his opinion, Boss Sue, who should have been angry because of being deceived, was actually calm. After he finished speaking, the whole store fell into a strange silence. Jia raised his head slightly, and the 3 young girls looked at him with complicated eyes. Although he quickly retracted his gaze, Jia still captured some other information from it. Toya wanted to interject, but was pulled away by Ruby. And herself was not interested in such things. After secretly mocking someone who only wanted to spend 10,000 star coins to buy natural plants, she also walked to the newly listed potted plants and carefully selected the one she wanted. However, she looked left and right, and each pot was full of vitality, exquisite and beautiful, except for the different growth. There was nothing wrong with it. Not only that, AC liked the leafy tufts more and more. Anyway, the price of 5,000 yuan for a pot was not expensive. She really wanted to buy all of them home. But considering that Toya and Ruby were still there, she didn't know what they needed, so she could only put it aside for the time being. The attitudes of the 3 of them made Jia wonder. They looked at him with such strange eyes the previous second. How come they started buying things as if nothing had happened the next second? Not only them, the attitude of Boss Sue was also very strange. He admitted that it was wrong to live stream secretly, but he should be killed or tortured. What's the point of keeping silent? This is too painful. Just when he couldn't bear it any longer, he finally heard the person in front of him speak. Do you still want to continue live streaming? What does this mean? Shouldn't the boss ask him why he live streamed secretly, and then scold him, and finally blackmail him? Why did he suddenly ask if he wanted to continue live streaming? Could it be, can I still live stream? Jia stared at her blankly, and the words he said were not confident at all. This shows that he himself cannot guarantee whether his understanding is correct or not. If you still want to live broadcast in the store, you can, but you can't take pictures of customers. He was wrong. His mind was too narrow. He actually thought that Boss Sue was going to blackmail him. Jia, who never thought that he could get the live broadcast permission, was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Boss Sue, don't worry. I will definitely not let others take pictures. This is illegal. This not-so-smart look made Suemo feel a little guilty for 0.001 seconds. Well, it's just that. But it should be used. In addition, the live broadcast range is only allowed to take pictures of things on the shelves. No problem. Anyway, the main content of his live broadcast is to take pictures of flowers and plants on the shelves. The problem is that no one will watch if he takes pictures of other places. Well, you can start the live broadcast. Suemo nodded, then found a chair and sat down casually. Jia looked at her in surprise. That's all? Otherwise? Although he still had some doubts in his heart, but since they had already said so, this was a good thing for him. Perhaps because he was worried that Suemo would go back on her word, Jia started the live broadcast very quickly. It had been about 15 minutes since he turned off the live broadcast, and the audience in the live broadcast room had already run away, and only a fraction of the hundreds of thousands of popularity remained. Chapter 361 StarCraft Hype. But even if it is a fraction, there are still about 40,000 to 50,000 popularity, which is already very good compared to some newcomers, who just started live streaming and don't even have 3-digit popularity. Besides, the live streaming room is not empty now. Occasionally, there will still be a few comments floating by, which show that they are unwilling to give up, and think that the host will find a way to start the live streaming. The live streaming has started. I'll call my friends over. I said the host will definitely start the live streaming. The host was not scolded and arrested by the boss. It seems that this boss has a good temper, and he allows you to continue the live streaming. I want to see flowers, host. Please help me see how much the furry imitation plant is. If the price is right, please buy me a pot. See flowers +1, host. Move faster. I'll give you a gift. I want the potted plant with white star flowers. Although Jia regretted that so many viewers left, he still had some people. He looked at the beautiful and delicate flowers and plants on the shelves and had an idea in mind. Boss Su, I want to take a photo of these flowers and plants as the cover of the live broadcast. Is that okay? Su Mo glanced at him and nodded silently. Since they have used others for publicity, it is not impossible to let him use the things in the store to attract traffic. Anyway, with more people, the publicity effect will be better. Jia did not expect Boss Su to be so easy to talk to. He hurriedly thanked him while taking photos at different angles and spent a minute retouching the photos. Finally, he set them as the cover of the live broadcast. As for the live broadcast title, he also changed it to a more attractive "The host will show you 100% simulated natural plants." The title has natural plants as a gimmick, and the traffic will increase in minutes. The popularity of the original 45,000 slowly rose to over 80,000. These people couldn't help but click in when they saw the title 100% simulated natural plants to see what the 100% simulated natural plants looked like. Of course, there are also some people who don't believe in the existence of 100% simulated natural plants. They click in just to stir up trouble. As long as they find something bad, they will grab it and ridicule it. What's the use of a good-looking cover? Don't they know the power of photo editing these days? Photo editing can turn even old ladies into beautiful women. What else is impossible, however? When they clicked into the live broadcast room, the colors that came into their eyes still made them breathless. The audience who originally came in with the intention of finding faults also fell silent instantly. Jia saw that the popularity of the live broadcast room had reached 100,000, so he cleared his throat and prepared to introduce it. Hello everyone, today I will show you an awesome store. Yes, it's the store from yesterday. Many people should still remember the 100% simulated green snake vine from yesterday. Right? How could I not remember? Yesterday, a rich audience offered 10,000 to buy it, but the boss was stubborn and refused to sell it. I think selling a simulated plant for 10,000 star coins is a big profit. Oh my god, so the potted plants on the shelf are also imitation plants? They look too real. Can you introduce them to me, by the way? Ask the boss if he has a Star Online store. Sure, introduce it to everyone. Jia nodded readily, and then carefully moved the camera to the first shelf. This is silver star grass. The name comes from the white stars in its flowers. I believe everyone can understand this. Because there is a name and introduction under each potted plant, Jia only needs to read it, and there is no need to learn about it specifically. After a brief introduction, his eyes accidentally glanced at the price tag next to the introduction. When he saw a string of 4 digits, he was stunned. At first, the audience in the live broadcast room did not notice that he was wrong. Everyone was discussing where this silver star grass was beautiful, what its habits were, and more about what materials this potted plant was made of, to achieve such a realistic effect. Is the anchor here? Tell me the price. Ask if there is any boss who has a Star Online store. This potted plant looks really good. If the price is right, I also want to buy one at home. I feel much better when I look at it every day. Price. Jia swallowed his saliva, holding the laptop in one hand, and rubbed his eyes with the other hand to see if he was dazzled or saw it wrong. It turned out that there was nothing wrong with his eyes. This pot of silver star grass cost 1,500 star coins. Although he admitted that this 100% simulated natural plant was indeed very beautiful, but this price was too expensive. Right? You should know that the imitation plants on the market now basically cost a dozen or dozens of star coins, and some inferior ones can even be sold for a handful of star coins. The reason why the green snake vine outside the door yesterday could be sold for 10,000 yuan was that there were rich people willing to support it. How could ordinary people be willing to spend so much money just to buy an imitation plant? Why is the anchor not talking? Is the anchor still there? Is the boss not allowing live broadcast again? Seeing that there were already viewers questioning and asking questions on the barrage, Jia Yi coughed dryly to show that he was still there. Then he tactfully said that the price of this silver star grass is a little expensive. Ha ha ha, I know everyone likes this silver star grass, but this potted plant may be made of new materials, so the price may be a little expensive. Everyone, consume rationally, consume rationally. Jia Yi's words were relatively tactful. How can this be expensive? If it is sold for a few hundred yuan, for this quality of imitation plants, even if it is fake, there should be many people who buy it. But selling it for more than 1,000 is a bit too much. Isn't this a rip-off? Jia Yi glanced at the leafy tufts below, and the price above made him stunned for a moment. 5,000 star coins. Good guy. This price scared Jia Yi's hands and trembled, and the camera shook inadvertently, just in time to take in the price that was not in the camera. Now it's good, the audience in the live broadcast room saw the price, and now everyone knows why the anchor hesitated and refused to say the price. Selling a replica plant for 1,500 yuan, selling for 5,000 yuan? Is this boss crazy? The comments exploded instantly. The content that was praising the beauty of the potted plants disappeared instantly. For a while, everyone was criticizing the boss for being black-hearted. Not only Su Imo was scolded, but even Jia Yi, the anchor, was scolded. Because he was the live broadcaster, everyone thought he and the boss were in the same group. There were even conspiracy theories that this live broadcast was actually a hype plan by the anchor and the boss. What 100% replica plant? It's just a gimmick for capitalists to make money. Chapter 362 StarCraft. Gimmick haha. Although I admit that this is indeed a 100% imitation, but the price is a bit outrageous. Right? Even if it is new material, it shouldn't be sold for thousands. Do you really think everyone is stupid and rich? Host. Tell me the truth, how much did you get from the boss? Yesterday you pretended not to know him, and today you started hyping and promoting him. Are you going to start selling goods next? No way. No way. Are there really fools who spend thousands of dollars on fake plants? There are so many things to do with this money, why buy fakes? There are many disadvantages to relying on hot words to attract traffic, one of which is that it is easy to attract online trolls. At first, because they couldn't find any black spots in the potted plants themselves, they naturally didn't say anything. Now the price of these potted plants is obviously a good breakthrough, and they will naturally not let it go. Instantly, the entire live broadcast room was basically completely destroyed. Jia Yi was so anxious that he was fuming. AIC, who was standing by, was also a little confused when she saw him like this, but she was too lazy to ask. A hand directly entered the camera and took away a pot of multi-leaf tufts. The barrage was arguing about the price at this time. Some people thought the price was right, some people thought only fools would buy it, so they didn't notice that the number of potted plants on the shelf was decreasing rapidly. I must explain, I didn't take the boss's money, and it was a coincidence that I came to this store. If you don't believe me, you can go and watch my live broadcast yesterday. Then there's the issue of price. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. I'm not a live streamer. Whether you buy it or not doesn't affect my making money. Jia Yi was also a little annoyed by the spray. He was innocent to begin with, and he had not thought about the price. To be honest, although Jia Yi thought the price was very expensive, he would definitely not buy it. However, if the potted plants in Boss Su's store were regarded as natural plant crafts, the price was actually acceptable. It's just that netizens are now more stimulated by imitation plants. Every day, the overwhelming publicity is all fake plants and fake fruits. Over time, everyone has developed a rebellious mentality. Whenever they see fake things, they can't help but step on them and spray them. If ordinary people can't afford it, why don't they just buy it? They sprayed so much as if they were making money from you. This kind of thing originally makes money from the local tyrants. Although Jia Yi has made it very clear, the barrage is still a bit messy, with all kinds of dirty words everywhere. And the barrage is also refreshed very quickly. And the room management can't even ban it in time. After all, he was originally a small anchor, with a daily popularity of only a few tens of thousands, not more than 50,000. Since he borrowed the gimmick of natural plants this time, he naturally had to bear the cost and risk. Seeing that no one believed him, Jia finally stopped explaining. Believe it or not, he didn't lie. And he didn't sell the goods. So he didn't make money from this. It's okay for them to quarrel. The more they quarrel, the more popular they will be. And black and red are also red. It hasn't been long since the broadcast, and his followers have increased by several thousand. The followers gained from the 2 live broadcasts in the past 2 days are about half of the cumulative number of followers before. Since he chose to be a broadcaster, Jia had already prepared to be scolded, and his personality was optimistic. So the quarrels on the barrage did not affect his mental state at all. He ignored the content of the barrage, and began to praise the beautiful potted plants. Although everyone was criticizing, they were all criticizing the price. The potted plants themselves were indeed beautiful, and they could not refute what Jia said. So under Jia's laissez-faire attitude, many people felt that there was no excitement to watch. So they also quieted down. Some people simply left the live broadcast room, and some people turned off the barrage and quietly admired the flowers and plants. Although the price is a bit expensive, there are people who buy it. There are only 10 potted plants on this shelf. How many pots are left now? Jia raised the camera and took a picture of the entire shelf. There were several obvious omissions in the originally neat 2 rows. There were 2 less pots of silver star grass, and 3 less pots of multi-leaf tufts. There were not many things to begin with. And after they were taken away, it seemed even more bare. No way, someone is really buying? Isn't this the boss's agent? Everyone was arguing just now. Didn't you notice someone coming to buy something? Although the camera didn't capture the person, you can hear the sound. It seems that there are more than just the host and the boss in the store. I heard that there are 3 customers. These potted plants should have been bought by them. It's an agent. It's an agent. It's an agent. Because Jia didn't read the barrage, he didn't know what was said on it. He was watching the other 3 customers distribute the things on the shelf. I want 3 pots of multi-leaf tufts, 2 pots of silver star grass. AC gathered all the 5 potted plants he brought with his hands, making a beast-guarding look. Toya glared in dissatisfaction. You are alone. Why do you want 3 pots of multi-leaf tufted plants? I want to buy 2 pots too. There are 5 pots in total. She bought 3 by herself, and if the remaining 2 pots are to be divided, Toya and Ruby can only have 1 pot each. But Toya has a brother. She is still thinking about buying 1 pot for her brother. These 2 days, with the silver star grass, the radiation level in the room of the 2 siblings has obviously decreased a lot. Even Duo has become more lively. After discovering the power of natural plants, and Toya has money on her, she will naturally not miss it. Ace frowned. She was very unhappy in her heart. She originally wanted to buy all of them, and now there are only 2 left of them. Why does Toya still have so many things to do? I don't care. I want 3 pots of multi-leaf tufted plants anyway. Ace is actually a plush lover, although she is arrogant to the outside world. In fact, her bedroom is full of various furry toys. Anyone who sees it will say that she is still childish. She has no resistance to such furry things. But she fell in love with the multi-leaf tufted plant at first sight. There is no resistance to this colorful and soft plant. Toya was furious. She regretted it now. If she had known, she would not have brought this woman here. Ruby also had a headache. In fact, it didn't matter whether she wanted the multi-leaf tufted plant or not. Anyway, there was silver star grass. She was not a plush lover. Nor did she have to have multi-leaf tufted plants. Besides, her original plan today was to bring back a few pots of silver star grass. In the end, AIC made a slight concession. She only wanted 3 pots of multi-leaf tufted plants. As for the silver star grass, she already had a pot at home. And she didn't particularly like the silver star grass, so she didn't buy it. Of the remaining 7 potted plants, Toya bought 1 pot of multi-leaf tufted grass and 3 pots of silver star grass. She planned to plant all of them in the garden that had just been opened in their backyard. Chapter 363 Star. This is absolutely impossible. Although the so-called garden is currently empty and bare, Toya's goal is to have a garden of her own, which is full of various flowers. This is her wish since she was a child. Toya has always liked plants, otherwise she would not buy fake flowers and fake grass every time. Even if they are broken by Duo every time, she still enjoys it. And Ruby bought a pot of multi-leaf tufts and a pot of silver star grass to go home for research. After counting it this way, there is just 1 pot of silver star grass left. Just when AIC was thinking about buying it reluctantly, someone suddenly came in. Why did you buy so many imitation plants? Jia really couldn't help it. He is different from the audience. He doesn't think these three people are hired by Boss Su. The audience thinks so because he is broadcasting live, and the audience thinks that he and the boss are in the same group. But Jia knows that he is not. Secondly, there are only 5 people in this store. And these 3 people obviously know each other. If the 3 of them are agents, then wouldn't it be 4 people deceiving 1 person? Is it necessary? In this case, these 3 people are real customers. And they seem to be repeat customers. The kind who come to buy things more than once. Unless these 3 people are rich and stupid. Then there must be something special about the things in this store. Otherwise, why would they fight for the ownership of a potted plant for so long? Who told you that this is an imitation plant? AIC snorted. And her fingers poked the small tuft of soft flower balls from time to time. Her words startled Ruby and Toya. Toya was already regretting that she didn't cover her mouth in time. She glanced at the light computer in Jiayi's hand and said in a nonchalant tone, "Why so many whys? Just buy it if you want to." Jiayi was still thinking about whether AIC's words were what he understood. And then, he was confused by Toya's attempt to cover up. His live broadcast was not turned off. And the barrage was already occupied by a uniform army of question marks. What does this woman mean? If it's not a fake plant, what else can it be? Could it be a natural plant? You say. Is there a possibility? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could there be a fool selling natural plants at such a low price? Su Imo saw this barrage and was silent for a while. And then suddenly remembered a question. This price was not set by her. So, this fool didn't scold her. So Boss Su continued to observe the wind direction in the live broadcast room on the optical computer with peace of mind. The anchor and the boss's hired helper have good acting skills. They dared to impersonate natural plants. The live broadcast room has been reported. No thanks. I also reported it. These days, there are still people who are so crazy that they use imitation plants to impersonate natural plants. Perhaps because too many people reported it, so Jia quickly received the news that the live broadcast room was temporarily blocked. He has not yet recovered from the shock of, are these actually natural plants? And now he was told that his live broadcast room was blocked. Jia F***K. In fact, this kind of blocking can be solved as long as the explanation is clear. Anyway, he really has no relationship with the boss. And he is not doing it for money, so as long as he submits relevant evidence, he can be unblocked. It's just that the anchor's credibility may decline a little by then. But it doesn't matter. But Jia doesn't have time to manage the live broadcast room now. What he wants to know most now is whether these plants are natural plants or not. Because he suddenly discovered a problem. From the beginning to the end, neither Boss Su nor the product label clearly stated that these are imitation plants. In other words, he has always believed that these are imitation plants. If the plants in this store are all natural plants, then it can explain why they look so real. Because they are real. Not only are the things inside real, even the vines used for decoration outside are natural plants. Is this boss so careless? How dare natural plants hang outside? Isn't she afraid of being stolen? This is worth tens of millions. No. How can you think these are natural plants? No. 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 He must have been brainwashed. Maybe this is really a play. The purpose is to make him think that these are all natural plants. Jia Yi's dazed look fell into the eyes of Toya and the other two. Because he had been too stimulated and became a little nervous. Toya glared at the people around him. It's all your fault. He's still live streaming. What if the matter of natural plants is really exposed? What if Boss Su really closes the store? They really can't buy natural plants and natural fruits in the future. AIC rolled her eyes, made a full mouth shape, and then prepared to leave the store. Before leaving, I bought a few prickly berries and even 2 apples that I had never eaten before. Just to try them out. Ruby held Toya. Okay. Didn't you see that Boss Su didn't say anything? Toya seemed to have thought of something. But before she could open her mouth to confirm, she was interrupted by Jia Yi. You mean, are these all natural plants? Jia Yi confirmed without giving up. He was now suffering from double torment in his heart. He hoped that these were natural plants. After all, such cheap natural plants. Wouldn't he be able to buy them? But he also felt that this couldn't be true. Maybe you can take a look at the sign over there first. Ruby pointed to the sign full of rules. When the two of them came here on the first day, Boss Sue asked them to look at this. The first line of words on it clearly stated that all the products in this store are naturally produced, and there are no secondary synthetic products. This line of words was so clear that Jia looked at it over and over again for more than 10 times and didn't find any problems. In the end, he had to believe that these potted plants were very likely natural plants. This would explain all the problems. For example, why did he feel that these plants looked more and more real the more he looked at them? And regarding his previous question about the materials of these plants, Boss Sue did not give an explanation. In other words, there was no explanation, because these were real. Similarly, he could understand why these 3 people wanted to buy these potted plants. Isn't this nonsense? These are natural plants. Lulu, there are apples and thorn cones again today. Toya's surprised voice sounded. Jia looked in the direction of the voice and saw Toya holding 2 round fruits in her hand. Chapter 364 Interstellar. Boss Sue is a beautiful and kind person. Jia is very familiar with the green thorny fruit in one of his hands. This is the thorn fruit, a fruit that all interstellar humans hope to taste in their lifetime. When the thorn fruit is ripe, there are countless netizens waiting to buy the thorn fruit on the official Interstellar website. Not only that, some people even spend a lot of money to buy the thorn fruit. Although Jia has never eaten it, he has seen a lot of it, so he recognized it at a glance. On the contrary, he did not recognize the red and round fruit in Toya's other hand, but he could guess that it should also be a kind of fruit. And it looks much more tempting than the thorn fruit. Is this thorn fruit also a natural fruit? Jia was shocked when he saw the price on it, but suddenly remembered the sentence he saw. Everything in the store is naturally produced. So that includes fruits. If even the plants are real, then it seems that there is nothing surprising about the fruits being real, after all. Natural plants are much better than natural fruits. You can tell if it is natural fruit by buying one and tasting it. Although natural plants cannot be distinguished, it is still easy to distinguish natural fruits from synthetic fruits. You will know once you eat it. The current technology is not so advanced that natural fruits and synthetic fruits taste the same. Jia glanced at the price. 800 for the thorn cone, 1,000 for the apple. If he buys one, he will have basically spent all the money he made for the live broadcast yesterday. This is too expensive. But when he thought that this was natural fruit, he felt that it was not that expensive. Because AIC bought a lot of thorn cones when she left. There were not many left. Just enough for the 2 of them. But now there was another person. So Toya didn't want Jia to buy anything. But it seemed that he didn't intend to buy anything. This was normal. After all, Jia's inner thoughts were the same as theirs before. He must be shocked and struggling. And he didn't want to believe that all this was true. But it was true. Don't you want to live broadcast anymore? Toya saw that he was silent and didn't know what he was thinking. So she couldn't help asking. Jia sighed and shook his head. Not for the time being. The live broadcast room has been reported too many times and has been blocked. After learning that Jia's live broadcast had been closed, Toya's attitude softened slightly. Out of kindness, she reminded Jia, Boss Sue's things are all real. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see this door again. After that, Toya did not explain anything more. Anyway, people might not believe her if she said too much. It was good enough that she kindly reminded him. If it were not for the fact that he was used by Boss Sue, she would not bother to say anything. That's right. Toya had guessed that Boss Sue was using the man in front of him. She also guessed this from the attitudes of Ruby and AIC. AIC probably saw that Boss Sue deliberately let this man into the store for live broadcast. So he said the words that eventually caused controversy in the live broadcast room, which was also a small promotion for the store. Ruby also discovered this. So she held herself back and didn't let her speak. From the beginning to the end, Boss Sue has always been acquiescent, which proves that this is what she wants to see. She deliberately promoted the store in a way that could be easily misunderstood by outsiders. In this way, even if it spreads, most people will not believe it is true, and will only think that this store must have joined forces with the anchor to hype it up. Since the matter is false, it will definitely not make a big fuss. Even if it makes a big fuss, people with ulterior motives will not care about it because they can't tell the truth from the false. After all, there are tens of billions of interstellar populations, and there are countless things happening every day. And there are even more things related to natural plants. Just a store that sells 100% imitation natural plants will not attract too many people's attention. At most, They will mock someone wants to use natural plants to get attention again. What Boss Sue wants to attract is those who are curious and can't help but come to the store to take a look after watching the live broadcast. These people are the ultimate customer target. Of course, these are just Toya's guesses. She actually has a lot of things she doesn't understand. But it's not easy to ask about such things. So she can only hide her doubts in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more Toya felt that the person in front of her was too miserable. The live broadcast room was blocked, and he didn't seem to understand that he was being used. Toya's sympathetic eyes caught Jia Yi's attention. He looked at Toya with a confused face, and couldn't figure out what he deserved sympathy. Lulu, how much fruit do you want? Let's go to the amusement park after buying it. I heard that there is a new entertainment project recently. Toya retracted her gaze and talked to the people around her. Ruby had received money from her grandfather, so she was quite well off. So she was not polite. After AIC finished shopping, there were 12 thorn cones left and 8 apples left, which were both even numbers, so they could be divided equally between the two of them. After the two of them finished shopping and left, there was only a pot of silver star grass left on the shelf in the entire store. Jia Yi was once again stunned by their generous shopping, and for a moment, he had strong doubts about the authenticity of the goods in the store. Suemo saw that most of the things were sold out, and Jia Yi was still staring at the only potted plant on the shelf. So he kindly gave him the last pot of silver star grass as a reward for hiring him to promote the store today. When Jia Yi came to his senses, he found himself standing at the door of the store with a pot of snow-white star flowers. He looked down at the potted plant. Boss Sue said, this is the compensation for causing his live broadcast to be blocked. Although he knew that the blocking of the live broadcast room had nothing to do with Boss Sue, he still shamelessly accepted it. After all, he was really interested in this pot of something that looked like a natural plant. But he couldn't really spend 1,500 yuan to buy a pot of something that couldn't prove its own value. Now, Boss Sue gave it to him directly. While Jia Yi was grateful to Boss Sue for his kindness, an inexplicable sense of weirdness rose in his heart. But he couldn't explain what this weird feeling was. So Jia Yi, who didn't know that he was being used and was still saying thank you, just returned to his home with a potted plant. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 57,000 interstellar coins excluding the pot of silver star grass that was given. Chapter 365 Star, getting better. 50,000, nearly 60,000 star coins is still a pleasant surprise. But Suemo is obviously more concerned about the situation in Jia Yi's live broadcast room. His live broadcast room has been unblocked. I think he has submitted proof to the platform. At the same time as his live broadcast room was unblocked, the live broadcast replay also appeared in the historical records. In other words, anyone can check what happened in this live broadcast. Although his live broadcast is not very popular, because it involves natural plants this time, there is still some heat. What's more, this live broadcast is also very controversial. If there is controversy, there will naturally be people. And there will naturally be heat. So below the latest live broadcast replay, Suemo saw a lot of comments about this live broadcast. These comments are nothing more than discussing whether the plants that appeared in the live broadcast room are real or fake. Of course, most people definitely think they are fake, and a few people are just suspicious. Suemo even saw a few comments asking for addresses. This kind of people usually have an idea, and there is a high possibility that they will come to the store to find out. Otherwise, they would not ask for the address. Although Jia Yi did not reply to these comments, he did not hide the address of the planet he was on when he was a live broadcaster. In addition, the two keywords new shopping street and end of the street also made many enthusiastic netizens directly find out the address of the store. Seeing this, Suemo closed the page. She didn't know whether it would be useful to do this, but it was better than doing nothing. So far, there are still too few main customers in the store, which is far from enough. Her goal is to quickly upgrade the level of the grocery store to level 2, which requires 1,000 popularity, which means at least 100 customers are needed to provide the full popularity. According to the current situation, there are only 5 customers who have come to the store, which is still a long way to go to reach the goal of 100. She hopes that this live broadcast can really attract some people. But this is just a hope. Suemo doesn't know whether it can be done. If it doesn't work, she can only use another method. But it is still a bit risky, so she has never used it. However, things are still moving in a good direction. On the second day after Jia Yi's live broadcast, Suemo obviously found that there were more people staying outside the store. Most of these people are from this planet. They happened to see Jia Yi's live broadcast, and came with the idea of coming to see it will not lose a piece of meat. At first, they just stood at the door of the store and watched. Through the transparent window, they can clearly see the potted plants in the store. Everything they see with their own eyes is much more real, more beautiful, and more tempting than what they see through the internet. If it weren't for the high prices that kept them awake, it's possible that quite a few people would come in to buy things. Suemo didn't mind them looking. Anyway, every customer who had never been to the store represented a little fame in her eyes. If conditions allowed, she hoped that more customers would come, even if they didn't buy anything. 3 days passed like this, and the number of customers coming to the store did not decrease but increased. And the number of people buying things also slowly increased after the authenticity of the goods in the store was confirmed. Although they bought things, they only bought thorn cones. Although they showed great interest in apples, silver star grass and multi-leaf tufts, they just looked at them and admired them, and did not buy any of them. After all, they knew thorn cones and could tell the difference between natural thorn cones and synthetic thorn cones. But for the other 3 expensive things, which they had never seen before and could not distinguish, they were still very cautious. At first, they were very shocked that there was a store selling natural fruits in the new shopping street. But everyone was smart. After knowing this, they hid it and were unwilling to tell others. They were also cautious when buying things, fearing that others would know where they bought their things. Nowadays, wages are generally higher. So although the thorn cones at 800 yuan are expensive, they are not something they can't afford. And thanks to the excellent quality of the thorn cones, they have never expressed any dissatisfaction with the price. Although there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. Originally, natural fruits are things that are priced but not sold. In the black market, there are plenty of thorn cones, but the price is often above 4 digits. In comparison, 800 star coins are already quite cheap. What's more, if ordinary people like them want to buy thorn cones, the best they can buy is D-grade thorn cones, and the more common ones are E and F-grade inferior thorn cones. As for C-grade and above thorn cones, they are definitely out of their reach. Although they don't know where the owner of this store came from, how could he get so many thorn cones of such good quality? This does not affect their purchases. At most, there were a few confused people who actually tried to get the source of her thorn cones from Boss Sue. For this kind of question, you don't need to think about it to know that Boss Sue will definitely not answer. But there are always greedy people who keep pestering, and the consequence of pestering is that they will be blacklisted by Boss Sue and will never be able to enter the store to buy things. At first, they didn't take the rules on the counter seriously. After all, no boss has ever dared to turn away customers. It wasn't until the first person who committed a crime was killed as a warning to the monkeys that they realized that what was written on it was true, and the so-called blacklist was also true. Some people also wanted to make trouble, but they were all taught a lesson by a mysterious man in black clothes beside Boss Sue and had no power to fight back. Although this person didn't have a contracted beast around him, almost everyone assumed that this mysterious man with strange clothes should be a powerful beast pattern warrior. Ordinary people's awe of beast pattern warriors made them even more afraid to cause trouble in the store at will. Not only that, they also have more respect for Boss Sue who can command beast pattern warriors at will. Although these people have only bought thorn cones in the store so far, this is enough for Suemo. After all, as long as they buy things, they can increase the store's popularity. They are not restricted to what they must buy, as long as they are willing to spend money. What's more, when she purchases goods every day, the number of thorn cones is the largest, and the other 3 items combined are not as many as this one, so even if they want to buy, they may not be able to buy them. Chapter 366 Star, Black Market. The potted plants and apples in the store were basically bought by Toya and her friends. Perhaps because of the recent increase in the number of customers, they felt a sense of crisis, so they were very diligent in buying things every day, for fear of being robbed by others. But even if they did so, there was still another person, who also discovered the truth about these plants, and competed with them to buy potted plants. And this person was Jia Yi. Because he had doubts before, so after he took back the pot of silver star grass, he paid special attention to it. When he found that the radiation around the silver star grass had decreased significantly, Jia Yi was almost certain that this seemingly inconspicuous potted plant was actually a pot of natural plants. So what did he miss? He missed something that all interstellar humans were crazy about. When he thought of this, he felt very sad for himself, who didn't spend money to buy a few pots of natural plants before. But even though he was heartbroken, the incident had already passed, and it was too late to regret. Now that he had discovered that this was a natural plant, he would definitely not miss it. So Jia Yi also joined the ranks of those who bought natural plants. However, he did not have much money, and he did not have a stable job. He only earned some money from live streaming, which was an extremely unstable income, so he was not particularly wealthy. Moreover, he had to pay a fixed rent every month. Therefore, Jia Yi was actually very short of money. After thinking about it, Jia Yi wanted to sell the natural plants he bought. This was worth at least hundreds of thousands. But how could he sell it? How could he prove that this was a natural plant? How do you prove that this is a natural plant? If he had not felt an inexplicable attraction from this plant, he would never have wasted time here. Jia Yi looked at the Black Panther at the man's feet. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The sense of oppression inherent in the beast pattern warrior swept over him. He was just an ordinary person. He had no way to bear the pressure from the beast pattern warrior. In addition, the person in front of him was obviously of extraordinary status. So Jia Yi quickly took out the evidence on his body. This is the test certificate from the Institute of Botany. As early as when he was preparing to sell potted plants on the black market, Jia Yi had already made preparations. He cut off a leaf of silver star grass and sent it to the relevant agency for inspection. The powerful vitality and natural energy contained in this green leaf are enough to make life. This is a natural plant. But in order to keep it secret, Jia Yi chose to conceal it when he asked about the source of this thing at the Institute of Botany. Perhaps because several people have discovered natural plants in the wild during this period. The Institute of Botany did not doubt his words, but only marveled at his good luck. It was not just good luck. Not only was he able to encounter natural plants, but the vitality of these natural plants was far stronger than all the natural plants they had seen before. After getting the test results, Jia Yi couldn't wait to bring the silver star grass and the report to the black market. He had to ask for someone to get him the qualification to enter the black market. Ordinary people have no way to come here. Similarly, this is also the most convenient place to sell such things. This is the first time Jia Yi came here, and it was also the first time he knew that natural plants were not as rare as he imagined, because he saw many people's stalls in a corner of the black market with natural plants. But they were all ordinary weeds, and a few with flowers, and the prices were more expensive than one another, from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, or even tens of millions. After knowing that he was not the only one selling natural plants, Jia Yi was obviously much more relaxed, and he took his potted plants out of the bag. Compared with the vibrant and exquisite appearance of the silver star grass, the wild flowers and weeds on other stalls were obviously completely crushed. So many people came to Jia Yi soon. But these people just came to take a look, because they all knew clearly that they did not have enough financial strength to buy this obviously valuable natural plant. Jia Yi also waited for a long time, and finally waited for this beast-patterned warrior with a black panther. He seemed to be the only person he had seen so far who might buy this pot of silver star grass. Orson, the man whose contracted beast was a black panther, glanced at the evidence the stall owner brought out, and after confirming that the seal on it was genuine, he decisively asked about the price. Jia Yi didn't expect things to go so smoothly that when he was asked about the price, he didn't even react. Although this pot of plant was cheap if he offered a price of hundreds of thousands. If he was greedy enough, he could even offer a price of 1 million. But this pot of silver star grass was the one that Boss Su gave him. It was given to him for free. But he sold it for 1 million star coins? Just thinking about it, Jia Yi felt a little guilty. Besides, even if this pot of plant was in the store, it would only sell for 1,500 star coins. Seeing that he hesitated for a long time without saying anything, Orson was a little impatient. He took out a star card and said, "Is 800,000 enough?" This was already a very reasonable and high price. Jia Yi listened to the 3 words 800,000 lingering in his mind, and suddenly shuddered all over. He couldn't do this. No. 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 Orson thought the price was too low, and his face showed an unswerving look. His brows were furrowed, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. But he didn't get angry, as if he was forcibly enduring something. 850,000. Jia Yi was stunned. He didn't expect the price to be higher. At the same time, he also found that the man in front of him seemed to have a bad face, and the Black Panther at his feet also looked ready to attack. He waved his hand again to explain. No. I mean, his refusal was still considered dissatisfaction with the price. 850,000 is not enough. Orson took a deep breath and was about to say something, but he held back again because he remembered something. 1 million, natural plants are precious, but you can't ask for more. Brother, don't interrupt me. Jiayi stared at the Black Panther that was baring its teeth at him with tears in his eyes. He took a step back timidly, and while retreating, he quickly explained, I mean, 100,000 star coins. What do you think? Orson? Chapter 367 Star Interstellar. Conflict of Interest. What happened again? When Ao Fei returned home, he saw his younger brother sitting on the sofa, with a bitter and resentful expression on his face. It is worth noting that there was a potted plant in front of him. The branches of the potted plant were lush, green in color, and even the flowers on it were white and attractive. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most beautiful potted plant Ao Fei has ever seen. Even the pots in the Royal Research Institute are not as good as this. It's a pity, this is a replica. If it were a natural plant, it would definitely attract countless people crazy. Before he finished regretting, Asen picked up the potted plant and walked in front of him. Brother, can you sense the vitality of this potted plant? Since he spent 100,000 star coins to buy this potted plant, Asen couldn't help but wonder if he was cheated again, after all. This quality, and such a beautiful natural plant, it is impossible to sell for only 100,000 star coins. But the natural breath he sensed from this potted plant proved that this should be a natural plant. It could make the always bad-tempered Black Panther lie down around the potted plant docilely, looking up from time to time, and that gentle look gave Orson, the contract master, goosebumps all over his body. God knows how difficult it is to serve his own contracted beast, but even the contracted beast that rarely looks at him likes a pot of plants so much, which made Orson feel a little unhappy for some reason, and he also became very interested in this pot of silver star grass. Vitality? Isn't this imitation of plants? Before he finished his sentence, Ao Fei smelled a faint fragrance. With his keen sense of smell, he soon discovered that the fragrance came from the plate of beautiful plants in front of him. The magical thing is that after smelling this fragrance, he suddenly felt a sense of lightness. It was as if some invisible shackles on his body were suddenly untied. What was even more strange was that even though he did not summon it, his contracted beast ran out on its own initiative. This was something he had never encountered before. Oh! Where did this natural plant come from? This smell is so good. It makes me feel a little drowsy. Is this a natural plant? The words of the contracted beast shocked Ao Fei. Orson was stunned when he saw the other contracted beast that suddenly appeared. And then he began to explain the source of this pot of silver star grass. I bought this on the black market. The person said it was a natural plant. And he also showed me the inspection certificate from the Institute of Botany. When talking about the price, Orson's expression became a little strange. The strange thing is that I offered 1 million. But the person only took 100,000. I thought I was cheated again. But it seems to be true? Ao Fei was even more surprised. Only 100,000 star coins? Are the plants that can be bought with 100,000 star coins really natural plants? You know, those who can go to the black market, they must not be people who don't know the price. But how can people who know the price only charge 100,000 star coins? I knew you wouldn't believe it. Brother, to be honest, if I hadn't bought it in person today, I wouldn't believe it was real. Orson watched his brother's contracted beast walk to his side, staring at the thing in his hand. So he simply put the potted plant on the coffee table, and let the two contracted beasts lie on the sofa and smell it together. I don't know what magic this silver star grass has. Why are these two of them like drugs? The more you smell them, the more you get addicted. Although he also smelled the fragrance. He must admit that the smell is quite good. But that's all. He is not like a contracted beast who can't stop smelling it. You said it's called silver star grass? For some reason, Ao Fei suddenly remembered the message he received a few days ago. It seems that the name of the natural plant mentioned in it is this. Is this a coincidence? Speaking of which, I received a message a few days ago. The message said that there is a store on this planet that seems to be selling natural plants and natural fruits, which is also the purpose of his trip. If it weren't for something that delayed him, he should have come here a few days ago. Aren't you curious why I put down my business over there and came to this planet? Ao Fei's eyes were fixed on the silver star grass on the coffee table. If his eyes could be transformed into substance, he would probably stare a hole in the silver star grass. I received news that there is a store selling natural plants here. What? Awesome realized what he said and subconsciously denied it. This is impossible. Natural plants these days are all under the jurisdiction of the higher authorities. Private individuals can only obtain some in the wild. How is it possible? How could someone open a store to sell such things? The two of them knew what was left unsaid. Not only that, because of their family reasons, they knew more. Although natural plants are so rare on the interstellar surface now, in fact, the people in the Research Institute have long developed a method to cultivate and reproduce natural plants. Although this method is time-consuming and costly, as long as they are willing to promote it, it is not particularly difficult to do so considering the amount of money the royal family invests in the Research Institute every year. But why hasn't it been done yet? Because of the huge profits. Some people rely on their own special channels, take advantage of the scarcity of natural plants, and frequently and maliciously raise the market price, making natural plants the exclusive items of the rich and powerful, in order to make huge profits. According to statistics, the total transaction price of natural plants that flowed out of the Capital Star auction house last year exceeded tens of billions of star coins, and the total market price of natural plants in the entire interstellar space exceeded hundreds of billions. If the number of natural plants increases, then the price will inevitably fall, and the money they can earn will naturally be less. With such huge profits, who wouldn't be jealous? Who wouldn't be tempted? Who would be willing to give it up for nothing? As for the intentions of another part of the people, they are even simpler and cruder. They directly start with the annual investment funds. With tens of billions of star coins invested every year, how much is actually used for research after being divided up layer by layer? These things, once they fall into their hands, they become their money. Who would be willing to spend their own money to contribute to the entire galaxy? If they are really that kind, then they would not do such a thing. Anyway, you take the silver star grass to test it first. Ao Fei gave the order decisively, and Orson nodded. Although it was only a short while, they had already discovered the uniqueness of this silver star grass. You know, they had come into contact with so many natural plants before, but no natural plant could cause such a big reaction to the contracted beast. Chapter 368 Interstellar Food. Spiritual beasts are very sensitive to natural plants, especially those after the contract. The fact that they can have such a big reaction is enough to show that the silver star grass is extraordinary. Before Orson took the silver star grass away, Ao Fei first left a photo, and then contacted the person who provided him with the information before. On the other hand, Toro, who received the picture sent by Ao Fei, was shocked at first, and then quickly sent a message to ask about the source of the pot of silver star grass. According to Toro's idea, although Boss Su's store was slightly promoted because of the live broadcast, most of the new customers bought thorn cones instead of natural plants. Whether it is Toya, Ruby, or AIC, these three people are not short of money. They bought this for their own use. It is impossible to sell it. And it is even more impossible to let the natural plants flow into the hands of others. If so, where did the silver star grass in Ao Fei's hand come from? The only possibility he could think of was that someone else had discovered that the potted plant was a natural plant, and then exposed Boss Su's store. In fact, Toro's idea was not wrong, and it was not particularly far from the facts. But things were not as bad as he imagined. Aof, this was bought by my brother on the black market. The seller said it was called silver star grass. I remember that the natural plant sold in the store you mentioned before seemed to be called this name. It was bought on the black market, not because the store was exposed. After being targeted, the news leaked to Ao Fei. This is barely good news. As someone who knows what kind of people those people are, Toro is also one of those who does not want the store to be exposed. Otherwise, he would not have concealed this matter. Toro, that's right. One of the natural plants in that store is called silver star grass, and it is the same as the one in your picture. Aof, one of them? Toro, that store has recently launched a new flower plant called multi-leaf tufts. This store can not only provide a stable supply of one of the natural plants, but also launch another natural plant. Who is Boss Su? Although Ao Fei has not been to the store to check it out yet, he has learned about the business situation of this store through Toro's words during this period. A certain number of natural plants and natural fruits can be put on the shelf stably every day. As long as Boss Su wants, the actual value of what she has sold in the past few days is enough to buy several planets. And it is a planet with rich resources. But in fact, the profit she gets is only 1% or even 1,000. Aof, send me the address. I will go to see it tomorrow. Toro, you've arrived? I thought you would be too busy with military affairs. Didn't they say that several marginal planets have been conquered by alien beasts? Aof, you are still so well informed. Aof, forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's get together if there is a chance. I just need your help. After Toro sent the address of the store, the chat ended. As a student who also graduated from the military academy, Toro did not join the military after graduation like Aofe. He chose to leave the capital planet and switched to doing some ordinary programming work. The money he earned each month was not much, but it was enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. If the students and teachers of that year knew that the top student in their information department was now so degenerate, I wonder what they would think. But they didn't know. Maybe everyone thought that Toro actually joined the military, but just transferred to the information department. So he disappeared. But, number one. So what? Toro sneered. He looked at the completely blank information on the light brain, and his heart was very calm. But there was also a hint of regret and relief. Toro couldn't remember how many times he had looked up the information of this boss Sue. But unfortunately, he never found anything. No matter this person. This store. Obviously everyone who opened a store needed to register personal information with the relevant department established on the planet. But he hacked into the official database and didn't find any information about her. This store seemed to appear out of thin air. And so did this person. There was a sound of opening the door. And Toro cleared all the information and put away his light brain. Brother, come out and help me. I can't carry it anymore. Toro looked at the potted plants piled up outside the door in surprise. For a moment, he didn't know whether to suspect that his sister had robbed the warehouse of Boss Sue's shop. Even before, he only brought 3 or 5 pots home at most every day. Why today? He looked at the flower pots piled up at the door, roughly counted them. There must be at least a dozen or 20 pots. Just to buy these, Toya probably spent a lot of money. How much did you buy? Toro resigned himself to being a laborer, moving all the pots of natural plants into his backyard. Although the backyard was still a little bare at this time. After the batch of potted plants were placed, it barely looked like a garden. However, there were still too few types of plants. Although the silver star grass and multi-leaf tufts were beautiful, they were still a bit monotonous. However, this already satisfied Toya. After all, she probably didn't even have a single blade of grass. But she already had such a big garden. I was lucky today. When I went there, AIC hadn't arrived yet. So I bought all the potted plants in the store. It was a bit exaggerated to say that she bought all of them. After all, she didn't have enough money. However, there were only 20 pots of silver star grass and 15 pots of multi-leaf tufts in the store today. She bought 15 pots of silver star grass and 8 pots of multi-leaf tufts by herself, which was no different from buying all of them. Do you have enough money to eat? Toro seriously suspected that this girl had spent all her money on food. Toya's face froze, and she looked a little unnatural. It was obvious that Toro had hit the nail on the head. Well, it doesn't matter. At most, I can drink nutritional supplements. Anyway, those foods are not much better than nutritional supplements. There are 3 main types of food for interstellar people now. The first type is the most common, unpalatable, and cheapest nutritional supplement. The cheapest nutritional supplement costs only 10 star coins. Ordinary people can drink 2 at most a day to maintain a day's consumption, while beast pattern warriors need about 3 to 5 a day, depending on the consumption of the day. The second type is synthetic food and exotic meat. The price of synthetic food is relatively expensive, while the price of exotic meat is relatively cheap. Everyone can choose to go to the Star Network to buy already cooked synthetic food. And the ingredients of synthetic food are synthetic vegetables plus exotic meat. Chapter 369 Interstellar, Moral Issues. The price of synthetic vegetables is far higher than that of exotic beast meat. After all, there are so many exotic beasts in the entire interstellar space that it is impossible to kill them all. And synthetic vegetables are said to have natural plant extracts added, so the price is quite expensive. As for the third type, that is quite luxurious natural food. Compared with the price of natural plants, you can imagine how much money this ordinary natural food costs. After all, vegetables are also a kind of natural plants. Edible natural plants are even more valuable, after all. It is rumored that natural plants can resist radiation, and the effect of eating is better. Tuya usually eats the second type. Now she has spent all her money on potted plants, so she can't afford synthetic food. Our family is not so poor that you have to take nutritional supplements. Toro rolled his eyes, and then watched her put each potted plant in its corresponding position. After a period of tidying up, the originally messy backyard became orderly. Colorful natural plants sway in the wind, leaving dazzling colors, and the fragrance of silver star grass is even more elegant and charming. Now, both Toro and Toya have developed a habit. Before going to bed, they will come to the garden to sit for a while. This silver star grass is like a natural sleeping pill, allowing them to sleep well every night. And their mental state is getting better and better. Toro looked at the gradually filled area and suddenly said, "In fact, you just need to sell some of these potted plants." "What are you selling?" "I won't sell them." Toya snorted. "I'm not stupid. When Boss Sue's store becomes popular in the future, I won't be able to buy it even if I want to. But it's not popular now." "No, you don't know. Although those people only buy thorn cones every day, I have seen people secretly buying apples as something with a questionable origin. Although the appearance of apples is very tempting, no one has ever dared to buy them to eat. They are afraid of losing money and eating badly." However, Toya and her friends' crazy purchase of apples and potted plants has attracted the attention of many people. At first, they could say that they were agents, and they were in cahoots with the boss, and that they did this to induce others to consume. However, after Boss Sue had been supplying thorn cones for a period of time, many people began to doubt whether their guesses were correct. After all, people who can produce so many high-quality natural fruits are obviously not ordinary people. Toya didn't even buy fruits today in order to buy potted plants. She spent all her money on natural plants. However, she did this not without rewards. At least, she can say with absolute confidence that the number and quality of natural plants she owns are definitely higher than 99.99% of people in the entire galaxy. "I'm so tired. I'll come back to change the place for the silver star grass after I rest for a while." Because the habits of the two plants, silver star grass and multi-leaf tufts, are completely opposite. The planting places must be separated. On one hand, she used something opaque to block the sunlight, and on the other hand, she had to expose the plants to the sunlight. Toro was speechless watching her busying around. They had a robot at home. Why did she have to do it herself? It was obvious that robots would do these things more easily, faster and more conveniently. "I think you should stop working and let the robot come and do it." Hearing Toro's words, she remembered that she had a robot at home. Toya smiled awkwardly and then hurried to order the robot to come and work, while Toro thought about what she had just said and followed her to ask a few questions. "Apart from you three, have there been other people who bought natural plants these days?" Toro asked this, mainly because he wanted to know who the person who sold the silver star grass on the black market was. This person obviously knew the existence of natural plants, and he was afraid that he would expose this matter for profit. It was a pity that he had not been to the store very often and did not know the situation. Otherwise he would like to find that person. "Others?" Toya frowned and thought for a while. "There shouldn't be any. Except for us. No one believes that it is a natural plant. Boss Sue doesn't like to explain, so they won't buy it either. Otherwise, why do other people suspect that the three of them are agents? It's because the three of them are the only ones who bought things other than thorn cones during this period." After Toya finished speaking, she found that her brother's expression was a little strange. She thought something had happened and began to become a little nervous. "Is there something wrong?" Toro was not going to say it, but he was afraid that she would think too much. So he simply explained, "I heard from others that they saw silver star grass on the black market." "What? Could it be that someone really knew that these were natural plants, and then bought the potted plants from the store and sold them on the black market? It can't be that Boss Sue went to the black market to sell natural plants. Right? This is absolutely impossible. If Boss Sue was greedy for money, with the things she had, she would have many ways to make money, so she wouldn't have to bother selling things on the black market." As for Ruby and AIC, it was even more impossible. Ruby's grandfather had just given her a sum of money, and AIC was a rich second generation, and she had more pocket money every month than she could spend. What a black-hearted person. Boss Sue is so kind. He actually had the nerve to sell the natural plants sold at such a cheap price on the black market. Toya couldn't figure out who did this, so she could only curse him to vent her anger. Toro didn't say anything about this. Although this behavior is not morally appropriate, it is not illegal. And Boss Sue himself did not say that things in the store cannot be resold. Not only potted plants, Toro has recently discovered that there are many high-quality thorn cones on the black market. As for where this thing comes from, I can only say that those who understand will understand. Oh, right. I remember it. Toya slapped her forehead. And finally remembered something. Didn't I tell you before that a live broadcaster went to the store? That person's live broadcast room was banned because of too many reports. Later, Boss Sue gave him a pot of Silver Star grass to compensate him. Although it happened in the past few days, if Toya hadn't just seen the live broadcast advertisement on the light brain, she would have almost forgotten this matter. The more Toya thought about it, the more she felt that this anchor must be the one who sold the Silver Star grass on the black market. After all, she had often seen Jia standing in the store stealthily these days. Toya originally thought that he also wanted to buy something, but every time he just stood there and watched, without any other movements. His eyes were fixed on the potted plants. Chapter 370 Star, just take a small change. But today is different. When she was shopping, she actually saw Jia also bought 2 pots of natural plants. She didn't think much about it at first. After all, it was someone else's business. Whether he bought something or not had nothing to do with her. Now that she thought about it, it wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, but he probably didn't have the money to buy it, so he went to the black market to sell the Silver Star grass given by Boss Sue, and then used the money to continue buying things in the store. It must be him. I ran into him today, and he also bought 2 pots of natural plants. Toya puffed her lips in anger, and then picked up an apple, and started eating it. Fortunately, she bought a lot before otherwise. She would have nothing to eat now. I see. Toro nodded. He was not as angry as Toya, after all. Toya also said that these were potted plants given by Boss Sue himself. Although Toro didn't know Boss Sue, he didn't think she was someone who would just give someone something for a small thing. And such a special and expensive thing. It was more likely that Boss Sue thought this person was worth a gift. As for where she got her criteria, he didn't know. At this moment, Toro saw that the communicator connected to his optical brain seemed to have received a message, and he found an excuse to go back to the room. Aof, I forgot to ask. How much are the things in this store? How many pots of natural plants can I buy with 10 million? Toro. Seeing the 3 words 10 million, Toro's face twisted for a moment. 10 million. This is quite reasonable. After all, in the past, 10 million would probably only buy a few flowers and grass. But in Boss Sue's shop, 10 million would probably buy everything in the shop for a long time. Toro, not so much. Just a small amount. Aof? Toro, let me put it this way. The most expensive item in the shop is 5,000 interstellar coins. Aof? Aof. No wonder that person sold Silver Star grass for 100,000. It seems he still has some conscience. Without thinking too much, the person Ao Fei is referring to here must be the one who sells Silver Star grass on the black market. And there is a high possibility that he is the anchor. He sold something worth hundreds of thousands for 100,000. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the person Boss Sue is willing to give away. Although his behavior of selling things is not very moral, he still has a bottom line as a human being. Regardless of what Toro was thinking at this moment, Ao Fei, who had learned the price of natural plants from him, just thought that someone bought the Silver Star grass with 1,500 interstellar coins, and then sold it to Orson for 100,000 interstellar coins. He thought Orson had finally changed his luck. It seems that no matter what time, his brother can't change the fact that he was a sucker. Although this transaction is extremely cost-effective from another perspective. Suemo, who didn't know that the store would welcome a special guest tomorrow, received the first good news in this plane. Congratulations, host. The grocery store has reached 1,000 popularity. The store can spend 1,000 interstellar coins to upgrade to level 2. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade? Suemo was waiting for the upgrade, so he naturally wouldn't disagree. Confirmed to upgrade the second level grocery store, 1,000 interstellar coins have been deducted. The upgrade of this plane is a bit similar to the last upgrade to the Yin-Yang shop in the previous plane. It used to be upgraded in seconds, but this time there is a 6-hour upgrade countdown. It is now past 8 o'clock in the evening, and it is 2 o'clock in the morning after the upgrade. Suemo doesn't like to stay up late, and the number of daily purchases is refreshed at 12 o'clock that night. Even if she stays up late, she can't change the fact that when the countdown ends, the time exceeds today, which causes the number of purchases to be refreshed. Although it is a pity that there is no way to unlock new things today, she still uses up today's purchase times, buys the things to sell tomorrow, and goes upstairs to rest. After waking up, San, who had not dared to disturb the host's sweet dream for a whole night, finally couldn't help but remind her, the grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 2. And the reward is the number of technology tree upgrades *1. The main branch authority has been unlocked. The current number of main branches that can be set, 1. The number of main branches that have been set, 0. The little mouth chattered a lot of words, which directly woke Suemo up. She opened the technology tree interface, and found that a white empty space had appeared on the main branch at the bottom, and the others were still in a black sealed state. According to past experience, the grocery store is generally level 5, which means that after she upgraded 4 times, she can get the authority to set the main branch 4 times. But there are 5 positions here. I don't know where this extra one came from. Although I am a little curious, this is not something to consider now. So Suemo thought about it, and let it go. She flipped through the technology tree, and then set one of the branches as the main branch. Are you sure you want to set edible plants as the main branch one? Yes. Set successfully. Currently the number of main branches that can be set, 0. The number of main branches that have been set, 1. According to the rules, the branch set as the main branch can reduce a certain amount of money consumption when upgrading, that is to say, the interstellar coins she needs to upgrade the branch edible plants will be greatly reduced. The specific reduction is calculated according to the proportion, and as the level increases, the proportion will also increase. The current level of this branch is 0, and the amount of upgrade exemption is 20%, which means that it originally cost 10,000 to upgrade the edible plants to level 2, but now it only costs 8,000 star coins. 2,000 star coins may not seem like much, but this branch is a large branch, and there are many commodities under the branch. The most important thing is, this is the branch that Suemo needs most in the early stage, so the upgrade will be very frequent. As the level increases, the star coins required for upgrading increase, and the amount of exemption will increase, and the actual amount of money exempted will become quite considerable. However, after Suemo set up the main branches, she did not do anything else, because most of her funds were used to purchase goods. She had to wait until the store closed today to make a plan for the money on her body, and then consider which branches should be upgraded next, and what products should be unlocked after the upgrade. When the store closed yesterday, she had a total of nearly 150,000 star coins on her. When purchasing goods, she took into account the recent increase in the number of customers, and the trend that other people besides Toya have also started to buy new things, so she slightly increased the purchase quantity of all goods. 20 apples, 50 thorn cones, and 20 pots of silver star grass and multi-leaf tufts each. After buying these things, her fund shrank by half. If, as usual, all the goods in the store are sold out, then today's income will reach nearly 200,000. Chapter 371 Star. This person is not important. This 200,000 seems a lot, but for Suemo, who will upgrade the technology tree in large quantities to unlock the Star Online store, it may still be a little short. It's not that she doesn't want to buy more goods, but the main reason is that the number of customers is not large, and even fewer are willing to spend money. Especially now, Suemo hasn't found anyone other than Toya and the others who buy potted plants. You can't just keep grabbing these few people, so Suemo gave up the idea of buying more potted plants. Anyway, as long as she can sell all the things in her store today, the money she earns will barely be enough. Suemo, who didn't know that a new fat sheep would come today, waited until the store opened and opened the door. Looking at the customers waiting outside for the store to open, it seemed that there were more customers than yesterday. Suemo felt much better. As customers walked into the store one by one of them stopped in front of Suemo. Boss Su, I went back and checked yesterday. Earth is the ancient blue star, but didn't the ancient blue star become extinct a long time ago? The person who spoke was one of the people who bought apples yesterday. Because he bought apples and tasted the deliciousness of them, he became interested in the Earth mentioned in the introduction, so he searched on the star network, unexpectedly. He found a big surprise after searching. Earth is actually the old name of the ancient blue star that they have heard since childhood. Let's not talk about whether this apple is a fruit from Earth, but she dared to sell it, so there must be an explanation. Especially since this person did not deliberately lower his voice when speaking, causing many people around to hear his question. Although these people did not express the same doubts, each of them wanted to put their ears close to eavesdrop, and their walking speed slowed down a lot. Suemo knew that this was not an easy question to answer. But so what? She was not prepared to answer anyway. Is there any connection between the extinction of the ancient blue star and my selling things? Suemo looked at the person asking the question, with a friendly smile, but the slowly approaching Xiao He made this person feel a great deal of pressure. But this man was somewhat unwilling to hear such an answer, but the development of the matter was obviously different from what he imagined, and no one around him wanted to say anything. Especially when he saw the mysterious man standing beside him, he couldn't help but think of the fate of the man who made trouble before. He shuddered all over, and forced a not-so-good smile on his face. There is really no connection. I just asked casually, Boss Su. Don't mind. As he said, he wanted to go to the store to buy something. But as long as he thought that what he said just now might offend Boss Su, he couldn't help but look back at her twice more. Until he found that Boss Su didn't seem to mind what had just happened, he was relieved, and hurriedly went in to buy something. Suemo naturally wouldn't mind. Anyway, they all came to give money. As long as there was no violation, she wouldn't be so petty. Instead, she felt that if one really wanted to teach someone a lesson, there were two ways. One was to make a lot of money from him, and the other was to make him unable to buy anything even if he had money. For those who are still tolerable, she takes the former approach. For those who dislike her, she takes the latter approach. She thought she could get something out of the question, but it was resolved so easily, which made those who pricked up their ears feel very regretful. But regret is regret. If they really asked it themselves, they would definitely not have the courage. Not to mention the man who stood there motionless, but still exuded a terrible aura. The possibility of being added to the blacklist was a consequence they could not bear. They are now used to buying some fruits every day to share with their families. And the children at home like the sweet and delicious thorn cones and apples, not to mention that these are natural fruits. Making interstellar people lose the qualification to buy things related to natural plants is almost like taking their lives. You must know that the most terrible thing is not to have, but to lose. After getting used to the taste of natural fruits, letting them eat those synthetic things again, this is simply a torture to the taste buds. Once again, Suemo easily dealt with a person who was about to inquire about the news. Suemo was not as relaxed as she seemed. She already felt a sense of urgency. As the number of customers increases, there will be more people like the ones just now. And not every customer can be threatened so easily. Although these people seem to be quite obedient at present, they may have some little thoughts behind their backs. During this period, there are many people who go to the black market to resell fruits. Now the quantity is small, not enough to cause any trouble. After a long time, even a fool can find the problem. If someone with ulterior motives wants to find it, it is not difficult. After all, these people only think about making money, but have never thought about how to hide themselves. The exposure of the store has become inevitable, and this time will never be long. According to Sumo's calculation, if she does not make any preparations, at the latest 1 month, something she does not want to see will definitely happen. To be honest, 1 month is too much, and it is too much. Suemo thinks that within 2 weeks at most, the relevant departments of this planet will definitely come to the door. After all, as a new shopping street, it is not surprising that there are few customers. What is surprising is that not only are there so many customers for no reason, but they always run to the end of the street. At that time, if you just check it casually, the special features of the goods in the store will be exposed in a minute. Just when Suemo was thinking about life, she suddenly heard a cry of surprise. She came to her senses and turned her eyes to the door. She saw a tall man standing at the door. Well, this person is not important. What is important is the 6 foot about 2 meters long leopard next to him. In the past, ordinary leopards were at most 3 to 5 feet long, and even 5 feet was considered large. You can imagine how much fear this 6-foot leopard brought to the customers in the store. No wonder they couldn't help but scream out loud. Even Suemo couldn't help but take a few more glances when she saw it. It's just that she was used to seeing all kinds of wild beasts in the Orc Plain. Those jackals, tigers, leopards, snakes and bears surrounded her every day. Suemo had long been immune to such large creatures. But others were not so calm. If they hadn't discovered that this leopard might be the man's contracted beast. It was spiritual, and would not attack people randomly. I'm afraid the customers in the store would have fled long ago. Despite this, they were still very scared, and they all wanted to hide in a corner. Although Suemo was not afraid of leopards, it had affected his normal business, so he was ready to intervene. Chapter 372 StarCraft, Fat Sheep. Sorry, I've disturbed everyone. Xiaohua is very docile, and has a good temper. She won't attack anyone casually. Please rest assured. Ao Fei glanced at the leopard at his feet and spoke in a very gentle tone. Xiaohua once killed 2 alien beasts with 1 bite and knocked off an A-class mecha. In the competition, he slapped 2 of his own kind off with 1 slap. However, docile and good-tempered Hua moved his claws impatiently. Ao Fei, who knew that his contracted beast had a bad temper, knew that it would not cooperate, so he threatened it silently in his mind. Go squat in the corner by yourself, don't scare people. I won't. What do you mean by you? If you don't do it, I'll go home. You? If you want to go back by yourself. What do you mean by me? You can still rob things without paying. Why not? Can you? Did you see that guy? I think he can hold you down and beat you. Xiaohua looked at the black guy, and her impatient paws stiffened slightly. Relying on her own self-knowledge, it seemed a bit strong. After a few seconds, it had to admit that what its contract master said seemed to be right. So it could only be forced walk obediently to the corner and squat. Seeing the leopard take the initiative to stay in the corner, far away from others, everyone was still a little nervous, but seeing it was so obedient, they were not as nervous as before. Suemo was quite sensible. He managed his contract beast well, and did not continue to affect the business, so he did not say anything. By the way, this was the first time Suemo saw a customer who brought a contract beast to buy things, and judging from the demeanor of this customer, he must not be an ordinary person. Not only her. Even San found that this man was different. Host. This man is not simple. Yes. He is a soldier. This way of action and posture. It is obvious that he is specially trained. Of course. It is also possible that he is a mercenary or a star pirate. But compared to soldiers, the other 2 identities are more special. Especially the star pirate. An identity that is hunted everywhere. And there are bounties everywhere. If this person is really a star pirate, his style cannot be so eye-catching. So it is more likely that he is a soldier. A soldier came to the store. Suemo could never believe that this was a coincidence. But if you ignore the leopard squatting in the corner that seems to be wronged and pitiful, this person's behavior is the same as other customers. As if he came in just to buy things. After Ao Fei entered the store, his more sensitive perception than ordinary people obviously found that the environment here is absolutely unique compared to other places. But he can't explore what this uniqueness is now, because the main purpose of his trip is to buy things. Looking at the rows of natural plants on the shelves, Ao Fei's eyes were filled with surprise that could not be concealed. Xiaohua in the corner also looked at the potted plants on the shelves with eager eyes. What are you standing there for? Buy them. Don't tell me you can't even afford these natural plants. This is called this little bit of natural plants? Ao Fei sneered. The quality of the natural plants here is definitely the best in the entire galaxy, and the number of natural plants of this quality in the entire galaxy can be counted on one hand, and the total number may not even be half of this store. And this little bit. How greedy. However, what his contracted beast said was right. Compared with the many natural plants sold before, there were not many here. And the price was so cheap, he would not miss it anyway. Hello. Mr. Su, how many plants do you have here? I plan to buy them all. After Ao Fei entered the store, he became the center of attention, so his every move was particularly noticeable. Now when others heard that he was going to buy all the plants, they felt puzzled and surprised, and had a bold idea in their hearts. Let's not talk about what their ideas were for the time being. Suemo suspected that this person should know that the potted plants in the store were all natural plants. After all, the suspicious pauses when he spoke were still very worrying. 20 pots of silver star grass, 20 pots of multi-leaf tufts, a total of 130,000. You can take them all after paying the money. Although he knew that this person's purpose was not pure, Suemo didn't care. Anyway, this guy has come. And she didn't find any malicious intent in him. She was too lazy to stop him if he was willing to give her money. Hearing the price, Ao Fei said to himself. Sure enough, what Toro said to him was true. He thought Toro was joking with him. How could there really be such cheap natural plants? Ao Fei had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but his expression did not change. Okay. He paid the money readily, and even felt a little guilty after paying. 40 pots of high-quality natural plants. He got them for 130,000 yuan. How could he not feel guilty? At first, he thought he could buy as many pots as he wanted with 10 million yuan. But he didn't expect to buy everything with just a small amount of money. After Ao Fei paid, He put all the things into the space button, which can be understood as a storage tool, and then turned his head to look at the dozens of juicy fruits on another shelf. Thanks to AO Suemo felt the joy of opening and closing the store again after 3 or 4 days. If she had known that there would be a fat sheep in the store today? Forget it, she is not the kind of person who likes to take chances, so she should just play it safe. If it weren't for AO she might not have been able to sell all the things in the store today. Congratulations. Host, today's store revenue, 190,000 interstellar coins. Host, there's another piece of news that I forgot to inform you. After the total level of the technology tree is upgraded to level 10, the Star Online store will be open. Current total level of the technology tree, level 3. Details are as follows: edible fruit level 1, flowers and plants level 2. Finally, the conditions for opening the Star Online store appeared. Suemo looked at the 260,000 star coins on her body, and after calculating the account again and again, she finally thought of a more suitable and cost-effective upgrade strategy. This set of strategies can just meet the requirements of the 10th level of the technology tree, and the consumption is firmly controlled at just over 200,000. First, the edible fruit is upgraded by 2 levels, costing 70,000 star coins. The flowers and plants are upgraded by 1 level, costing 50,000 star coins. The natural food is upgraded by 1 level, costing 20,000 star coins. After these 3 upgrades, the cumulative consumption is just 140,000 star coins, and the total technology tree level has reached level 7. She planned to upgrade the last 3 levels to edible plants. After all, it was the first branch she set as the main branch. She would definitely not stop upgrading after 1 level. Otherwise, why would she set it up like this? Originally, it would cost 80,000 star coins to upgrade to the 3rd level. But because of the 20% reduction for the main branch, she actually only spent 64,000 star coins. Chapter 373 star, it seems so. That is to say, she only spent 240,000 star coins to reach the 10th level of the technology tree. Congratulations to the host, the technology tree has reached the 10th level, and the Star Network store permissions can be unlocked. Because the permissions need time to unlock, the store cannot be opened normally during the unlocking period. Please choose whether to unlock. Almost immediately after the upgrade, San notified the news. Suemo frowned and thought for a while, and asked a question first. How long does it take to unlock? 72 hours countdown from the beginning of unlocking. 72 hours, that is 3 days. 3 days can be considered a long time, so whether to upgrade immediately, Suemo still has to think about it for the time being. But she still prefers to unlock after a while. Not only did she think so, even San rarely spoke up and suggested, the host can postpone it for a few days, accumulate some funds first, and then directly open the Star Network to make a big wave. Suemo. It can be said to be a very practical suggestion. Because she had just upgraded 7 levels, Suemo only had 63,000 star coins left. This amount of star coins was enough to meet the needs of offline stores. But it was different for online stores. Online stores were facing customers from all over the galaxy. There would not even be a splash if they dropped dozens of pots and dozens of things. Moreover, she had unlocked so many things, and it would cost more money to purchase them. Unlock them in a few days. After hearing Sumo's words, San nodded, and then reserved the permission to unlock. After that, Suemo spent some time to use up all the unlocked items obtained by upgrading. First, there are edible fruits. Although there are 2 opportunities to unlock items at level 1, but after level 1, each upgrade can only unlock 1 item. This time, after upgrading 2 levels, you can unlock 2 items. As before, Suemo chose to unlock an earth fruit and an interstellar fruit. The earth fruit unlocked is peach, and the interstellar fruit unlocked is ice crystal fruit. Ice crystal fruit purchase price, 300 interstellar coins/piece. Selling price, 1,000 interstellar coins/piece. Introduction. Transparent, light blue fruit under light, soft and slightly cool in taste, can dispel heat after eating. It is a good product for relieving heat. Peach purchase price, 500 interstellar coins/piece. Selling price, 1,500 interstellar coins/piece. Introduction. A fruit that grows on trees from the earth. On the earth, peaches are a symbol of good luck, and also have the meaning of longevity and fertility. There is no special reason for unlocking these 2 things. It is simply because it is summer now. So I unlocked the ice crystal fruit. I chose peach because there are many varieties. such as yellow peach, nectarine, hairy peach, honey peach, longevity peach, etc., all of which belong to peach. Under the technology tree, unlocking one means unlocking all. Sumo thought it was more cost-effective, so he chose peach. In addition, peach itself has a good meaning, and the taste is also okay. Compared with ordinary fruits, it is more valuable for publicity. After unlocking the two fruits, Sumo unlocked a new flower, Rouge Butterfly. Rouge Butterfly purchase price, 2,000 interstellar coin / pot sales price, 5,000 interstellar coin / pot introduction, butterfly rouge color. Colorful. Gorgeous. Named because the flower resembles a butterfly. Rouge butterflies like sunshine and humidity. They bloom during the day, attracting butterflies, and close their petals at night to form buds, which can lure butterflies to stay. Huh? Can it really attract butterflies? San patted the petals of the rouge butterfly with her hairy bare paws, her eyes full of interest. Sumo was originally preparing to unlock the next thing, but was affected by its words. This is not something in your system. Don't you know? San was stunned, then nodded stupidly. It seems so. Sumo. This really made her not know what to say. San found that she had made another stupid mistake, and after a dry cough, she began to pretend to be busy transferring all the newly unlocked things to the shelves. Sumo also pulled the corner of her mouth and didn't intend to continue complaining, but quickly unlocked all the remaining things. She unlocked cucumbers, tomatoes, and mushrooms for edible plants. Cucumbers and tomatoes are both vegetables that can be eaten raw, and they are also relatively convenient to cook. As for the earth mushroom, it is an interstellar vegetable. Although the name sounds like mushroom, it is not actually a mushroom. It is a tuberous vegetable suitable for staple food. It is round in appearance and has a yellow-brown skin. It looks similar to potatoes, but it is actually very different. After peeling the skin, the inside of the earth mushroom seems to be whole, but it will turn into powder with just a slight pinch. After drying, the earth mushroom powder can be directly rinsed with water to make rice paste like food. It tastes fresh and fragrant, can fill the stomach, and is easy to operate. Not only that, earth mushroom powder can also be used to make pancakes or pastries like flour. For example, the most popular synthetic food and nutritional supplements on the market are those with extracts of earth mushrooms added to them, which makes the taste better. A single earth mushroom is expensive, and ordinary people certainly cannot afford it. At most, they can only eat synthetic food occasionally to satisfy their cravings. Among these three vegetables, cucumbers and tomatoes are purchased at 250 star coins and sold at 800 star coins, while earth mushrooms are purchased at 500 star coins and sold at 1,500 star coins. The reason for the huge price difference may be related to the large amount of earth mushrooms themselves. If the powder of an earth mushroom is mixed with water to make earth mushroom porridge, it is about enough for 3 people to eat a meal. And cucumbers and tomatoes are just the normal amount on earth. The quality and taste are better at most, but the difference is not too big. The last thing to unlock is the products under the natural food branch. Sumo looked at it for a long time, and finally unlocked the spicy strips. After all, it is a snack that has been popular since childhood, so you still have to give it some respect. Besides, the spicy strips produced by the system are clean and hygienic. If you eat too much, it may cause harm to your body because your stomach cannot tolerate the spiciness. But there is no other harm, because it is a small snack. The price of spicy strips is not expensive. One pack only costs 100 star coins, and the purchase price is 30 star coins. The way spicy strips are sold is slightly different from other commodities, because there are many types of spicy strips. The way they are sold is in the form of blind boxes. When customers buy spicy strips, they get an opaque box. Before the box is opened, everything is possible. Finally, all the things have been unlocked. The initial gifts alone filled the entire counter. San worked hard to move all of them to the shelves. After Sumo received the goods, he also sorted out all the things together. Today's matter is resolved. During this period, the store also welcomed a late customer. AIC was originally curious why the store was not open today, but he didn't expect that it was because all the things had been sold out. After learning that a customer had packed up almost everything in the store, her sense of crisis grew. Chapter 374 star, Uninvited Guests. If she hadn't had classes this morning, she wouldn't have been so late, but the things were gone, she had no other choice. Boss Sue, You should have potted plants for sale tomorrow. Right? Since she didn't buy them today, she could only hope for tomorrow. She, like Toya, also wanted to have a garden, but the number of potted plants was limited every day, so they could only come here every day to buy them. No matter which days flowers were bought less, the progress of their own garden would be slower. Well, there will be a steady supply every day. Hearing this, AC breathed a sigh of relief, and then thanked politely and left. At this time, AC was still looking forward to buying flowers tomorrow, including Suemo, who was also thinking about when to unlock the permissions of the Star Online store. What everyone didn't know was that something bad was about to happen. It was a new day again. Suemo had just finished breakfast, and heard a noisy movement outside the door. Before she could ask, San hurriedly said, "Host." A group of people came outside, and they looked like people from the planet's Natural Resources Survey Department. San knew about this department because he had just checked the clothes of those people outside and went to the Star Network. Since it is a Natural Resources Survey Department, it must be related to natural resources. The work of this department is to explore all natural resources on the planet, including natural plants. After the important resources investigated are tested and confirmed, they will be reported to the relevant departments for processing. In theory, private resources are not included in the scope of investigation, unless the owner agrees, or the owner takes the initiative to ask for them to be handed over. But this is just a superficial talk. Suemo will not take it seriously. After all, they have come to her door now. If she still thinks that these people are just coming to her door to chat, then she is too naive. The noise outside the door is getting louder and louder. Suemo can already hear the shouts of people outside. She doesn't know who gave them the courage, but their attitude can be said to be extremely arrogant. Suemo frowned. Although she didn't like it, she knew that this time was inevitable. Instead of letting them continue to disturb her, she might as well find a way to get rid of the people outside. Before she could speak, Xiaohei followed her silently and went downstairs to open the door to welcome these uninvited guests. "Are you the owner of this store?" The man in the lead had a sloppy look on his face, with colorful hair, and looked a bit like a colorful rooster. Suemo didn't expect that although the interstellar people were not good at growing plants, the image of the killer mat thousands of years ago was actually passed down to the present. It was really a classic chant. With his appearance, if his clothes did not reveal his identity, people who did not know him would think he was a street thug. Suemo glanced outside and found that there were quite a few people coming. She counted 7 or 8 people she could see. Not only that, she also saw several hovercrafts behind these people. And there might be people inside. Well, is there something? Although he had guessed their purpose, he still had to pretend. The shaman was about to say something, but was beaten to it by a man next to him who was also in uniform. The man looked ordinary, but the shrewd light in his eyes was not ordinary at all. "Hello, Mr. Su. We are from the Natural Resources Investigation Department. We have received relevant information and learned that your store has scarce natural resources at present. We hope you can cooperate with our investigation." After speaking, the tone of the speech was official, but the content was not right. What does it mean to say, "Her shop has scarce natural resources, and I hope she can cooperate with the investigation"? He himself said that it was her shop that had natural resources, not wild resources. So why should she be investigated? The word sounded nice, but in fact, he just wanted to find out the truth. If the result was true, he would use some means to make her voluntarily hand them over. In the current situation, if she had a softer temper, she would have been eaten alive by now, and there would be nothing left after being stripped. If she had a bad temper, she would have probably started to scold him by now. But if she had no background, it would probably end in vain. As for Suemo, she still preferred to reason. "Can I ask a few questions first?" Suemo said with a smile. At least on the surface, it seemed that she really just wanted to ask a few questions. Although the man knew that Suemo would definitely not let them succeed easily, it was not easy to refuse such a seemingly simple request. After all, the two sides had not yet torn their faces apart, and the harmony on the surface still needed to be maintained. "Sure, as long as I can answer." Suemo, first question, I remember that the planetary law stipulates that the Ministry of Natural Resources cannot investigate private resources without permission. That's not important. What's important is that you have scarce natural resources here, isn't it? The man knew that Suemo would definitely bring up the planetary law to argue. After all, There were many people who did this before, but none of them succeeded. Since they came, they must be absolutely sure, so he interrupted Sumo's words without any care. Sumo nodded slightly, and didn't care that the first question was fooled away. Second question. If I really have natural resources, what are you going to do? The man didn't know why she asked this. After all, isn't this obvious? If it is true as they heard, there are really a lot of natural plants and fruits in this store. Then of course, I believe that with Boss Su's character, he will be willing to contribute natural resources to the planet and make a great contribution to the construction of the planet. Well, the word sounded very nice. It was voluntary again. Contribution again. And she was given a great hat. His words were exactly the same as what Sumo imagined. San was so angry that he couldn't speak. He wanted to order Xiao Hei to throw these people out directly, but was suppressed by Sumo. Okay. The third question. Sumo calmly prepared to ask the next question, but he was interrupted again before he finished speaking. Boss Su, we all have official business to do, and we don't have much time to answer your questions. The man was a little impatient. If he had kindly answered her 2 questions for the sake of natural resources before, now he no longer wanted to answer. He couldn't wait to see those precious natural plants. As long as he got these natural plants and gave them to the planet master, he would definitely be transferred to the capital planet. There, he would definitely have better development and a better future. Chapter 375 Star, often walking by the river. The man tried to suppress his excitement, but his inner joy was still very obvious. The shaman who had been watching nearby sneered, thinking that this man was a loser, but he was so excited just because he was promised that he could go to the capital star. But what is a quota for the capital star? Can it be compared with natural plants? With so many natural plants, what can you not have? You actually only care about a dispensable quota. Really short-sighted. Sumo didn't know that the 2 people in front of her, who seemed to be a group, actually had their own thoughts. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Even if they both had their own thoughts, to her, they were still enemies. This is the last question, and it won't affect your business. Okay, then ask. The man's attitude was no longer as humble and polite as before, but became extremely arrogant. Sumo chuckled, hoping that he could maintain such an arrogant attitude later. Xiao Hei. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Hei flashed to her side and handed her something. The moment they saw this thing, the man and the killer's face turned very ugly at the same time. The third question. What do you think will happen if the conversation between the 2 of us just now is uploaded to the Star Network? Sumo was afraid that they couldn't see the things in their hands, so she kindly threw the mini recorder in her hand to the man. Since she did this, she was naturally not afraid that they would destroy the recorder. With San here, isn't it easy to make a backup? Not to mention the backup. It is also a simple matter to make the video a hot search today in a few minutes. The man turned on the recorder in disbelief. And as expected, he saw the scene of his conversation with Sumo. He didn't know what brand of radio equipment it was, but every word they spoke was extremely clear. This is impossible. Obviously. In order to prevent the use of such imaging equipment, they would carry jamming equipment every time they acted. Under the influence of the jamming equipment, ordinary recording and video equipment could not be used normally. Otherwise, how could he dare to say such shameless words so confidently just now? He is not a fool. But if you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. If you do too many bad things, you will always get a lesson. But this time, they not only got their feet wet, but if they are not handled carefully, they may fall into the mud ditch. What's impossible? Be careful when you speak. Sumo naturally guessed that they had jamming equipment on them, which was why she asked San to record the video instead of using ordinary equipment. After all, even if they have great abilities, it is impossible for them to interfere with higher-level systems. I have to say that San is quite reliable in this regard. The man listened to the sound coming from the recorder, and in anger, he smashed it directly. It can only be said that he was really angry. Since others dared to give him something, they must have a backup plan. What's the point of destroying it? Since the man can sit in this position, he naturally understands this truth. So his face becomes more and more ugly. What do you want to do? Such a high-definition video. As long as it is circulated, he will be finished. He must delete all the videos. The shaman next to him also looked unhappy. Although he was not the one who said those words just now, but his face also appeared in the video. Even a fool could see that they were in the same group. If the video was spread, he would be finished. But he was not particularly worried, after all. He was different from this person. He had no background, but he had a backer. Hearing his question, Suemo shook her head. This was not what she wanted to do. It was obviously them who started the trouble first. I will do whatever you do. The implication was, you guys grab things, then I will post the video and see who will finish first. Of course, they will definitely finish first, so it will not have any impact on Suemo. Anyway, the permissions of her online store on the Star have been opened. There is nothing in this plane that can threaten her. Even if she now announces to the whole galaxy that she has countless natural plants, those jealous dignitaries can't do anything to her. At worst, I can stay indoors for 3 days and go play on StarNet. If everyone knows that the natural resources that should have been shared by everyone are finally contributed for some reasons, I don't care what will happen next. And I hope you don't care either. Suemo blinked and said the most cruel words in the most gentle tone. In fact, a video is not enough to affect anything. After all, the man is just a team leader of the Natural Resources Survey Department, and he has many people above him. After the video was exposed, the man's dismissal would not affect others from continuing to persecute the grocery store. Anyway, the outside world can only see the surface results. But now it's different. Sumo's words connected her shop with the people of the entire galaxy. There's no need to elaborate on the importance of natural plants to the people of the galaxy. Originally, everyone could buy natural plants, but for some reason, they couldn't buy them. Then attach this video, then the nature of the matter will be completely different. For things that are closely related to their own interests, the people of the galaxy will not let it go so easily. At that time, it will not only be a team leader who will be threatened, but the owner of the entire planet. He must ensure the normal operation of Suemo and the grocery store, otherwise, people of the entire galaxy will put the blame on him because they can't buy natural plants. Of course, the premise of this matter is that Suemo must let everyone know that she has the ability to provide so many natural plants, and that what she provides are really natural plants. But this premise is too simple for her, after all. The things in her shop are genuine. Okay, very good. Under the stalemate, the other party couldn't hold it anymore. After all, as time went by, more and more people came to the shopping street. What they did was unreasonable. So it was best not to be discovered by other irrelevant people, especially ordinary people who like to watch the fun. Otherwise, if Suemo didn't send the video, other rumors would spread first. So a group of people came and went, like a dog that had lost its home. And they made a wasted trip. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they also gave others a handle for nothing. Suemo watched them leave. But she was not relieved. She didn't think these people had given up. They would definitely find a way to make themselves lose their voices directly, so as to directly take over the entire store. San, after closing today, unlocked the Star Online store permissions. She wanted to delay it a little longer. But now it seems that there is no need to continue delaying. Chapter 376 Star, Spy. The Natural Resources Bureau has always been arrogant, so the news that the grocery store was patronized by them today quickly spread throughout the area. Some regular customers were afraid of getting into trouble, so they simply didn't plan to come, thinking about the situation first, and what happened. And some smarter customers found something wrong. It is well known what the main work of the Natural Resources Bureau is, plus the store has always been known for its products that are all naturally produced. So, they found an amazing fact. Perhaps in their eyes, it seems that the plant pots that are so simulated by using new special materials are likely to be natural plants. This can also explain why there were no products with related materials on the market before, because these are real natural plants. When they thought that they had passed by so many natural plants, they felt extremely regretful. Therefore, Suemo obviously found that today's customers seemed to be much more enthusiastic than before. But these people also found that Boss Sue's attitude towards them was much colder than before. As for why she was so cold, how could Suemo be nice to the person who reported her? Although the people who came in the morning did not say it clearly, she was sure that someone must have reported the things in the store to the people in the Natural Resources Bureau. Otherwise, how could they know what happened in the store so quickly? If she hadn't unlocked the permissions of the Star Online store yesterday, otherwise she would have been constrained by these people. Although it is not without a backup plan, it is still a very troublesome matter. If she can develop normally, she will naturally not choose a special method. AIC was still tripped by some things today, so she came a little late. When she finally arrived at the grocery store, She obviously found that the atmosphere in the store seemed a little wrong. For her, this is not important for the time being. What is important is that these people who used to sneer at potted plants actually started to snatch potted plants from her today. And this posture looks crazy. AIC seriously doubted whether the matter of natural plants has been completely exposed. But these people obviously didn't believe it before. What happened that made them suddenly change their minds? As AIC thought, she put all the potted plants she bought into the space button. She bought them from the black market at a high price. The number of space buttons is small. And the price is expensive. If it weren't for natural plants, AIC would not spend this money. Seeing that all the potted plants were bought by one person, these people were very dissatisfied. They just opened their mouths to say something. But when they saw AIC's expensive clothes, they swallowed their words. AIC didn't care what these people thought. What's wrong with her spending money to buy things? Besides, these people didn't believe it before, which proved that they had no faith with these natural plants, and they deserved that they couldn't buy them. What she wanted to know most now was what happened today to make these people's attitudes change like this. Just when she finished shopping, she saw Suemo sitting on the chair, and couldn't help but want to go over and ask, "Boss Su, what happened today?" Suemo raised her eyes and saw AIC speaking, and her attitude softened slightly. She still had some good feelings for these girls, who helped her develop in the early stage, so she didn't suggest saying anything more. Nothing, just someone from the Natural Resources Bureau came over. Many people knew about this, so there was no need to hide it. After all, there was a father with a special status in the family, and AIC was very sensitive to this kind of information. Almost when Suemo finished the sentence, she had guessed the purpose of those people. Just when she was hesitating whether to say something, Boss Su's words made her face change. "You don't have to come over in the next few days. Our store will be temporarily closed for a few days." The reason for the closure was that the system needed to upgrade the unlocking authority. But AIC didn't know this, so she thought that they put pressure on Boss Su to close the store. First, close the store, then coerce and lure, and finally rob. AIC had seen a lot of these methods when she was a child, and she could think of them without thinking. "Boss Su, does the higher-ups want these things?" Suemo didn't say anything, so AIC took it as a tacit agreement. Just when she was about to say something, another person came in from outside. Listening to the exclamations of others, Suemo quickly realized who this guest was. Except for the beast-patterned warrior with leopard yesterday, no one else would cause such a sensation. "Boss Su, I'm sorry to bother you again. I want to talk to you about something." When Aofei came over, his face was also a little ugly. Suemo couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. How come something happened just now? These people came one after another. Because she guessed yesterday that Aofei was a soldier, so Suemo still had some ideas about what he came here to discuss. It happened that the things in the store had been sold out. Suemo asked Xiaohei to ask all the customers to leave. Of course, this was for those who were willing to cooperate. Suemo, who was unwilling to cooperate, was too lazy to say anything more, and directly asked Xiaohei to take the people out. Anyway, she was not going to open the door in a short time. They could do whatever they wanted. After clearing the guests, the only outsiders in the store were Aofei and AIC. When clearing the guests, AIC stared at Aofei for a few seconds, and then finally knew why he looked so familiar to her. Isn't this Colonel Aofei? Just when AIC was thinking about why he appeared here and what his purpose was, Suemo conjured up a few potted plants that AIC had never seen before. What is this? A new natural plant. Ace's attention quickly shifted to the potted plants. As for how the potted plants appeared, no one would care. After all, there was a space button in this plane, and Sumo's behavior was not strange. Well, the name is Rouge Butterfly. Originally, the newly unlocked items were to be put on sale, but because of what happened today, Suemo did not want to take out more items to attract the attention of the Natural Resources Bureau. After all, she could not investigate the spies hidden among the customers, so all the newly unlocked products were removed by her. Only apples, thorn cones, silver star grass and multi-leaf tufts were put on the shelves today. What a good name! Ace stared at the flowers on the potted plants with great interest. The flowers on them were like real butterflies spreading their wings and ready to fly. This reminded her of her beast pattern. She was also a beast pattern warrior, but it was a relatively rare butterfly beast pattern, so she had not found a contract beast suitable for her after growing up. Chapter 377 Star, Cooperation. So she now feels more at home when she sees Rouge Butterfly than when she sees the other two potted plants. If you like it, I can sell it to you, 5 pots in total, the same price as the multi-leaf tufted plants. No wonder Boss Sue asked her to stay. It turns out he wants to give her special treatment. AIC's eyes lit up. She swiped 25,000 without hesitation, and gladly accepted this special treatment. Just kidding. Such a beautiful butterfly flower, only 5,000 star coins. You'd be a fool not to buy it. If Boss Sue hadn't said there were only 5 pots, she would have wanted more. Aofei was also a little envious after all. This is a natural plant. Such a cheap price, no matter how many. He wouldn't mind, but AIC obviously didn't mean to share with him, and he was embarrassed to compete with a little girl, so he had to give up. After that, Suemo took out a series of unsold stocks such as ice crystal fruit, peaches, cucumbers, etc. It just so happened that the two people in front of them were both richer than each other. They also knew that the things that Boss Sue brought out were all good things. So the things that were not put on the shelves were quickly divided up by the two of them. After dividing the things, AIC left. Although she was interested in the content of the conversation, her good upbringing from childhood did not allow her to interrupt others when they were discussing things. After AIC left, only Suemo and Aofei were left here. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I am Aofei, and I am currently a colonel in the military. As expected, he is a soldier. Suemo did not speak or move, so Aofei thought she believed it. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. His personal information can be found on the Star Network. Even if you doubt it, he can prove his identity at any time. I came here this time because I received news that a store is selling a large number of natural plants. And the price is very touching. As for what this store is, those who know it will know it. Suemo didn't expect that this person also came here after receiving the news. But he seemed to be much better than those uninvited guests during the day, which was why Suemo agreed to talk to him. If those people in the morning wanted to seize and plunder, Aofei might be more inclined to cooperate. The former must be unacceptable, and the latter needs to be considered. Continue. Suemo motioned him to continue. Aofei knew that this was something to talk about. If there was nothing to talk about, after he finished explaining his identity and purpose, Boss Sue might clear him out like he did with the previous guests. Although Aofei's strength is not as gentle as his appearance shows, he has to admit that he is very likely to be defeated by the black-clothed man next to Boss Sue. Although he did not feel the contracted beast of this person. That is to say, he is very likely to be an ordinary person, or a beast-marked warrior without a contracted beast. However, the stronger the person, the easier it is to find a contracted beast. Because spirit beasts admire the strong, and will only be willing to contract with powerful beast-marked warriors. Therefore, Aofei thinks that it is more likely that this person is an ordinary person. Because of fighting with alien beasts on marginal planets for many years, many soldiers suffer from mania. Mania will not only seriously affect their physical health, but also make beast-marked warriors lose their minds and attack and destroy objects and people around them at will. Aofei briefly talked about the situation of mania, and finally left a very purposeful sentence. As we all know, natural plants can purify radiation and soothe people suffering from mania. Long-term consumption of natural fruits can also achieve this effect. But it is not as obvious as natural plants. In fact, it is well known. But what everyone knows is theoretical knowledge. It is a result of inference that natural plants and natural fruits can relieve mania. The general process is that mania is caused by a large amount of radiation accumulated in the body. And natural plants can absorb radiation. So as long as natural plants absorb the radiation in the human body, mania will naturally disappear. Why is it just theoretical knowledge? Isn't it because they don't have enough raw materials to practice? I can see that Boss Sue is very kind. Otherwise, he would not sell natural plants at such a low price for a long time. I boldly guess that Boss Sue has his own natural plant channel. And you hope to popularize natural plants to the entire galaxy. Kind Sue. Not so. Forget it. I am a kind person. After all, from a certain perspective, Aofei's words are correct. She does hope that natural plants can be sold to more people. I can also guess where the pressure is. So I want to cooperate with Boss Sue. After talking for so long, he finally got to the point. In fact, Suemo didn't care about all the things he said before. She also knew that he said so much to arouse her sympathy, and to give her a high hat of saving the entire galaxy. Although they were all rhetoric, the ultimate goal was to hope that she would agree to cooperate. After a discussion, the two successfully established a preliminary cooperation. San felt a headache from such a conversation between smart people. After listening for a long time, she only understood that her host seemed to want to open up the military channel first. But it has now unlocked the permissions of the Star Online store. 3 days later, they will not be constrained by anything. It will be very easy to open up any channel. Why do they need to cooperate now? Sumo was not surprised by San's question, because she had thought so before. But they seem to have forgotten the disadvantages of opening a store on the Star Online store. They can't stop us from opening a store. So what if we start with transportation? The Star Online store is not completely unsolvable, because after she sells something, she still needs to deliver the goods to the buyer. Then the question is, how can they ensure that the express delivery channel is absolutely safe? If those people are more ruthless, directly cut off the express delivery channel, or directly regard natural plants as items that are strictly prohibited from transportation, the result can be imagined. In fact, cooperating with Alpha is not completely safe. After all, although he seems to be easy to talk to now, no one can predict what will happen in the future. If Sumo had not wanted to use the military's channel for transporting goods, she might have considered the cooperation more carefully. San finally figured out the twists and turns in it. For a moment, it was very worried. Who would have thought that opening a Xing online store would be so troublesome? Perhaps Sumo felt its troubles. She reached out and patted the furry bear's head. If you have the time to worry about this and that, you might as well think about how to upgrade your own system and see if there is any way to create our own transportation channel. Chapter 378 Star. I am finally useful. Others are unreliable. They can be used for a while. But while using them, they must also be prepared. For example, establish a robot star courier company of their own? Sumo believes San can do it. I know. I will work hard. I will go find the data now. San was moved to tears by the trust of the host, and a feeling of I am finally useful rose in his heart. San was busy dealing with his own things. Sumo had nothing to do, so he simply took a sign that said this store is closed for a while, and hung it at the door of the store, and then went to the Star Network to search for the information he needed. On the first day, when the grocery store closed, everyone just thought that the boss wanted to avoid the limelight. On the second and third days of the closure, everyone had already discovered something wrong, even AIC, who knew that Boss Su would not open the store in a short time, was a little worried. But when I think of someone like Boss Su, since she can produce so many natural plants, she must not be as ordinary as she seems. It is not Boss Su who should be worried, but themselves. They lost a treasure shop where they can get natural plants. Whenever I think of this, AC feels very uncomfortable. Even when he talks to his parents at night, he can't help but reveal some emotions. Did Shuzi encounter any trouble there? If you need any help, just tell your father. As the only daughter, he naturally dotes on her in every way, but it's a pity that both he and his wife have special identities, so he can only send his daughter to another planet. The call time every night has become the warmest moment in their family. Nothing. Since Boss Su has closed the shop, there is no need to do anything now. Otherwise, it will backfire. AIC's parents have discovered her concealment. After all, she is their child, and they can find any unusual things. But since she is unwilling to say it, there is no need to ask. Before the warm conversation ended, AIC vaguely found that her father seemed to be a little sad. Although she knew that she could not help, she still couldn't help but care about him. AIC's father felt warm in his heart. After all, there was nothing to hide about his daughter. So he simply talked about what happened today. It's nothing. But the people of the Domi family got some natural plants from somewhere and gave them to other members. The position that AIC said her father was competing for was the Imperial Member of Parliament. And one of the people in the Domi family was her father's strong competitor. In this plane, decisions are made after voting by the Parliament. And the Parliament is organized by the royal family. And the royal family will also send people to participate. The other members of the Parliament are roughly divided into 3 types. One is the powerful. One is the military. And the other is the ordinary people. It is very difficult for ordinary people to become a member of the Parliament if they only have money and no background. If it weren't for AIC's father, he probably wouldn't have this opportunity. After all, although his family is rich, they have no power. After all, it was not easy to get the position of competing for the parliamentarian. AIC's father would naturally not miss it. But the Domi family had several members of Parliament before, so they already had many connections in the Parliament. The reason why AIC's father was able to compete with him was that he spent a lot of money. And the person who gave him the opportunity also gave him some help, which enabled him to fairly compete with the people of the Domi family. But how can more money be compared with natural plants? He has received several calls today, implicitly indicating that they may not be able to continue to support him as a member of parliament. After asking around, he found out that it was the person in the Domi family who got a batch of natural plants and gave them away. To be honest, although he could also take out natural plants. After all, his natural plants were bought with real money, and a pot costs hundreds of millions. Even if his family is rich, it is impossible to withstand such consumption. Besides, the other party has already given natural plants. Even if he gives them again, it may not be able to change these people's minds. And it is very likely that he will lose both the wife and the army. Hearing this, AIC was also a little worried. But she suddenly thought of the gains during this period. Father and mother, don't hang up the call yet. I'll show you something. AIC brought the light brain to the backyard. In the past week, it has changed from a bare land to a garden full of flowers. Such a beautiful scenery, even through a layer of network, is enough to make people feel amazing. Shall see. Where did you buy this plant? It's so beautiful. AIC's mother also likes plants. Her favorite thing to do every day is to take care of the few pots of flowers and plants in the house. These are all treasures bought at a high price. Even if a leaf falls off, or it is slightly bumped, it will make her feel distressed. For people who like plants and flowers, such a garden is like a paradise on earth, especially in an environment where natural plants are so scarce. It is unimaginable to have such a garden. I know my mother will like it. AIC smiled with curved eyebrows. After a few seconds, she restrained her expression and looked at her father. Father, what do you think of these natural plants? Are these natural plants? AIC was not surprised at her parents' shock. After all, she was like this at the beginning, although she was reluctant to admit it, as if to prove the authenticity of the natural plants. AIC called the robot. Detect the radiation situation nearby. Yes. A few minutes later, AIC's parents looked at the average double-digit and the lowest single-digit radiation reported by the robot, and had to believe that all this was true, because only natural plants can purify the environment to this extent. Father, if you need these plants, I can send them over. Although she likes these natural plants very much, compared with her father's future, these natural plants are still nothing. Moreover, after getting to know Boss Sue for some time, she had a hunch that maybe one day in the future, it would be very easy to have a garden like hers. Since the other party gave natural plants, they would also give them, and they would give better ones. In addition to the rouge butterfly, which she really couldn't bear to give away, the silver star grass and the multi-leaf tuft were also top-level natural plants. AIC didn't believe that others could come up with better and more natural plants. Of course, except Boss Sue. After a brief shock, AIC's father began to ask about the source of these natural plants. Chapter 379 Interstellar, Write as arrogant as you can. AC hesitated for a moment, and said, I bought this from a store, but the owner encountered some troubles, so it has closed down. As for what the trouble was, AC didn't need to say much. Her father could guess it. There is probably no one else in the whole galaxy who can produce such natural plants. Even the royal family can't produce so many high-quality natural plants, and even the Institute of Botany is the same. Thinking of this, the many natural plants in AC's garden seem extremely precious. Recently I heard that interstellar radiation is getting more and more serious, and the market price of natural plants has been driven up quite a lot. Shusi, you have so many here, you must protect yourself. Although it's just a garden, it's actually a gold mine. If it weren't for the fact that AC lived in a very safe place, and the people were not so complicated, otherwise they would really be worried. AIC naturally knew that wealth should not be exposed. Although she liked to show off in the past, she began to keep a low profile after buying things from Boss Sue. The only people who knew her and knew that she had these plants were Toya and Ruby. After chatting for a while, AIC decided to give some of the silver star grass and multi-leaf tufts to her parents, because the quantity was large and the value was huge. Neither AIC nor her parents felt comfortable handing them over to Interstellar Express, so they sent their confidants to pick them up in a few days, and then they would deliver them to the capital planet. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was safe and guaranteed, and there would be no other accidents. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. San notified the host at the time of unlocking the permissions. Congratulations to the host. The permission to open the Star Online store has been unlocked. The host can use the system optical computer to log into the Star Online store directly and operate any permissions of the Star Online store. It was just after 1 p.m. Because there was no need to open a store, Suemo had been idle playing for 3 days. After hearing the news, he directly logged into the system optical computer, and then followed the instructions to find the block named Interstellar Virtual Online Store. Ding! An E-level store has been successfully applied for. The store owner can improve the store level by increasing the turnover and store popularity. The 5 levels of the store level from low to high are E to A. In addition, according to the regulations of the Interstellar Virtual Online Store, there are 2 other special levels. One is F level. This level means that the store has been warned to close due to violation of the regulations. Any level of store will directly become F level after violating the regulations, even if the original level is the highest A. Only after paying a certain amount of compensation and fulfilling the relevant responsibilities and obligations can the store level of F-level stores be restored to the original level. There is also an S-level store, which represents official stores, which are generally opened by official institutions such as the Interstellar Botanical Institute, the Interstellar Research Institute, or the Royal Family. Anyone can directly apply for an E-level store, which is the store level that Suemo currently has. There are 2 types of store openings. One is virtual projection opening, which is the same as the Yin-Yang store. The second floor of the Yin store belonging to the underworld is directly projected to the Yang store. This is suitable for store owners with physical stores, which is very convenient and fast. The other is to completely decorate and set up by yourself, and then put the goods on the shelves and open the business. This is suitable for shop owners who only have or want to open virtual stores, because the system defaults to having a physical store when applying for a store. The former is automatically selected here. Suemo browsed his own virtual store and found that there was no problem, so he did not plan to change it. Host: the way to obtain the popularity of the Star Online store is the same as that of the offline physical store, but the amount is halved. The popularity that a single person can provide is still 10 points. But the popularity provided by clicking into the store for the first time and viewing a product is only 1 point. And the popularity provided by subsequent repeated purchases of products is 0.5 points. After all, the Star Online store is convenient and fast, and the customer flow is far greater than that of the physical store, so it is understandable to modify the value. But since San mentioned this, just in case, Suemo asked if there were any other changes, because the permissions have just been unlocked. San has just received the relevant regulations, and is browsing quickly at this time, wanting to give an answer as soon as possible. Not yet, but after the Star Online store's level is upgraded, there may be other new things later. By the way, host, remember to change the store name and introduction. Yes. After understanding all the contents of the Star Online store, Suemo opened the long-lost mall interface. In fact, it was said before that the store could not be opened when the Star Online store's permissions were unlocked. This is not really impossible to open. After all, the permission to open the store depends on Suemo. The real reason for not being able to open the store is that during the unlocking period, the mall interface is closed. Without the mall, there is no way to purchase goods. Without goods, then opening the store is meaningless. Suemo now has about 200,000 star coins, most of which came from the income of the day before closing. This time, the purchase quantity is relatively even, but the general rule is that the number of interstellar products will be more. For example, he bought 100 thorn cones, and because ice crystal fruit is relatively rare, it is relatively unfamiliar to interstellar people, so he only bought 50 apples and peaches. Then, there are 50 pots of silver star grass, 20 pots of multi-leaf tufts, and 10 pots of rouge butterflies. For edible plants, he bought 50 mushrooms, and 20 cucumbers and tomatoes each. Finally, he bought 100 bags of spicy strips. The total number of the above miscellaneous items is exactly 520, and the amount spent is 230,000. Suemo still has more than 5,000 star coins left. After purchasing the goods, Suemo began to solve the last problem of naming the store and filling in the store product introduction. After a short pause, a natural grocery store that will be popular throughout the Interstellar in the future was born. As for the store introduction, Suemo naturally wrote it as arrogantly as she could, such as saying that this store has natural plants, natural fruits, natural vegetables, and delicacies handed down from the ancient blue star thousands of years ago. After everything was done, Suemo nodded with satisfaction, and then closed the store and went offline. After each new store opened, there would be an automatic traffic promotion for 12 hours. This promotion cannot be selected at the time, and it will be automatically arranged to start at the first business. And the time will not be stopped because of the store closing. For new stores and small stores without background, this promotion is undoubtedly the most important in the early stage, so they will choose a suitable time. Suemo is the same. It is already afternoon now. If the store is open now, then the promotion time will inevitably be wasted until the early morning. Although there are night owls in the Interstellar, they are a minority after all, so she naturally has to choose another good time before opening. Chapter 380 Star Interstellar, Absurd. Is this the store the Colonel was talking about? In the military hospital, the soldiers in one of the wards looked at the page with a very plain name, but an exaggerated store introduction, and stared at each other. They never thought that their Colonel, who was always rational and cautious, would suddenly issue a strange order yesterday. He asked them to search for a virtual store called Natural Grocery Store on the Star Network, and then buy the things inside. Originally, this was nothing. They just thought it was a special mission that could not be leaked, even though this mission was really outrageous. But when they saw the store introduction, the first thought that came to their mind was absurd. It was so absurd. Natural plants, natural fruits, and natural vegetables, and even said that there were delicacies passed down from planets that had been extinct thousands of years ago. How is this possible? It's not like they haven't seen people who take advantage of the popularity with entries, but they have never seen such an arrogant one. This store has everything you need to cherish and value. Only a fool would believe that. But the products in this store are well made. This newly opened store has 4 categories, namely, natural fruits, flowers and plants, natural vegetables, and natural food. There are products in each category. And the pictures are also very beautiful, especially in the category of flowers and plants. There is a pot of grass and 2 pots of flowers. The pictures inside are beautiful and moving. This made the group of people who had never seen natural plants excited. While they were amazed, they were also curious about what kind of photo editing skills the store owner had to make the imitation plants look so good. Yes, they thought that all 3 were imitation plants. There were many cases of fraud on Xinguang's store, especially in the field of natural plants. But this was the store recommended to them by the Colonel after all. Why don't we ask the Colonel? Is it possible that we found the wrong store, after all? There are many stores with similar names, like Natural Grocery Store. No, the names may be similar, but the store ID is unique to each store. I checked, and the ID is exactly the same as the one sent by the Colonel. Forget it, let's ask the Colonel. They did it right away, so a group of them gathered around one of them, and then the man carefully called Colonel Aofei. Colonel, do you remember what you sent us yesterday? Aofei knew that they might have contacted him because of this matter. After all, he had just visited Boss Su's shop. It was really hard to describe. If he didn't know the inside story, I'm afraid he would have the same reaction as these people. Although this was not the first call he received to complain about this matter, Aofei still patiently explained it to them. Just buy it, save, and submit the bill after purchase. This expense will be reimbursed by the military. Originally, he wanted to buy it directly from his side, and then distribute it to others, which would be more convenient. But Boss Su disagreed. She could open another permission for the military to purchase the items in the store first. But they were not allowed to buy in bulk. Aofei thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. So he simply didn't pursue it. Anyway, they were all getting a huge bargain. And it didn't matter if they were in trouble. Anyway, it was good enough that the things they got were real. Colonel, this is not something that can be reimbursed or not. This store. The person on the phone was interrupted by someone beside him before he finished speaking. The person directly snatched the light computer from his hand and said, Colonel, do you know the owner of this store? Aofei naturally gave a positive answer. Don't miss it. This is the purchase qualification I got from the boss with special permissions. You may not be able to buy it in a while. Aofei's unclear words made everyone in the ward shudder. A bold idea came to mind. After the call ended, everyone looked at each other again, and saw the understanding in each other's eyes. The next moment, everyone took out their own computers without hesitation and started to operate them. It was a coincidence that they saw that there were still dozens of these things in stock before. But in just one call, the stock was only in the single digits. Fortunately, there is a limited purchase. Otherwise, I suspect that all the things were bought by the guys next door. The colonel only notified the army under his jurisdiction. According to him, the first 3 batches of purchasing qualifications all belong to these patients. And from the 4th batch onwards, it will be open to other people in the army. In the hospital, there were at least 100 or 200 people belonging to their army. If there was no purchase limit, people in other wards would buy a few more items, and they would not get any, as the inventory of the last item in the store returned to 0. Everyone put down their hands with regret. You say, has the colonel been fooled? Where can you find such cheap natural plants and natural fruits? This is unheard of. Hearing this, the middle-aged man on the leftmost bed sneered. Come on. You think the colonel was fooled and you still buy them. I think you have snatched the most things in this ward. After discovering that the colonel hinted that the things in their store were real, they all snatched them with all their strength. Not to mention reimbursement. Even if it was not reimbursed. Such beautiful natural plants and such high-quality natural fruits. Plus the price that seemed to be given away for free. Even if they bought them to the point of bankruptcy, they would continue to buy them even if they had to borrow money. But even so, not all of them bought anything. The cat-type beast pattern warrior who spoke earlier was the luckiest. Not only did he get 2 of the 3 natural plants, but he also bought 3 kinds of fruits. He even got the upper limit of the natural vegetables that they had never heard of. The only pity was that he didn't get the spicy strips that looked very appetizing. After all, this thing was cheap, so other people had no pressure to buy it. And it sold faster. Even so, his record was already very enviable. Hee hee. Good luck. Good luck. Fuck. Look. This store still has stock. It's just that you have to use a normal account to buy it. Normal account? That's easy. After getting this news, they started calling their relatives. In this way, with their efforts, the remaining half of the stock was also sold out. Chapter 381 StarCraft, Only Fools Buy. It was only an hour after the store was opened. Suemo saw that the inventory in the backstage had returned to 0, which made her raise her eyebrows. She divided this batch of things into 2 parts. One can only be purchased with a special account, and the other can only be purchased with an ordinary account. The so-called special account is a person with an identity such as a soldier. They can prove their military identity, and then mark their account with a special mark. With this special mark, they can buy things that ordinary people can't buy, or they can buy things at a more favorable price. This can be regarded as the preferential treatment of StarCraft for those who defend their country. As for ordinary accounts, there is nothing to say. People with no special identities use normal ordinary accounts. In other words, it is not surprising that the batch of goods belonging to the special account was cleared out. After all, this is a batch of things she reserved for Ao Fei, and it can be regarded as the beginning of their cooperation. But it is really strange that the batch of goods belonging to the ordinary account was sold out. She checked the backend data and found that more than half of the people received their goods in the capital star. And if she checked the specific location, she could find that a large part of the addresses belonged to the families of interstellar soldiers. Seeing this, what else did she not understand? Although she divided it into 2 parts. The people who bought things were all soldiers or their families, which could explain how they found the store and why they bought it. But then again, besides these people, there were also ordinary people who consumed it. Suemo counted. About 10 people who bought things in the store were attracted by the publicity, and more people just looked and left. According to the increase in popularity, more than 500 people viewed the store in this hour, 1/5 of whom bought things, which is about 100 people. For a new store, this data is still quite impressive. At least more than 90% of new stores. This may also be related to the rather arrogant store introduction set by Suemo. Even if some people don't buy anything, just seeing this introduction, they will want to click in and take a look. The advantage of doing this is to attract traffic, and the disadvantage is that it is easy to arouse the disgust of buyers. After all, not everyone believes that this is true. Most people must think that this is false propaganda, which will greatly reduce the favorability of the store in the minds of buyers. Other stores certainly dare not do this. At most, they will make a gimmick and use vague words. There has never been such an obvious writing like Suemo. Of course, this is also related to the fact that her products are real. Others can't produce real things. Although this behavior has reduced the favorability of many people, it has also aroused the interest of some people. And Xiaoming is one of them. Although Xiaoming is an ordinary person, because his parents are supportive. His family has a car and a house, so he doesn't need to struggle for anything. Moreover, he is still single and has no extra expenses. So the money he earns only needs to be used for his own spending. Such a free and easy life has made him develop a habit. He especially likes to visit some new stores, and then see if there are any new things in them. Today, he opened the new store recommendation as usual, and saw a store called Natural Grocery Store at a glance. There is a science to naming a store these days. A good store name is more likely to attract new customers. Therefore, everyone is naming it in a way that is close to some popular terms. If we talk about the most popular terms, it must be everything related to natural plants. The other stores listed with this Natural Grocery Store are also similar names, such as Synthetic Natural Fruit Store, Simulated Natural Plant Shop, Simulated Natural Food Restaurant, etc. In comparison, this Natural Grocery Store is a little bland. It's just that Xiaoming likes this different style. So he clicked in. The moment he clicked in, the store introduction and product classification list appeared on the screen. The moment he saw the store introduction, he couldn't help but let out a hack. Natural Grocery Store. This store sells all kinds of natural grass, natural flowers, natural fruits, natural vegetables, and other pure natural products. In addition, there are also delicacies handed down from the extinct ancient blue planet. Natural grass, natural flowers, natural fruits, natural vegetables. How dare you say that? Xiaoming read these 50 words over and over again, but did not find any words such as synthesis, imitation, simulation in the words. Because he stayed on the main page for too long, the page automatically jumped to the store homepage, and what came into view was a colorful scene. Whether it is the silver star grass with green and white flowers, or the colorful and cute multi-leaf tufts, or the bright red and gorgeous rouge butterfly, all of them are amazing in appearance. Xiaoming dares to say that no matter whether this is a natural plant or not, it is definitely the best looking potted plant in the entire galaxy. Almost the moment he saw it, his heart was moved. But when he saw the price, he instantly sobered up. 1,500. 5,000. This shop owner is really bold to ask for a price. Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. The shop owner wouldn't really think that as long as the plant's appearance is good. It can be pretended to be a natural plant these days. Right? Just take it to the Botanical Institute for a check, and the real and fake ones will be clear at a glance. Although he is tempted, Xiaoming will not buy something that is obviously a fool. Forget it. Let's take a look at other things. If the price is a little cheaper, it's okay to buy some. As he said, Xiaoming clicked into other categories. 5 minutes later, Xiaoming looked at the items in the paid list, and the smile on his face gradually broke. A pot of silver star grass, a pot of rouge butterfly, 5 thorn cones, 3 ice crystal fruits, an apple and a peach, and finally 5 bags of spicy strips. Just these few things, he spent a full 16,500 star coins. If it weren't for the network, Xiaoming would have suspected that the store owner had put a love potion in these things. Otherwise, why would he add them to the shopping cart while looking at them? And even pay directly at the end? The most important thing is that he likes to buy things, and often finds it troublesome not to like identification and authentication. So he even skips the facial recognition process. Therefore, the moment he pressed the payment button, the money had disappeared from the card. Without a second of delay, seeing that his wallet was half empty, Xiaoming's hand trembled slightly when he wanted to refund. Just when he was hesitating whether to refund or not, a prompt sound from the optical computer sounded. The goods you purchased have been shipped. Order number XXX. Chapter 382 Xingji, I'm too high. Xiaoming, okay, I'm a fool. Before receiving the goods that have been shipped, and unless there are special circumstances, the buyer has to pay for the return of the goods. This is also to prevent malicious competition. There were 2 stores selling similar products before. In order to grab customers, one of the stores paid people to buy the other store's products, and then return the products immediately after delivery. Because there were no relevant regulations at the time, then the store didn't make much money, and lost a lot of money just on postage. Moreover, these people bought, returned, and bought again, which also seriously affected the consumption of normal buyers. Normal customers wanted to buy something, but it was out of stock, so they naturally went to another store, and in fact the seller's products were not actually sold. It was after this incident that Xinguang's store set up such a rule to prevent this situation from happening. But compared to the 16,000 yuan consumption, what is the postage of a few dozen yuan? To put it bluntly, Xiaoming was reluctant to return it. He really liked these things. Whether it was the extremely beautiful potted plants, or the fruits that look juicy and appetizing, or the spicy strips that claim to be the delicacies of the ancient blue star. He really wanted to buy these things. So he found such an excuse to convince himself. If the real thing doesn't match the picture, I must report this store. But no matter what, suddenly spending such a large sum of money, it's still painful. Not only Xiaoming, but also the other fools. Ahem. Buyers. They also bought things because they couldn't resist the temptation of pictures and product introductions. It's just that they didn't buy as much as Xiaoming. These people bought relatively cheap things, such as spicy strips, or things they knew, such as thorn cones, ice crystal fruits, and earth mushrooms. After all, if these three things are real, then according to the price of this store, they are really getting a great bargain. Even if they are not real, it doesn't matter. At that time, they can directly report it as a fraudulent consumption. For such a new store, any real report is very dangerous. So they don't have to worry too much after all. The interstellar law that has been modified and used for thousands of years can still protect their rights. After selling out the things in his own store, Su Mo handed all these things over to Alfei for transportation. This is also one of the contents of the cooperation. There is a free and safe transportation channel, so it's better not to use it. Moreover, the military express delivery uses the green channel, and the review of such private things is relatively loose, so the time spent on the road will be less, and the possibility of goods being damaged due to transportation is also lower. In general, the advantage is that it will be more than ordinary transportation. During this period, San did not waste time. It was still carefully constructing the basic framework of the Robot Interstellar Express company that had been agreed upon before. Although the progress was not fast, it already had a basic prototype. Su Mo took a look and felt relieved. After asking if it needed help but being rejected, Su Mo just let it do it. The first day's good start did not seem to drive the subsequent business. Compared with the first day, the next few days seemed a bit dull. Although the items are sold out perfectly every day, most of these buyers are from Alfei. This is what Su Mo doesn't want to see. She still hopes that other ordinary people will come to buy things. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. After all, there is no traffic promotion like the first day in the past few days. And there are even fewer customers who come in through random clicks or searches. After all, there are many Star Online stores. Last year's statistics alone are nearly 1 billion. As a grocery store, which is 1 in a billion, it is really difficult to find it. Moreover, the traffic of Star Online stores is mainly occupied by many corporate stores, and the traffic of private stores is still pitifully small. However, things are not so bad, because the items sold on the first day have been delivered to buyers one after another. In addition to the positive comments and pictures from those people in the military region, Su Mo also saw the comments of 2 people who were attracted by the promotion. From 5-star reviews, Gugu is not a pigeon spirit, like the thorn cone picture, like the ice crystal fruit picture, like the apple picture. I started to regret not buying peaches. If I had known that the fruit in this store was so delicious, I would definitely not miss this opportunity. The store staff is very nice. All the fruits are of S+ quality, there are no defective products. I never dreamed that one day I would dare to say that all natural fruits except S+ are defective. I am too ambitious. From 5-star reviews, Xianyubuxian, the thorn cone is delicious, and it is really a natural fruit. Picture this is S+ quality fruit. Right? And it only costs 800 star coins. I spent 1,000 star coins to buy a D-grade one in another store before. Now I think it's a huge loss. Boss, new products are on the way. Hurry up. Follow-up comment after 53 minutes. Spicy noodles are delicious too. Regardless of whether it is a delicacy from ancient blue star, it is worth it. It is just a little spicy. I was almost crying when my dad found out. He thought my brother was bullying me and beat him up. To compensate my brother, I gave him a bag of spicy noodles. Now we are both crying dog head. After seeing the good reviews, Su Mo also received repurchase orders from these 2 buyers. Perhaps because of the excellent shopping experience for the first time. They bought a lot of things this time. And they also started to try things that they didn't buy the previous time. Because the business data for several consecutive days was very good, and even reached the conditions for upgrading. The grocery store was naturally included in the Star Online store review. As long as the review is passed, the grocery store's level on the Star Online can be upgraded from E to D. Under normal circumstances, this kind of review is easy to pass. Because manual review is mainly to ensure the accuracy and authenticity of the data. As long as there is no malicious fraud, it can pass the audit. But the situation of the natural grocery store is different. As a reviewer of the Star online store, Xiaoqi really saw such a strange store for the first time. It has only been open for less than a week, and the turnover has exceeded 1 million. The popularity is still in the 4 digits. This is a data that even some stores that have been open for several years may not be able to achieve. Although I have some doubts in my heart whether this store is relying on luck to fake the data. But out of the serious attitude of my job, Xiaoqi still decided to go to this store to take a look. He changed his personal account to log on to the Star online, and found this store through search. Then, like other buyers who saw this store for the first time, he was shocked by this rather arrogant store introduction. Chapter 383 Star Promotion Review. Is this really a store that cheats on data? Xiaoqi's suspicion of 50% has now soared to 90%. After all, this doesn't look like a legitimate store at all. Xiaoqi took a deep breath, and the last 10% of doubt in his heart made him ready to take a look before making a decision. Afterwards, he clicked on and repeatedly checked the store's recent sales and buyer-related data, and then found something very strange. According to the background data, more than half of the customers of this store are special accounts, and the repurchase rate of this store is extremely high, almost reaching 80%. Although the data is not particularly accurate due to the small number of people, it is also a very scary number. At least Xiaoqi has checked the data of so many stores, and he has never seen a store that can achieve such results under the same circumstances. It's a pity that Xiaoqi does not have enough authority and cannot see more data. After all, store information is private information. Many things can only be checked by the store owner or people with higher authority after applying. As an ordinary employee, he naturally does not have this ability. Therefore, even if he found this strange problem, he could not infer what the situation of this store is by looking at more detailed information. After looking at the data, he clicked on the store to check the product information. Like everyone else, the moment he entered the store, he was attracted by the high appearance of the 3 potted plants displayed on the homepage. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. His colleagues saw him in a daze and thought he was slacking off. When they were about to remind him, they turned their heads and were also amazed by these plants. The plants in this store are good. What's their name? I'll go check them out after get off work. This looks better than all the imitation plants on the market. Xiaoqi, do you also think this is an imitation plant? The colleague looked at him strangely. If it's not an imitation plant, it can be a natural plant. I think you haven't woken up yet. After saying this with a hint of sarcasm, he added, by the way, why did you suddenly go shopping? Aren't you afraid that the team leader will come to inspect and see you slacking off and then deduct your salary? You should know that the team leader of their group is not an easy person to get along with. What he likes to do most every day is to catch slacking employees. If it was just that, it would be fine. You shouldn't slack off at work. But this person likes to find faults in everything. He makes trouble for no reason. You will be scolded for drinking water or going to the bathroom. If it happens more than 3 times, he will be deducted. The same thing happened when clocking in for work. Everyone was not late according to the time on their laptops, but when they arrived at the company, the time displayed showed that they had exceeded the working hours. Those who didn't know the reason could only suffer in silence, and had hundreds of yuan of salary and attendance bonus deducted for nothing. What was outrageous was that someone later discovered that the truth was that the team leader secretly adjusted the company's clock faster. This fussy look made it seem as if their salary came from his pocket. They had no choice but to be speechless and angry. After all, he was the boss. I don't know if the colleague's bad words worked. The team leader, who had appeared in his mouth a second ago, walked out of the office door. The moment he came out, he saw Xiaoqi and another person's heads together. When the team leader was about to ask them if they were slacking off at work, and then skillfully took out the payroll to deduct money, Xiaoqi took the initiative and said, "Thank you. I know how to do it." After he finished speaking, he patted his colleague on the shoulder to express his gratitude. Colleague? Before he could react, Xiaoqi had already turned his head to his work. The team leader held his breath and couldn't say anything about deducting money. But he had already shown that he was just asking colleagues for help because he didn't understand something at work. If it was someone else, it would be fine. But Xiaoqi happened to be an intern, so it was normal for him to do this. So he couldn't say anything else. But he couldn't hold back his breath, because it was obviously a good opportunity to deduct money from 2 people. but it was gone. So he walked over and gave the two people a few words, asking them to work hard. The two people responded perfunctorily. The team leader was a little dissatisfied, but he had nothing to say and could only go back. The moment the office door was closed, the colleague couldn't help but complain, "Fuck. Luckily you reacted quickly. Otherwise, I felt that he would deduct money directly in the next second." Xiaoqi grinned and signaled him to work quickly and stop talking. Then he continued to check the information he had not finished reading. The mood that had just calmed down was stirred up again because of checking the products of this store. Xiaoqi didn't know whether he should be promoted through this store. You said it didn't inflate the data. But this data is too strange. How can a news store have a daily turnover of hundreds of thousands when it has only a few thousand fans? The repurchase rate is so high? The comments are all positive? The most important thing is, the products in this store look unreliable. He looked at the store's certificate, which did not contain any inspection certificates for natural plants. So he didn't know whether the things in this store were real or fake without buying anything. But you said it was to swipe the data. How could a normal person get so many special accounts to swipe the data? The military itself has a special status. He has never heard of a military being so short of money that he needs to help others swipe the data to make money. And there are so many military personnel, these special accounts that buy data cannot be fake. Or are the water armies these days so powerful that they can get military accounts to swipe the orders? No. No, the crime of swiping orders with special accounts is more serious than that of ordinary accounts, and the inspection is more stringent, so this is impossible. Then there is only one possibility left. These people are not water armies, but normal buyers and customers. The data of this store is real, and the things sold are real. Xiaoqi, how did we get back to this after going around in circles? Xiaoqi recalled what was said in the manual. If you encounter such a situation that cannot be judged, then what should the auditor do? And then try to use the employee account to send a message to the owner of this store. After the message was sent, he temporarily delayed the review of this store, and then dealt with the review of other stores first. Number 1597 Official Staff. Dear store owner, your store has met the promotion conditions for D-level stores on X month X year. After review by the staff, it is determined that there are certain problems with your store data and products. In order not to affect the normal promotion of the store, please contact the staff as soon as possible. Chapter 384 Star, Exposed. After receiving this message, Sumo first spent a few minutes studying the benefits of upgrading. This should have been known long ago, but because San was busy with his own work during this period, Sumo could only handle all the affairs of the online store by himself. From purchasing and putting on shelves to setting data, and then sorting out orders and shipping, even sometimes needing to reply to questions from some buyers. A series of work, which took a lot of time. Of course, another reason was that she didn't expect to be able to upgrade so quickly. She saw many people on the Star Network saying that they were stuck for a long time when they upgraded their stores for the first time. They clearly met the conditions, but they didn't upgrade for a long time. So Sumo thought that she would be in this situation. But she didn't expect that she was lucky enough to meet a relatively normal auditor. After understanding the relevant information, Sumo contacted the auditor. The communication process between the two was very smooth. Sumo also learned that the problem with her promotion was stuck on the authenticity of the goods. In this case, she only needed to submit a test report, but as mentioned before, she had no way to go to the relevant agency for testing. Regarding this situation, the auditor implicitly said that if she could ensure that her things were authentic and had sufficient funds, she could buy relevant equipment to do the testing herself, and then record the testing process without interruption. Anyway, this kind of thing is done everywhere. And the reason for going to the relevant agency for testing is, first, to ensure authenticity, and secondly, because it is more convenient. Otherwise, you have to buy equipment yourself, wasting money and troublesome. However, there is a flaw in doing so. She must ensure that every product she sells in the future is consistent with the product information and must not sell fake or inferior products. Otherwise, she may be directly blacklisted by the virtual online store system, and even affect the Citizen Credit Index, violating the relevant regulations of the interstellar law. And she must submit a new test report every once in a while. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is just right for Sumo's situation. Xiaoqi saw that the owner of this store said that he would prepare the test report soon. So he also set up temporary permissions for her as a D-level store. The so-called temporary permission means temporarily having a part of the traffic promotion that a D-level store can have, which lasts for 1 week. As long as the promotion is completed within 1 week, You can officially have complete traffic promotion. If you have not been promoted at the end of 1 week, then restore the E-level traffic until the promotion is completed. In other words, this is a transition period for the store to be promoted. After all, it can have more exposure, and the store will be easier to be discovered. And even if the promotion fails, the free traffic promotion will not disappear. After all, traffic is not a physical substance or data, and it is impossible to deduct it. When Suemo received the notification of the exposure upgrade, she was also a little surprised, because she had known about it beforehand. She knew what it was. And because she knew what it was, she was even more surprised. You know, for the store owner, free publicity is certainly a good thing. But it is not the case for the auditor. If the auditor opens a higher level of traffic publicity for a store in advance, such as Sumo's current situation, then there is a certain risk. If this store is successfully promoted and has good business conditions in the future, then it is easy to say. If it is the other way around, then the auditor will naturally be affected to a certain extent. The most obvious impact is naturally deducting money. So this can also be understood as the auditor spending money to help the store buy traffic and publicity. But as for why this is done, it involves something deeper. Since there is a punishment, there is naturally a reward. The store that has become popular through the hands of the auditor, the more heat it causes in the future, the more sales. And as a BOLO auditor, it will also increase a certain amount of points. The higher the points, the more authority, the higher the salary, and the more arrangements and operations that can be made in the future. Although the auditor is just a simple and ordinary position, there are actually many things they can do. And one of the most important ones includes the arrangement of recommended positions for Star Network stores. For example, why can some stores stay on the banner of the Star Network homepage for many years and be promoted? Because this store is bound to an auditor with high points and high authority. And these exposure recommendations are arranged by the auditor. So the process between the auditor and the store is actually a mutually beneficial one. That is why Suemo saw a hint of something different in the auditor's behavior. This behavior is indeed quite appealing. But since the other party did not say it clearly, she pretended not to know. Then Suemo spent money to buy a series of equipment from the internet, and then she and Xiaohei spent an afternoon to prepare all the relevant video materials. At this time, 4 days had passed since the news of promotion was received. Thanks to Xiaoqi, the natural grocery store has had D-level exposure and publicity in the past few days, and the number of views has greatly increased. And the speed of selling things has also increased, as well as the number of comments. On the one hand, the number of good reviews has increased with the increase in the number of buyers. And on the other hand, the number of comments urging the shelves to restock has also greatly increased. Just yesterday, Suemo also received a message from Ao Fei. The content mainly includes 2 points. One is to thank her for providing so many natural plants. The patients with mania under his command have been very well controlled by taking natural fruits, natural food, and relying on the low radiation environment created by natural plants. Some patients with not serious conditions have even shown obvious improvement. The second news is more serious, although Ao Fei has tried very hard to suppress the news. After all, everyone lives in the same hospital. Other military personnel have also discovered that during this period of time, the people next door are different. In the past 2 days, the matter of natural plants has been completely exposed. It is not just the patients in the entire hospital who know about this matter. The entire military has caused a sensation because of such a large number of natural plants. As the apparent spokesperson, Ao Fei was naturally called in for questioning. Although he did not reveal Sumo's specific address and other personal information, the Star Online store was still forced to be exposed. The most important thing is that even if he did not say it, the medical hospital is full of mixed people. And there will always be people who accidentally hear something when chatting. In this case, it is better to say it directly, so that they don't have to think too much. Fortunately, this military area belongs to the 2nd Legion, and the manager of the Legion is Marshal Rick. Marshal Rick has fought against alien beasts all his life and made countless contributions. While he has made great achievements in battle, he is also very upright. Chapter 385 Star, Old People. This is also the reason why Ao Fei joined the 2nd Legion without hesitation after graduating from the military academy. Marshal Rick is not only his idol, but also the god of war in the eyes of all the people in the star. The reason why he is willing to expose the matter of natural plants is precisely because this is the 2nd Legion, and the manager is Marshal Rick. After being called to talk, he quickly contacted Boss Sue and told her about it. What Ao Fei fears most now is that Boss Sue will mind this matter and then terminate the cooperation. After all, in this cooperation, it is his side that has taken advantage, and he has not been able to provide Boss Sue with any equal help. But fortunately, Boss Sue's attitude is still the same as before, and he does not seem to be dissatisfied, and he has no intention of stopping the cooperation. Afterwards, Ao Fei discussed with Boss Sue about the purchase rights of natural plants. Suemo saw that he had helped a lot, especially the reason why he was able to make so much money and fame during this period. A great reason was because of him, so he was relatively easy to talk to. However, at the end of the conversation, Ao Fei did not make any decision, but asked Sumo's opinion, asking her if she was willing to talk to the head of their legion, Marshal Rek. Aof, I can guarantee that Marshal Rek is a very upright person, and his ability and authority are far greater than mine personally, so if you cooperate with him, you will be less constrained. Marshal Rek is a famous interstellar figure, and Suemo can be said to know a thing or two about him. From the information she learned, the reputation of this marshal is indeed good, but as to whether he is consistent with the rumors outside, that is not clear. As for Ao Fei's guarantee, it was completely ineffective for her. After all, she didn't even trust Ao Fei completely. The two sides were just in a cooperative relationship, not a very close and friendly one. However, this did not mean that she would refuse, because compared with the colonel's guarantee and a marshal's promise that had always had a good reputation abroad, thinking rationally, Suemo would definitely choose the latter. Anyway, she looked at San's progress. At most half a month, their own robot transportation channel would be ready. By then, it would not matter even if this cooperative relationship was gone. Sure, come to me after the time is set. Suemo thought that he was a marshal after all, and he was busy with affairs. He might not be free just because she set a time, so she just let him set it, as long as it was not at 11 or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night or at X o'clock in the morning. Suemo would accept it. Aof, okay. I will go to the marshal's adjutant to talk about this right away. Just as Suemo said, the marshal must be very busy, so if they have something to ask the marshal, they must first contact the marshal's adjutant. Ao Fei was still very fast. Just when Suemo submitted the information of the Star Online store, and before the news of the promotion came, his news came first. Perhaps it was because Ao Fei completely exposed what she had, so the other party's attitude was also very enthusiastic. And the time set was actually tonight. This impatient look made Suemo suspect that they even wanted to start the conversation now. But it would make them seem too eager, so they changed it to the evening. But it was not much better. After finalizing the time for the interview, Suemo also received a message from the Xinguang store. Dear store owner, the information you submitted has been reviewed, and the store has been automatically upgraded to D level. My little ancestor, how can you not eat? Is the food in this store not good? If it is not good, we can change to another one. We are not short of money. Why should we be so hard on our own bodies? The agent skillfully packed up all the food she had not touched and handed it to the assistant, and then took out the light computer to prepare to order takeout. The woman covered her ears helplessly, trying hard to block the nagging of her own nagging agent. How is this one? Look at how green the vegetables are, they look delicious. You don't want to eat vegetables. Just look at the meat, this barbecue is not bad, and it's the meat of top mutant beasts, it's good for your health. This new store is not bad either, look at the good reviews, they all say it's delicious. Qingxi. Brother. Please shut up. She knew that the other party cared about her, so it was not easy to say anything. But if she didn't want to eat, she didn't want to eat, and it was true that she had no appetite. The consequence of forcing herself to eat was that she would vomit it all out later. God knows why she was not so picky before, and there were some dishes that she liked very much before. Why did she have no appetite for anything after falling into the water? Of course, this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that she found that her voice seemed to be affected. When she was alone at home yesterday, she tried to practice her voice, and sang a song that seemed simple, but required a lot of skills. But she did nothing wrong when practicing her voice. But she made many mistakes when singing. Qingxi looked at her agent, who was worried about her not eating, and didn't know how to tell him that she couldn't sing. For a singer, this is much more serious than not being able to eat. Look, this is the takeaway I ordered. If there's no problem, I'll place the order. Looking at the nervous eyes of her agent, Qingxi could only nod helplessly. although she knew that she definitely couldn't eat these things, because she had tried it before. The facts proved that she still knew herself very well. Seeing her precious golden nugget vomiting everything he ate, the agent was worried that his hair was about to fall out. The calls on the light computer came one after another, either from a private chef or a well-known doctor. Chinxi couldn't persuade him, so she could only let him toss. And then she held the light computer and browsed the news on it in boredom. When she saw a certain advertising interface, she stopped sliding her fingers. A few minutes later, "I want to eat this." Chinxi pointed to a few pictures and said to the agent. The agent was so excited when he heard the word eat that he didn't care what she chose. Now, even if she wanted to eat the stars and the moon, he would find a way to buy a spaceship to pick them for her. Therefore, the agent nodded quickly. Buy whatever you want to eat." After knowing what she wanted to buy, the agent fell into silence. How could such a store that was obviously a scam still be open? It also sold natural fruits, natural vegetables, and natural foods. Even the emperor couldn't afford these things. So how could such a D-level store have them? Although he had to admit that the pictures on it were still very tempting. Even he himself was hungry after seeing them. Chapter 386 Star, Automatic Reply. But this does not affect the fact that this is a store that sells fakes. Sabao, our family is rich, a lot of money, the last advertiser just paid 30 million, there is no need for us to be wrong to eat this. The agent spoke very tactfully, as if he was afraid that the overly aggressive tone would annoy the ignorant child. Chinxi rolled his eyes in a very unpresentable manner. Fortunately, everyone here is his own family, otherwise, if a photo was leaked, the related black photos would appear on the hot search the next day. It's not a question of being wronged or not, I just feel hungry looking at this. Agent can't refute, because he also has an appetite. And do you think I can buy it if I want to? They are out of stock. Agent, how can a store that sells fakes be out of stock? He held back half of the sentence, and didn't dare to say it out. Although Chinxi didn't know what magic this store had that made her click in. And she didn't know why there was always a voice in her heart that wanted her to buy things from this store. But just like the agent said, she didn't lack money anyway. So she just bought it. Even if it was fake, she would be happy to buy it. But the problem is that there are still times when you want to spend money but can't. She ordered a lot of things, but they were out of stock? It's outrageous. Okay. You wait. I'll contact the owner. The agent worked hard to find this store with his own light brain, and then contacted the owner. It's just synthetic food. Anyway, Chinxi has always eaten highly simulated natural food, which is said to be no different from natural food. And the price is also very expensive. The food in this store is generally under 2,000, which is nothing compared to the synthetic food that costs tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands per meal. Just when the agent was ready to pay for the goods, he received a very cold reply. Sabao is the best. Is the owner here? Bring us one portion of all the natural food in your store, and we can pay extra. Owner, the daily quantity of goods is limited. If the stock is out, please come back tomorrow to buy. That's it? You won't give in even if you pay extra? The agent didn't believe it. In his opinion, there is no problem that money can't solve. If there is, it must be that there is not enough money. So he added another amount, but received the same reply. And not a single word or punctuation mark was changed. It was obviously copied and pasted. However, he didn't know that. The reality was even more cruel, because this was not copy and paste at all, but an automatic reply. Suemo was discussing cooperation with Marshal Rick at this time, and he had no time to reply. But the agent showed his previous tenacious spirit of grabbing resources, continuously sending messages. Finally, after receiving the same reply for the 6th time, he found out that this might be just an automatic reply. In other words, he just said so much but was actually just chatting with an emotionless system. Automatic reply, you finally found out, I'm tired of repeating the same words. Chinxi couldn't stand it anymore, helplessly said, forget it, if it doesn't work, we'll buy it tomorrow. Hearing her words, the agent began to lift his sleeves, looking like he was going to fight. No, I must contact the owner tonight. If you are tired, go and rest. I will definitely buy these foods for you. Chinxi, thank you. Chinxi gave herself a nutritional injection to ensure that the body can provide energy normally, and not faint from hunger, but the nutritional injection should not be given too much, which is still harmful to the body. But now, she couldn't eat either synthetic food or nutritional supplements. So this was the only way. On the other side, Suemo, who had just finished talking to the marshal. opened her computer, and saw dozens of messages. Her first reaction was that something had happened in the store. But later she realized that they were all messages from the same person. After spending some time to simply look at them, Suemo summarized what the person wanted to say. I have money. A lot of money. And I want to buy your things. To be honest, Suemo had seen many such people before. But there were not many who were so persistent. So when the other party sent another message asking if she was there, she copied the automatic reply and sent it back. Shopkeeper, the daily quantity of goods is limited. If the stock is out, please come back tomorrow to buy. Sabao is the best. Can't the boss change your automatic reply? It's the same sentence over and over again. And I'm tired of it. Shopkeeper, it's not an automatic reply. Sabao is the best? Sabao is the best. The boss finally showed up. Please help me. There is a child at home who can't eat and has to get nutritional injections. I finally saw your food and felt hungry, but it's out of stock. Seeing this, Sumo's expression became a little complicated. These days, you can't buy anything and still act pitiful? Perhaps because she didn't reply, the other party sent a few more photos. Suemo took a look. It was a table of food. It looked okay. There were even orders on the table that hadn't been sorted out. The handwriting and prices on it said it all. This is a table of synthetic food. And it is the kind with a very high degree of simulation. This can indeed prove that the other party is not short of money. As for buying so many things but not eating them, unless the other party has some quirk of wasting food, it can only prove that what he just said is true. But Suemo is just the boss, not a doctor. And she can't do anything about this kind of thing. Shopkeeper, I am not a doctor. And I can't solve this problem. Shopkeeper, the goods in the store are new at 10 o'clock every day. If you need, you can wait and buy them. Although she did not take the initiative to write the time of the goods. The customers who often come to her store to buy things have already discovered this. With the increase in the number of attention to the store, the number of buyers has gradually increased. Now the most popular items in the store have reached the point where you may not be able to grab them even if you wait and see. And because everyone has really felt the goods in the store and got the real thing, more and more people know that the things sold in this store are not synthetic imitations. Any store that sells natural plants these days is a treasure, not to mention that the prices in this store are so good. In order to avoid not being able to buy them, Suemo discovered a very indescribable phenomenon, that is, there are more negative reviews in the message area. This group of people has two faces. On the one hand, they asked her in the backstage private chat when she would restock, while on the other hand, they went to the message area to get negative reviews saying that the products in this store are not good, the quality is poor, and the taste is not good. Suemo seriously suspected that the reason why the number of new customers decreased greatly was their fault. Chapter 387 star, 5-star bad reviews. For this reason, Suemo specifically posted a notice stating that those who maliciously gave low-star bad reviews would be blacklisted. This scared everyone, and a group of people changed their reviews overnight. So when Suemo woke up the next day, he saw dozens of 1-star bad reviews turned into 5-star bad reviews. For example, from 5-star good reviews Wooden Man, the product is not good, don't buy it. From 5-star good reviews Astuk, I regret buying it, the taste is average, the comments saying it's delicious are all lies. From 5-star good reviews the moon is flat, the potted plant is average, not as good looking as the picture. Such inconsistent behavior attracted the attention of some passers-by, who left messages below, which were nothing more than why give 5 stars if the product is not good. You said you regret buying it, why did you buy it again, and so on. Faced with these replies, these people all took measures to ignore them, and ignored them directly. This attitude not only did not cause dissatisfaction among others, but made them more curious about what the situation was like in this store. The result of curiosity was that they had a rebellious mentality. You don't reply? Then I'll click in and see it myself. Considering that this is a good thing, Suemo no longer changed the announcement. Speaking of which, since she replied that sentence, there has been no news about this about best. Just when she thought that this person had given up and was about to turn off the light computer, another message was sent at the right time. Sabao Best, is the owner still there? As long as you agree, I will find a big star to help you promote the store. What do you think? Suemo? What kind of tricks is this person going to do? Sabao Best, Jingxi knows. Right? The Queen of Singing is helping to promote the store seeing this name. Suemo deleted the rejection that she had not yet sent out. Shopkeeper? Jingxi? Do you know her? Sabao is the best. Not really, I just have a little friendship with her, so I can ask her to help post a star blog. Although it's just a star blog, the number of views of the singer's star blog is also very high. Sabao is the best. I'm not a liar. As long as you agree, I have a way to prove that what I said is true, or at worst, we can sign an electronic contract. Suemo didn't see this sentence, because she was searching the name on Baidu. Yeah. The name is still the same name, and the appearance can only be said to be slightly similar, but more eye-catching than before. Looking at the personal information again. Yellow Oriole Queen. Youngest Star Gold Award winner. The first singer to conquer the entire Star Music. More than 20 titles. Suemo was dazzled. It seems that she is doing well. Suemo didn't know that, while she was checking the information, the other side was already getting anxious. The agent originally disagreed. But it was Qingxi herself who proposed it. You know, with her popularity, there are countless investors in the whole galaxy who are willing to spend money to ask her to endorse and promote. Any of her blog posts can get millions of replies and tens of millions of likes. It was just a little dull at the beginning when she was not popular yet. In recent years, her endorsements basically start at 8 figures. Mainly because she is too low-key and doesn't like to create hype. Otherwise these endorsements would easily cost hundreds of millions. As a result, now she is in trouble. It's okay if she can't eat, but she looks confused. Promoting an online store that has only been open for a short time. This is too low priced. Look, no one believes it. Just forget it. Be good. Take a rest. I will help you grab it tomorrow. The agent looked at the store owner who had lost contact again, and couldn't help but sigh. Qingxi pursed her lips, and stared at the pattern on the flower pot. She always felt that it looked familiar, but she couldn't tell where she had seen it before. But her inner thoughts told her that she must buy these things. Otherwise she might lose everything she cherished. But there was nothing she could do if the other party didn't reply. She could only follow the rules of the store, as her agent said, and get up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to grab things. At this time, shopkeeper, yes. You can pick whatever you want in the store. The total limit is 20 pieces. And you can pay with a dedicated order. Shopkeeper, you need to protect your voice when singing. So don't buy spicy strips. The agent's scalp tingled when he saw these 2 sentences. Especially the first one. No. A great singing queen is promoting your small store. And you actually want people to pay? Shouldn't it be given away for free? Qingxi's attention was all on the latter message. From this, it was not difficult to see that the other party should have seen through the agent's words, and saw through their identities. Before the agent went berserk, Qingxi took the laptop and sent a thank you, then began to choose what she wanted. The limit was 20 items in total, and Qingxi bought a lot. In addition to the thorn cone, the earth mushroom, the ice crystal fruit and the spicy strips, she picked a few of each item. The reason why she didn't choose these 4 items was very simple. She had eaten the thorn cone, the earth mushroom, and the ice crystal fruit before, and it was rare to encounter new things. So she naturally wouldn't let these 2 things take up the amount. In addition to the reminder from the store owner, another reason for not choosing the spicy strips was that she herself couldn't eat spicy food. So she just let it go. After selecting 20 items, she sent the list to the store owner, who quickly calculated the bill and sent an exclusive package order. After paying, the matter was half resolved. After that, Qingxi asked the store owner how he planned to promote the store. But he said there was no rush, and would tell her after she received the items. She had always had an inexplicable fondness for this store. And after this incident, she had an even stronger fondness for it. So Qingxi took advantage of her agent's inattention and secretly added the store owner as a friend, and sent a message before logging off. Qingxi, boss, you can send me a message anytime you want to promote it. I'm going to log off first. Suemo replied with a and turned off the screen of the light computer. It was also 24 hours a day, and today's harvest was undoubtedly the biggest in the history of this plane. First, I negotiated a business deal with the military, and then I got a chance to have a big star help promote it. The deal with the 2nd Legion is as follows. Suemo still provides them with natural products at a certain ratio. What is special is that this time, the people provided are from the 2nd Legion, not just the troops under Ao Fei. The purchase method is still that they spend their own money to buy in the store. After all, in order to gain popularity, Suemo cannot change the transaction method. Similarly, in exchange, the Marshal also agreed to several conditions. For example, the 2nd Legion's transportation route will always be reserved for her, which is the one she is using now. Also, if there is a need for military force, they can always provide certain help. Chapter 388 StarCraft. Everyone wants to make money. Then the Marshal will use his power to temporarily block the news within the 2nd Legion, ensuring that in a short period of time, the news will not be spread to people in other legions, as well as the royal family and the dignitaries. In addition, there are some other things, such as the Marshal will help provide official inspection reports for each product in his own name, and it is up to Sumo to use it. Another is that when the store is completely exposed to the entire star in the future, she will support her side. This is a promise, but no one can predict what will happen in the future, so this promise can only be said to play a reassuring role. Sumo doesn't care whether he fulfills it or not, nor does she worry that he will go back on his word. Another more important thing is that Marshal Rick promised to help Sumo create her identity. An identity that Sumo had originally envisioned, the heir of the ancient blue star. Originally, this was something she had to do herself, but it would be better if someone else did it for her. After summarizing today's gains, Sumo felt that she could prepare some time to make a big move. This is the 8th consecutive day that Jia-E has come to the door of Boss Su's shop. He always comes with hope, and leaves with disappointment, and today is no exception. A few days ago, there were other people who were just like him, and did not believe that the shop was really closed, so they would come to check it out from time to time, but now those people have given up, and now he is the only unemployed vagrant who comes to check it out every day. Looking at the still closed door, and the closed sign that has not been taken down, Jia-E knew that today was another day of returning empty-handed. If he had known that the store would suddenly close, he would have bought more no matter what. Those are natural plants. Pure natural plants. Not natural plants made of inferior materials. When he thought that just because he placed a pot of natural plants in his bedroom, the radiation level was reduced by more than 100 in just one night. You should know that the total radiation level was only more than 300. But it was reduced by 1/3 at once. This is natural plants. The best weapon to fight against radiation pollution. It's a pity that it's too late to regret now. Because the store was closed, he didn't even have the mind to live broadcast during this period. Fortunately, he still had a lot of money left from selling Silver Star grass before, which was enough for him to spend for a while. Forget it. I'll come back tomorrow to see if it's really closed. If it really closed, he couldn't do anything. The previous visit by the Natural Resources Survey Department has been suppressed. So many people don't know the real reason why Boss Su closed the store. Some people said that Boss Su privately found a rich man to sell things, and then made money and left. Some said she had nothing to sell, so she closed the store. Maybe she would open the store again when she had more goods. Some said that Boss Su's source of goods was not clean. She opened a store on such a remote planet to avoid the limelight. But she was still found out, and has been arrested. After all, they didn't recognize the other things. But most people could recognize the high-quality thorn cones. This was obviously something that could only be found on the capital planet. Maybe she really used some method to get these natural products, and then sold them here for money. There are quite a few supporters of the third opinion. But it is also the most controversial. If this is true, then isn't Boss Su doing this for money? But anyone who knows the prices of the items in the store would not dare to say that she did it for money. Are you kidding me? If someone cuts the price to a few tenths, can you say that they are doing it to make dirty money? Then, there are probably few people in this world who are not making dirty money. Of course, there are also a very small number of people who have conspiracy theories saying that the higher-ups know about natural plants, so they use special means to control Boss Su. Because of this, there is no way to open a store. But this kind of opinion can only be said by oneself, and it will definitely not be spread. Everyone knows the reason. Jia-E was unwilling to believe any of the above statements, but he couldn't help but believe it after the door was closed for more than a week. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of a bell behind him. The crisp ringtone gave him goosebumps all over his body. This is the bell hanging at the door of the store. It will ring as soon as the door is opened. He played with the bell for a long time in the previous live broadcast, so he knows this sound very well. Boss Su? Jia-E turned his head in surprise, and saw a familiar figure. There is news about San San. Sumo has always known that some people come to the store almost every day during this period of time when the store was supposed to open. But he seems to be the only one who persists. It seems that today is no exception. I thought you really closed the store. Jia-E's excitement now can't be expressed in words. Since Boss Su is here, at least most of the previous speculations are false. Is there something wrong? These two simple words made Jia feel like he was dreaming back to the first time they met. He always felt that the scene and characters of the current event seemed to be exactly the same as before. Nothing. I'm just curious why Boss Su suddenly stopped opening the store. Jia felt that his intention to inquire about the news was too obvious, so he quickly added, in fact, everyone is very worried. Why did the store suddenly close down? Sumo glanced at him, and did not show any mercy, and directly exposed him. Worried? Just worried that you can't buy anything. To be honest, Sumo had considered whether to continue operating the physical store, until she found that the people in the Natural Resources Survey Department did not seem to give up, and they were still monitoring the situation nearby. Sumo thought about it, and felt that this would not make much money, and it would easily cause trouble, so she simply gave up. Jia laughed awkwardly, not knowing what to say. By the way, Sumo knew Jia was outside the door before, and he didn't open the door the last few times. Why did he open the door this time? Was it just because he was bored and wanted to chat with someone? This is impossible. Of course, he would do this if he had something to do. Are you still live streaming now? Live streaming is my main job. But I'm just taking a break recently. Jia thought that the atmosphere was awkward and he should leave. But he didn't expect Boss Su to suddenly ask such a question. He was happy to chat with Boss Su to get closer. So he answered enthusiastically. Just when he was curious about why Boss Su asked this question, Sumo's next sentence stunned him. Do you want to be famous? Or, do you want to make money? If it was anyone else, he would definitely say nonsense. Isn't this nonsense? Which anchor doesn't want to be famous? Which anchor doesn't want to make money? Everyone wants to make money. Although he didn't answer, Sumo had seen the answer from his expression. So she continued to throw out temptation. Now there is an opportunity that can make you famous in the entire galaxy. Do you dare to try it? Chapter 389 Star. Live streaming with goods. Live streaming with goods? Jia sat on the chair, recalling what he had just heard. Jia didn't have time to think about the fact that it turns out that Boss Su didn't close the store, but changed to open a Star Online store, and his mind was full of the words live streaming with goods. He couldn't help but pick up the cup and drink a sip of water to calm himself down. According to Boss Su, he didn't need to do anything, just use his excellent self-proclaimed eloquence to promote the things in the store during the live broadcast, and attach the link of Boss Su's Star Online store in the live broadcast room to attract viewers to buy things. It looks very simple, but he still thinks it's very simple. Although Jia heard about the live streaming with goods model for the first time, he still knows how to bring goods. The physical store's goods are nothing more than praising their own products, and then attracting consumption, but now the medium has been changed to live streaming. After his own analysis, he found that the advantages of live streaming are still very obvious. After all, there are real-time bullet screens in the live broadcast room. He can always reply to the corresponding questions according to the comments in the bullet screen. And he can also show the products to the audience in the most realistic way. In this case, it can indeed promote the consumption of the audience to a great extent. But there are also disadvantages. The most obvious point is that the goods he brings must be of good quality. Otherwise, if the audience uses them, they will first find him. But this disadvantages nothing to Jia. After all, he doesn't look at who invited him to bring goods. It's Boss Su. He must be envious of her stuff. After all, these are 100% real natural plants and fruits. To be honest, if he didn't have enough money, he would have wanted to line his pockets and bought all the stuff himself. Thinking of the bright prospects of bringing goods, Jia became more and more excited. Have you considered it? Sumo saw him suddenly stand up like chicken blood, with a dazzling light of excitement in his eyes. And his eyes gradually became strange. Jia also found out that he was so stupid. And he didn't forget to answer Boss Su's question while being embarrassed. I've considered it. I promise Boss Su. But I won't bring goods. And it's live streaming. And it's not just him who doesn't know how to bring goods live. For everyone in the galaxy, live streaming is a new term. Although this thing existed thousands of years ago. Because of the passage of time, many things have been forgotten and no longer exist. Even if Jia wanted to learn, there was no place to learn. Because he was the first live broadcaster in this StarCraft. You don't need to do too much. You just need to eat in front of the audience. Sumo felt that it was a little inaccurate. So she added, remember to eat more civilized. So simple? Jia was very shocked. Shouldn't he say something or do something? It seems that he found a job that eats and drinks for free? What else? If it is a professional live broadcast, or selling other things, it is naturally not that simple. But most of the things in her house are food. So it's not just eating. How beautiful and attractive her own products are. How high their appearance is. How could Suemo not know? She knew it too well. That's why she asked Jia Yi to do a food broadcast. If she herself was not inconvenient to show up, and didn't like to show up, she would have done it herself. The most important thing about live streaming is to use the products in front of the audience, so that they can feel the quality of the products. When it comes to food, there's nothing better than letting the anchor taste the food directly. As for those that cannot be eaten directly, such as potted plants and mushrooms, he only needs to put them under the camera for the audience to see. She didn't expect Jia Yi to be so eloquent that he would praise her plants to the sky. Anyway, whether he praised them or not, the beauty of natural plants was there, and it couldn't be faked. People who liked them would naturally be moved. At most, he only needed to introduce the characteristics of the plants, talk about the growth conditions required for these plants, and how to take care of them after buying them. The more Jia Yi listened, the simpler it seemed, and he agreed immediately. Since there was no problem, Suemo took out the things that had been prepared before and brought them back to him. These were the products that would appear in the live broadcast room. Whether it was the bright red apples or the fresh and juicy peaches, Jia Yi drooled at every one of them. But he knew it was not the time to eat yet, so he could only resist the temptation and bring all these things home. According to the agreed time, he would start his first live broadcast tomorrow night. He had made up his mind to work hard and do his best to promote Boss Sue's store, so as not to disappoint her trust. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't want to lose such a free food and drink opportunity. You should know that the things he got from Boss Sue now are free of charge, which can be regarded as free of charge for live broadcasts by Suemo. After all, he didn't charge for helping to promote the live broadcast, and these things were regarded as remuneration. Suemo didn't expose her to the point of charging for this. But she is not a sucker. If the live broadcast effect is not good, or Jia Yi's attitude is not serious, Suemo will still change people directly, and she will also consider whether to take back the money for these things. There are a lot of anchors these days, and it is still very easy for her to find someone, and she doesn't necessarily have to use Jia Yi. The reason why she found him is also a fate, because she thinks he is not bad, and his popularity is not warm or hot. In short, it is easier to control. Moreover, even if she finds someone else, it will take some time. She can't guarantee what kind of person he is. After thinking about it, Jia Yi becomes a good choice for her. After Jia Yi left, Suemo looked at the situation on Xing Online Store. It was similar to Jia Yi's live broadcast, which was also tepid, although there seemed to be a lot of people. As before, most of them were soldiers and people called by soldiers. The real passerby buyers were still the same few as before, and there were not many more recently. The comment area of the store was lively, and there were comments from passers-by and those who gave 5-star bad reviews. After watching for a while, Suemo began to deal with the messages in the background. After blocking those messages asking whether the things were real or fake, and those with ulterior motives such as inquiring about the source of goods, Suemo began to reply to the questions of normal buyers. Xiaoming, do you still have those thorn cones? Your grandparents will be back in a few days, so make some for them to try. Xiaoming, also known as Xiaoming Binning, subconsciously glanced at his refrigerator, only to see that it was empty. Chapter 390 Interstellar, Sensing Function. Xiaoming. No more, you have already used it up. Hey, how can you talk like that? Brat? Mother Xiao mercilessly slapped him on the back of his head, with a very skillful and smooth movement. Xiaoming knew his position in the family very well, and he covered his head, and dared not hide, nor did he dare to speak. Didn't you say before that you could find a store to buy it? Go buy some more, and tell me if you don't have enough money. As the financial power holder in the family, Mother Xiao seemed particularly confident when she said this. Xiaoming sighed and explained, My lord, it's not that I don't want to buy it, but I can't buy it at all. As he spoke, he used his light brain to open the interface of the natural grocery store, and saw that all the products on it were displayed with the same word out of stock. Is that so? Mother Xiao was a little disappointed. If she had known it was so difficult to buy, she would not have eaten the fruits that Xiaoming brought home before, and saved them for her parents. The old man has never eaten such delicious fruits in his life. And there are several very novel fruits, the kind that you have never seen before. It is said that they are handed down from the ancient Blue Star. She didn't take it seriously before, just thought it was a means of store promotion, but she didn't expect that she couldn't stop eating it after eating it once. But this is not incomprehensible, after all. It is natural fruit. It is normal to have a small inventory. It is normal to not be able to grab it, after all. There are so many people who want to eat it. It is said that the reason why they were able to grab it before was because the store had just opened, and no one found it, so they picked up the leak. Xiaoming saw his mother disappointed, and felt bad, but he couldn't do anything about this. Since he knew that this store was a treasure shop selling natural plants and natural fruits, he has been squatting there every day to grab things, and even used the black technology borrowed from his friend to grab tickets for the Queen of Pop concert, but he still couldn't grab anything. Although there are no fruits at home, there are still some vegetables. For example, the green long vegetable called cucumber, and the tomato that looks very similar to an apple. He took advantage of the fact that no one was buying them before and grabbed a lot of them, but he never had time to eat them. After all, he can't cook. These are natural vegetables. If he lets him cook, he's afraid of wasting the ingredients. However, Xiao's mother's cooking skills are good. She basically buys synthetic ingredients and cooks the meals at home. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Mom, I still have some natural vegetables. I'll bring them back to you tomorrow. If you can't eat natural fruits, you can eat natural vegetables. Anyway, natural vegetables these days are even more scarce than natural fruits, and the price is more expensive. Their family had eaten some thorn cones before, although the quality was definitely not as good as that of Boss Su. But they had also eaten natural fruits. But natural vegetables were different. They had no way to buy them, let alone eat them. Oh, this store also sells natural vegetables? That's incredible. Mother Xiao was really surprised this time. She originally thought that this store only sold natural fruits. Although there were few natural fruit stores these days, they were not non-existent. But there was really no natural vegetable store. At least she had never seen one in her decades of life. Nor had she heard anyone around her talk about it. Xiaoming raised his head proudly. It looked as if he had grown the natural vegetables. It's not just natural vegetables. There are also natural plants, beautiful flowers and plants. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. He had bought some natural plants before, but because his parents were not at home during that time, he was worried that the natural plants would die without anyone taking care of them, so he never brought them over. He forgot about it later, but remembered it when we talked about it today. Natural plants? Xiao's mother's expression became a little strange. Don't you think you were cheated? Where can you buy natural plants these days? Even if you can buy them, she doesn't know how much money her son has. It's probably not enough for him to buy a blade of grass. Mom. Xiaoming pouted in dissatisfaction. He's so old, how could he still be cheated? Okay. Even if he was stupid and could be fooled, the radiation detected by the robot at home must not be fake. Right? If not, Xiaoming would not dare to say so confidently that this was a natural plant. Alas, you won't believe me even if I tell you. I'll bring it to you tomorrow and you'll know. Xiao's mother wanted to say something, but seeing that her son was so sure that he must have bought natural plants, she couldn't continue to criticize him. Okay, let me see how beautiful the flowers and plants you bought are tomorrow. After dinner, Xiaoming returned to his apartment and habitually turned on his computer to read some novels or videos to kill time. Before doing this, he did not forget to open his shopping order and take a look to make sure his shopping cart was full. His shopping cart was full of items from the natural grocery store that he had selected a day in advance. The advantage of doing this is that it can reduce time consumption, and it is faster and more likely to grab the new items that will be put on the shelves tomorrow. Otherwise, people have already placed orders and paid, and you are still picking and choosing, which is a waste of time. After confirming that there is no problem, he was about to close this interface, but he didn't know what he clicked, and the screen jumped directly into an unfamiliar live broadcast room. Xiaoming, what the hell? It's been 666 years since StarCraft 666. And there are still rogue ads? He was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to close the live broadcast room, but after seeing the content of the live broadcast, he was stunned. Jia Yi squinted his eyes, and enjoyed a bite of the sweet and crisp peach, feeling the juice bursting in his mouth, and the sweet taste spread. In order to let the audience feel the deliciousness of peaches more realistically, he also spent a lot of money to upgrade his live broadcast room, and open the sensing function in his live broadcast room. The so-called sensor function is that he wears a certain device on his body, and then the device will simulate everything he feels by detecting his body and brain nerves. For example, If he eats something, the audience can also taste it as long as they choose to connect the sensor. And the same is true for smell and touch. So when he was enjoying eating peaches, a group of viewers watching the live broadcast were drooling. But the sensor is just a sensor, and they can't just crawl over along the network cable. So they can only watch and drool, but have no way to do anything. The anchor hasn't been live for a long time. How come he is directly transformed into a food broadcast? The new quick connection sensor function. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Otherwise you will regret it. Watching the anchor chewing fruit. I can only drink nutritional supplements. And I cried out in sadness. Me too. While enjoying the delicious fruit. While swallowing the nutritional supplements with an indescribable taste. Why did I click on this live broadcast room? Chapter 391 Star. Hungry. Crying. Eating. After Jia ate a peach. He was not full. But even hungrier. This was just an appetizer. He prepared a lot of other things on the table. In order to make the live broadcast tonight go smoothly. He did not even eat dinner. Fearing that it would be embarrassing if he could not eat. After eating a peach, he first glanced at the live broadcast room. Greeted the new audience. And then started his serious work. Which was to bring goods. What do you think of the taste of this fruit just now? Jia said. While taking out another peach. Because many people entered the live broadcast room late. They did not see what the fruit originally looked like. At this time, Jia took out a complete one. Which made them see it clearly. The pink peach was in a perfect heart shape. And the fine white fluff on it made the peach itself more lovely. In the interstellar world where fruits are extremely rare, such high-value fruits have a higher score in the hearts of the audience. Taste? How dare you ask about the taste? Woo woo woo, don't just say you don't want to eat. Eat quickly. I have prepared the nutrients. Hungry, cry. Eat. Although everyone upstairs is making a fuss, I must stand up and say, Host, don't be ungrateful, eat quickly. If you don't eat, I'll kneel down and beg you. The netizens these days still speak very well, especially when the atmosphere is relaxed and appropriate. Although no one answered the question directly, Jia already knew that the atmosphere in the early stage was well set off. Although Jia had never sold goods, he was a live streamer after all. And he knew how to set the pace and create an atmosphere in the live broadcast room. So everyone wanted him to eat. But he just refused to eat. Oh, you can't be angry. So the audience in the live broadcast room could only watch Jia put the peach back on the table. The barrage exploded instantly. And everyone was furious. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room rose again. Jia knew that the atmosphere was almost over. And he couldn't drag it on. He still understood the principle of too much is as bad as too little. So he took out a fruit platter from under the table like a magic trick. It was called a fruit platter. But there were only 4 kinds of fruits in total. But after Jia learned about all the products, he also added tomatoes. So the plate still looked full. All the fruits were washed, cut into small pieces, and neatly placed on a plain white plate. Under the very deliberate white light, they looked crystal clear. And the colorful juice was as dazzling as gems. Especially the ice crystal fruit on the top layer. The almost transparent fruit was light blue. And in everyone's eyes it didn't look like fruit, but more like a piece of fine blue crystal. Has the current food broadcasting become so popular? Are there 5 kinds of fruits here? Except for the thorn cone and ice crystal fruit, I don't think I've seen the other 3 kinds. Where did the anchor get them? The anchor must be a rich man. How can ordinary people afford to eat natural fruits? Don't argue with me that this is synthetic fruit. How can this be a synthetic fruit? Which synthetic fruit is so awesome? It doesn't matter whether the anchor is rich or not. I just want to show it to me. I have eaten a lot since I was a child. I am not afraid of getting fat. Seeing someone talking about natural fruits, Jia answered this question casually. Yes, this is a natural fruit. Jia took the cutlery and pointed at them one by one. After introducing each one, he tasted a piece. After the short taste shock, he felt that he was not satisfied. When he came to the tomato, Jia paused. This is a tomato, which is a natural fruit and a natural vegetable. It is fine if you want to say it is a fruit or a vegetable. As he said that, he sprinkled some synthetic sugar powder on the tomato and put it in his mouth. The sour and sweet taste is more memorable than the previous fruits. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the delicious enjoyment. And no one reacted to what Jia said. When everyone came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that the host had just said that this tomato was both a vegetable and a fruit. This was the first time they heard of such a thing. For a while, the barrage was in chaos. Some people said that Jia was bragging, and some new viewers questioned whether it was a natural fruit. Jia had expected such a situation to happen, so he was not panicked at all. He first ate 2 pieces of fruit very calmly, and when the audience began to enjoy the delicious food again, he released the store link he had set up before. Don't you believe this is natural fruit? Try it yourself. Can this taste like synthetic fruit? Boasting. Why should I brag? Anyway, I can eat it and you can't. What's the point of my bragging? Rich? I'm not a rich man. Just look at which rich man's house is so shabby. Jia fiddled with the camera, revealing the space behind him, which was clean and tidy, but obviously a little narrow. The anchor is not a rich man. Then where did the anchor get the fruit? Jia's mouth moved quickly. Where else could this be obtained? Of course I bought it. I don't have the ability to do this myself. At this time, Jia's image in front of the audience was not like an anchor, but more like a friend, eating and chatting with you, and the atmosphere of the barrage became more and more lively. Even some of the nitpicking haters were swiped away by the large number of barrages. The audience became more and more greedy, but they could see but not touch or eat it. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They wanted to interrupt the censor and stop the temptation, but one hand was shaking, and their thoughts were hesitant. No one was willing to give up such a delicious food. Where did the anchor buy it? Tell me secretly, I will give you a gift. 5 wreaths are presented. The anchor quickly tells you where you bought it. I will give you 5 more. Brothers, send the gifts. I don't believe that so many gifts can't pry the anchor's mouth open. I think you should be more sober. Even if you know where it was bought, don't you know the price of natural fruits these days? Jia was waiting for them to ask this, so he directly pulled out the link to Boss Su's online store. This store. All the things on my table are from this store. As he said this, the audience who had been greedy for a long time rushed in. Suemo, who was watching the live broadcast, looked at the data in the store's back end, and then sent a message to Jia. Jia took a sneak peek while everyone was browsing the store, and his head was spinning rapidly to organize the next words. This really made it difficult for him. Boss Su didn't mention this before? Chapter 392 Interstellar, Clean and Hygienic. San finally finished the entire program of the Robot Interstellar Express Company. Only the final test run is left. When it was relieved from its busy schedule, it came out and saw its host was actually watching live broadcasts. How come it didn't know that the host actually had this hobby? San has always been unable to hide things in his heart, especially in front of Suemo, so it asked directly out of curiosity. Why did the host suddenly start watching live broadcasts? If it remembered correctly, the host should not be interested in such things. Just when San asked, it curiously glanced at the content of the live broadcast room, thinking in its heart what kind of things could attract the attention of its host. As a result, it saw a bunch of vegetables, fruits and potted plants in the live broadcast room. Well, they were all its own things. San was immediately stunned. It didn't understand for a moment that it had only been secluded for a period of time. How come it felt like the whole world had changed after it came out? Could it be that the host had secretly made the store famous while it wasn't paying attention? Even the anchor began to broadcast live using the things in their grocery store? How could Suemo know that San's brain circuit had almost run to another planet? She briefly talked about the plot that San had missed in the past few days, and then continued to watch the live broadcast, coordinated with Jia's time is up, and then released the inventory quantity that she had preset. San stared at this scene in amazement, and then retracted his jaw in shock, and tried hard to make up for the plot that he had missed in the past few days. On the other hand, after Jia received a message from Boss Su saying, I will replenish a batch of inventory at the next hour. He was stunned for a while. He didn't understand why she suddenly didn't play by the rules. At the end, he guessed whether Boss Su was testing him. Testing his ability to respond on the spot. You know, as an anchor, it is very important to deal with emergencies, especially for anchors who bring goods. Today is the first day. All the audience are still exploring new things, so there are not many inappropriate remarks. But it is hard to say in the future, since the natural grocery store chose to sell these things. It is actually equivalent to being an enemy of those powerful people, because most of them are relying on this to make huge profits. Suddenly, countless wealth turned into bubbles, and the natural plant value system they created collapsed. Suemo, as the person hiding behind, has the help of Marshal Rick, and the system is backed up, so she will definitely not be affected. But Jia, as the spokesperson of his own grocery store, is still just an ordinary person. So it's hard to say. The first step is to disrupt the live broadcast room, and then attack him personally. In other words, he will only encounter more problems in the live broadcast room in the future, not less. Things are unpredictable, and Sue Imo is not a prophet, and she doesn't have the ability to predict the future. If there is any emergency, she will definitely not be able to handle it in time every time, and Jia-Yi will have to solve it by himself. In this case, she naturally wants Jia-Yi to get used to this rhythm and learn how to deal with this situation slowly. Having said so much, although it looks scary, it's all for the future. At least Jia-Yi's performance today still makes Sue Imo very satisfied. He used the atmosphere he created before to make the audience in the live broadcast room full of hope for the things in the grocery store. Then, they clicked into the grocery store and were surprised to find that everything in the store was out of stock. Looking at the angry barrage, Jia-Yi's scalp was numb. Especially after the popularity of 30,000 to 50,000 soared to more than 100,000 due to the popularity of the barrage. The ranking of the live broadcast room also rose a lot. While the exposure continued to increase, more and more viewers clicked into the live broadcast room. He was just an ordinary outdoor live broadcaster before. When had he seen such a scene? Jia-Yi took a deep breath, then calmly forked a piece of apple to eat. The enjoyment of the taste relieved his nervous mood, and his thoughts gradually became clear. Under his explanation, when he heard that the goods that were out of stock today would be available for everyone to buy in a batch of new goods later, the barrage gradually calmed down. At this time, there are still more than 10 minutes to the hour. During this time, we can't just wait around. Jia-Yi tried hard to think of ways to keep the live broadcast room hot. What to do after finishing a plate of fruit? He took out two things that had not appeared in everyone's sight before. A green long strip, which seemed to be some kind of plant fruit, and a bag of red food that was completely unrecognizable. Why do you say it's food? Because after turning on the sensor, the audience can smell the rich aroma of the spicy strips. To be honest, this thing is just like the instant noodles of the past. Whoever smells it will know. Especially the spicy strips in the grocery store are clean and hygienic, and the materials are good, so the smell can only be described as fragrant, not pungent at all. What is this again, host? Please introduce it. Is this host a treasure box? How come he always takes out things I've never seen before? I feel like I've lived in vain for more than 30 years. But I can taste such delicious natural fruits and natural vegetables in my lifetime. So my life is worth it. I know what these two are. They are cucumbers and spicy strips. They are also from the store that the host just recommended, but they are out of stock. Jia-Yi saw that someone had revealed the true identity of the things in his hand, so he gave the answer very quickly. Yes, it's cucumbers and spicy strips. They will be available at the same time as natural fruits at the top of the hour. If you are interested, please go to the store and follow us. As he spoke, he tore open the package of the spicy strips. Instantly, the originally spicy and fragrant atmosphere suddenly filled the small space. This time, Jia-Yi knew the advantage of having a small house. At least the smell is not easy to dissipate. And it smells more tempting. Not to mention that the audience was drooling, actually. He was not much better. After all, in order to better understand these foods, he also tried some before the show started. Just when he was still not satisfied, he suddenly remembered that this was something for live broadcast, so he could only stop his hand with regret. But no matter how greedy he was, he still remembered that he was live broadcasting, and he still had to say what he should say. After all the nonsense, the audience was already impatient. Under their urging, Jia-Yi couldn't help it, and directly took a spicy strip and ate it happily. I think when people who have only eaten nutritional supplements tasted such delicious food, at the moment when the spicy strips entered the mouth, the ultimate deliciousness exploded in the mouth, and then, there was a very refreshing feeling that made people cry. Chapter 393 Star, End of Live Broadcast. Because we have enjoyed the deliciousness of natural fruits before, therefore. Even though Jia-Yi warned everyone in advance that the taste of spicy strips might be irritating, there are still many people who can't eat spicy food and force themselves to connect the sensor function. It's so spicy. The above person doesn't need to be so empathetic. If it's really too spicy, just interrupt the sensor. I don't believe I'm the only one who drinks water like crazy but can't bear to interrupt the sensor. This spicy strip is really as its name suggests. How can it be so spicy? I'm starting to think about whether I should grab the spicy strips. You said it as if you can grab it. Look at the popularity of the live broadcast room. Okay, 300,000, at least tens of thousands of people are squatting in the live broadcast room. Unless the boss puts tens of thousands of items on the market at once, otherwise. I can only hope that my hand speed is fast enough. Wow, it's already more than 300,000 popular, and I only had 80,000 when I entered the live broadcast room before. Jia Yi's hands were shaking from the spiciness, and he could hardly speak clearly. Even in this situation, he was still observing the content on the bullet screen, seeing that everyone was very spicy, but no one complained or gave any negative comments. Jia Yi was relieved. Then he saw the question about the popularity of the live broadcast room, and he was ecstatic. He has been a broadcaster for so long, and his highest popularity was only 150,000. I didn't expect that today's live broadcast would directly break the upper limit, and the upper limit would double. Jia Yi happily took out the forgotten cucumber on the side and ate it several times in a row. The cucumber produced by the system tastes sweet and crisp, and has a lot of juice, especially since Jia Yi had put the cucumber in the refrigerator for a while. It tastes even cooler and crisper. This is much more refreshing than drinking water all the time. It was because Jia Yi discovered this combination that he took out these two things at the same time. Everyone was instantly conquered by the taste of the cucumber. Then, he took a bite of spicy strips and a bite of cucumber. Jia Yi took time to answer a few questions from time to time. After finishing a bag of spicy strips, he also ate the remaining half of the cucumber. Oh my god, this cucumber really saved my life. Such a big one, although it seems that the anchor eats it effortlessly, I feel that I can eat 2 meals with it. Wait for me to check the price, if it is suitable. Then I will buy it. Don't watch it, I have finished watching and come back. Cucumber is 800 star coins. Spicy strips are 100 star coins per bag. I want to ask if this price is serious. By the way, I also have a question. 800 star coins is the normal market price of thorn cone, but 1000 star coins for ice crystal fruit is too cheap. Right? I remember eating it once before. That ice crystal fruit that was not even as big as the palm of my hand cost me 100,000. Surprisingly, a rich man appeared. He can afford to eat a fruit worth 100,000. I admire you. Isn't the price the main point? I just checked. Everything in this store is labeled as natural, saying that there are no synthetic imitation products. But this price. Did the boss really not miss a few zeros? Faced with the doubts about the price, Jia Yi no longer had the same joking attitude as before, and explained to everyone very seriously that the price was real, and that the price would not suddenly change when the product was put on the shelves at the exact time. In fact, this situation has been encountered before. A store opened a pre-sale, but people paid the deposit, but the price suddenly increased after the official product came out, which made everyone feel that it was not right to buy, or not to buy. Because whether you buy or not, the deposit is not refundable. The reason is you took up our pre-sale quota, and the change of mind in the middle of the sale caused an extra item to be unsold. Generally, when encountering such unreasonable stores, buyers can only blame themselves for their bad luck. Of course, if you really pursue it, the deposit is not irreversible. It's just very troublesome. Most people will not do so, and can only blame themselves for their bad luck. But if you don't buy, it's equivalent to wasting money, which is also painful. Natural grocery store puts a batch of new goods on the shelves every hour, which is equivalent to replenishing the stock, not pre-sale. And there is no such thing as a deposit. So this situation will not occur. In addition, whether the goods in the store are pure natural, I believe everyone has their own determination after tasting them just now. Jia Yi's words are also correct. This taste and texture cannot be imitated by synthetic things. With the anchor's words as a guarantee, the restless barrage also calmed down. Time soon came to 1 minute before the hour. Jia Yi shared the screen of his optical computer, and then opened the interface of the natural grocery store. The audience, who were moved, also made the same move with expectation. For a while, the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. Both the anchor and the barrage were silent. This scared the audience, who had just entered. They thought they had strayed into some strange place. After that, with the explanation of a few barges, they roughly understood the reason for the matter. 10 seconds left. Jia Yi shouted the time, and he took out another optical computer, while the live broadcast room screen did not capture him. Anyway, Bossu didn't say he couldn't grab it. If you missed this village, you won't have this store anymore. Everyone held their breath and watched the time pass by second. Experienced viewers who had grabbed something started clicking the screen frantically in the first 2 seconds of the countdown, and the 2 seconds passed quickly. Even those who didn't plan to grab something could see that on the interface shared by Jia Yi in the live broadcast room. Except for the natural plants, potted plants, the inventory of all commodities in the category had changed. Some added 100 in stock, such as thorn cones. Some only had 20, such as peaches, and other things had more or less dozens of inventory. And this number changed very quickly, and disappeared very quickly. There was almost no downward trend, but it went straight back to zero. Don't say whether the audience grabbed it or not. Jia Yi didn't grab it anyway, and he was sighing with his light computer at this time. Although this was a good thing, at least it proved that his live broadcast of selling goods this time should be considered a success. But he was still a little depressed. But Jia Yi turned his head and thought, as long as he helps Boss Su live broadcast and sell goods for a long time, wouldn't he be able to get things for free every time? Thinking of this, he felt much better. Putting away the light computer, Jia Yi did not turn on the camera, letting the store interface stay in everyone's sight, telling everyone how popular these things are with the speed of light selling out. But he was not idle. Looking at the barrage of comments that were swiping the screen quickly, his mouth was still full of words, sometimes congratulating the audience who got it, sometimes comforting those who didn't get it, saying that there would be a chance next time. If you didn't get it, you can click to follow. The owner will replenish the stock on time at 10 o'clock every morning. Chapter 394 StarCraft. Secret Purchase Plan. Nice, got it! Xiao Ming was in a very good mood looking at the several paid orders, which happened to have the fruits that Zhao's mother wanted. Except for peaches, which he regretted not being able to get because the quantity was really too small. He bought some apples, thorn cones, and ice crystal fruits. Not only that, he also got a cucumber and a tomato. This harvest can be said to be quite rich. The only pity is that this hourly rush purchase did not seem to restock potted plants, otherwise he would definitely buy a few more pots. He sent 2 pots home from the ones he bought before, and gave 1 pot to his elder brother and sister, so he only had 1 pot left, alone, looking very pitiful. Looking at these harvests, Xiao Ming had to be glad that he did not quit the live broadcast room quickly, otherwise he would definitely miss this opportunity. Originally, he was just curious about why this anchor would broadcast live with things from the natural grocery store. So he thought about staying to watch. But he didn't expect that he felt something was wrong as he watched. His current job is to do publicity in the company, so he can see more clearly than ordinary people about the anchor's method of openly broadcasting food and secretly promoting goods. But no matter what, even if this person is promoting goods, it has nothing to do with him, as long as he has something to buy. However, this promotional method of using live broadcasts to promote goods is novel, and he can study it in his spare time, after the rush to buy at the hour is over. Everyone is quite interested in this novel way of shopping promotion. Especially those viewers who really joined the rush to buy interactively, felt the excitement and joy after getting the things. The completely fresh experience brought them fun, so they also looked forward to the next rush to buy. I thought the anchor would strike while the iron is hot, and sell a few more things, but I didn't expect that today's live broadcast would end here. Today's live broadcast ends here. If you like it, you can click to follow. The next broadcast will be notified directly in the announcement. After the broadcast, Jia Yi was completely relieved, and the whole person relaxed, lying crookedly on the sofa. After sitting quietly for 5 minutes, he jumped up from the sofa with a carb jump, and then turned on the light computer to check today's live broadcast data. According to the display of the background, he did not receive many gifts today, but after the division, there were also a few hundred, which was considered the average level before. What is surprising is that the number of followers has increased a lot. Originally, the number of people following him was just over 30,000. But who would have thought that because of this live broadcast, the number of followers would soar to 100,000. The increase in followers alone was already a pleasant surprise to him. But what surprised him even more was that, because of the surge in popularity today, the live broadcast platform also sent him a message to remind him that he would be given a certain amount of exposure and promotion during the next live broadcast. This is a test. If the effect of this exposure and promotion is good, then he will be more likely to get more promotion and recommendation in the future. But there is one thing to note. This opportunity is valid for 3 days. That is, if he does not start the live broadcast within 3 days, then he will automatically give up this opportunity. After all, there are thousands of anchors, and those who are waiting for exposure and recommendation can circle several planets. It is impossible to keep it for him alone. So there is a time limit. Even so, Jia Yi is very happy. He has been live streaming for so long. except for the recommendation of a newcomer that everyone has when he just signed the contract. There is no other recommendation. This is also the reason why his live streaming has always been tepid. No recommendation is one reason. No characteristics of live streaming is one reason. An unwillingness to sign a contract with the guild to be restricted is another reason. Under various reasons. He thought that this would be the end of his life. But he never expected that he could meet Boss Su. It is no exaggeration to say that Boss Su is simply his nobleman. Su Nobleman Mo, who was still unaware of it, had already received Jia Yi's message. The content of the message was nothing more than that he had an exposure recommendation that he had to use within 3 days, and asked her how to arrange the subsequent live streaming. After seeing the message, Su Mo had already made a plan in his mind. However, she still needs to see the response to this live broadcast on Tianyixing.com, and the comments of those viewers who rushed to buy the products. So she doesn't need to be so anxious for the next live broadcast. But she can't delay it for too long, lest it completely loses its popularity. There are too many new things and hot news these days. Without deliberate maintenance, everyone may forget about it in a few days. So Sumo's reply was to wait for a day. Jia Yi didn't say much, but asked another question. Although the question was euphemistic, she could see that Jia Yi wanted to buy something in the store. Given that Jia Yi himself helped her sell goods for free, Su Mo made an exception for once and promised to give him a certain share of goods purchase rights every week without charging a penny. Note that it was the purchase rights, and he still had to spend money, but he didn't have to compete with others. In this regard, Jia Yi was not dissatisfied, but was very happy. He thought that this matter might be difficult to negotiate. After all, the things used for live broadcasting were free. Although it was said to be used for live broadcasting, wasn't it still him who ate, used, and enjoyed the things? Live broadcasting would not make the food taste bad. So even if he got the purchase rights, he was already very satisfied. Besides, he himself was not completely without income. Isn't the 70,000 fans that increased today the best harvest? And there is also the exposure of a live broadcast platform. To put it bluntly, the two of them are in a mutually beneficial relationship. Even if they divide it more clearly, it is not that anyone is at a disadvantage. In fact, they are the same. Secret Purchase Plan Group Member 1, Forward Video. Picture, did I see it wrong? Is this something from our family? Group Member 2, it seems so. Aren't the peaches in the picture? Is there any problem? Group Member 1, it's a big problem. You should watch the video quickly. Group Member 3, I have finished watching the video. I don't see any problem. If I really want to say, it's this person who has a problem. How can he buy so many fruits and vegetables? And even make a platter? I have been scrambling for 3 days, and didn't even get a single mushroom. Group Member 2, damn, this is a big deal. Our treasure is going to be discovered. As soon as the word treasure is mentioned, other group members pop up one after another like mushrooms after rain, and they are everywhere asking what happened. Group Member 1, to put it simply, I was just watching short videos, and I saw this. The man in the video is a live streamer, called Xiao Jia Daihua, and this is a clip from his live broadcast yesterday. Chapter 395 star. Good news. There are only about 20 people in this group called Secret Purchase Plan. All of them are the first few customers of the natural grocery store. At the beginning, they may have had countless doubts about the grocery store, but now they have been completely conquered by the products. It can be said that they are not only old customers, but also repeat customers and loyal fans of the natural grocery store. It's just that their fans are more or less abnormal. Other fans hope that the masters they support will get better and better, but they are different. They wish that they are the only ones in the whole galaxy who know the existence of the grocery store. The previous batch of 1-star good reviews were caused by them, but after being warned, now they have become 5-star bad reviews. But even with their deliberate actions, the goods in the store are genuine and of good value, and attract more and more customers. I thought it would take some time for the natural grocery store to become popular. But a host suddenly appeared and started promoting the store. He seemed to be very cooperative with the mysterious owner of the store, replenishing the stock whenever he said he would. The popularity of the live broadcast soared that night. Although the live broadcast is past, many people sliced up the video of Jia Yi's live broadcast yesterday, editing the wonderful clips, and made it into a video to promote it everywhere, which can be said to have taken advantage of the popularity. The video posted by Group Member 1 is actually just one of many sliced videos. Just this one video has been played hundreds of thousands of times, and it is still trending towards millions. And this is just one of them. Those videos they haven't seen yet. They don't know how many thousands or hundreds of views they have. It may not be much, but it will add up. So now everyone understands why group member 2 just made such a fuss, because they are in the same mood at this moment. Group member 3. First of all, this anchor must know the boss. Group member 1. I guess so, otherwise how would he know that the boss would deliver the goods at the hour? And I just watched the live broadcast video. Before he said this, he seemed to look down at something, and when he looked up again, he said deliver the goods at the hour. Group member 4. There is nothing to say, it must be the boss who sent him a message. Group member 2. Actually, this is not necessarily a bad thing. When the group members saw this, they were all stunned. If this is not a bad thing, how can it be a good thing? Has he forgotten the scene in the group where he cried and said that he really couldn't get the things? The chat records are still there. Group member 2 has no idea what they are thinking, and he said his own thoughts. Group member 2. You think so? If there is a rush purchase activity every time we live broadcast in the future, then will our probability of buying things also increase? Now they can only wait for 10 o'clock every morning to grab, but not everyone is free at this time, such as office workers, students. At this time, they are either at work or in class. If it was the time of the live broadcast last night, then generally everyone can grab it. One person couldn't hold it anymore, and typed a rebuttal. Group member 1. The problem is that the number of people who are rushing to buy has also increased. Group member 2. But the boss's inventory has also increased. Group members? Group member 2. Didn't you all notice it? The inventory during the rush yesterday was almost half of the amount of replenishment at 10 o'clock every morning. The boss must have thought of this problem, that is to say, the inventory will increase with the increase in the number of people in the future, but our chances to grab have increased. Isn't this a good thing? Because the speed of grabbing is too fast, the change in the number is almost a blink of an eye, or even less than a second, so no one noticed it. The reason why group member 2 was able to find it was that it was seen little by little after slowing down. Everyone thought about it in this way according to his idea. It seems it's really the case. The most important thing is, the owner of this store has opened a purchase limit. Each product has a daily purchase limit, so they don't have to worry about a few local tyrants suddenly appearing to buy up the entire store after there are more buyers. It doesn't exist. There are days when the rich have money but can't spend it. The words of group member 2 comforted everyone, but everyone was still a little panicked, and even a few people were ready to take a day off to grab things this morning. They were all afraid that today was the last day they could grab things, so naturally they had to buy more things. Suemo didn't know what this group of weird fans had done or talked about before. She was chatting with someone now. And this person was the current popular star in the whole galaxy, who was named the Oriole Queen because of her Oriole-like singing voice, Jinxie. Previously, she accidentally fell into the water during a performance. After being rescued, she found that she had no appetite and could not sing. By chance, she found a store that claimed that all its products were naturally produced. After that, she used an opportunity to help promote the store in exchange for a batch of vegetables, fruits, and a few pots of natural plants. I don't know if it was her illusion, but after eating natural fruits and vegetables, she felt that her appetite had improved significantly. Although after tasting natural food, she always felt an indescribable discomfort when eating synthetic food. But it was better than not being able to eat anything before, and vomiting everything she ate, which was even more exaggerated than some pregnant women. After tasting these things, the agent was silent for a long time, then checked a lot of information, and finally had to admit that what the boss said was right. The things here are truly natural products. There is no adulteration. Even for those pots of natural plants that are growing well, he takes care of them more attentively than Jinxie. Perhaps because of this discovery, his favorable impression of this store increased sharply. After all, no interstellar person can resist the temptation of natural products. Even when he later found out that Jinxie had added the boss with a private account without telling him, he did not nag as before, and even asked her to talk more with the boss, and it would be best if he could bring back some more vegetables and fruits. The agent is not a fool. His previous attitude was just to doubt the authenticity of the things. Now that the things have been verified to be real, then the boss who can take out these things seems very mysterious. For such people, you can only make friends, not enemies. He has been working in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years. And he is not stupid. With the support of the agent, Jinxie, who already had an inexplicable favorable impression of the boss, replied immediately after receiving her message. Chapter 396 Star, Oriole. Jinxie, does Boss Sue need my help with promotion? She wanted to fulfill the transaction agreement after she bought the things before, but Boss Sue said that there was no rush, and he had to wait until she received the things first. But she had received the things for several days, and even eaten a lot of them, but Boss Sue still didn't contact her, and she couldn't ask proactively. Finally, she received a message from Boss Sue today. The other party replied quickly. Chingxi took a look, and found that she guessed right. Boss Sue did want her to help promote a wave, but the promotion target seemed a little different from what she imagined. She looked at it for a long time, and couldn't help asking. Chingxi, Boss Sue, do you mean for me to promote a anchor? No, I mean to promote the live broadcast room. Chingxi, is there a difference? But of the two parties in the transaction, she was the one who fulfilled the contract, so she had no right to question, and she had nothing to question. The content of the promotion was originally arranged by the other party. As long as she is not asked to post something weird, which damages her reputation and credibility, there is nothing to say. Chingxi, okay. Do you want me to post more content? Or just post the link of the live broadcast room on Xinghua? Just post it as you like. Chingxi looked at the content said by Boss Sue, and she fell into a state of doubt about her life again. It was not because the content was complicated, but because the content was too simple. Just a picture, a sentence, and that was it. It was said that the live broadcast room was promoted, but there was not even a link. This is even more perfunctory than what Chingxi posted in her daily business. After all, no matter how lazy she is, she can still edit the pictures and adjust the lighting. As for what Boss Sue sent, well, it can only be said that this is the first time that Chingxi has seen such a weird party. The picture shows several potted plants. Needless to say, she recognizes them. They are silver star grass, multi-leaf tufts, and rouge butterflies. To be honest, this picture is really beautiful, and can really stimulate the visual nerves of interstellar people. As for that one sentence, the requirements are also very simple. She only needs to say that the picture is beautiful, and implicitly indicate that she wants to explore the source of the picture. As Chingxi has received countless publicity, she organized the language almost quickly, and even thought of several versions to send. In the end, Boss Sue decided on one of them as the content she would post later. Originally, the transaction between the two people was completely over at this point, but Chingxi proposed that she could invite Sue Mo to reach a subsequent agreement in the future by exchanging publicity for things. Sue Mo did not agree immediately, but did not refuse either. This attitude made Chingxi very happy. At this moment, a little bird flew in through the window that was not yet closed. This bird was obviously familiar with the owner of the room. As soon as it came in, it flew to Chingxi's hand and docilely lowered its head to let her touch its head. Chingxi stretched out her fingers to rub a handful of the bird's feathers, and then let it go to find natural plants to sleep. Fortunately, the agent was not there. Otherwise he would definitely complain about this little bird ruining natural plants. Looking at the oriole with tender yellow feathers lying among the leaves of the silver star grass and sleeping soundly, Chingxi could not help but take a photo and sent it to the chat box that had just ended the topic. Chingxi, I didn't expect that your plants, Boss Sue, are also very attractive to small animals. This oriole flew here the second day after the natural plants arrived. When I first saw it, Chingxi also saw it secretly hiding under the leaves of the silver star grass to sleep. Originally, the agent wanted to drive it away, but Chingxi stopped him. After waking up, the oriole found that Chingxi didn't hate it, so it came more frequently, and after it was exposed, it came to sleep every day without covering itself, and after pleasing Chingxi, it laid down on the potted plants, like a corpse to rest. After this, the man and the bird became familiar with each other. The message sent by Chingxi was not seen by Sumo until a long time later, because she was observing the comments and messages about the content of yesterday's live broadcast on the Star Network. Regarding yesterday's live broadcast, let's not talk about the content of yesterday's live broadcast for the time being. Some people like Xiao Ming who have certain professional knowledge are more concerned about this form of live broadcast with goods. This form is very novel, and it gave them a lot of inspiration. Especially when they saw that the inventory on the shelves was sold out in seconds. They realized the business opportunity. The above are the first type of people who left comments. The second type of people are those who watched the live broadcast yesterday, or even participated in the live broadcast. They connected the sensor, enjoyed the delicious fruits and vegetables, and then started to discuss related matters with everyone. The third type is passers-by, who did not participate in the live broadcast, did not connect the sensor, but were attracted by the explosive title hashtag some anchor opens the censor to eat natural vegetables and fruits hashtag. Most of them are asking whether this matter is true, and whether this anchor will live broadcast eating natural fruits and vegetables again. Some people will never see natural fruits and vegetables in their lifetime, let alone taste them. Now there is a chance to taste natural fruits and vegetables for free without spending money. So they are naturally very enthusiastic. Of course, this is based on the premise that everything is true. So the fourth type of speech appeared. Compared with the first three, the fourth type is undoubtedly negative. The people who posted this kind of message include trolls, some water armies bought by anchors, who are unhappy with Jia Yi's overnight popularity, and some people with ulterior motives. Compared with the population of the entire galaxy, the number of viewers who watched the live broadcast yesterday and knew the truth was small after all. So the comment area of the live broadcast video became a mess after a short period of calm. Sumo turned off the comments and stopped looking at these annoying things. Then he happened to see the message sent by Qingxi. The most eye-catching one was a picture of a yellow oriole, which showed that the oriole was resting under the silver star grass. Afterwards, she saw the message sent by Qingxi. How come she didn't know that silver star grass could also attract animals? To be honest, except for the rouge butterfly, which can emit a scent that only butterflies can smell, and thus can really attract butterflies. The other two natural plants can make animals feel fond of them, but they definitely don't have the effect of attracting. At least they definitely won't attract birds. Unless this oriole is flying around and accidentally flies to Qingxi. The reason why it is attracted must not be natural plants, but something else. For example, someone happens to have an oriole's animal pattern. After thinking for a moment, Sumo briefly summarized her thoughts, and then received another message that surprised her. Qingxi, Boss Su is joking. I'm just an ordinary person, so I don't have an animal pattern. But everyone says that she has such a singing voice, and she must have the animal pattern of some spiritual beast with an excellent voice. Although everyone calls people with animal patterns animal pattern warriors, not every animal pattern is suitable for fighting. Chapter 397 Star Accident. For example, some bunnies and kittens that look weak, or birds and butterflies, although appearance cannot determine everything, most of these spiritual beasts do not have combat power. So the beast patterns are divided into combat beast patterns and auxiliary beast patterns. But no matter what, Qingxi is really just an ordinary person. She has no beast patterns on her body. It's just that she has always protected her personal privacy very well, and never responded to anything that is not related to singing. So not many people know about this, and the answer to the corresponding question on the Star Network is also unknown. Sumo always felt that Qingxi's answer was not right. She even doubted whether this Qingxi was the Qingxi she thought. In terms of reincarnation time, there's actually nothing much to say. Although it only took Sumo a few seconds to go from one plane to another. For each different time and space plane, these few seconds may be a few years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Although she shouldn't link two different planes together. She has this extra information, and she can't help but think about it. If even a person with the luck of Qingxi doesn't have a beast pattern, then the conditions for the appearance of the beast pattern are too harsh. Right? Although Sumo was puzzled, she didn't think much about it. Fate is unpredictable, and it's hard to say when it will change. Who knows? Shujio, your goddess has posted a star blog. Hearing her roommate's words, the girl called Shujio's eyes lit up, and she dropped the things in her hand, took out the light computer, and opened the star blog. As expected, a clear red dot appeared in the list of special attention. It's just that she just turned off the notification sound of the light computer in order to do homework. So she didn't notice it. If it wasn't for her roommate's reminder, she would have missed it. She clicked on the goddess's blog. Her eyes lit up. Your special attention posted the following content 1 minute ago. Qingxi V. Picture. I accidentally saw this picture. The plants on it are really beautiful. Share it with everyone. It's a pity that I don't know what the plants on it are. Otherwise it would be nice to buy some and put them at home. Likes 1031032. Comments 520,513. Reposts 324972. There are so many likes, comments and reposts in just 1 minute. I can only say, she is worthy of being a goddess. Shujio smiled and clicked on the picture posted by the goddess. The moment the picture changed from a small picture to a large picture, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's really beautiful. Worthy of being a picture posted by the goddess." It can be said that she is a complete brainless fan. The roommate beside her had long been accustomed to Shijio's startled attitude towards everything related to the Celadon goddess. So she was not moved at all at this time. Although she didn't care, she couldn't help but want to share it. Xiaojie ran to her roommate, and when she was about to show her the light computer, she heard her roommate's perfunctory and emotionless reply. It looks good, Xiaojie. This is too perfunctory. And she hasn't even seen it yet. The roommate also found that she was too perfunctory. So she turned her head and prepared to take a glance. Unexpectedly, this glance made her stunned. Xiaojie knew that she would react like this. So she smiled very brightly, and her tone of voice was a little arrogant. How is it? I didn't lie to you. Did I? It's a pity that the goddess accidentally discovered it. The picture is not the original picture. The pixel is too low. Otherwise, it would be great to use it as a wallpaper. But even with such a low pixel, it is still difficult to hide the charm of the plants on it. It's really beautiful. But why do I think this? It doesn't look like a synthetic plant? The roommate saw Xiaojie holding a light computer and starting to read the comments. So she silently took back the words that sounded outrageous. Oh, how could this be a natural plant? How could there be such beautiful natural plants in this day and age? And there are so many of them. Xiaojie didn't know what her roommate was thinking at the moment. She looked at the jokes in the comment area and laughed so hard. Comment 1. The plant in this picture is really beautiful. I also want to find a source. I want to buy it too. Comment 2. Where is the porcelain powder? The goddess wants you to find the picture. Comment 3. Porcelain fans are addicted to the beauty of the picture. Forgive me, porcelain baby. I will help you find it after I look at it for another minute. Comment 4. I am dying of laughter. No need to look for it. A big guy has found it. Point the way link. Xiaojie couldn't help but sigh again. It is worthy of the power of porcelain fans. After sighing, she clicked on the link without hesitation. The link was a blog posted by the boss. The content of the blog was not much. It mainly talked about the source of the picture, how it was found, and then attached a link. First of all, I am not advertising. This link leads directly to the live broadcast room with this picture as the cover. If you are interested, you can take a look. Xiaojie thought that since she had already seen this, she might as well just read on. There were many people who thought like her. So like a nesting doll. She clicked on the link again, and then successfully came to the live broadcast room mentioned by the boss. The live broadcast room has no name for now, but the anchor's name is Natural Grocery Store. Not only that, the name of the guild where this live broadcast room belongs is also Natural Grocery Store. If someone clicks into the guild list to check, they will find that the guild has only one anchor with the ID Xiaojie brings goods. Sumo watched the number of followers of the newly created live broadcast account suddenly increase by several thousand. And then it continued to increase at a moderate speed. Although the live broadcast room was dark because the anchor did not start broadcasting, the number of barrages was not small, and even increased with the increase in the number of people. If it is a normal thinking, then the best thing to do now should be to start the live broadcast immediately, and then promote and bring a wave of goods. But Sumo did not do so. She told Jiayi that the broadcast would start at the same time tomorrow night. And even the announcement had been written, and some barrages had already been seen. As for why she did this, it is very troublesome to explain in detail. But there is a statement that is easier to understand. Jingxi had just posted a star blog, and someone immediately dug out the live broadcast room. And the live broadcast room started broadcasting immediately. It's hard not to think about whether there is any connection between them. Sumo didn't want Jingxi to promote it too obviously. She hoped that the public's understanding of the Natural Grocery Store was an accident, whether it was an unexpected store or a store full of accidents. If it wasn't like this, she wouldn't have used this form in a roundabout way. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to let Jingxi post a link to the store? Of course. This is just one of the reasons. Another reason is that she just broadcasted yesterday and broadcast again today. Although the things in the store are good, she doesn't have enough money to purchase all the goods and give everyone a copy. In this case, it's better to continue to let them maintain their expectations for these things. Similarly, this is also done to wait for the first batch of viewers who bought things to receive their purchases. Chapter 398 Star, Fan Economy. Since the purpose of today's promotion has been achieved, Jingxi's Star blog has also successfully attracted some people's attention to the live broadcast room. Sumo can rest assured to make arrangements for the future. When she was so reassured Jiayi, the only anchor in the live broadcast room, was very panicked. He had no idea how he woke up from a nap, and he became popular for no reason. Oh, to be precise, his live broadcast room became popular. After he finished his live broadcast last night, he joined the guild newly established by Boss Sue. In the future, although the account he used for live broadcast is still his own account, the live broadcast room is the live broadcast room of Natural Grocery Store. Because he is the only member of the guild, there are also many people who live broadcast and find his live broadcast room through the guild, which indirectly drives the popularity of his live broadcast room. This is also the reason why he said that he suddenly became popular. At first, he hadn't realized what was going on. He then carefully read the comments and happened to see the hot search on the Star Internet, and then he saw the Star blog of the Jinxie singer. He was very familiar with the pictures on the Star blog. After all, it was Boss Sue who prepared them and sent them to him to use as the cover of the live broadcast room. The reason why so many passers-by entered the live broadcast room yesterday was largely because they were attracted by the cover. Who would have thought that a good-looking cover could actually attract the singer, and even let her promote him for nothing? Jia Yi felt like he had just woken up from a nap, and the whole world had changed. But this is nothing. What surprised him more was yet to come. Not long after Huang Ligay posted this post, countless people saw her repost, which was the post of the big guy who helped find the source of the picture, and then she added the text "thank you." The fans all thought their goddess was so great and polite, and they didn't doubt anything, but her action pushed the popularity to another climax. People who were too lazy to click on the link saw this post directly, and they couldn't help but want to click in and take a look. This was actually according to the original arrangement. Su Mo didn't let Jinxie do this, it was her own personal behavior. Although I don't know why, but the effect is very good. The popularity has increased several times more than Su Mo had imagined before. It's a good thing after all. Afterwards, Su Mo packed a pot of natural plants that he had just unlocked and gave it to her, which was also considered to be accepted by her kindness. Lulu, look at this. Is this the store opened by Boss Sue? Isn't that right? Is that right? Toya came to the class early in the morning. After seeing the familiar figure, she rubbed herself against him. Then, before the teacher came to class, she took out her own computer. On the computer was a page of a grocery store. The products on the page were both unfamiliar and familiar to them. Ruby usually didn't like to read gossip hot searches, so she didn't know about the topic of appreciate the pictures praised by the Jinxie singer that topped the hot search list yesterday. But she knows it now, because Toya has already talked about everything that happened yesterday. I knew that Boss Sue would not run away. I just didn't expect that she actually opened a Star online store. It seems that her business is pretty good. The daily sales volume is definitely not as good as those of well-known stores. But the problem is that Toya and the others both know the approximate range of the daily purchase quantity of the grocery store. Compare the daily sales volume. If it weren't for the inventory limit that determines the buyer's spending limit, I'm afraid the daily sales volume would have to increase. Didn't you see that there are still so many people complaining about not being able to buy anything? This proves that the market is not saturated yet. Ruby looked at the product list, and her eyes were full of curiosity about new things. It's a pity that everything in the store is in a state of out of stock, so they can't buy it even if they want to. I saw someone say that Boss Sue replenishes the stock at 10 o'clock in the morning, which is the same as the opening time of the store before. So this news should be true. I must grab some later. Although you can't skip classes to go out of school to buy things before, you can still slack off during class now. She hasn't eaten fresh natural fruits for nearly 10 days. And she is feeling sick. Every day, she could only go to the garden with her rice bowl, admiring the beautiful natural plants, and then eat with difficulty. This appetite spoiled by natural food really couldn't stand the taste of synthetic food. Although Ruby was not so exaggerated, she must have missed the taste of natural fruits in her heart. So the two of them sat together, and when it was a few minutes before 10 o'clock, they became particularly nervous. There was a small episode in the middle. When Ruby just clicked into the store, she saw a very obvious store introduction at a glance. The extremely arrogant words on it made her wonder if she had entered the wrong store. Otherwise, she would never be able to connect this sentence with Boss Sue. There was always a feeling of disillusionment. After seeing the familiar things in the store, she then confirmed that this was the store she was looking for. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, the two young girls, who had not yet entered society, felt the blow from society in advance. Before the two of them could do anything, the inventory changed from 0 to the number of replenishments, and then it returned to 0 again in less than half a second. The speed was simply amazing. Toya and Ruby looked at each other, and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. In fact, it was not just them. Even many old customers did not get anything, but they all noticed that the number of replenishments today was even greater than before. How come there were so many people who came to compete with them for no reason? A few minutes later, the truth was revealed under the star blog of a certain big star. Porcelain Fan 1, Sister. Come and see me. I bought some beautiful flowers. The address you filled in is your studio. Remember to check it. Porcelain Fan 2. Wow. I didn't get any plants, but I got some fruits. It was also sent to the studio. Remember to receive them early, otherwise the fruits will go bad. Sister. Have a good rest. Moi. Everyone is waiting for your concert. Porcelain Fan 3. You guys were wondering why the things were gone so quickly. It turned out that the sisters were grabbing them. Forget it, I'll continue to grab them tomorrow. I don't believe I can't buy a gift. Suemo saw that the address filled in for almost half of the orders in the backstage was the same place, and this address looked familiar to her. Isn't this the address where a batch of things were mailed to Qingxi last time? Thinking of what happened today, she directly opened Xinghua, and then learned the truth of the matter. Suemo, Is this the fan economy? It's really terrifying. Chapter 399 Star, Yin Molan. Qingxi never expected that her fans would go to Boss Su's store to grab things and fill in the address of her own studio. While she felt joy and warmth in her heart, she couldn't help but start to have a headache. To be honest, she usually doesn't accept gifts, but only those made by fans themselves, or handwritten letters, and some small pendants and bracelets. Any gifts over 3 digits will be returned directly. But this time it was different. The fans filled in the address directly with her, and she couldn't return it even if she wanted to. Just when she was thinking about a solution, the agent also found out about the matter on Star Network, so he rushed back to help her solve it. After a lot of trouble, she first contacted Boss Su to apologize, saying that the fans had caused her trouble. Although Boss Su said he didn't care, Qingxi still felt a little guilty. Afterwards, she solemnly posted a post on her blog stating that she would not accept gifts, and also posted pictures to prove that she had also grabbed something in the store, so that everyone would not worry about her not buying anything. If there are fans who regret it, they can get a refund as soon as possible, and fans who still want to buy can also change the delivery address. In addition to the above, she also used a joking tone to slightly threaten them to return the goods or change the address, otherwise the time of the next concert would be delayed. Her voice has almost recovered now, and it should be back to the way it was before in a week at most. Seeing this, any true fan basically would not disobey the goddess's wishes too much, especially when it comes to the concert they are most looking forward to. If they were not true fans, they would not do such a thing. After all, the cheapest items in the store are in the 3 digits, and the potted plants are several thousand. How could ordinary people buy this for someone they don't like? It would be a waste of money. So after this post, Suemo received a bunch of orders with changed addresses. I thought that most people would refund, but surprisingly, there were not many people who refunded. There were only 4 people who refunded, and the others basically changed their addresses to their own homes. The refunded orders were restocked and put on the shelves, and within a few seconds, they were snapped up again. So far, today's business is officially over. But the end of business does not mean that she can be idle, because not long after, she received messages from 2 people. One is from Ao Fei, and the other is from Marshal Rick. Ao Fei's message was nothing more than about today's batch of goods. Because there were more than before, he had to dispatch another spaceship, which might be a little slower in time. So he asked Suemo if he would consider handing it over to Interstellar Express for transportation. For him, Ao Fei definitely didn't want Boss Su to hand it over to Interstellar Express. On the one hand, it was for the safety of the goods. And on the other hand, he was worried that the military would not be able to use it. Although the 2 sides had a deal, anyone with a discerning eye knew who was the one who made more money. Thinking about the comrades, who had suffered from mania in the past, and were now getting better one by one, everyone's heart was not only excited and happy, but also more grateful. That's right. It's gratitude. Grateful that Boss Su is willing to selflessly donate so many natural plants. And after they recovered from their illness, they also tacitly kept this secret internally, so as not to let other legions know about it. This is why Marshal Rick alone can suppress all the news, because there are more than one person protecting this secret. As for Marshal Rick, he came to Suemo for something they had agreed on before. After Suemo verified that there was no problem with this information, she saved all the data. With these things, plus the Robot Express company that can be completed in a week at most. She can completely let go from now on, and do a big job. She clicked on the technology tree that she had just looked at last night. Yesterday. She upgraded the flowers and plants again, spending a full 100,000 star coins to unlock a flower called Yamlin. Smoky Orchid purchase price, 3,000 star coin/pot. Sales price, 10,000 star coin/pot. Introduction, black and white orchid, like the appearance in ink painting, so it is named Smoky Orchid. Blackleaf Smoky Orchid like shade, whiteleaf Smoky Orchid like sun, both have strong ability to absorb water before they have flower buds, but their ability to absorb water decreases after flowering. This pot of flowers was unlocked by her for tonight's live broadcast. Smoky Orchid will be sold exclusively during tonight's live broadcast, so it was not restocked during the day, and even the information of this product has not been filled in. According to Sumo's idea, she will use live broadcast as a new product launch exclusive to her own store in the future, and Smoky Orchid is the first natural plant to be released as a new product in the live broadcast room. It can be said that it is the protagonist. She has investigated the aesthetics of interstellar people. After all, Silver Star grass is just a grass plant. Compared with the other two natural plants, it is more simple and monotonous, so it is more versatile and suitable for all groups. The multi-leaf tufts and rouge butterflies are more attractive to women and children because of their cute plush appearance or bright colors. The above data is not only surveyed through the Star Network, but also some of them are people's choices for these potted plants in this period of time. Now the role of the smoke and ink orchid is to make up for the missing elements in the store. The color is simple, but the shape is excellent, elegant and calming. As the first live broadcast with special significance, only one new product is naturally not enough, and some can't hold the scene. So she upgraded the technology tree twice. One time was to upgrade edible plants, which originally cost 100,000, but because it was the main branch, it only cost 80,000 in the end. After the upgrade, she unlocked a food called sweet bell pepper. Sweet bell pepper's purchase price, 300 star coins/skewer. Sales price, 1,000 star coins/skewer. Introduction. There are 7 colors of sweet bell peppers. Each string of sweet bell peppers has 5. The colors are different, and the taste of sweet bell peppers of different colors is also different. It can be used as a cooking ingredient. Sweet bell peppers are actually similar to the previous bell peppers. It has rich flavors. 7 colors are equivalent to 7 flavors, and the taste is also good, only needs to be simply cooked, and can be eaten. It is a good vegetable that can supplement vitamins. The reason why I didn't choose all spicy bell peppers, mainly because Sumo found that interstellar people generally don't eat spicy food. This may also be related to the fact that they have basically never eaten spicy food. The vast majority of interstellar people take nutritional supplements, and the taste of nutritional supplements is uniform. The taste is hard to describe, but it can't be considered sour, sweet, bitter, spicy or salty. Whether a person can eat spicy food is mostly developed by the acquired living environment. Interstellar people basically don't have access to spicy food. Naturally they can't eat spicy food. This is why even though Sumo chose slightly spicy noodles for them, they still ate them with tears in their eyes. Chapter 400 Star, New Product Launch. As for the other upgrade, Sumo upgraded the natural food category again. Because there was no discount, she spent a full 60,000 star coins. Last time, she upgraded the natural food and unlocked spicy strips, and this time, she wanted to unlock milk tea. It is the original flavor, the most common, without any small ingredients, but the taste is not inferior to any milk tea with small ingredients. Milk tea purchase price, 100 star coin/cup. Sales price, 300 star coin/cup. Introduction. The combination of high-quality fresh milk and top-grade tea leaves is a delicious drink. Low sugar and low calories can ensure physical and mental health, and will not cause symptoms such as obesity. After all, it is milk tea produced by the system, which can always guarantee the taste, quality. Before selling, Sumo took out a cup and looked at it. This cup was not small, equivalent to the amount of a large cup of milk tea plus a medium cup of milk tea. According to the appetite of ordinary people, 300 star coins are enough for 2 or 3 people. So far, Sumo's technology tree has a total of 13 levels. But she has unlocked a total of 14 products. 3 of the newly unlocked products will be the protagonists tonight. Sumo took a photo of the new product, filled in the price, item introduction and other information, and uploaded it directly to the store. Because there is no restocking, the inventory quantity is 0. In theory, after following a store, buyers can set the permission for message reminders, including but not limited to restocking reminders, new product launches, promotional discounts, etc. Therefore, even though Sumo did not issue a notice to notify the new products, there were still people who had opened the new products on the market message reminder permission and found that the boss had secretly put new things on the shelves. Because of trust, they couldn't wait to see what the new products were. Of course, if they could buy some, it would be even better. Unfortunately, when they saw the familiar out-of-stock words, they were numb. However, this did not affect their heated discussion about the 3 new things. Even in the chat interface in the background, Sumo found that there were suddenly many more customers asking her when the new products would be restocked. Among these people, some were attracted by Yin Molin. Some thought that the sweet bell pepper was small and cute and wanted to buy it home to play. And some were obsessed with spicy strips after eating them. So they had deep expectations for milk tea, which is also a natural food. In response to their inquiries, Sumo did not answer them as he did before, but told them openly that they could look forward to the live broadcast tonight. At the end, he did not forget to attach the link to the live broadcast. In this way, word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Anyone who paid a little attention to the store knew that the live broadcast tonight was a new product launch conference. Even some fans who came here for the promotion of Chinxi could not help but click on the follow button in the live broadcast room, wanting to see if the content of the live broadcast was really the same as the video tonight. Most importantly, they were eager to know whether the things that the anchor brought out and the things sold by this store called Natural Grocery Store were really naturally produced. Time soon reached evening. Before Jia started broadcasting, he saw the popularity in the live broadcast room soaring, and his hand, which wanted to start broadcasting, trembled slightly. Open the door. It's time, anchor. Please open the door. If you don't open the door, we will come to check the water meter. Porcelain fans attracted by the Goddess's Star blog are here. I just want to know whether the products sold in this store are real or fake. How can they be real? Have you ever seen natural plants that cost thousands of yuan? Besides, I calculated that this store sells hundreds of natural plants every day. Even the Institute of Botany can't produce so many natural plants. I don't know whether the natural plants are real, but the fruits and vegetables are definitely real. The ones I bought in the last live broadcast have arrived, and I tasted them today, and the taste is the same as in the live broadcast room, or even better, and they have been tested by equipment and contain nutrients and vitamins that synthetic food cannot have, so the fruits and vegetables in this store can still be trusted. By the way, there must be so many people who have bought things from this store before. If the potted plants in it are really natural plants, then why is this store still a small and unknown store? If you ask me, the things are fake. If you want to say that the things are fake, I might agree. But if you say that the reason is that this store is not popular, it only means that you are 18 floors underground. In other words, if there is a place where you can pick up money every day, would you hope that more people would come and rob you of money? At this time, the bullet comments in the live broadcast room gradually deviated. More bullet comments were all discussing whether the potted plants in this store were real or fake. The first batch of viewers who participated in the live broadcast room only bought vegetables and fruits, so they could not guarantee that the plants in their own stores were natural plants. After all, the difference between natural plants and natural vegetables and fruits is actually very different. This can be reflected in the price alone. In order to prevent the barrage from continuing to chat, some malicious rhythms are getting more and more intense. Jia quickly adjusted his state, and then started the live broadcast. The moment the broadcast started, the number of barrages increased dramatically. Jia squinted and looked at it, and found that although the number was large, the content was basically the same. They were all asking whether natural plants were true or false. As for this question, Jia naturally had to answer it tonight. But he had more important things to do. He first took out the milk tea and sweet bell peppers that would be launched tonight. And in the process, he did not forget to remind everyone about the process of tonight's live broadcast. First, he answered questions. Then he interviewed several viewers who had bought things, received the goods and eaten them. This was done to prove to others who had not bought anything, and to liven up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. After that, he took everyone to taste milk tea and sweet bell peppers, and then revealed the problems of natural plants, and started to rush to buy them at the hour. All these processes were arranged by Jia himself, and Sumo did not provide any help. If she had to arrange everything, why would she look for Jiayi? She could just wear a mask and do it herself. Facts have proved that Jiayi is still quite reliable. The first few processes went very smoothly, and the audience was satisfied. However, the live broadcast room's popularity dropped a little because he was slow to get to the point. But it did not affect it, because the overall atmosphere was still very harmonious and friendly. Especially the live broadcast and microphone session. This link is the most dangerous, and the most prone to errors.